The Devil Does Not Need to Be Defeated Chapter 805 to Chapter 860. This voice is. Hearing the unexpected voice, Xianxia was startled at first, then surprised. Xianxia? That's right. The owner of this voice was Xianxia. Why are you here? Surprised, Xianxia was about to open his eyes. However, before he could open his eyes, a pair of hands reached over and covered his eyes. Didn't I tell you not to move? Xianxia said angrily. What? Xianxia frowned and was ready to resist. Xianxia had no need to be polite to this young lady, nor did he have the option to be obedient. He had always been the one bullying her. Therefore, Xianxia could not be obedient just because she told him not to move. However, perhaps sensing Xianxia's resistance, Xianxia quickly said something. I'm already in the bathtub, and I'm not wearing any clothes. As soon as he said this, Xianxia's movements froze and he fell silent. Phew. Only then did Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. However, it was obvious that Xianxia was relieved a little too early. After a moment of silence, Xianxia suddenly increased his resistance. You. What are you doing? Don't move. Don't move. I told you I'm not wearing any clothes. You bastard. Xianxia immediately panicked. Her hand that was covering Xianxia's face was being forcefully pulled away by him, and she almost couldn't pull it away. Xianxia could only scream and struggle with Xianxia's hand, making the sound of the water become louder. Seeing that Xianxia seemed to be going overboard and was about to use his magic, Xianxia shouted angrily. If you move again, I'll move you to the streets and let all the citizens of the imperial city admire the hero's sturdy body. This threat worked on Xianxia. Thinking of this woman's amazing spatial magic, Xianxia, who was worried about losing his chastity, had to stop resisting unwillingly. Xianxia let out a big sigh of relief, but she also gritted her teeth. You bastard, I said that, and you still move. What are you doing? Miss Xianxia was about to explode in anger. In this regard, Xianxia just snorted and threw out a sentence. There's a woman in front of me who's soaking in the same pool as me, and she keeps saying that she's naked. At this moment, I can feast my eyes on her as long as I lift my eyes. However, this woman came here on her own, stripped herself, and couldn't even defeat me. If I don't accept this good thing that came to my doorstep, wouldn't I be letting down the LSP in front of the screen? Xianxia's matter-of-fact speech made Xianxia so angry that her lungs almost exploded on the spot. I just saw that you're back, so I purposely found a quiet and secluded time to come over. What Xianxia wanted to say was that she couldn't find any other time like this except when she was bathing. Therefore, she seized the opportunity to teleport here, and not to give Xianxia some benefits. Of course. You don't have to do this. Xianxia said in a tone that could anger people to death. He said slowly, after all, someone might come later. Don't think that I don't have any good things to accept. What he meant was that even when he was bathing, there might be someone around him. As for whether it would be quiet or not. Take a guess? Xianxia didn't speak anymore. She just stared at Xianxia with a hateful look, as if she wanted to bite 2 pieces of meat off his body. You're still as shameless as ever. Xianxia could only give such a comment. Thank you for the compliment. Naturally, Xianxia wouldn't take Xianxia's words to heart. He said leisurely, I just don't know what you're planning to do by coming here and bathing with me naked. His words sounded hateful, but they were getting to the point. Xianxia could only resist the urge to move Xianxia to the street and let people observe him. She snorted coldly. I'm just here to see what kind of gains you've made from your trip to the demon world. I heard that you've caused a lot of trouble in the realm of devils, Xianxia said in an enigmatic tone. What are you referring to? Xianxia didn't want to be outdone. He said, I did encounter a lot of trouble, but it was trouble that came to me, not the other way around. You have to understand. It's all the same. Xianxia pursed her lips and said, anyway, there must be no lack of trouble around you. In the words of your world, this is called being a troublemaker, right? You're really keeping up with the times. You even know the word being a troublemaker. Xianxia was speechless for a while. Then, he didn't want to argue with Xianxia anymore. He said directly, what's the matter? Just say it. Hearing Xianxia's words, Xianxia hesitated for a while and opened her mouth. However, before Xianxia could speak, Shuren added another sentence. Just don't ask me to do something thankless. As soon as these words came out, Xianxia raised her eyebrows. She was angered. What do you mean by a thankless task? Xianxia said exasperatedly, haven't you always been the one asking me to do those so-called thankless things? For example, during the incident with Terre, it was Xianxia who followed up the whole time and provided assistance in the dark. If one were to say that it was strenuous and thankless, it was indeed strenuous and thankless. But didn't you trick me into helping you deal with the slaughterer faction? And the result? I even scattered their ashes, and you didn't show up. Shuren actually brought up such an old grudge. Xianxia was speechless. She couldn't help it. That time, she did trick Shuren to deal with Bitho and the old demons, but she was absent at the scene. She didn't show up, nor did she provide any help. If it wasn't for Shuren being strong enough to deal with the entire slaughterer faction by himself, it would have killed someone. Mentioning this, even Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little awkward. What? You have nothing to say? Shuren's eyes were covered, and he couldn't see Xianxia's expression at this moment, so he also made himself expressionless. This made Xianxia feel guilty. Left with no other choice, Xianxia could only bring up the past again. Then why did you steal my Xianxia? Xianxia targeted this matter. Although she said that, when it was really brought up, Xianxia still felt a burst of anger. But when Xianxia brought it up, Shuren also sneered. You still have the nerve to talk about Xianxia? Shuren said disdainfully, hasn't she been abducted by you during this time? When he came back, Shuren already found that his house was not as clean and beautiful as before. Although the mansion was clean and tidy without a speck of dust, it didn't feel as if the floor was sparkling like before. The flowers and trees in the courtyard were the same. Although they were trimmed well, they no longer had the breathtaking feeling that they were like works of art. In addition, the number of maids and servants in the house had increased, as if to fill a serious vacancy. How could Shuren not know that when he was not at home, Xianxia was not at home as well? If his elder sister was at home, the house would definitely not be like this. Those servants and knights who were cheering for his return as if they were fans of a celebrity might not be worshipping him. Heavens, later, Shuren learned from Terre that when he went to the realm of devils, Terre, Xianxia, and Xianxia who returned to the capital also went their separate ways. Terre returned to Borstut's house. Xianxia and Xianxia did not return. They had disappeared without a trace. Therefore, Xianxia had been taken away by Xianxia. Because of this, Shuren said that. Unexpectedly, Xianxia retorted confidently, Xianxia belongs to me. Huaxia belongs to me. I don't want to return here, and I'm not familiar with the people here. Isn't it wrong to take Huaxia away? Xianxia began to declare her sovereignty. That was the truth. To begin with, Xianxia didn't have much of a relationship with the people from Potit's family. They weren't even friends. Not only that, Xianxia was also a wanted criminal in the Mitra kingdom. Logically speaking, she and the people of the kingdom would only be enemies. It was impossible for them to get along well. Xianxia had no intention of befriending anyone. It could be said that if it wasn't for Shuren's presence and the fact that both of them were entangled with Shuren due to various matters, Xianxia would have brought Xianxia along to travel the world. That was what Xianxia had been doing for the past 10 years. In fact, it would be strange if Xianxia stayed in the same place. Especially here. Where was this place? The capital of the Mitra kingdom, the capital. As a wanted criminal who had attacked the royal capital and the royal palace, as well as stolen the remains of the demon king and his private residence, she was actually living in this place. If not for the fact that she was skilled and possessed spatial magic, almost no one would have been able to catch her. How could she still be at large until now? This time, Shuren did not return. Naturally, Xianxia would not want to stay in Borstut's house. Hence, she brought Xianxia away on the spot, but they still stayed near the capital. Today, when Shuren returned, Xianxia finally found an opportunity to sneak over alone. Shuren only wanted to say one thing. Are you sure that Xianxia is yours? The villain hero grinned and said with deep meaning, haven't I already made her mine? Xianxia was startled when she heard that. When she reacted, she was immediately enraged. How dare you say that? Xianxia was instantly enraged. She moved her hand, wanting to do something. Sharon seemed to have felt it. Without any hesitation, Sharon reached out and grabbed Xianxia. Ah! Xianxia screamed and shouted, "What are you doing?" "I'm grabbing you, of course." Sharon said righteously, "If you transfer me to the streets, I'll definitely die with you." As long as he grabbed hold of Xianxia, she would definitely follow him wherever he went. "Who wants to die with you?" Xianxia realized Sharon's evil intentions. She struggled and shouted, "Let go of me." "I won't." Not only did Sharon not let go of her, he even tightened his grip and said, "I advise you not to struggle. Otherwise, my hand might slip and touch something I shouldn't touch." I #% at and. Xianxia couldn't hold it in and ruined her ladle-like image as she spat out fragrant words. In the next second, Sean felt that the hand that was covering him had disappeared, and his vision was restored. Even the girl in his hand had disappeared, making the entire bathing area seem as if no one else had been there. It was quiet and silent. But soon, another figure appeared in front of the bathing area. Of course, it was Xianxia. There was still some moisture on her body. Her hair was wet, and her skin was moist and red. It was obvious that she had just come out of the hot bath. She had dressed up and stood on the shore, looking at Sharon with murderous eyes. She was like a butcher who was considering where to start. Obviously, she had lost her mind. "What do you want?" Sharon stood up with vigilance. Xianxia's face was twisted when she stood up. "This bastard, doesn't he know how to cover himself?" Xianxia wanted to help him cut off the extra things on his body. But on second thought, this was related to her Xia's lifelong happiness. Thinking of this, Xianxia wanted to squat down with her head in her hands. "I could have provoked anyone, but why did I have to provoke a demon like you?" Xianxia was filled with regret. This guy was here to piss her off. That's right. Thinking about it carefully, this seemed to be what fate should be like. After all, she was the Demon King's physical body, and this guy was the hero who crusaded against the Demon King. When the hero and the Demon King met, how could they not kill each other? This guy was the bane of his existence. At that moment, Xianxia glared at Sharon. "I wanted to tell you something, but I've changed my mind." Xianxia said fiercely, "You go and deal with those troubles yourself. I'll just sit back and reap the benefits." Leaving these words, Xianxia was ready to leave. "Wait." Seeing her move, Sharon hurriedly stopped her. "Even if you regret it, it's too late." Xianxia was about to say something harsh to let Sharon know that it was useless to regret, but before she could finish, Sharon said something else. "You can go if you want, but leave Xiaoyu behind." Sean blurted out such a sentence, and there was no hint of regret in his words at all. I #% at and. Xianxia spat out a fragrant breath once again. Then, with a malevolent look on her face, she teleported and disappeared. Before disappearing, Xianxia had made up her mind to be the villain who broke up the lovers. Even if Xianxia were to stay by his side and hide, he would never let the soulless heroes benefit from it. "If I let Xianxia come back again, I'll jump down from here and die." Xianxia swore. Sean was the only one left. He curled his lips regretfully as he looked at the spot where Xianxia had been standing, where she had disappeared. "It's a pity that I couldn't seduce my sister back." As soon as Sharon's voice fell, a faint voice sounded. "Who do you want to seduce?" The beautiful purple-haired girl, who had stripped herself naked and even taken off the mask on her face, stood on the shore and stared at him. Sharon laughed dryly and shut up. Miss Xianxia's arrival was like an inexplicable typhoon. It came and went quickly. Although Sean was a little concerned about what she mentioned, he knew that it might be a big deal, but it was not too urgent, seeing that she still had the leisure to quarrel with him and be angry with him. If something big was about to happen, no matter how angry she was, she would have told him about it. After all, Sharon's safety was related to Xia's mood. Given how much that maid fetish was, for Xia's sake, she would have forcefully suppressed her displeasure and reminded him. Thinking of this, Sharon didn't take this matter seriously, and threw it to the back of his mind in the blink of an eye. Ter, who had barged in halfway, seemed to have noticed that there was someone other than Sharon here, but she didn't say anything. She just quietly soaked in the water as usual, and even threw herself into Sharon's arms, becoming affectionate with Sharon. Sharon naturally wouldn't forget this quiet lover who hid her feelings better than anyone else. He stroked her soft purple hair and said contentedly. "How have you been recently?" Sharon asked. "It's not a big deal." Ter shook her head and said concisely, "Most of the troublesome matters are handled by Vivian and President Lily. I just carry out their orders when they need me to, so the matters at home don't really affect my life." The successor of the Elbeck family used this sentence to gloss over all the troubles that had happened in the past month, as if nothing big had happened. Her tone was calm and indifferent. But Sharon knew that this girl had changed a lot. "Are you different from before?" Sharon sized up Ter. He wasn't referring to her figure. The 16-year-old girl's figure was still the same as before, and she hadn't fully matured. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was still as young as ever, and it was exactly the same as Sharon remembered. There wasn't the slightest bit of change. But after returning to Porstut's house, Sharon sharply noticed that Ter gave off a different vibe than before. In the past, Ter gave people the feeling of being cold and sharp, like a sharp blade that could be drawn at any time. It was fine when people didn't notice her existence. It would make people feel that this girl's sense of existence was not high, and she was not very eye-catching. However, if one really paid attention to her and sensed her extraordinariness, one would realize how cold and dangerous this young lady was, causing one to tremble in fear. But now, the vibe Ter gave off to Sharon was that of a ferocious beast that didn't show off its sharpness. It was as if she was taking a nap. At first glance, she seemed ordinary, but at the second glance, one would notice that something was wrong. At the third glance, one would feel a chill run down one's spine, as if one had seen an evil spirit, causing one's expression to change drastically. Compared to the feeling that Ter gave off before, this feeling was more restrained, but also more dangerous. Compared to such a change, Ter's sudden increase in level didn't surprise Sharon much. He knew what kind of person Ter was, and how talented she was. Even Rosie, who was known as the most talented individual, had the possibility of breaking through the limits of her life and ascending to the transcendent rank. Ter was only second to Rosie, and was also blessed by the goddess of fate. Even if she wasn't as insane as Rosie, her sudden increase in level wasn't surprising at all. Not to mention, Ter was very hardworking. When Sharon first came to the royal capital, she had been working hard to improve herself. She even used the nobles that were hostile to her as training, and threw herself into battles every day. In the royal capital, this young lady had overcome many obstacles, and continued to grow in the face of adversity. Now that she was back in the royal capital, Ter had plenty of opportunities to train herself. Didn't Ter say that when Vivian and Lily needed her help, all she had to do was to carry out their orders? The matters at home wouldn't affect her at all. In other words, she was still as hard-working as before. In fact, most of the battles in Porstut's house had been handed over to her. This allowed her to fight many powerful enemies, and continuously improve herself. As such, it was understandable that Ter's level would increase by leaps and bounds. She was already at level 78, and it wouldn't be a problem for her to break through to level 80 in the near future. However, even if she were to reach level 80, it would still be child's play in Sharon's eyes. Let alone level 80, as long as it wasn't an existence that had reached the limit rank, Sharon didn't need to pay any special attention to it. Under such circumstances, Sharon was a little surprised that Ter would give him such a feeling. Ter stared at Sharon for a while, and then stood up. Water droplets slid down her body, forming a very alluring scene. Unfortunately, before Sharon could admire her, what happened next shocked him. Buzz, the atmosphere around Ter suddenly trembled. A large amount of mana began to converge on Ter's forehead, causing a horn to grow out of her forehead. Yes. At this very moment, Ter activated her unique and dangerous skill, ghosting. You. Sharon couldn't help but stand up. This wasn't something that could be joked about. Once Ter's ghosting was activated, not only would she lose control, but she would also keep absorbing the surrounding magical power and convert it into pure energy, making herself stronger and stronger. It was a kind of limitless improvement. In theory, as long as there was enough magical power and enough time to absorb, Ter could be strong enough to defeat any existence, including the Demon King and the Supreme God. Of course, that was only in theory. If she wanted to rely on absorbing magical power to reach the level of the Demon King and the Supreme God, she probably wouldn't be able to absorb all the magical power in the world. The Demon King and the Supreme God were existences above the world, and it was impossible to rely on absorbing magical power from a world that was inferior to them to reach their level. But even so, as long as there was enough magical power and enough time to absorb, Ter's power would sooner or later reach the level of the Goddess of Destiny. In the past, Ter could only absorb magical power for a short period of time, and she could already exchange 2 blows with AIE. Back then, Shuren had to break the first seal of the Holy Sword to deal with her. It wasn't hard to imagine how powerful this ability was. But because her mother cut off her horn on the day she was born and offered it to the Leferet family, once she activated this ability, she would lose control and go crazy. More than a month ago, to solve this problem, Ter went to the imperial capital of the empire to find her horn. Unfortunately, that horn had already been destroyed by Luo. In other words, Ter could no longer fix this flaw. Knowing this, Shuren was startled by Ter's sudden activation of her ability. Who would have thought? I'm fine. With the horn on her head, Ter spat out surprisingly sober words. Huh? Shuren was a little stunned. Ter pointed at her horn as if she had guessed Shuren's reaction. Didn't you notice that my horn is a little different from before? After hearing Ter's words, Shan realized that Ter's condensed horns seemed to be much more realistic than before. Look. Ter pinched the horn on her forehead and lifted her bangs, letting Kiran see her forehead that was hidden under the bangs. Her forehead was smooth, white, and creamy. It actually looked a little tender. However, what really caught Shuren's attention was the short little horn on her forehead. It wasn't a horn condensed by magical power. It was a real horn. Your horn. Shuren looked at Ter in astonishment. Yes. Ter nodded. With a calm expression and tone, she confirmed Shuren's guess and said, it grew back. This? Shuren asked in confusion, when did this happen? Just recently. Ter answered in an unusually calm tone, to be more precise, after my horn was destroyed by Mara, I had a feeling that it was growing back. In other words, because the original horn was completely destroyed, Ter began to grow a new horn. The horn was short and small. It looked like a bud that had just broken out of the ground, but it had indeed grown back. After it grew out, I realized that I wouldn't lose control even if I used Goification. The process of converting the absorbed atmospheric magic into power was no longer as difficult to control as before. Instead, it became easier for me to control after going through the neutralization and conversion of this horn. Said Ter. Now that it has just grown back, I can't convert too much energy. When it's fully grown, I will probably be able to completely control the power I got from ghosting. Although I feel that it will take a lot of time for this horn to fully grow back. But at least, Ter now had the hope of completely controlling the power brought by her unique skill. Good heavens, Shuren was completely speechless. He had only left the imperial city for 2 months, but in the end, not only did his first wife become so powerful, even his second wife was quietly developing in the dark. What were these 2 girls trying to do? What were they trying to do when they were reborn so suddenly? No, wait, it seemed like there were more than these 2. Thinking carefully, Shuren suddenly remembered that Marika was also in the divinity realm. With the help of the cheat he gave her, she was currently growing stronger at an extremely fast speed. AIE was already very powerful. Even Chafine, who accidentally had a relationship with him, was a demon-like being. Originally, he thought that his current growth was already very impressive. Why did it feel like he couldn't control his own backyard after all this? Shuren couldn't help but doubt his life. What's wrong? Seeing that Shuren was doubting his life, Ter frowned and cancelled her ability. No. Nothing. Shuren let out a hollow laugh, suppressing the waves of powerlessness in his heart. Ter naturally didn't know how much pressure her breakthrough brought to Shuren. She wasn't a person who was good at thinking, and she was rather straightforward and stubborn. Seeing that Shuren didn't explain anything, she didn't ask any more questions and directly expressed her thoughts. I want to challenge that man. As soon as she said that, Shuren's pupils constricted. Of course, he knew who the man Ter was talking about was. Aridia Urbian? Sharon murmured. That's right. Ter nodded faintly and didn't seem to realize what a shocking remark she had just made. At least, if there was a third party here, they would definitely be shocked by Ter's words. Do you know how strong your opponent is? Sharon reminded her, he's a top legendary powerhouse who's level 98. He's currently the strongest person in the human race. Are you sure you want to challenge him so soon? Sharon didn't find it strange that Ter wanted to challenge Aridia at all. Given the dispute between this young lady and that knight, this challenge was something that would happen sooner or later. Ter had also said more than once that she wanted to become stronger and become stronger than that man. That way, she might be able to get rid of the shadow of her childhood and become truly independent. Sharon never doubted that one day, Ter would have the ability to challenge Aridia. No matter what, she was a well-wisher chosen by the goddess of destiny. Even if she wasn't as special as Rosie, there was no doubt that Ter was a genius of the human race, and her talent and potential were even greater than Aridia's. Moreover, Ter was so independent and self-reliant. In time, she would definitely grow to become stronger than Aridia. When that time came, it wouldn't be too late for Ter to challenge him. However, even Sharon didn't expect that day to come so soon. It was so fast that Sharon felt a little unreal, and he couldn't help but worry. Hence, Sharon couldn't help but try to persuade her. You're still young, and your strength is still improving rapidly. You haven't even fully grown your horns, so there's still a lot of room for growth. Why are you in such a hurry? What Sharon meant was that he wanted Ter to develop for a while more. After all, Ter was only at level 78, and there was still a long way to go before she could reach the legendary stage at level 90, let alone level 98, which was not too far away from the ultimate stage. Although levels did not represent everything, as compared to levels and skills, the strength of unique skills was also crucial. Moreover, everyone's growth rate was different when they leveled up. Some were bigger, some were smaller. It was not that Ter did not have the possibility of defeating Alidia, but in Sean's opinion, this possibility was not considered high at the moment. Even with ghosting, I think you should first reach the legendary level first. That was Sharon's suggestion. After reaching level 90, with the ghosting ability, it wouldn't be too difficult for Ter to defeat Alidia. Unfortunately, I want to give it a try. Ter didn't refute Sharon's words, but she didn't intend to back down either. She said that while staring straight at Sharon. From her eyes, Sharon saw a determination to break through the wall without looking back. She wasn't staking everything in one throw. She was just challenging her own goal and her own limits. Even if I lose, I believe that this battle will become nourishment for my growth and make me stronger. Ter was quite determined. However, Sharon still had to say it, your chances of winning are very small. Sharon met Ter's gaze and didn't beat around the bush anymore. He said bluntly, even if the ghosting ability is very powerful, it still needs time to develop. I don't think Alidia will let you keep getting stronger. This was the weakness of a powerful unique ability like ghosting. Even if the ability didn't go out of control and could be activated at will, it still needed time to absorb mana and convert it into power. Only then could Ter become stronger. Even if, in theory, it was an ability that could ignore limits and constantly increase one's strength, in reality, the improvement brought by this ability did indeed need time. It couldn't be achieved overnight. Back then, Sharon had suppressed Ter's ghosting ability before it was fully developed. As Ter's father, Alidia had been monitoring Ter since she was young because of the ghosting ability. He kept Ter by his side in case she suddenly went berserk. Therefore, he must have known the weakness of ghosting very well and would never allow Ter to develop during the battle. As long as Alidia's reaction wasn't slow, he would be able to close in on Ter the moment she activated ghosting and defeat her while the ghost in her body wasn't too strong. Ter's chances of winning weren't high. Of course, Ter understood this. But, I want to try. It was as if Ter had compressed all her thoughts and considerations into these 4 words and spat them out once more. Sharon was speechless. Ter didn't say anything either, she just stared at Sharon. After a long while, Sharon let out a long sigh. All right. Sean compromised and said, I'll find the right time to help you make an appointment with him. Ter nodded heavily after hearing Kier's words. At the next moment, she threw herself into Sharon's arms again. Playing with me. Simple and crude words came out of the girl's mouth. The hot blood in Sharon's body was awakened. He hugged Ter without hesitation. After a while, sounds that could make one's imagination run wild sounded in the bathhouse. At the same time, in the outskirts of the royal city, Xianxia appeared and cursed. Damn bastard, I was kind enough to remind you of something, but you treated me like that. I curse you for not having toilet paper, for not having shoes on the street, for stepping on monster feces, and for being stood up on your wedding day. The demons cursed at Sharon viciously. One could imagine that she was really mad at Sharon. Until, are you scolding that unreliable hero of ours? Along with the sound of a mocking voice, Xianxia's body froze in midair and she couldn't take another step forward. That sudden voice was pleasing to the ears. It was like the sound of nature, like a ballad. It made one's heart itch and palpitate with eagerness. The voice that didn't seem to belong to the mortal world made Xianxia feel as though she was splashed with a pail of cold water and the anger in her heart was soothed. However, not only did Xianxia not feel comfortable, but she also felt a little terrified. Thud, a figure floated down from midair, like a fairy descending from the sky. She landed lightly in front of Xianxia and looked at her with interest. Xianxia saw the person's face clearly almost instantly and was shocked by her appearance. It couldn't be helped. The person who came was a stunner. She had a pure and beautiful face like an angel and a voluptuous body like a devil. She had an unparalleled charm and was like the embodiment of the concept of beauty. As far as Xianxia knew, there was only one such stunner in the entire Omnipotensen. Succubus, Chaffner. Xianxia called out the other party's name in a hoarse voice. Surprisingly, it was Chaffner. As soon as Sharon returned, Chaffner followed. You're the rumored pure body, aren't you? Chaffner looked straight at Xianxia for a long time, then murmured, so similar. Anyone in the know would know who she was referring to. When Xianxia saw the pitiful look on his face, she almost couldn't help but lower her guard. This woman was indeed as beautiful as the rumors said. She was so beautiful that even other women couldn't help but fall for her. Xianxia smiled bitterly in her heart. She could only muster up her courage and speak to Chaffner. I didn't expect it to be Her Highness Succubus. My apologies. With that, Xianxia bowed to Chaffner. Chaffner seemed to see through Xianxia's worries and once again let out a half-smile. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. We demons have an agreement with the three gods of the divine realm and the royal family of the Mitra kingdom. Because of your background, we won't interfere too much, so you don't have to worry about me stealing your little maid. You don't have to worry about me doing anything to you. Of course, if you want to follow me, that's a different matter. With that, Chaffner appeared in front of Xianxia and lifted Xianxia's chin. She looked at the familiar face and revealed a meaningful smile. You. Xianxia was startled, but she didn't dare to move. Her entire body stiffened. There was no other reason than that breathtakingly beautiful face was less than 5 centimeters away from her. Looking at that face, Xianxia had the urge to sink into it. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Chaffner let go at the right time and turned around, leaving Xianxia with her back. Only then did Xianxia wake up. When she came back to her senses, she broke out in cold sweat. Just now, she was almost captured by this succubus. Understanding this, Xianxia didn't even dare to look at Chaffner's back. She directly lowered her head. Thank you, Your Highness. Xianxia spoke in a trembling voice. Chaffner seemed to have lost interest in Xianxia. With her back facing her, she waved her hand. From the looks of it, you seem to have a deep relationship with that hero of mine. Since that's the case, I believe we'll have dealings in the future. Chaffner glanced at Xianxia and said, if there's a chance, let me see what the maid you made from my mother's remains looks like. With that, Chaffner disappeared. Phew, Xianxia heaved a heavy sigh of relief and spoke with lingering fear. What a terrifying woman. She didn't know if it was a good or bad thing for such a woman to appear here alone before the meeting between the three races. The only thing she could be sure of was that from the moment she stepped into the royal capital, the entire royal capital wouldn't be at peace. I hope this rumored temperamental demon doesn't bring us too much trouble. Xianxia could only pray this way. He just didn't know if it would work or not. The noisy day finally came to an end amidst all kinds of disturbances. On the second day, although Shuren's return was still a hot topic, it was not as sensational as yesterday. After some people calmed down, they also began to pay attention to some practical topics. For example, since Hero Shuren is back, how is he going to deal with the engagement with Her Highness Rosie? Is he going to break off the engagement? Or is he going to let Her Highness Rosie be his concubine? Will the royal family agree? Will we agree? In any case, I will never agree. Similar conversations began to appear from time to time, and they became more and more intense. Those who were observant would realize that these topics spread very quickly. It was as if someone was deliberately spreading rumors in the dark, preparing to control public opinion, gradually pushing Xian into the teeth of the storm. However, it was undeniable that many people were indeed waiting for news from the royal family to see how they would deal with the hero. Of course, the hero's attitude was also very important. Although he was a noble of the kingdom, people with discerning eyes could understand that with his identity and uniqueness, the identity of a noble of the kingdom was just child's play to him. It was fine if he was willing to admit it, but if he messed up the relationship, it was believed that he would not be too reluctant to leave. If that happened, the appearance of the hero in the kingdom would no longer be the kingdom's glory, but the kingdom's humiliation. Would the kingdom and the royal family compromise because of the power behind Shuren, so as to continue to rope in this hero who had only risen for less than half a year and did not have much sense of belonging to the kingdom? Many people began to express their concern about this. Of course, this did not have much impact on the upcoming meeting between the three races. On this day, the royal capital was still welcoming the big shots from all over the world, creating a lively scene of endless streams of people and carriages. These important figures from all over the world were received by special nobles. Some stayed in the nobles' homes, some stayed in high-class hotels prepared by the kingdom, and some stayed in the royal palace. It could be said that everything was available. Today, even important figures from the orc race, dwarf race, and other foreign races began to appear. It was believed that the closer it was to the meeting between the three races, the livelier the royal capital would be until the important figures from the realm of gods and realm of demons arrived. At that time, the royal city could be said to be extremely lively. Under such circumstances, Borstut's house, which had welcomed Shuren back, was undoubtedly the place that attracted the most attention. Therefore, there were still many people who came to visit, hoping to visit Shuren and the hero, creating a bustling scene at the entrance of Borstut's house. However, this time around, these people would not act as rashly as they did yesterday when they returned from their visit. After all, there was a dark dragon lying on the ground and taking a nap at the entrance of Borstut's house. The dragon's might that it emitted made the horses' legs tremble. The horses did not dare to approach the dark dragon. Naturally, the influential figures of the various sects were also trembling in fear. They could only wait obediently, hoping that they would have the chance to see Xian. Therefore, they did not know that Xian had gotten up early in the morning and was not at home. Because of this, they did not know that Shuren had woken up early in the morning and was not at home. Xian did not even use the royal token that Rosie had given him to announce at the door and let people in. Instead, he directly teleported into the palace. It was silent, fast, and convenient. He was extremely comfortable. Naturally, his destination was also Rosie's palace. Lord Shuren. Lord Shuren. As soon as they entered the door, a group of female knights from the Sword Saint Regiment knelt down on one knee in front of Xian solemnly. Xian was a little surprised by their heavy etiquette. Why are they suddenly so respectful today? Shuren scratched his head in confusion. He could only nod and walk into the palace. However, before he could walk far, Shuren heard whispers. Is Count Borstut here to see His Highness again? Was it not enough after torturing His Highness for so long yesterday? How powerful! I thought that even the hero would have to rest at home today. Shoo, don't speak so loudly. Hearing such whispers, Xian's face couldn't help but turn black. Needless to say, Shuren was in a bad mood. What kind of nonsense are these female knights spouting on the outside? Shuren walked along the corridor with a dark expression until he reached Rosie's room. My lord. The 4 female knights who were above level 70 knelt down on one knee respectfully when they saw Shuren. But now, not only did Shuren not feel happy, he even felt as if his privacy was being peeped on. He had a feeling that these female knights were not respecting him as a hero, but as an LSP. It should be an illusion, right? Shuren chose to escape from reality, ignoring the female knights who were looking at him strangely. He pushed open the door and walked into Rosie's room. Once he entered, Shuren realized that someone had already arrived at Rosie's room before him. Should I say welcome back? Sir Hero? Leah sat in the room, facing the door. She looked at Shuren with an expression as bitter as her tone. Behind Leah, Shauna followed her as usual. She looked at Shuren with a complicated gaze, as well as a hint of respect that was not there before. Rosie, on the other hand, was sitting opposite Leah and drinking tea with her. However, at this moment, the princess's eyes were a cold gold, and the aura she exuded was mysterious and holy. Shuren knew at a glance that this drama queen was putting on an act again. In the past, she was pretending to be a flawless princess. Now that her blessing and prayer had formed the authority of fate, she was pretending to be a cold and mysterious goddess. She really knew how to have fun. Instead of exposing Rosie, Shuren looked at Leah, who had a bitter look on her face, and smiled. Looking at you, you don't seem to welcome me back, my first princess. Shuren's teasing did not improve Leah's mood. On the contrary, Leah laughed coldly. If it was the previous Count Portobello who had returned with the identity of a hero, Leah would naturally welcome him. Unfortunately, Count Portobello did not only bring back the identity of a hero, but also a marriage contract that was executed first and reported later. Leah's words had a hint of sarcasm to them. Shuren knew that this girl was feeling indignant for her sister, so he rubbed his nose and spread his hands. If I said that I was executed first and reported later, would your highness believe me? Shuren's words were met with Leah's snort of disdain. Using the words of his past life, that look would be, as if I would believe you. I think so too. Shuren knew that this would be the result. One of the top demons, the dragon demon Aie, who had killed 2 heroes and was known as one of the most ferocious demons, actually executed first and reported later. In order to marry herself off, she did not even care about the opinion of her fiancé and directly set the marriage contract. Who would believe this? Heroes were indeed impressive, but not to the extent that the demons would not hesitate to marry off their own demons to win them over. As for quelling the commotion caused by the revival of the hero, it was even more unnecessary. To be honest, if not for the consideration of Shuren's uniqueness and the fact that Aie did not object to this matter, and her relationship with Shuren was already obvious, Scylla would definitely not use this method to quell the chaos between the 3 races. In order to quell the commotion, marrying the daughter of the demon king to a human hero sounded very fake, didn't it? Therefore, Shuren knew that no one would believe him even if he spoke the truth. At that moment, Shuren decided to just say it like that. You may not believe it, but my fiancée is a girl who hates marriage. Don't be fooled by people calling her your highness all day long, she actually wants to get married more than anyone else. Shuren said this with an extremely serious expression. Rosie almost could not maintain her newly erected cold and aloof persona. I feel that you are implying something, and there is evidence. Leah naturally did not think that Shuren was talking about her sister, but thought that Shuren was talking about Aie. However, when she heard this, Leah wanted to laugh. You mean, the great dragon demon is actually a girl who hates marriage? Leah was so angry that she almost laughed. Do you think I will believe such an absurd statement? To this, Shuren's answer was very simple. It's up to you whether you believe it or not. Shuren rolled his eyes and said snappily, anyway, that's how it is, you guys can do whatever you want. You. Leah did not expect Shuren to be so unafraid of boiling water, and immediately became flustered. All right, Sister Leah. Rosie just happened to stop him everywhere. It was unknown if she was trying to stop Shuren from continuing to implicate herself, or if she was speaking up for Shuren. She said indifferently, we have already discussed this matter, you don't have to worry about it. Humph. Leah coldly snorted, turned her head away, and did not speak any more. Obviously, this princess still knew her limits. It was fine to say a few sarcastic words to Shuren, but if they really parted on bad terms, then they would be the ones in trouble instead. Moreover, no matter what, Shuren had done her a favor. He had helped her solve a major matter that was related to her life, allowing her to live the life she had today. Because of this, Leah had once made up her mind to help Shuren and Rosie ascend to the peak of this world. This determination had not changed in the slightest until now. At that moment, Leah knew when to stop. Of course, Shuren would not take this to heart, and directly sat down beside the two princesses. I know that you are very concerned about this matter. Shuren expressed very straightforwardly. Let's settle this matter today. Hearing this, Rosie, Leah, and even Shauna all turned their heads and looked at Shuren. Shuren shrugged and said, Let's go and see your father. The king's bedchamber. When Shuren, Rosie, Leah, and Shauna arrived and saw Anchi's condition, everyone was taken aback. Are you suffering from insomnia? Your Majesty? Shuren blurted out his thoughts without hesitation. It could not be helped. At this very moment, Anchi, who was waiting for Shuren and the others in the room, not only looked exhausted, there were thick dark circles around his eyes. The only thing missing was the words "I'm sleepy and want to sleep" carved on his face. He looked frail after a night of hard work. Aridia stood by the side, cold as always. He held his sword and stood there without saying a word. However, for some reason, he also had dark circles under his eyes. That made Shuren have some rather wicked thoughts. What were these two men doing here instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, practicing fencing? How elegant. Even as he thought about it, before Shuren could brainstorm wildly, Anchi glared at him. His gaze was actually filled with killing intent. So even Minister Porstet knows that you have to come see me? Anchi's tone was especially harsh. While Shuren was taken aback by his tone, Rosie and Leah exchanged glances. Why did it feel like their father's resentment was so heavy? Was he blaming Shuren because of their, Rosie's, matter? But this did not seem to be merely a complaint. It could be considered resentment, could it? Rosie and Leah could not understand it no matter how hard they tried. The three of them were completely unaware of how terrible Anchi's mood was. After all, he had been waiting for Shuren to come, and had waited for an entire night. Yet, Shuren did not show up even after a long time, causing him to sit up and not sleep. In order to wait for Shuren, Anchi had drunk innumerable cups of tea, gone to the toilet innumerable times, and even deliberately endured until his bladder almost burst, but Shuren still did not show up. Under such circumstances, Anchi's state of mind naturally collapsed, and it would be strange if he still had a good expression. Shuren did not know that, but he could more or less guess Anchi's current state of mind. And so, seeing how tired you look, I don't want to disturb you. Why don't we call it a day, and find a chance to visit in the future? Shuren said very considerately, and made to leave. Wait. Anchi could not help but call out to him. Find a chance to visit? In other words, he had to wait for another round. Don't even think about it. For all, Gunguo, just say what you want, I can still hold on. Anchi could only curse inwardly while forcing himself to stay awake, trying to look more dignified. Unfortunately, those thick dark circles ruined everything. Not only did they not make Anchi's serious appearance seem dignified, there was even an indescribable sense of ridiculousness about him. Leah was still maintaining her cold and aloof image, and only the slight trembling of her shoulders told Shuren how hard it was for her to hold it in. Rosie was still maintaining her cold and aloof image. Only the slight trembling of her shoulders told Sean how hard it was for her to endure. As for Sean, he naturally showed his considerate side again. Don't faint from hearing something too exciting later, okay? Don't get too excited and faint when you hear something too exciting, okay? Anchi did not want to talk to this fellow, and even wanted to throw a stone at him. And she didn't want to talk to this guy. He even wanted to throw stones at him. Although he was a brave man, an incredible talent, and she had spent a great deal of effort to recruit him, and she now felt a sense of regret. What was wrong with him back then? How could he have allowed such a scourge to remain in the kingdom? What was wrong with him back then, to leave such a scourge in the kingdom? Even Anchi wanted to look up to the heavens and sigh. At this moment, Alidia, who had been silently watching Shuren, suddenly spoke. You've gotten stronger again. The knight who was known as the number one of the human race suddenly struck up a conversation with Shuren. At Alidia's words, Anchi, who had not slept all night and was a little slow, finally reacted and began to study Shuren seriously. At first glance, Count Estuart did not seem to have changed much. There was nothing special about him, and he looked like an extremely ordinary young noble. Even if he could not be seen everywhere, there was nothing special about him either. But if one were to sense him carefully, they would notice a faint pressure and an indescribable presence slowly emanating from his body. The more they looked, the more apprehensive they became. Moreover, the sword that Shuren wore at his waist did not give off any energy ripples, but was extraordinarily beautiful and extraordinary, a sword that Anqi and the others were extremely familiar with. As such, anyone with keen senses would know that this was a powerful and extraordinary existence. Compared to when he had left the royal capital 2 months ago, Shuren was qualitatively different. Moreover, with Shuren's recent achievements in the Empire and his magnificent feat of heading to the demon realm, anyone could guess that Shuren had grown again. "What rank are you now?" And she couldn't help but ask. Shuren did not answer the question directly. "Rank isn't that important to humans, right?" Shuren smiled faintly. Anqi understood what Shuren meant. 2 months ago, Shuren had already defeated Ali Dia, who was the number 1 human, and became the true strongest human that only a few people knew of. And now, even though Shuren had become stronger, he was still the number 1 human. To humans, there was not much difference. "But you, Leader Ali Dia, you seem to have become stronger too." Shuren's eyes flickered as he looked at Ali Dia. This was because when he entered, Shuren had already discovered that Alidia's rank had increased. He discovered that Alidia's rank had increased. Yes. This top-notch legendary powerhouse, who should have been at level 98, had now advanced a step further and reached level 99. In this state, he was not inferior to Grey, and he was only a step away from the rumored limit grade. The leader of the Night Squad had actually increased his rank again. This was something Shuren had not expected. Ali Dia himself was still as cold as ever. "It's just that after I lost to you, I thought about it." In other words, Ali Dia did gain something in the battle when he was defeated by Shan. He sorted out the reasons for his defeat and combined it with the experience he had gained from that battle. After some tempering, he had successfully increased his rank. "Originally, I wanted to take revenge." As Ali Dia spoke, he looked at the holy sword on Shuren's waist. His tone became heavy. "Now, it seems that you did not use your full strength in that battle." Everyone knew what kind of divine weapon the holy sword was, and how much assistance and improvement it could bring to a person. One must know that if an ordinary person could awaken a powerful unique skill, they would be able to use this power to overturn the difference in strength between the enemy and the ally. The holy sword was the true reliance of the hero. The help it brought was definitely not inferior to that of an incomparably powerful unique skill. It was precisely because Hero had powerful unique skills and a godly weapon like the holy sword that Hero, who had these 2 trump cards, had a huge advantage over ordinary people out of nowhere and left countless powerful individuals in the dust. But what about Shuren? He was a hero and also had a holy sword. However, he did not use his holy sword in the battle against Ali Dia. Even so, Shuren still won. As such, in that battle, Shuren hid his strength deeper than the ocean. If it wasn't for the rumor that Shuren's unique skill allowed him to freely adjust his level and skills under certain conditions, allowing him to fight against higher-level existences at a lower level, Ali Dia would have probably shut himself up if he didn't discover that Shuren used his unique skill in that battle. Of course, Shuren's unique skill was actually a growth support type and not a combat type skill. As such, it could not provide any assistance in battle. No one knew about this. However, in that battle, Shuren did not use Samsara Destiny, which was comparable to the unique skill, to bring about a subversive improvement. It could be said that he hid it deeper than the ocean. As for now, Shuren had already reached the extreme level. In terms of pure level, he surpassed Ali Dia, let alone in terms of pure strength. Even in his normal state, he was already a half-step transcendent level. Because of this, Shuren did not choose to provoke this Night Ace. Mecha Clan Leader. In that battle, I only wanted to verify my growth and ability at that time. I have no other intentions. That was Shuren's answer. Is that so? Ali Dia was silent for a while, then nodded and said no more. On the other side, Anqi's mood had also inexplicably improved a lot. No matter what, this kid was a rare talent. That was the truth. With such a hero in charge, even if the Mitra kingdom could not rule over the entire Omnipotensen, it could still rule over the entire human world. From this point alone, his daughter and himself had good foresight. They had chosen him early on and allowed him to stay in the kingdom. Thinking of this, Anqi's resentment instantly dissipated a lot. His view of Shuren also became more pleasing to the eye. You're here to talk about the engagement, right? Anqi took the initiative to enter the main topic. Everyone turned to look at Anqi. That's right. Shuren nodded and asked, I want to know, what does the kingdom think of me? There were no outsiders here, so Shuren did not want to beat around the bush at all, so he asked bluntly. Anqi was also a straightforward person. In front of Shuren, he told him the kingdom's thoughts. We don't think that your engagement with His Highness Dragon Demon is a bad thing. On the contrary, it's a great thing, whether it's from the perspective of our relationship with you or from the perspective of the human race. The meaning behind Anqi's words was very simple. He felt that as a human, being able to marry the peak of the demons was simply a great thing that could bring glory to his ancestors. Moreover, for the human race to have such a deep relationship with the demons, in terms of benefits, was also unimaginably great. Even if the human race wanted to obtain this benefit, they would still have to depend on Shuren's mood. But at least Shuren was a human, one of their own, and there was room for discussion. Thus, from the perspective of the human race, Shuren and Ai's engagement could only be considered not bad. But, from the standpoint of the kingdom, we do not wish for the kingdom's treasure, which we are so proud of, to become a foil for others or even other races. Anqi looked straight at Shuren and said. If it was an ordinary princess, then so be it. Compared to the demons, she is indeed nothing. If she becomes a concubine, then so be it. But don't you know how special Rosie is? Indeed, Rosie's status in the kingdom and even in the human race could not be compared to that of the other princesses. She was the goddess of destiny's blessing, the Protoss's favorite, a miraculous person who could control the power of destiny, and even had the possibility of transcending. Coupled with the Holy Sword's recognition, her future would definitely not be inferior to that of a demon. How could she be someone else's wife? What a waste of natural resources. It could be said that the problem lay precisely in Rosie's identity. If Rosie was just an ordinary princess, it would be impossible for her to be compared to the demon dwellers of the demon race. But Rosie was not. Not only was she the successor chosen by the hero Mitra's holy sword after 1,000 years, but she also inherited the power of the goddess of destiny. Even a part of her concept of existence was transformed into that of a goddess, causing the Protoss goddess to treat her as one of her own and even treat her as the successor of the goddess of destiny. Behind Rosie stood not only the kingdom, but also the Protoss. As a result, in terms of strength, Rosie had the possibility of catching up to Aie, or even becoming stronger than her. In terms of the forces behind her, Aie had the support of the demons, while Rosie had the support of the Protoss. Both sides were basically equal, and neither was inferior to the other. If such a Rosie were to really get married, it was believed that all the men in the Omnipotensen would be willing to give up everything for her. The kingdom would also treat her as the treasure of the treasures. How could they allow her to be wronged and become a wife of another man? Even Rosie herself, considering her own position, did not dare to compromise on this matter. Of course, she would definitely marry him, and it was absolutely impossible for her not to marry him. Her entire fortune had already been invested in this dog of a man. If she still did not marry him, it would be a real loss. Moreover, Rosie did not think that in this world, apart from Shuren, there was no one else who was qualified to marry her. Not to mention the issues of status and potential, just based on her nature, if she married someone else, she would not be able to slack off for the rest of her life. Therefore, Rosie's attitude was very clear. As for how to resolve this matter, you can discuss and come up with a plan that everyone is satisfied with. But no matter what, our marriage cannot be annulled. This was what Rosie had said to the kingdom. If it wasn't for the fact that Shuren had not returned for a period of time, those high-ranking nobles with ulterior motives would have done something in the dark. In that case, by the time Shuren returned, it would be too late. Now, Rosie once again laid out her bottom line, and her attitude could be said to be quite clear. Rosie, and she's face fell. My good daughter, if you directly throw out the established facts like this, won't that make that brat fearless? If he uses this to make any rude requests, what do you want us to do? Sure enough, a married daughter was like spilled water. She would only side with an outsider. And she's heart turned cold. What she did not know was that Shuren had nothing to fear. Even if Rosie had not chosen a side so clearly, he would not have been frightened by Xianxia. Under such a situation, Shuren spoke. Let me state my stance first, Your Majesty. Shan looked up at Xianxia and said, as far as I'm concerned, I don't want to rank my women in terms of seniority. I'll definitely treat them equally and treat them equally. That said, he was not the C, but a emperor. And she nodded and did not object to Shuren's words. He was a king, and he had more than one woman. Of course, he knew what Shuren was feeling. But, that's your business. You can decide for yourself. And she said, but in front of outsiders, there is always a need for a proper status. This is not only a rule, but also a custom. Others may not care, but Rosie is still a member of the royal family. She is a true princess, and she cannot be exempt. This concerned the face of the royal family and the dignity of the kingdom. If they did not pay enough attention to it, more and more people would flout the law, and the country would become more and more chaotic. This was something that she could not allow to happen. Gray used to be like this. He was such a dazzling and legendary person, but he could do nothing but willingly become the bootlicker of the demons. That was a disgrace to the kingdom. If this gave the impression that the kingdom could only bootlick the demons, then how disappointed they would be in the kingdom, and how lowly they would feel in front of the demons. So, the former king did not hesitate to abolish the once dazzling prince, did not recognize Gray's status as a member of the royal family, and even forbade the people of the kingdom from mentioning him, treating him as a disgrace. Something like face might not be important to some people, but when it rose to the level of a country or a faction, it could already form a substantial influence. In his previous life, many companies had problems with their image, resulting in their shares plummeting and their funds not being able to recover. In the end, they had fallen into decline. Shuren knew this all too well. Thus, he did not tyrannically impose his views on the kingdom, disregarding their scruples and spouting nonsense. But Shuren also expressed the same opinion. Her Highness the Dragon Demons is indifferent to this matter. She thinks that this is the custom of the human race and has nothing to do with her as a demons. She doesn't care, and she won't fight with Rosie over anything. She even told me that it wouldn't be a problem to marry Rosie first. Shuren said this. Is that true? And she suddenly became spirited. If that was the case, then Rosie's position as the main wife would be settled. Under the circumstances where he was engaged to both Rosie and Aie, Shuren married Rosie first. The world would naturally think that Rosie was the main wife, and one that was recognized by Aie. Even the demons were willing to give in. One could imagine how much help this would bring to Rosie's reputation. At that time, the kingdom's reputation would also rise. Just as she was feeling excited about this, Shuren poured a bucket of cold water on him. It's true, but I don't want Aie to not fight for it. In the end, she will be considered inferior to Rosie, and let the kingdom use Aie's reputation to achieve its own. Shuren said meaningfully, you should understand what I mean, right? Your Majesty? This? And she was speechless. He knew that this was a warning from Shuren. If the kingdom really made a big deal out of this matter, making the world think that Rosie had stepped on Aie, and that Aie could only be a foil to Rosie, then although the kingdom would obtain great fame and benefits, Shuren and even the demons behind Shuren would not let this matter rest. In summary, I will not make it clear who will be my main wife, nor will I clearly recognize who will be my concubine. Shuren finally spoke his mind. I will marry both Rosie and Aie at the same time. This is my decision. That was the matter. Although Aie had expressed that she did not care about this, it did not mean that Shuren could ignore her status and do whatever he wanted. Dragon Demon Aie, the pinnacle of the demons. Such a high and mighty person should enjoy the greatest fame in the world, and not be defiled by him. In other words, he did not want any of his women to feel wronged. Now it was Rosie and Aie, and later Ter and Melika. Shuren would also marry them one by one. Besides, Shuren also had to consider the demons' position. Aie did not care, but it did not mean that the demons were willing to see the demons that they were so proud of being used as foils by the humans, to set off Rosie's status. If it was not done well, it would cause trouble again. Marry at the same time? And she frowned and said, this is not in line with the rules. Then please find a way to make it in line with the rules, Your Majesty. Shuren obviously would not compromise on this matter and said directly, I think the kingdom also does not want to offend the demons in this matter, right? And she was speechless. That was indeed the case. Whether Rosie or Aie is the main wife, it is likely to cause dissatisfaction from the forces behind one of them. Shuren said, I know that the kingdom has the support of the Protoss on this matter and is not afraid of the demons making things difficult for us. However, if there is friction between the Protoss and the demons, I think Your Majesty would not have thought of how it would affect the upcoming meeting between the three races. Shuren did not want to encounter a situation where both sides were at odds with each other. Therefore, on this matter, Shuren's attitude was very firm. On the side, the people who had been listening all this time expressed their opinions. I think what Tut said makes sense, Father, Lia said in support of Shuren. Lia supported Shan and said, it's indeed not advisable to offend the demons and cause friction between the three races because of this matter. This royal sister was still very aware of the big picture. Even if she had some complaints about Shuren, she still wanted to stand on his side. Rosie, what do you think? And she's frown deepened and turned to look at Rosie. Rosie was expressionless, but she was screaming in her heart. My opinion? My opinion is that the position of the first wife is gone. Rosie's baby was very blue and thin. She wanted to eat mushrooms, but she could not eat them. But she had actually guessed that Shuren would do this. What first wife? For someone from another world like him, he had no concept of it. Plus, Rosie did not want to take advantage of Aie and offend the demons, so she naturally chose to acquiesce. Anyway, if no one was the first wife, she would not lose much. If worst comes to worst, she would just have to wait until she matured and then compete with the dragon demon. Slacking was slacking, but she could not be persecuted by others. With this thought, Rosie nodded. As I said, other than the annulment of the marriage contract, you guys have to come up with a result that everyone is satisfied with. What he meant was, now, as long as she could get married, he did not ask for much. And she really wanted to say that not everyone would be satisfied with this result. But what else could he say? It was best to avoid offending the devil race if possible. Otherwise, even with the Protoss's support, the kingdom's strength alone would still be very weak. Thinking of this, and she sighed and finally nodded. I will think of a way. Hearing this, Shuren smiled. At this point, everything seemed to be in order. The atmosphere between Shuren and Anchi was no longer as solemn as it had been at the start. And the atmosphere between Anchi and Shuren was no longer as solemn as it had been at the start. Instead, it became more relaxed. But before Shuren was about to leave, Anchi remembered something. By the way, it's time for your title to be promoted. And she suddenly said such a thing. Raise my title? Shuren was surprised. Now? Rosie and Lia were a little surprised as well. Logically speaking, this should not have happened. After all, it had only been half a year since Shuren became a noble. In half a year's time, Shuren was first conferred the title of Viscount, skipping the lowest title of Baron. Then, due to his engagement with Rosie, he was promoted to Count, becoming a bona fide superior noble. The speed of his promotion was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end. If it were an ordinary family, it would take at least 100 years of accumulation and development, and sufficient contributions to the kingdom before they could be conferred the title of superior noble. Shuren had used half a year to complete the process. If not for his decent achievements and outstanding strength, he would have long been criticized and dissatisfied. Even so, Anchi had originally planned to wait until Shuren and Rosie were married before raising him to Marquis, making him a noble second only to a duke. In other words, according to the original plan, Shuren should have waited for a few more years before he could be promoted. But now, Anchi had moved the plan forward. There was no other way. You're a hero, and everyone in the Omnipotensen knows that. If we don't raise your title, not only will the foreign factions grow restless, but the kingdom will also feel uneasy, right? And she sighed helplessly. This was a problem that the kingdom was currently facing, which was neither too big nor too small. Lia said thoughtfully. Indeed. Many people have been visiting the Porstut family recently, especially those important figures from foreign factions. The number of visitors is several times that of our own. With so many people here, no one would believe that none of them had come with the intention of poaching him. They would definitely be tempted by the hero's strength, potential, and power, and then think of poaching him. Judging from the current situation, it wasn't hard to guess what the enemy would use as their primary target. I see, Rosie murmured, if a hero is only an earl, it is indeed difficult to keep him. The foreign factions would definitely target this point and extend an olive branch to Shuren. They would say that with Sean's ability, staying in the kingdom as a small earl was simply a waste of talent, and that his talent would be buried. Not to mention the forces of foreign countries and races, even the people of the kingdom would worry about whether Sean would eventually abandon the kingdom and seek refuge in another country because his title was too low. Such voices are still very small, and only appear among the kingdom's higher-ups. But if we don't deal with it soon, it will be. Xianxia was thinking. That's why I want to promote you to a marquis right now. That's why I want to raise your title and make you a marquis. The highest rank of duke could only be conferred to relatives of the emperor. The second rank of marquis was the highest rank of nobility apart from relatives of the emperor. Among these nobles, there were even some who were not inferior to the duke in terms of power. For example, the Albion family. Or the Lazahad family. These two marquis families were typical pillars of the country that even the duke's family did not dare to provoke. Using this title to keep the hero here was already an act of gratitude. Of course, this would not be Shuren's end. Now that I think about it, with your and Rosie's situation, there is a high chance that your titles will be merged after you get married. At that time, you will be a duke's family, and it would be meaningless to raise your title to marquis. And she said helplessly, since that's the case, it's not a bad idea to let you become a marquis while your reputation is at its peak. After Shuren and Rosie got married, the two families would merge, and Shuren would most likely become the head of the duke's family. Unless Rosie wanted to compete with him. But could Rosie become the head of the family? She wished that she could be free and slack off at home every day. Xianxia did not know Rosie's nature, but he knew that his precious daughter was not someone who liked power. After they got married, there was a 99% chance that the position of head of the family would fall to Shuren. At that time, Shuren would be a duke in name only. He would marry a relative of the princess, and his older sister, Leah, would inherit the throne and become queen. With such a sister-in-law protecting him, Shuren would be able to cover the sky and the kingdom with one hand. This kind of power might just barely be worthy of Shuren's identity as a hero. At that time, no one would think that Shuren would despise his position in the kingdom and leave. Xianxia wanted to give Shuren a future that he could look forward to let him know that the kingdom would be his in the future. It was clear that Xianxia, as the ruler of a nation, could not help but worry that Sean might be poached away by someone else. All right. Shuren could more or less see Xianxia's concerns, but he did not refuse. He did not covet his status as a noble. He only treated it as a place to go in this world, a place where he could find shelter. If he really wanted to pursue status, the Porstut family would have long since flown away. Why would they need to wait for someone to present a title to him? But at this point, it would be a waste not to take it. If something good was presented to him, regardless of whether it was big or small, he would accept it first. This way, if he suddenly had a whim and wanted to play a strategy game in another world, he could use this as a starting point to start conquering other worlds. As for whether a noble of the kingdom was worthy of him, given his current status and the power behind him, Shuren did not think about it for the time being. What else could he do? Create a kingdom and become king? It was not that it was impossible, but Shuren found it troublesome just thinking about it. It was better to be a noble who led a befuddled life, leaving all the troublesome matters to others while he stayed at home and did what he liked to do. Tease his wife, develop new positions. Wasn't that better? In the end, he was still a normal person, not suited to be a main character. Conquering the world was better left to other transmigrators. So, let's just do it. Your wedding with Rosie should be brought forward as well. It's best if it's done as soon as possible. Xianxia struggled for a long time, but in the end, he reluctantly revealed his plan. This time, Rosie was energized. If you say this, I won't be sleepy anymore. The wedding has to be brought forward too. Leah, on the other hand, displayed a perfectly timed expression of surprise. What else can I do? And she snapped, I don't want any side issues to crop up and make me worry. Shuren was no longer the same as before. He could be said to be a rare commodity, and had become a hot commodity in everyone's eyes. If he and Rosie were not married as soon as possible, who knew if there would be another heart-wrenching marriage? If that happened, things would become even more troublesome. Rosie agreed wholeheartedly with this. Yes, it has to be done as soon as possible. Princess Fish-Catching was hinting wildly with an aloof expression. She was just short of announcing on the spot that she had transformed into Sean's appearance. Instead, it was Shuren. How soon do I have to be? As if caught off guard, Shuren put on an expression of a man who was not mentally prepared for marriage. It was as if he did not expect himself to step into his grave so soon, and it made Rosie, Xianxia, and even Liao want to beat him up. As fast as you can. And she was so angry that he said such harsh words. Do you have a problem with that? On the other hand, Liao glared at Sean. Rosie did not say anything, and only unleashed her death stare at Shuren. Shuren obeyed. All right, set a date so I can inform the demons. Shuren could only resign himself to fate. Looking at his emotional expression, the royals present could not help but roll their eyes. If not for the fact that he could not defeat him, Shuren's eyes would definitely be swollen. As for the wedding date, I will personally discuss it with Supreme Sela after the meeting between the three clans. Xianxia thought for a moment before saying, the Tri-Race Conference is almost here, and all of you will have to attend. Prepare well. And don't embarrass yourselves. Hearing that, Rosie and Liao nodded their heads heavily, not caring about Sean for the time being. One of them was the heir to the goddess of destiny and Mitra the Brave, while the other was the next heir to the throne of the kingdom. Both of them had to attend the Tri-Race Conference. Even if they did not discuss anything with the various races, countries, and factions, it would be good to show their faces there. After all, it was a conference that gathered all the important figures of the Omnipotensen, and showing their faces there would leave a deep impression. That alone was a reward. The group of people's conversation ended here. Seeing this, Alidia seemed to have grasped the right opportunity and stepped forward. I know, the current me is still not your match. Alidia looked straight at Shuren, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, and said, but I still want to challenge you once. Alidia's words caused the expressions of everyone present to change slightly. Captain. Shauna, who was invisible, could not help but call out. Alidia. Xianxia also opened his mouth to call out. Teacher, Rosie frowned. Minister Elbian? Liao was completely at a loss. No one would have thought that Alidia would suddenly issue a challenge. Even Shuren did not expect it, causing him to be stunned. But after a while, Shuren shook his head. The person you should fight is not me. Shuren actually said such a thing. Not you? Alidia frowned and said, then who else could it be? Shuren turned his gaze and looked at Alidia. The next second, Shuren said a name. The appearance of that name caused everyone's expression to change. Not long after, Shuren, Rosie, Liao, and Shauna left the king's bedroom. Xianxia and Alidia watched them leave, but their expressions were different. Xianxia was a little worried. Alidia was still expressionless. Only those who were familiar with him could see the flicker of emotion in his eyes. Is that okay? Xianxia could not hold it in any longer and asked, you should know that the child is no match for you, right? Recalling Shuren's mention of the person who was supposed to fight against Alidia, Xianxia only felt that it was ridiculous. He did not expect that the person who was supposed to fight against Alidia would be that person. The problem was, Alidia actually agreed to it. And she couldn't help but doubt his own ears. But Alidia was obviously serious. Although we are not on good terms, I know my daughter's personality. Alidia said calmly, she is not the kind of person who overestimates herself and is impulsive. Since she dared to challenge me through Borstut, she must at least have a way to defeat me, right? Xianxia could not help but be stunned by this. He doubted his own ears again. You said that the child has the confidence to defeat you? Xianxia did not really believe this. His face was full of disbelief. That's what I think. Alidia was still as calm and indifferent as ever. He said, a while ago, the girl went to the Empire on her own and seemed to have caused a lot of trouble. Maybe she had some incredible gains? What kind of incredible gains could allow a 16-year-old girl who was not even level 80 to have the confidence to defeat a top-level 99 legend, Ansi thought for a while and could only think of one possibility. She couldn't have. Ansi was a little surprised. It was not just Ansi. Alidia also seemed to have guessed it to a certain extent. His eyes flickered again. Immediately after, Alidia muttered to himself. Let me see how much you've grown. Thinking of this, Alidia tightened his grip on the sword in his arms. His aura rose and fell. On the other side, Rosie could not help but ask as Shuren and the others walked out of the king's bedroom. Is that child really going to challenge teacher? The dazzling gold in Rosie's eyes had disappeared and was replaced by the original wine-red color. Her eyes were filled with worry that could be easily seen by ordinary people. Too reckless. Since even Liao had said so, it was obvious that she did not have much hope for the challenger. The leader is the #1 expert of the human race. Although that person's talent is only below Her Highness Rosie's, she's still so young. Not to mention the legendary stage, she hasn't even reached level 80. How could she possibly defeat the leader? Even Shauna, who had been watching from the side, said such words in astonishment. One could imagine that everyone present felt that the chances of winning this challenge were rather slim. That child did not have a divine sword and does not have the goddess's authority like me. Even the current me has to unseal the holy sword in order to have a chance of winning against teacher if I don't use my authority. Moreover, the chance of winning isn't 100%. Only after using my authority will I have the power to suppress teacher and win for sure. That child doesn't have a holy sword, nor does he have the authority of a goddess like me. How can he defeat teacher? Rosie had already expressed all the worries in her heart. Her Royal Highness had always been very concerned about her childhood friend. In the past, she had asked Sean to take care of him more than once. Now that he had made such a shocking challenge, how could Rosie not be worried? Given Lydia's strength, it would be easy for him to defeat the child if he went easy on her. With Lydia's strength, it would be very easy for him to defeat that child if he held back. He believed that even if it was Alidia, he wouldn't be so ruthless to his own daughter. The scary thing was that Alidia would have to be ruthless. Because if the child really wanted to stake it all on one throw, she would definitely use that forbidden power. Rosie did not even dare to think about what would happen when the time came. No, I have to persuade teacher to give up on this challenge. Rosie was already panicking out of concern. Alright, don't add to the mess. Shuren pulled Rosie back and stopped her from turning around. Aren't you worried at all? Rosie blamed Shuren instead. In response, Shuren only said one sentence. I'm more worried that she won't be able to achieve her goal and will do something that will hurt her heart. Shuren's words made Rosie speechless. Based on her understanding of that child, if everyone stopped her from challenging Alidia, then it was really possible that she would stubbornly do something. That was how the child was. Calm, independent, self-reliant, had her own ideas, and was very firm in her decisions. So, if she really became a hindrance, it might lead to a troublesome situation. That girl, Liao, seemed to have some understanding of this as well and put on a look of headache. Shauna even put on a look of distress, as if she had heard that someone was courting death. Is there no other way? Rosie was very unwilling. She absolutely did not want to see anything happen to her childhood friend. Don't worry. Shuren tightened his grip on Rosie's little hand and said, if worst comes to worst, I'll bring Yulin, Lilith, and you. The four of us will watch from the side. If anything happens, we can immediately intervene to prevent the worst from happening. Yulin and Lilith? Rosie was slightly startled, but then she relaxed a little. That would be the best. Leah's eyes also lit up, and she quickly said, with the four of you watching from the side, there won't be too much of a problem. Although Leah did not know the full extent of the strength of Shuren and the others, she had some idea. She did not know how strong Shuren was now, but Shuren could already defeat Alidia before. Now that he had become even stronger, and with the holy sword in hand, it should not be difficult to stop Alidia. Needless to say, Rosie was in existence like the successor of the goddess of destiny. Even without using her authority, her strength was not inferior to Alidia. Needless to say, with her authority, she would definitely be able to suppress Alidia. Liao was not too sure what level Yulin was at now, but she was already a famous legendary demon king. Now that she had transformed into a human, she would only be stronger, and might not be weaker than Alidia. In addition, there was also the strongest evil god who was rumored to be able to compete with the demons, Lilith. Lia suddenly realized to her shock that such a combination was a bit too terrifying. Alidia was clearly the #1 expert of the human race, but these 4 people were not weaker than him, and some were even stronger than him. When all of them gathered together, it was simply explosive strength. Moreover, the relationship between these 4 existences was not ordinary. There was no doubt about the relationship between Shuren and Rosie. They were a proper Condor heroes, a husband and wife who would enter the same door in the future, and probably would not be separated for the rest of their lives. Yulin was a mount that had been tamed by Shuren, and she was still loyal to him. She would probably always be by Shuren's side. As a goddess, Lilith should be far away from ordinary people, but this innocent and pure evil god was just short of sticking to Shuren. Lia could not see any scene of her leaving in the future. This family was all gathered together, and there would be another dragon demon AIE in the future. Hiss, Lia felt her scalp go numb. This time, this was the rhythm of preparing a whole family of valiant warriors. It seemed that when she became the queen in the future, this family would be her greatest support. Thinking of this, Lia felt a wave of relief. At the side, Shauna also noticed the expression of Her Royal Highness Princess. As if she could understand her feelings, she looked at Sean and Rosie as if they were immortals. Originally, to Sharna, Alidia was undoubtedly the strongest knight that no one could defeat, the pillar of the kingdom, and the person that all knights looked up to. Now, it seemed that this family was the real boss, the future rulers of the kingdom and even the human race. Should I also follow these 2 thighs closely? Sharna felt conflicted. Just like that, the group of people decided on how to deal with this matter. Remember to inform me immediately when the child enters the palace. Rosie instructed Shuren. Got it. Naturally, Shuren would not refuse. That was what he had planned to do. Although he was confident that he could control the battle by himself, in order to be safe, he naturally had to use all the measures that he could to prevent the unexpected from happening. No matter what, it was related to the safety of his concubine, so he could not be too cautious. If it were not for the fact that the demonkin were not here, Shuren would have dragged all 6 of them along with him. Oh, and the 3 goddesses, no, forget about them. Feeling that he had seen a chaotic future, Shuren decisively abandoned the 3 pits. Achoo! 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 In one of the rooms of the supreme castle in the realm of devils, the 3 goddesses who were suppressed by an unknown force sneezed one after another. What? What's going on? I suddenly sneezed. I feel like someone is slandering us. The 3 goddesses looked at each other, and after a while, they laid down powerlessly. Hey, Werther, Steel, when can we leave this place? Didn't that hateful moon devil say it? He will bring us over during the meeting of the 3 races. Return the goods? I'm not a commodity. The 3 goddesses complained daily. Unfortunately, they definitely wouldn't be able to escape. At the same time, on a street in the royal capital, an incredible scene was taking place. All the men and women on the street seemed to have seen something unimaginable. 1 or 2 of them stood there in a daze, unable to move. The entire street that was noisy not long ago was actually frighteningly quiet at this moment. On the street, only the sound of footsteps echoed. Hee hee. A charming laughter sounded, and in return, countless people were intoxicated and lost for a long time. At this point in time, Shuren still had no idea how serious the situation in the royal capital was. After he came out of Anchi's bedroom, he went back to her bedroom with Rosie. Lia parted ways with them halfway, as if she had some official business to attend to. As the future queen who had clearly inherited the throne, Lia was now gradually taking over some of the authority in Anchi's hands. In addition to the authority reclaimed from Rosie, the first princess was usually quite busy. Now that the meeting between the 3 races was imminent, as the host and the appointed host of the meeting, Lia naturally had to represent the Mitra kingdom in preparing for the meeting. Under such circumstances, it was already rare for her to take the time to reprimand Shuren and visit Rosie. On the other hand, Rosie's authority had already been handed over and she was about to be married off. As a princess who was about to be married off, there was basically no official business in the royal capital that was handed over to her. Rosie was much more free than before. It could even be said that she had nothing to do, which made her overjoyed. Of course, it wasn't like Rosie had nothing to do. For example, she still had to deal with the operations of the Holy Sword Squad. That was what she said. The Holy Sword Squad is my personal guard. When I become independent in the future, they will have to follow me. In other words, they were part of Rosie's dowry. When you have time, get to know them better. After all, they will be yours in the future. Rosie's words made the corner of Shuren's mouth twitch. He naturally knew that Rosie meant that the Holy Sword Squad would definitely be incorporated into the Porstut family in the future. Rosie's intentions were also clear. After she got married, she would hand over the dukedom that she deserved to Shuren. She would not start a new family and would settle down as a duchess. As such, the Holy Sword Squad would naturally be incorporated into the Porstut family and become their private knight squad. By then, as the head of the Porstut family, Shuren would naturally be the master of the Holy Sword Squad. But can't you put it in a nicer way? What do you mean by "they will be mine in the future"? Those who don't know might think that I'm going to do something to that female knight. Prepare a harem, It sounded wonderful, but Shuren always felt that if he didn't have any morals, he would either be slashed to death by a holy sword or burned to death by a dragon's breath. He might even be bitten to death by a ghostly or dragonized maiden. Rosie, on the other hand, did not seem to realize that she had said so many suggestive words. She just casually told Sean about it. I've already told the Sword Saint Knights that after we get married, they will serve you instead of me. Or rather, they will serve both of us. So, you can consider if you want to nurture them well. So, you should reconsider if you want to train them properly. That's quite a force to be reckoned with. Shuren thought. He had also observed that the female knights of the Holy Sword Squad were all very young and beautiful girls. Don't get me wrong, Sean wasn't looking at people and things with the eyes of an LSP, but was observing seriously. Don't misunderstand, Shuren wasn't looking at them with the eyes of a LSP. He was looking at them seriously. After all, to be able to raise their level to 30 and above in such a beautiful time, and there were even 4 existences who were above level 70, this was undoubtedly a group of good seedlings with high talent and potential. After all, they were able to raise their levels to 30 and above, and there were even 4 who were above level 70. This was undoubtedly a group of talented seedlings with high potential. In fact, in Shuren's opinion, the 4 female knights who were above level 70 had the potential to rush to the legendary stage. Shuren didn't know where Rosie found such a group of talented girls, but without a doubt, with such potential and talents, wouldn't it be a waste if they didn't train them properly? Thinking of this, Shuren made a decision. I'll discuss with Lily and Vivian later and see how they want to train these girls. Shuren made such a decision. You decide. Rosie naturally didn't have any objections. Although the decision was given to Shuren, Rosie naturally hoped that the female knights under her would be put in an important position and have a bright future. No matter what, she had painstakingly selected them from all kinds of talents. Whether it was talent, appearance, etiquette, or character, they were all good seedlings. If she didn't train them well, wouldn't it be a waste? In order to prevent the talents of the female knights from going to waste, Rosie had been drawing up all kinds of training plans and guidelines for the Sword Saint Knights. Now that Shuren was back, Rosie naturally threw this task to him. Now I can have some free time again. That's great. Back in her room, Rosie completely revealed her true colors. She threw herself on the bed and moaned contentedly. Listening to the seductive moans, Shuren glanced at the princess who was showing off her impressive figure on the bed. He stretched out his hand and grabbed one of her jade-like feet. However, that tender foot instantly retracted. What are you doing? Rosie sat up and raised a pillow, looking at Shuren as if she was guarding against a wolf. Her beautiful face was full of vigilance. Obviously, this girl was afraid. She was afraid that Shuren would torture her like he did yesterday. I'm warning you, I don't want to be as tired as yesterday. If you mess around, I will scream this time. Rosie warned. Of course, Shuren didn't care. You said it like you didn't scream when I messed around. Shuren curled his lips and said such words. Rosie felt as if her face was being run over by a car. Was he driving? Although the speed of the car was not fast, due to her vivid memories, thousands of embarrassing scenes of herself flashed through her mind in an instant. It was still quite damaging for Rosie. F***ck. At that moment, Rosie was ready to use the foul language that Shuren taught her. Unfortunately, what? Shuren glared at the slacker princess. This girl didn't learn the good things, but learned a bunch of bad things. She even dared to use such vulgar words. Was this the kingdom's treasure? The idol in the eyes of all mankind? The perfect princess? Perhaps there was some misunderstanding that was deeper than the sea. I admit defeat, right? Rosie was instantly terrified, but she still hurriedly said, but I really can't today. It seemed that this girl was really afraid. Shuren didn't force her. He just snorted and said, okay, then I won't touch you anymore. Rosie was stunned. Won't touch me anymore. That won't do. Without thinking, Rosie directly pulled on Shuren's trousers and said pitifully. Don't, it's just today. Let me have a leisurely time today, okay? Rosie desperately tried to negotiate. How about this? Tomorrow I will definitely satisfy you. The humble princess was courting online. If anyone else were to see that pitiful and pleading look, they would most likely be heartbroken. Was this still the arrogant Her Highness the Princess? Was this still the most precious treasure of the kingdom? Can't you do something that's more in line with your identity? The dignified #1 beauty of the human race, the flower of high mountains in everyone's eyes, the dream lover of countless men, was actually such a lowly appearance. Not to mention breaking one's heart, it would not be a problem to make one vomit blood. Even Shuren couldn't stand it anymore. You don't have a single look that a princess should have, do you? Shuren pinched Rosie's face and said, can't you leave me some memories? Hearing this, Rosie gnashed her teeth in anger. This bastard, when I played the perfect and flawless Her Highness the Princess and the cold and noble human goddess, he felt that I was putting on airs for him to see, so he taught me a lesson. Now that I am so lowly and obedient to him, I just want to satisfy his pride as a man, but in the end, he said that I don't have the look that a princess should have. Is a dog man so hard to please? Rosie slapped Shuren's hand away. Not today anyway. No means no. Rosie simply crawled under the blanket and covered her whole body with it. She curled into a ball and entered a defensive posture. Alright, I don't want to do anything to you. Don't embarrass yourself there. The corner of Shuren's eye twitched. He was speechless. To be fair, he was also a human, not a horse. After torturing Rosie so many times yesterday, and after returning home, he tormented Terre for an entire night. It was already good enough that he was still energetic today. How could he continue tormenting her? This state of being a sage would definitely not be able to recover without 2 or 3 days, unless he ate as much tonics as he did in the demon realm. Thinking of those difficult days, Shuren felt unwell. As the saying goes, when it's small, it's good, when it's big, it's bad, and when it's strong, it's bad. Shuren used to repeatedly jump on the edge of ashes for a period of time. It was really scary just thinking about it. Therefore, Shuren felt that it was better for him to cultivate his mind for a period of time. Chinese culture is broad and profound. Cultivating one's mind. Nice. Hurry up and get up. I have something serious to talk to you about. Shuren patted her breech position, prompting the princess, who was under the blanket, to poke her head out reluctantly. That messy hair not only did not destroy her beauty, but it also had an indescribable aesthetic feeling. It really made people sigh with emotion. A good-looking person would be pleasing to the eye no matter what they did. It was a proper heaven-sent series. What serious matter? Rosie asked reluctantly. Let me ask you. Shuren did not beat around the bush and said directly, those who invaded Borstut's house, especially those from the old demon's faction, how did you deal with them? Yes, Shuren was here for this matter. Rosie also understood that Shuren was indeed going to talk about serious matters, so she answered without hesitation. Some were captured, some were executed during the battle, and some committed suicide. Now, there are only a few who are barely hanging on to life, but I can't get anything out of them. Rosie answered honestly. Shuren frowned. Sean couldn't be more disgusted and annoyed with the old Devil Clan sect. To put it nicely, those guys were a terrifying underground organization. To put it bluntly, they were a bunch of flies that were immersed in their own delusions and treated their so-called goals as ideals. In order to achieve their goals, they would blatantly ignore anyone's feelings and even their lives. They would harm others by any means necessary to achieve their goals. Xianxia had lost count of how many times he had been dragged into unnecessary situations because of them. He had even been targeted by those guys many times. Even Mara was closely related to the original demons. The one who schemed against Lilith was the Mirage faction of the Old Demons faction. On top of that, the Slaughterer faction was the main culprit that caused all sorts of tragedies in the royal capital 10 years ago. Xianxia and Ter's lives changed drastically because of the actions of the Old Demons faction. The Old Demons faction had always been doing despicable things like this. Xianxia was a vengeful person. He had already written down all these scores. That was why Xianxia chose to capture Gold alive when he was in the demon realm. He planned to get information about the Old Demons faction from him. Unfortunately, Gold was mercilessly abandoned in the end and disappeared without a trace. Xianxia still held a grudge over this. In the end, after returning to the royal capital, Xianxia found out that those guys attacked Borstut's family while he was away. In that case, would Xian be willing to let it go? He came here today to resolve the issue regarding the marriage contract, and he also wanted to see how the Old Demons faction was doing. He could not wait to settle the score, so he would not let go of any opportunity to get information. Xian's idea was that since he couldn't interrogate Golder and didn't get anything from Golder, he would start from here. According to what Xianxia knew, the Old Demons faction that invaded Borstut's family had a very high level. He was at level 88, and he was not far from legendary level. Such a powerful person must have a high status in the faction he belonged to. Even if he was not as powerful as Gold, he should not be any weaker than a normal emissary. Perhaps Kiran could get some information out of this captive. Of course, the prerequisite was that the captive was a member of the original Demons faction. The Old Demons faction did not only consist of the original Demons faction, but there were also other factions of various sizes. If the captive was not an emissary of the original Demons faction, he would not be able to answer even if Xianxia asked him about the original Demons faction. Xianxia even asked Rosie about this. Those captive Old Demons faction, which of the Demons faction they belonged to? Xian only hoped that the other party was an old demon belonging to the original devil. There was no other reason other than the fact that the primal devil was the most hateful and posed the biggest threat. I told you, we did not get anything out of them, Rosie said helplessly. Those fellows were originally planning to commit suicide, but they were discovered by the person in charge of the guards, who stopped them in time and kept them here. It was easy to imagine that no matter how they interrogated the old demons, they would not be able to get anything out of them. How could a group of fanatics who were not afraid of death get anything out of them? We even mobilized people who had learned mental skills or magic to interfere with their minds, attempting to hypnotize them and control their minds in order to make them submit. Who knew that their will would be so terrifyingly violent, and we couldn't control them at all? Rosie sat up and stroked her hair as she spoke to Xianxia. Of course, if we were to force our way in, we might be able to force our way in. But if we did that, the captive would turn into an idiot before we could get anything out of them. If that was the case, the captive would be delighted. Because if they turned into an idiot, they would not be able to say anything. In the end, the interrogation process has been stuck in a stalemate. We have not made any progress. Rosie looked at Xianxia and said, "Can you think of anything?" Xianxia immediately fell silent. It was not that there was no way. I know of a person who can accurately make those people's hearts sink into depravity. They will completely expose everything about themselves and obey her orders. Xianxia immediately thought of the demon dweller. Who? Rosie did not expect that and quickly asked. Just as Xianxia was about to say it, a panicked voice came from outside the door and entered Xianxia and Rosie's ears. Your Highness. It seemed to be the voice of a female knight. What's wrong? Why are you panicking? Rosie hurriedly restrained her expression and tightened her face to hide her true nature. She put on an aloof expression and asked. But it didn't calm the female knight's voice down a little. Something big has happened on the street. The female knight quickly shouted, His Majesty and Her Highness Lia have sent people over to ask Borsted to go to the street before the situation gets out of hand. Hearing this, Xianxia and Rosie looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Me? Xianxia was even more confused. He did not know what was going on. Why did they call me? There are cat cakes, right? After some thought, Sharon stood up. Let's go and see what's going on. Hearing Sharon's words, Rosie immediately stood up as well. I'll go too. Rosie was no longer idle. Perhaps she was starting to care about the situation. Sharon did not reject and immediately nodded. In the next second, the two left the room without any hesitation. Imperial City, Southeast District, Commercial Street. This was a bustling scene. Due to the kingdom being a famous potion producer in the human world, the Imperial City's commercial district had always been the first place visited by outsiders. It was also a place where the citizens of the Imperial City frequented. Some of them came to purchase goods, some came to shop, some were adventurers, some were merchants, and some were hired workers. It was usually one of the busiest areas in the Imperial City. Especially now that the meeting between the three clans was approaching, important figures from all over the world would swarm into the Imperial City, bringing countless business opportunities to the Imperial City. Therefore, these days, the bustle and noise in the commercial district was getting stronger and more crowded day by day. It was as if a festival was being held every day, fully demonstrating what it meant by a sea of people. However, the bustle and clamor in the commercial district today could not be compared to before. It could no longer be called lively. It should be called chaos. Fight. Kill them. Don't let them get away. Who's running away? Do you think we're going to run away? Dream on. A group of citizens, merchants, workers, and even nobles seemed to have gone mad. They were all brawling together here. Some of them held weapons, some moved tables and chairs, some were barehanded, and some even raised their wands and staffs. Their eyes were bloodshot, as if they had a deep grudge against someone, and they were all fighting. The scene was like a gang fight, causing the entire street to become extremely chaotic and bloody. Stop. All of you, stop. Are you trying to rebel? Stop. The Knights of the Royal Knights had already rushed into the area, shouting loudly, trying to stop the crazy people. However, not only did their obstruction not make the situation better, but it also made the chaos worse. Are you trying to stop us too? We just want to take a look at the goddess. Just a look. Why? Why are you stopping us? Are you lackeys of the nobles again, trying to take the goddess for yourself? Filthy lackeys of the nobles. Don't think you can always be so arrogant. I've tolerated you for too long. I can't take it anymore today. Come on. I'll beat anyone who comes. Kill me if you have the guts. It was unknown if the citizens who had always behaved themselves had really gone mad, but they even attacked the royal knights, who were armed and of a much higher level than them, as if they did not care about their lives, madly rushing towards the knights. The knights defended themselves and fought back, but in the end, they were beaten senseless by the crazy citizens. For a moment, they were completely unable to control the situation. In the end, the situation here completely alerted the palace. After the palace understood the cause of the situation, for some reason, they did not send anyone to stop them, but directly called for Sharon. Sharon appeared in the area with Rosie using his teleportation ability. Seeing the chaotic situation on the street, he was immediately stunned. What? What's going on? Rosie was also shocked. It could not be helped. She had never seen the people of the Imperial City fall into such a crazy and bloody fight. Sharon was also a little shocked, but then he seemed to feel something, raised his head, and looked in a direction. There, traces of a faintly discernible connection were bursting forth in Sean's heart. This feeling, it can't be? Sharon opened his eyes wide. At this time, Rosie also reacted from the shock. Boom! Without any hesitation, Rosie released her magic power. The magic power rolled up like a pillar of air, as if it could shoot up to the sky, instantly rolling up layers of airwaves, sweeping the entire commercial district. All the people who had fallen into madness and fighting stopped breathing, and their expressions changed drastically. The knights who came to stop them also turned their heads, their expressions changing drastically. Rosie's figure came into everyone's sight. All of you, stop it. Rosie's cold voice spread like the wind, into everyone's ears. The thunderous rebuke caused many people to return to their senses. Princess. Princess Rosie? It's Princess Rosie. Your Highness. The people were surprised and happy, and then quickly knelt down one by one. In the commercial district, the chaos of the fight was replaced by a dense mass of people kneeling down, and it became extremely quiet. An oppressive silence permeated the streets, causing everyone to lower their heads in fear and trepidation, not daring to look at Rosie's expression. Naturally, Rosie's expression was not any better. Looking at the wounded, bleeding, and bruised people, as well as the messy stalls and shops, as well as the damaged goods scattered all over the ground, Rosie's expression turned frosty. She was really angry. Who can tell me why this happened? Rosie's cold voice enveloped the entire area, her eyes had long turned golden, bringing with it an unparalleled pressure. The crowd could only stammer under the pressure, not even daring to breathe loudly. Even those who had come from afar were the same. Under the pressure of Rosie, they did not dare to say anything. Even if they were not from the kingdom and were nobles from another kingdom, the kingdom would have a reason to punish them for starting a fight in the royal city during the Three Clans conference. Therefore, after calming down, they all began to regret their actions. However, when they recalled that breathtakingly beautiful figure, their hearts were filled with passion. Their eyes were intoxicated, and their feelings of regret disappeared along with it. If it was for her, what did it matter even if he was punished for her sake? Similar thoughts kept appearing in the minds of the people, especially the nobles. This was especially true for the nobles. The passion in their hearts was no less than anyone else's. After all, unlike ordinary commoners, they were more qualified to obtain something. If they could bring the beauty home. Thinking about it, a few nobles fell into a state of excitement. However, dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. No matter how beautiful their imaginations were, under Rosie's ice-cold golden gaze and the pressure that made it difficult for them to breathe, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. Seeing this, Xianxia felt that it was time for him to stand up. All right, there's no point in blaming them. Xianxia patted Rosie's shoulder. When he spoke, everyone at the scene finally noticed him. That's Hero Xianxia. Earl Potter Toot. He's here too? As expected, he's back. There was a slight commotion in the crowd. Xianxia's return had always been the hottest news in the royal city. Coupled with his identity, everyone was naturally shocked to see this legendary brave warrior suddenly appear. If not for the situation, there would have been loud cheers. But now. Damn it, even the hero is here. Does the hero want to compete with us? He already has Her Highness Rosie and Her Highness Dragon Demons. Greedy fellow. For some reason, some nobles and important figures from foreign countries and forces became anxious, and their gazes towards Xianxia were filled with hostility. Only Rosie frowned after hearing Xianxia's words. Why is it useless to blame them? Rosie looked towards Xianxia. Xianxia's expression became a little subtle and a little helpless. Because it would be strange if anyone who had seen that woman didn't end up like this. Xianxia's words stunned Rosie. No, not only Rosie, but everyone else also looked at each other in dismay. From the sound of it, this hero seemed to know that person. Many people's mood suddenly became unsettled. On the other hand, Rosie seemed to have noticed something from Xianxia's expression, and her frown deepened. Do you know what's going on? Rosie looked at Xianxia in surprise. Well, I guess so. Xianxia's face was still filled with helplessness, and as if he was talking to himself, he said, I just don't know, what the hell is that woman up to this time? She actually ran over in advance, and even swaggered around like she wants the world to be in chaos. Even if Xianxia used his toes to think, he could roughly understand how the chaos and melee had happened. The source of everything was because of the arrival of that woman. The arrival of that woman caused everyone here to be intoxicated and captivated. Under such circumstances, attracting bees and butterflies was nothing more than a normal thing. Seeing that peerless beauty that could cause the downfall of a nation, whether it was a man or a woman, they would definitely be captivated in an instant. And with that woman's personality, she would definitely turn a blind eye to it, and continue to swagger along the street. In this way, people would definitely chase after her in a frenzy. They might not dare to go near her, but they would definitely support that woman. Since that was the case, as the crowd became denser, it was only natural that it would cause a scene of pushing and shoving, and fighting to be the first. Then, due to the difference in status, class, mood, temper, and patience, conflicts were almost inevitable. If it was under normal circumstances, such conflicts would definitely end with the victory of the nobles or people of higher status. Commoners would not fight with the nobles. They did not have the guts nor the ability to do so. But the bad thing was that the woman's charm was endless. She was a terrifying charm that could make people willingly give up everything for her, even sacrificing themselves. Throughout history, countless heroes had bowed before her, and countless emperors had offered their countries to her with both hands in exchange for a smile from her. Even the heroic emperors were like that, let alone the commoners. They must have gone completely crazy. Thus, the conflict evolved into an even more intense conflict, and the chaos evolved into an even more intense chaos, which ultimately led to all of this. This was the only thing that Xianxia could think of, and it was also the most convincing thing. Thinking of this, Xianxia understood. No wonder your father and sister sent me here to clean up the mess. So they had received the news long ago. Xianxia rolled his eyes at Rosie. Even if he thought with his knees, he knew that Xianxia and Liang must have received the news beforehand, and investigated the matter clearly, which was why they sent him here. There was no other way. If that person really came, who else in the entire capital could deal with her other than Xianxia, and she was from the same generation as Gray, and could be considered Gray's blood-related cousin. Naturally, he would know how Gray would fall after meeting that person. Liang might have been stopped by Xianxia as well, believing that if she were to step in, not only would she not be able to resolve the situation, she might even fall along with Gray. That person's charm did not discriminate between men or women, young or old, and could drive everyone crazy. In other words, they were so afraid that they did not dare to step in, and could only send Xianxia, who had been to the realm of demons and had interacted with the demons as her brother-in-law. Of course, Xianxia knew all of this like the back of his hand, but Rosie was still confused. What happened? Rosie could only ask for an answer from Xianxia. Xianxia did not give a direct answer. Let's go, Xianxia said briskly, I'll bring you to her. Hearing this, before Rosie could react, many of the people present started to react. No. You can't go. Hero Xianxia. You can't go see her. A few people who were obviously of high status stood up from the crowd. They had already lost their minds, thinking that once Xianxia went over and saw that person, he would definitely have evil intentions and attack her. If that happened, there would be an additional competitor for the hero, and they would have no hope left. Thinking of this, these impulsive people could not help but stand up to stop him. Unfortunately, scram. Xianxia could not be bothered with these bootlickers, and directly released his mana. Boom, amidst the explosive sounds, everyone who stood up let out miserable howls as they were blown away by the exploding mana. What they did reminded Xianxia of Gray, so he didn't bother to be polite at all. He also knew that it was impossible to reason with them, so he simply took action. The way he attacked without saying a word shocked the rest of the people. Rosie even ordered, bring everyone who participated in the fight back and hand them over to His Majesty and Her Highness Liang. Rosie had no intention of letting these people who created chaos go. The meeting between the three races was about to begin, and such a large-scale fight at this time would only bring about a great negative impact to the kingdom. Therefore, regardless of whether the people present had a reason or not, innocent or guilty, since they were involved in this fight, they could not let any of them go. It was absolutely necessary to bring all of them back and punish them. Yes. A group of royal knights who came to stop the fight obeyed the order. Many of them still wanted to resist, but under the suppression of Xianxia and Rosie's magical powers, they could only be taken away one by one. Let me go. Don't let me leave this place. Let me take another look at that goddess. Yes. Just one look. Just like that, those people begged and pleaded while powerlessly struggling as they were escorted away by the knights of the kingdom. Goddess? Rosie heard these words, and not only did her doubts not disappear, they became even more intense. Upon seeing this, Xianxia only felt that it was funny. Don't even think about it. Xianxia said, when you see her, you will understand why these people are so crazy. After that, Xianxia held Rosie's hand, and without using blink movement, they walked along the street slowly. Rosie's heart was full of questions, but she did not ask any more. She obediently let Sharon hold her hand and walked along with Sharon's strength. Both of them slowly strolled along the messy, dirty street, and saw people being taken away by the royal knights one after another. Then, both of them arrived in front of a stall. In this place, there were countless people densely packed together. Even the royal knights who arrived at the stall were staring blankly at the scene in front of them. As expected, Sharon let out a sigh when he saw the stunning figure. As for Rosie, her pair of golden eyes were rippling. At a corner of the southeast commercial district, a very strange scene appeared at this time. A devilish beauty with an angelic face and a devilish figure stood in front of a stall, and she seemed to have gathered all the light in the entire world. She was surrounded by a dense crowd of people. The eyes of the onlookers were filled with excitement and infatuation. It was as if they had seen the goddess of their dreams, a world-class idol. They were trembling all over. However, they seemed to be worried that they would disturb the other party. No matter how excited they were, they kept their mouths shut and dared not make a sound. They were afraid that they would be disgusted by the stunning figure. This included the nobles and big shots of other forces who were dressed up well with their knights. At first glance, both Sharon and Rosie felt that it was ridiculous. After all, on the same street, the other places were fighting so fiercely and bloody, but here, it was so quiet and peaceful. It was as if they were in two different worlds. It was unbelievable. But that was the truth. In order to prevent the stunning woman from showing any annoyance on her face, the people present, whether they were commoners or nobles, tried their best to restrain themselves. As for the stunning woman, she turned a blind eye to it. This looks good. The stunning woman took a popsicle-like snack from the stall and licked it. She smiled in satisfaction. As if she really liked the taste, the woman licked it a few times. Everyone's attention was attracted by her little red tongue that stuck out from time to time and her moist red lips that opened and closed. That movement seemed so natural, yet it was also extremely seductive and charming. Gulp. Gulp. Without any suspense, the sound of saliva being swallowed could be heard from the crowd. Especially the stall owner who was closest to the woman, his entire person had already become sluggish and dazed. Here. At this moment, the woman tossed a gold coin to the stall owner and turned to leave without even giving him the change. The stall owner then came back to his senses. I won't take your money. If you like them, I'll give them all to you. I'll give them all to you. The stall owner held the gold coin excitedly as if it was a treasure. He even held up all the things in his stall and presented them to the woman. Unfortunately, the woman did not even look at him. She continued to walk on the street to the next stall. Of course, as soon as the woman left, the onlookers immediately followed her. At this moment, a conflict broke out abruptly. Don't push. This is my spot. Get out of my way. Get out of my way. A group of people who were trying to catch up to the woman started fighting each other because they were trying to outdo each other. The stall owner also abandoned his stall and tried to catch up with them with a fanatical look on his face. However, he was kicked down by someone. Haha. The gold coins that the goddess carries with her are mine now. A young noble seized the opportunity when his knight kicked the stall owner to snatch the gold coin. His face was filled with ecstasy. But in the next second, the young noble was kicked to the ground by the knight again. Get out. This is mine. The knight roared ferociously and snatched the gold coin from his master's hand. But soon, another group of people surrounded him. That's not something a knight like you can have. I'll give you 1,000 gold coins for the one in your hand. I'll exchange 1,000 gold coins for the one in your hand. I'll give you 10,000 gold coins. I'll give you 100,000. Bastard. Give me the gold coins right now. Just like that, a frightening fight broke out. As a result, the people in the front crowded around the woman and distanced themselves from her. Those who were lagging behind and had a conflict with each other began to fight and even brawl at the back, completely separating the two scenes. If this wasn't strange, then what would be? However, both Sharon and Rosie understood why this strange scene was happening. Rosie stared blankly at the beautiful figure in the distance. Sean could not help but feel a little worried when he saw her in a daze. Give up, deep sleep. Sharon cast a spell, causing the people who were fighting to freeze and close their eyes. One by one, they fell to the ground and fell into a deep sleep. After that, Shuren looked at Rosie and shook her. It can't be? Wife. Even you can't resist the charm of that witch, can you? Shuren panicked. Rosie came back to her senses. Her expression was a little complicated and a little stunned. Succubus, Chaffner. Rosie murmured and called out the woman's name. It's her. Shuren stared at Rosie nervously. Fortunately, Rosie did not seem to be taken captive. She exhaled lightly, as if to ease her mood, and looked at Sean. Why is she here? Rosie was puzzled, but she suddenly understood. She was puzzled because she did not expect the rumored succubus to suddenly appear here. She was enlightened because she finally understood what was going on with the chaos here. Without a doubt, all of this was caused by the infinitely charming succubus. I didn't expect her to come here in advance. After Sean confirmed that Rosie was not too affected, he breathed a sigh of relief without a trace and said helplessly, "Don't worry. You already guessed that it was her?" Rosie pursed her lips and looked at Shuren. No, I didn't realize it was her until I arrived at the scene. Shuren shook his head. Hearing this, Rosie nodded. She raised her eyes and looked in the direction Chaffner had left. Recalling his stunning figure, appearance, and the boundless charm he exuded, Rosie seemed to have thought of something, and worry appeared in her eyes. It was her first time seeing Chaffner in person. This was because, among the demons, other than the moon demon Selah, who would visit the human world from time to time for official business, the rest of the demons would not come to the human world. AIE, for example, sometimes slept for hundreds of years, and when she woke up, she might not come to the human world. It was very rare for the human race to see her face. If not for the fact that one of the masterminds of the large-scale assassination in the capital 10 years ago was a subordinate of Jacinta, who was nominally a subordinate of the Dragon Demon and AIE, and the appearance of the Demon King's body and the loss of the Demon King's body, causing the Dragon Demon to come to the capital once afterwards, Rosie would not have recognized AIE at first sight. It was the same for the rest of the demons. Demonic Orc Dorma and demonic demon Milyapesh, on the other hand, had intelligence reports claiming that these two would often go to places where monsters gathered into Gore's forest to fight against the old demon factions, but they had never openly appeared in places where people gathered. The poison demon Kamina did not seem to have any interest in the human world. Apart from a few very limited special circumstances, she had not stepped into the human world for 1,000 years since the establishment of the Three Realms. The succubus Chaffner appeared in the human world even less often. Apart from sometimes suddenly traveling to the human world on a whim, she spent the rest of her time in the demon realm. However, every time she appeared, it would set off a huge wave in the human world, creating one legend after another. It was even recorded in history books that when this person appeared, countless human countries would be shaken. Some people spent all their wealth just to follow in her footsteps. Some people risked their lives just to express their feelings to her. It was said that hundreds of years ago, there was an imperial aristocrat who was as rich as a country. After accidentally seeing Chaffner once, he completely fell for her. In order to always see the face of the person in his dreams, he took out all his wealth and hired a painter with a large sum of money to paint Chaffner's appearance. Unfortunately, countless painters who had seen Chaffner claimed that their poor skills were not enough to capture even 1/10,000th of Her Highness's beauty. If they painted casually, they would only tarnish this beauty. Thus, in the end, not a single painter was willing to stand up for this wealth that could rival a country and paint a picture of Chaffner. This was very inconceivable, but it really happened during Chaffner's first trip to the human world. There were many similar legends. In any case, there was not a single person who did not fall for Chaffner's beauty. Some even dreamed of seeing her once for the rest of their lives, but in the end, they died of depression. There were also those who never married, only yearning for the unreachable beauty. Even the royal family of the Mitra kingdom seemed to have a similar situation. Rosie had never seen Chaffner before, but when she saw her for the first time, her mind was filled with the records she had read in books. Thus, Rosie recognized Chaffner. But precisely because she recognized her, the young girl felt a lot of worry. It was not because of the chaos here, nor was it because Chaffner had suddenly appeared uninvited, but... Are you very familiar with her? Rosie turned her head and stared at Shuren. Me? Shuren was stunned. Looking at Rosie's expression, he did not know why, but a desire to live arose in his heart. Without hesitation, he said seriously, "No, I'm not familiar with her at all." His desire to live made Rosie heave a sigh of relief. Yes. What Rosie was worried about was whether her husband would be infatuated with the succubus who broke the rules. Throughout history, there had been many couples who had fallen apart because they had seen the succubus Shavni. There were even a few worse cases. It was as if a man who had seen Chafine had peeled off his wife's skin in an attempt to paste a face that resembled Shafine's. Such a thing was not unheard of in history. Rosie was not worried that Shuren would become like that, but she was worried that he would be captured by that succubus and become someone that no one but her would like. If that happened, I might not be able to resist stabbing you to death, Rosie uttered. Such a sentence. His Sean sucked in a breath of cold air and felt his kidneys hurt. Until. That's too much, saying that we are not familiar with each other at all. An extremely pleasant voice rang out. When the melodious voice sounded, everyone present, be it Shuren, Rosie, or the passers-by, could not help but shiver. There was no other reason other than the fact that the voice was too ethereal, causing goosebumps to appear on their skin. Shuren and Rosie turned their heads at the same time and looked at the source of the voice. They saw that Chafine, who had been walking forward as if there was no one else around, had returned. She was still licking the snacks in her hand and looking at them with a faint smile. Her expression and posture had an indescribable charm that made Shuren and Rosie speechless for a moment. Since even Shuren and Rosie were behaving like that, one could imagine how the passers-by were behaving. In any case, apart from staring blankly, they could only continue to stare blankly. Of course, when they saw their goddesses suddenly appearing in front of Sean and Rosie, the people present finally noticed the two of them. At that moment, a series of exclamations sounded. Isn't that Her Highness Rosie? And Hero Shuren? What are they doing here? My goddess knows both of you? The people were surprised and at a loss. This made Shuren and Rosie feel a little helpless. In the past, they were people who would be recognized as soon as they appeared in public, and they would instantly become the center of attention of the public. Who would have thought that this time, in his own royal capital, in his own territory, he would actually become the one who was ignored? Shuren was fine, but it was ridiculous for Rosie, the most precious treasure of the kingdom, to be ignored. For a whole 17 years, Rosie was the most dazzling existence in the kingdom. Countless people followed her and supported her. In the past, in order to see Rosie every day, the palace hosted countless public appearances for her. The scene back then was still vivid in Shuren's mind. Back then, the citizens of the kingdom's capital were as enthusiastic about Rosie as they were now. However, due to Shafine's appearance, Rosie, who was supposed to be Shafine's admirer, had now changed to someone else. If it was a jealous woman who faced all of this, there would be no way to resolve the matter today. Fortunately, Rosie was not an ordinary person, and her pursuit of fame was not as strong as the average person's. In fact, if she could be ignored, Rosie really hoped that she could always be ignored. In this way, he would be able to stroll around the streets without worrying about causing a commotion. Thinking of this, Rosie looked at Chafine. This famous devil dweller should have caused a huge uproar the moment he appeared, but in the end, he still did as he pleased and casually strolled around the streets. While Rosie was thinking about this, Chafine was also sizing her up. She was quite interested in Rosie. The reputation of this talented princess was not only widely spread in the mortal realm and the immortal realm, but also frequently mentioned in the devil realm. In fact, the demon folk had always been paying attention to this princess, the one who inherited Mitra's holy sword and was favored by the Protoss, the goddess of destiny's blessing. Thus, Chafine spoke with great interest. You must be Rosie Rusty Mitra? She's so beautiful. She's almost as pretty as my younger sisters. Chafine actually took the initiative to praise someone else. This was very rare. After all, Chafine was famous for ignoring things that she was not interested in. Now, she actually took the initiative to praise a human princess. This made Shuren frown. Rosie took a deep breath and looked at Chafine. She looked at Shafine's breathtakingly beautiful angelic face and spoke. Your Highness, you flatter me. In terms of looks, everyone knows that you are the best in the world. The other princesses are also outstanding beauties. Compared to you, I am nothing but a rouge. Rosie bowed to Xianxia and spoke calmly, appearing neither servile nor overbearing. Oh? The interest in Xianxia's eyes grew even stronger. This little girl is quite interesting. Not only is she able to resist me, but she also has a faintly discernible divinity. Interesting, really interesting. Xianxia glanced at Rosie. Discreetly. She really wanted to see if this rumored princess was really that outstanding. Xianxia finished the snacks in her hand. Just as she was about to step forward and reach Rosie, she encountered a tiger in her way. Ah. Looking at that familiar figure, Xianxia's expression became somewhat amused. The rest of the people looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. Xian suddenly stood in front of Rosie, shielding her behind him as he glared at Xianxia. What do you want? Xian said in an extremely annoyed tone. Don't tell me you want to play tricks again? His impolite words stunned many people. Some of the hotheads even glared at Xian, as if blaming him for being rude to Xianxia. Xianxia, on the other hand, had an innocent expression. I didn't do anything. Xianxia blinked her large eyes, as if trying to gain Xian's trust. Hee hee. Xian spat out the incantation. It was obvious that he did not believe it. Is your protectiveness that strong? The innocence on Xianxia's face disappeared, replaced by some hidden bitterness. She said, in any case, you and I are considered family. Are you still worried that I will harm your little wife? Her resentful look made Xian feel as if countless angry and murderous gazes were focused on him. But Xian was not one to be trifled with. Sensing those gazes, Xian's gaze swept around. The sharpness and coldness in his gaze scared many hotheads out of their wits. After threatening them, Xian looked at Xianxia again. It's precisely because I know you that I have to guard against you. Xian sneered. Who knows if you will do something just because you are interested in Rosie? For example, to see how good she is? Hearing this, Xianxia was speechless. See, I guessed right, didn't I? Xian pointed at Xianxia as if pointing at a criminal with irrefutable evidence. This made Xianxia a little dissatisfied. I didn't. Xianxia was stubborn. No, you did. Xian refuted bluntly. I really didn't. Xianxia began to argue irrationally. No, you definitely did. Naturally, Xian did not believe her at all. Xianxia still wanted to say something. Just then, Xian suddenly asked a question. Then how many points did you give Rosie? As soon as this question came out, the words on the tip of Xianxia's tongue rolled down her throat, and she actually blurted out what was on her mind. 90 points. As soon as she said this, Xianxia reacted. 90. Xian was speechless. This was definitely a score that you would give out if you were full of interest, right? This was the first time they met, and you were already so interested. Who would believe you if you said you didn't want to do anything? Only Rosie looked confused. What do you mean? What 90 points? Her Royal Highness expressed that she did not understand anything. And Xian did not explain, as if he was trying to persuade Xianxia. Don't blame me for not reminding you, last time you were so interested in doing something, how did you screw up? His words caused hundreds and thousands of gigabytes of images to flash through Xianxia's mind. The corner of Xianxia's mouth twitched. She did not know what to say, and could only stare at Xian angrily. Humph! Xian folded his arms and was very proud, as if he had won some kind of victory. He was very proud. On the side, Rosie could not understand the conversation between the two, and could only take the opportunity to step forward. Your Highness Xianxia, why did you come to the royal capital early? Rosie finally brought up the matter at hand. Yes. Xian also remembered this matter, and asked doubtfully, did you sneak here alone? I sneaked here? Xianxia glanced at Xian, and said with a smile, the one who sneaked here was not me, but someone else, right? Xian was immediately embarrassed. He knew that Xianxia was definitely referring to him. Didn't I leave a note? Xian could only say this weakly. You mean that leaving a note to brush us off was the right thing to do? Xianxia stared straight at Xian, and said with a murderous smile, you didn't even say goodbye, and you were not even willing to take the time to say goodbye. Do you really think you're in the right? Fine. Shuren decisively bowed his head. He was indeed not kind in this matter, and he had to bow his head. No matter what, the demon sisters were still very good to him, including Kamina, who didn't get along with him at the beginning. The attitude of all the demons towards him was on a completely different level from the attitude they had towards others. Xian wasn't so ignorant as to not know this. Moreover, during his time in the demon realm, it was basically these demons who took care of him, and it was also thanks to their generosity that he was able to reach the limit level. This kind of kindness and treatment was indeed indescribable. Under such circumstances, he only left a note and left without saying goodbye. Could it be considered kind? But don't tell me you chased after me because I left? Shuren's expression became indescribable. Rosie was also stunned and looked at Chafine. The surrounding people were all shocked, and their gazes fell on Chafine at the same time. Chafine rolled her eyes in front of everyone and replied with a smile, "That's right, it's not a big deal." "That's right, it was for you." His words were so explicit that they stunned everyone present. Shuren and Rosie were silent. Bang! 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 The surrounding people were heartbroken. So the goddess came to the royal capital to chase after a man, or a hero to chase after, a hero with 2 fiancés, a treasure of the kingdom, and a hero with the dragon demon Aie. The heavens are blind. At this moment, Shuren clearly felt countless murderous gazes focused on him, including those who had been scared off by him before. At this time, it was as if they had forgotten the pain after their wounds healed. They gritted their teeth and glared at Xian angrily again. Shuren couldn't help but sigh. Bootlickers were indeed a despicable species. They were clearly a bunch of weaklings, yet they dared to be so murderous towards him. If his temper was any worse, these people would probably not be able to see the sun tomorrow. No wonder it was said that succubi were devastatingly beautiful. That wasn't just a metaphor. They could really use their charm to bewitch people, topple countries, and destroy cities, right? As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Shuren also felt a little annoyed. "Alright, no matter why you're here, come with me first." Shuren, who didn't want to be watched like a monkey, grabbed Chaf's hand and turned to leave without saying a word. Seeing this scene, Rosie was shocked at first, but then she quickly followed up. Wait, the bystanders finally couldn't take it anymore. Seeing that Shuren was actually holding their goddess's hand, they lost their minds in anger and wanted to surround them. Futu, nightmare. Shuren couldn't be bothered with these foolish people who had lost their minds, and directly released the magic. It was a superior magic that existed as a superior characteristic of deep sleep. Not only did it have the effect of deep sleep, but it could also allow the person who had fallen into deep sleep to see their most terrifying nightmare. Obviously, Shuren no longer had any patience for these people who had lost their minds. Not only did he not say anything, but he also gave them a harsh punishment. At that moment, all the onlookers were suddenly attacked by an irresistible drowsiness in the midst of their anger. Bang! 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 The bystanders fell to the ground one after another, completely losing consciousness. What was ironic was that among these people, there were even royal knights who were supposed to stop everything from happening here. You're really daring to do this to a bunch of commoners. Chaf had been watching all along. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but express her thoughts. Who do you think you're to blame? The corners of Xian's mouth twitched, and he looked at Chafine with an unfriendly gaze. It's not like you don't know the consequences of appearing in public like this, right? Can't you restrain yourself a little? Shuren was indignant at the succubus's behavior of strolling on the streets as if no one was around. However, Chafine's expression was calm. I didn't create this situation. What they want is their own business, that's their business. There's no reason for me to sacrifice my own freedom and mood just because others will cause trouble. It had to be said that this succubus really did sound like something she would say. She had always been like this. She was dismissive of those who easily fell under her charm. She was completely uninterested in them. She was even unwilling to pay any attention to them. She completely ignored them. If Carmina appeared in a human city, the poison in her body would definitely cause a great impact. This was caused by her own power and nature, so she had to restrain herself. If she used a certain amount of power, she would definitely have to expand her body size. When that happened, her every move would cause devastation to everything on the ground. Thus, she could only maintain the appearance of a harmless little beast and didn't dare to fight casually. Lied was even more so. If she used a certain amount of power, she would have to expand her body size, and every move she made would cause devastation to everything on the ground. That was why she could only maintain the appearance of a harmless little critter, not daring to fight. Although she was a succubus, her power had nothing to do with charm. People would fall for her beauty and worship her because of her charm, not because of her power. People would fall for her beauty and fall for her because of her own charm, not because of her strength. This woman was a unique work of art. She was the adjective beautiful itself. Every part of her body and every movement seemed to be formed for the sake of beauty. She didn't deliberately maintain any image, nor did she do anything pretentious. She just revealed her true nature and existed naturally. As a result, she was like a real goddess of beauty. Every movement, every angle, and every action of hers firmly attracted the hearts of others, making them palpitate. To others, such a succubus was undoubtedly a high mountain flower that they could only look up to. But for Xianxia, she didn't do anything at all. She just naturally did what she wanted to do, and the people around her gathered around her. But to Xianxia, she didn't do anything at all. She just naturally did what she wanted to do, and the people around her gathered. Not only did this not give Xianxia a sense of accomplishment, but it even annoyed her. That was exactly how Xianxia felt. So, it was good enough that Xianxia didn't lose her temper. Why would she purposely restrict her actions and not go out in the open to avoid causing a commotion? She was overthinking. These insignificant humans didn't have the right to make Xianxia worry so much. As such, Xianxia didn't restrict her actions at all. She just wanted to come here for a walk, so she came here for a walk. As for the others, none of his business. Xianxia could naturally tell what Xianxia was thinking. Fine, you're the best. No one can restrict you, right? Xianxia asked. Are you coming back with me? Xianxia blinked, then smiled sweetly. Yes. And so, Xianxia obediently let Xianxia lead her away. Only Rosie was left standing there. She watched the two of them walk away hand in hand in silence. Should I say, I was clearly here first? Rosie said faintly. Unfortunately, Xianxia and Xianxia were already far away. Rosie clenched her teeth, feeling conflicted. Not long after, under Rosie's orders, a group of royal knights was once again deployed to the commercial street. They escorted the people who were sleeping on the ground and having nightmares back. The palace also sent people to deal with the mess on the commercial street and temporarily sealed it off. After doing all that, Rosie returned to the palace and reported the matter to Xianxia and Lia. Knowing that Xianxia had been taken away by Xianxia, the two of them couldn't help but sigh in relief, but then worry. I didn't expect that succubus to suddenly come to the imperial capital and walk around so openly. Lia seemed to have a headache. Now, there will be a group of people in the capital who are depressed all day and go crazy because they can't see Her Highness succubus, right? Xianxia was even more worried. At this moment, and she was thinking of that cousin of his. Back then, he had been a dazzling talent, but because of a single encounter with a succubus, he walked a path of no return. Succubus Xianxia. She doesn't rely on her unique skills or divine authority. She's a peerless enchantress who can make anyone fall for her with her beauty and charm alone. How should we entertain such an existence? Xianxia was already worried to death. It could be said that Xianxia's arrival was no less than a catastrophe for the kingdom. Don't think that I'm exaggerating. Think about it. If the nobles and geniuses who were the pillars of the kingdom were all infatuated with Xianxia and wanted to follow her at all costs, wouldn't the kingdom be finished? Even if they didn't leave, they would still think about Her Highness all day, causing their mental and psychological states to deteriorate. Wouldn't that have a huge impact on the kingdom's operations? In history, there were even kings who were willing to give up their kingdom just to please Xianxia. If something like that happened in the kingdom, wouldn't the kingdom just declare GG? Therefore, this wasn't an exaggeration. It could really affect the survival of the kingdom. Because of this, Xianxia didn't dare to simply meet Her Highness succubus. That's right, he was afraid. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to resist Her Highness succubus's charm and would end up under her skirt. If that happened, he would be a sinner in the history of Mitra Kingdom. But soon, the meeting between the three races would begin. He would have to meet Her Highness Succubus there, right? With this thought, Xianxia became even more worried. Oh, right. Xianxia remembered something and quickly asked Rosie, how is Her Highness Succubus getting along, Porstet? Leah also looked at Rosie when she heard that. Rosie's expression was subtle and even displeased. Her expression made Xianxia and Leah's hearts sink. Could it be that even he, Leah said worriedly. The meaning behind her words was self-evident. Rosie shook her head. No, he wasn't charmed by the succubus. In fact, he seemed very natural in front of her, as if he's already used to it. Rosie's words made Xianxia and Leah heave a sigh of relief. That's good. Leah was a little relieved. Looks like I made the right decision to let him go. Xianxia also nodded. He thought that since Shuren had been to the demon realm, he must have met the 6 demons in Chafn. And after seeing Chafn, Shuren was able to return early, which meant that he wasn't charmed by Chafn like others. At the very least, Sean should not have fallen to the point of losing his mind and not caring about other things. Considering this, Xianxia sent someone to invite Shuren and let Shuren meet Chafn. While thinking about this, Xianxia didn't notice that Rosie's expression was still not very good. The princess looked at her father and sister's relieved expression and really wanted to say something. Although he didn't seem to be charmed, I think there's something fishy going on. After all, the two of them held hands and walked away in front of her very naturally. Every time she thought about this, Rosie felt an impulse. Let's go back and sharpen the holy sword. It's time to use it to hack people, isn't it? At this moment, Shuren had already brought Chafn back to Borstet's residence. Needless to say, there was a lot of commotion along the way. Shuren didn't dare to let his family members see this incomparably charming Highness Succubus. But apart from Borstet's residence, Shuren didn't know where else to bring Chafn. Hence, after arriving at Borstet's residence, Shuren could only bring Chafn back to his room in an instant. Bam, with a dull thud, Chafn was pushed onto the bed by Shuren. She lay there in a daze. Can you be more obedient now? Sean stood in front of the bed, looking at Chafn's voluptuous figure lying on top of it. He smiled proudly. You're probably the only one who dares to push me onto the bed like this. Chafn was speechless. It could be said that Shuren had done something that everyone dreamed of but was impossible to do. Of course, Shuren wasn't moved at all. It was something that everyone dreamed of doing, but was impossible to do. He didn't know how many times he had done that kind of thing to the succubus. This is called an eye for an eye. Shuren crossed his arms and looked down at Chafn. It's not like you haven't done the same thing to me before. What's next? Chafn sat up and met Shuren's gaze. She giggled. Do you want to do something else? As she said this, she subconsciously licked the corners of her lips. That incomparably seductive action made Shuren's expression turn a little unnatural. He cursed this succubus in his heart. He had been tormenting himself for the whole day yesterday and felt that he should take a break. But after being teased by this woman, he couldn't help but feel aroused. However, if he really pounced on her, this woman would probably turn hostile on the spot. So, it's a pity that my fiancé is here and I have a concubine at home. I have plenty of happy things to do, so there's no need for your Highness Succubus to worry. Shuren said provocatively. Oh? Chafn was startled at first. Then, she narrowed her eyes and said meaningfully, in other words, that princess has already taken on your appearance? That incomparably evil statement made Shuren recall the fight with Rosie yesterday. As Shuren let his imagination run wild, Chafn suddenly blushed and glared at Shuren. Evidently, this woman had once again read through the rippling heart demon some things that she did not know. Ahem. Sean could only cough to hide his embarrassment, and then said, in short, you'd better behave yourself, and don't tease me. It's useless to me now. Really? Chafn suddenly said to Shuren with a faint smile, but that princess of yours might not think so. Shuren was speechless. Indeed, after seeing Chafn's outrageous beauty, Rosie must be worried that Shuren would be like those heroes in history, unable to extricate himself from this succubus. This was not some special ability. Even the holy sword and the blessings of the supreme god could not protect against it. In that case, even the most tolerant and generous woman would be worried. After all, this was a succubus, not an ordinary woman. If he was infatuated with an ordinary woman, it would not be a big deal in this world where polygamy was allowed. However, if he was infatuated with a succubus, he might completely sink into it and abandon his original wife. Rosie could accept that Xian had more than one woman, but she could not accept Xian abandoning her. You didn't care about her just now and took me away. Do you think that Her Royal Highness has started to let her imagination run wild? Chaffin said playfully, which made Xian want to beat her up. If you hadn't suddenly shown such a strong interest in Rosie, would I have to quickly isolate the two of you? Xian said resentfully. That was why he wanted to take Chaffin away as soon as possible to prevent Rosie from getting into trouble. This succubus's charm was the type that attracted both men and women. Rosie was afraid that Xian would fall for her, but Xian was also afraid that Rosie would fall for him. If his future wife fell in love with another woman and ended up abandoning him, Xian would probably die of depression. At this thought, Xian hurriedly took the woman away to prevent her from causing trouble again. I'm begging you, Lady Chaffine. Please behave yourself and don't cause trouble for me. Although that was what Xian said, his tone was full of threat. Of course, in the face of Xian's threat, Chaffin would not easily compromise. What if I don't agree? Chaffin's smile did not diminish, as if she really wanted to know what Xian could do to her. Don't agree? Xian narrowed his eyes and suddenly reached out, pouncing on Chaffin. You. Chaffin looked at Xian, who was on top of her, in shock. She couldn't believe that this man had really pounced on her. Xian, on the other hand, gave the succubus a frightening smile. If you don't listen, then I can only use the truth to tell you what happens when you don't listen to your man. Chaffin could not ignore Xian's threat. How dare you? Chaffin could only try her best to suppress her racing heartbeat and ragged breathing as she glared at Xian. If someone really dared to treat her so rudely, Chaffin believed that she would definitely turn them into minced meat on the spot. Unfortunately, Xian was not one of them. Stop pretending. Xian saw through Chaffin's pretense. If it's anyone else, I don't care. But if it's me, no matter what I do to you, you won't be able to refuse, right? Hearing this, Chaffin was shocked once again. You. How did you know about this? Chaffin could not remain calm. I guessed. Xian looked at Chaffin's expression and smiled. I only realized that something was wrong later on. Given your personality, how could you let me get away with it so easily? Xian was referring to the time in the succubus castle when he snuck into Chaffin's room late at night and ended up making out with her. According to Chaffin, the previous few times they had done it had all been because of a freak combination of factors. Something had gone wrong in their dreams, and she could not resist. But at that time, both of them were sober. It was Xian who couldn't help but pounce on her in the end. That was why he did all those things. That time, Chaffin had not resisted. Afterwards, Xian had found it strange. Why did the woman not resist? Was it because it was not the first time? Impossible. She was someone who, even after he had pushed her down, would tell him that she was only interested in those who would not be too obsessed with her. If Xian had fallen, she would have immediately turned around and left. How could she have given up just because of a few freak combinations of factors and let Xian have his way so easily? Xian had discovered this. Combined with the uniqueness of the rippling heart devil ability, he had concluded that this unique skill was a double-edged sword. It's a unique skill that uses the mind as a medium to connect. Since it's a connection, if you can interfere with the person you're connected to, the person you're connected to can interfere with you. That was Xian's deduction. Otherwise, if you're the only one with the ability to interfere with others, it would be too much of a cheat. It wasn't as if this ability didn't have conditions to activate. The strength of the connection depended on how much one's mind was corrupted. If it wasn't for Chaffin's ridiculous charm and beauty, it wouldn't have been so terrifying. But even so, being able to ignore the will of the connected target and possess their senses, appearance, memories, and even power was still too powerful. It was normal for such a powerful ability to have one or two flaws. Not to mention, Parion, who wanted to make a move against you, also said that your rippling heart demon's connection is mutual. Those who fall under your control will become your possession, and those who can make you fall, you will naturally become their possession. Shuren laughed wickedly. If that's the case, how could I not know that you can't resist me? As he spoke, Shuren stretched out his hand and stroked Xianxia's beautiful, angelic face. He felt the smooth and delicate texture of her skin, and the threat in his tone could not be any more obvious. You don't want to experience being put in such a shameful position by me again, right? Your Highness Succubus? Hearing this, Xianxia could no longer hold it in and gnashed her teeth at Shuren. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell on you? Xianxia was still unwilling to compromise. As for who she would tell on, there was no doubt that it would be Aie. I don't care. Shuren shrugged, not falling for this at all. As long as you're willing to let your little Aie or your sisters know that you've become mine, you can go ahead and tell them. Xianxia was speechless. She really didn't want this matter to be known by her sisters. There was no other reason than that it was simply too humiliating. If her sisters found out that she, a succubus who looked down on countless men, had actually fallen into the hands of a future brother-in-law whom she had only met for a few days and allowed him to do whatever he wanted, their first reaction would definitely not be shock, but speechlessness. Then, given her elder sister's personality, she might even help her arrange a marriage. If that happened, would she still be able to live as an omnipotensin? She was the #1 beauty of the 3 realms, yet she had no choice but to marry someone because of an established fact. This would definitely be an embarrassment that would go down in history. Xianxia's expression began to fluctuate uneasily. Only when Shuren was about to take action did she finally give in. Shuren was extremely satisfied with Xianxia's submission. Not only was he satisfied with the woman's compromise, but he was also satisfied that he had finally found a way to deal with her. Before this, Shuren could only be teased and toyed with due to the woman's heaven-defying charm. Apart from gaining some sense of achievement when he proved his dignity as a man, he was basically completely dominated by this woman. This time, the demoness finally submitted. This represented not only a victory, but a milestone that was extremely meaningful. Moreover, this woman was obedient and did not go out to attract bees and butterflies. Hence, Shuren was naturally extremely satisfied with this outcome. However, Shuren still did not know that the impact of Xianxia's appearance in the human world was far greater than he had imagined. At this moment, only an hour had passed since Shuren had brought Xianxia here, and the chaos in the southeast commercial district had ended. However, within a short hour, the news of the succubus Xianxia's appearance in the royal capital spread like wildfire. Many important figures from foreign countries, races, and factions who had come to the royal capital received the news one after another. Among these people, a portion of them had extremely intense reactions. Did you say that Her Highness is in the royal capital now? The king of a country suddenly stood up from his resting place, his face filled with ecstasy. Where is Her Highness now? Where is she? A legendary powerhouse who had traveled tens of thousands of miles grabbed an informant under his command and shouted anxiously. Her Highness was taken away by a hero from the Porstut family? When the head of a large noble family heard about this, he did not hesitate and immediately left his residence. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. After learning about Xianxia's whereabouts, various figures, big or small, began to move without hesitation. Their destination was the same, the Porstut family. Although they came from different places, they all had a common characteristic. That was, through various coincidences, they had all met Xianxia, who had come to the human world. In other words, these people had already been Xianxia's admirers since a long time ago. Hence, they appeared in groups on the streets, either in carriages or on foot, heading towards the center of the noble district. Even the nobles in the royal capital were no exception. Many of them actually began to move. These people knew that many people had been trying to visit Count Porstut recently, hoping to build a relationship with that hero. However, they were also very rational. They knew that they would not be able to see Shuren this way, so they restrained themselves and did not plan to build a relationship with Shuren. Before this, these people had been laughing at those people who had been rejected at the door. They had even looked down on those people and even looked down on them. They felt that they were not the same kind as them, and they were proud of that they were not. But after learning that Xianxia had been taken away by Shan, this attitude of watching a joke completely disappeared. Just like that, more people than before started to gather in the direction of Porstut's house. The royal very soon, the kingdom, and this news. With king. The king's bedroom in the royal palace. And she looked at the report and his brows were deeply furrowed. He did not relax his brows for a long time, and his brows were full of worry. At the side, Rosie, Lia, Alidia, and even Shauna were also looking at this scene. All of them frowned, especially Lia. It was especially so for Lia. Her face was filled with deep sorrow. She was holding a piece of parchment in her hand. She looked at the report and said softly, "There are actually so many famous big shots taking action because of a succubus?" Leah's words carried a trace of disbelief. It could not be helped. Located in the east of the human world. His military strength is only second to the Ragnar Empire and our Mitra kingdom. He is the king of Rarabe, Miski Rarabe. Ranked second among the orcs. Only werewolves, tigermen, pigmen, and leopardmen, and other generally powerful orc tribes can join. He is the leader of the tigermen, who leads hundreds of thousands of orc warriors, Norb. A famous powerhouse on the continent. He announced his retirement 25 years ago. He is a top legendary knight, Joseph. There are also the higher-ups, nobles, and legendary powerhouses from various countries, races, and forces. They are all admirers of Her Highness Succubus and are now gathering at Borstadt's house? Leah really did not want to believe her own eyes, and even more so, she did not want to believe her own ears. Her rationality told her that this was impossible. That was because all of these people were people who could decide the future of a country, a race, or a force. They were not on the same level as those who gathered at Borstadt's house and wanted to befriend the hero. If all of these people were to gather, they could even decide the future of the human race. Other than the Protoss and the demons, everyone else would tremble in fear. This time, they were here to participate in the Triclan talk. They were the people who would appear at the Triclan talk. Even if they did not have that status, they were still the pillars of a country, a race, or even a force. Among them, there was no lack of legendary powerhouses who had long been famous on the continent. These people could shake the human world with just a stomp of their feet. Now, all of them were disregarding their status and modesty and gathering at Borstadt's house for Xianxia. How could Leah believe it when she first heard about it? However, it was clearly the truth. What I worried about the most has happened. Anchi sighed with great worry. Aridia also furrowed his brows, which was rare for him. He had a solemn expression on his face. Even Rosie knew that this might be a serious matter. If they are still rejected when so many important people gather, then it's very likely that they will vent their anger on the Borstadt family or even the kingdom, right? Rosie said calmly. That's right. Anchi nodded with a heavy expression. And even our Mitra kingdom is extremely insignificant in the face of such a force. Not to mention anything else, just the magic powerhouse Rarabe's military strength was already ranked third among all the human countries. It was almost on par with the Mitra kingdom, and even compared to the Ragnar Empire, it was not much worse. In this country, the strongest group was not the knights, but the mages. As a magic nation, there were many mages in this country, and they were generally quite powerful. The Thunderbolt regiment that Rarabe was proud of had a total of 99 mages who were above level 70. Their leader was a famous legendary level great mage who was at level 97. He could skillfully use the three major systems of fire, lightning, and storm magic. He had once used hundreds of powerful large-scale annihilation spells on the battlefield, wiping out tens of thousands of enemy soldiers in just 5 minutes. If the prosperity of the Ragnar Empire and the Mitra kingdom stemmed from the royals and members of the royal family who were the descendants of the heroes, then the magic nation of Rarabe was the only human country that rose by relying on its own power. Mitra kingdom might not be able to go against this country alone, not to mention the leaders of the powerful forces and famous powerhouses. As powerful as the Mitra kingdom was, it was still just one of the kingdoms of the human race. Even Mitra kingdom would find it hard to face so many important people from other human forces at once. Is Her Highness Succubus really that beautiful? Shauna also found it hard to believe that so many famous big shots would actually take action for the name Xianxia. And she's expression became more and more bitter. You don't understand. That's the succubus Xianxia. One sentence fully reflected the charm of the peerless enchantress, whose beauty could cause the downfall of cities and nations. If it wasn't so exaggerated, why would so many heroes, kings, and emperors in history be so depressed? Anqi could already see the emergence of a grand conflict. Father, Lia said worriedly. Lia also said worriedly, why don't we let Shan meet those lords, or simply persuade Her Highness Chafine to come forward? Lia was already thinking of a solution. She was a little worried that Shuren would forcefully refuse anyone's visit like before. If that happened, Shuren wouldn't be afraid. After all, he had the support of the demons and the Protoss, so others wouldn't dare to act rashly. However, Mitra Kingdom might be implicated, and its status in the human world might be affected. This wasn't something Liao wanted to see. But, this won't solve the problem. Anqi sighed. As long as Her Highness Xianxia is here, no matter what, conflict will happen. The incident in the commercial street had clearly told everyone this. For the sake of Xianxia, even the most rational person would become impulsive. There would never be a lack of conflicts when it came to jealousy. For someone as charismatic as Xianxia, just her name alone was enough to cause a commotion every time they met. Hence, even if Shuren was willing to meet those people, it wouldn't matter. After all, whether they were willing to meet or not depended on their opinions. When the time came, who would be the first to meet? They couldn't all meet at once, could they? Just thinking about it, it was easy to imagine how fiercely those who rushed over to fight for the right to meet would fight over it. In any case, Anqi couldn't see a peaceful solution to this matter. Actually, if he really wanted to solve this problem perfectly, it wasn't completely impossible. As the saying went, whoever started the trouble must end it. If it was someone else, the influential figures might choose to ignore them out of their excessive admiration. However, if it was Xianxia herself, a single sentence from her would be enough to force them to go through fire and water. Therefore, as long as Xianxia was willing to step forward, it wouldn't be difficult to appease these people. Moreover, Xianxia was a demon, one of the top demons. Be it in terms of strength or influence, no one dared to offend her. Therefore, as long as Xianxia was willing to step forward and say a word, this situation would be perfectly resolved. However, would Anqi dare to ask Xianxia to feign civility? Not only would he fail to achieve his goal, but he might even offend Xianxia. Xianxia's disdain for the people who loved her was, to a certain extent, a very famous thing. She would definitely fall out with a group of people she normally wouldn't even spare a glance at if she was asked to come out and sell a smile to them. A succubus with an unstable temperament. That was how Xianxia was described in human history. In addition to Xianxia's outstanding charm, Anqi didn't dare to meet Xianxia casually, let alone ask her to step forward for such a matter. Instead of offending the demon, he might as well accept the difficulties from the influential figures of the various human factions. That way, it might be easier to resolve. There's no other way. Anqi turned his head and looked at Rosie. Seeing this, Rosie understood Anqi's thoughts. Got it, Rosie said calmly, I will personally pay a visit to Borstadt's residence. At this stage, if there was anyone who could suppress so many influential figures, it would be Rosie. She had the backing of the Protoss, the heir of the brave Mitra, and the favored child of the goddess of destiny. With such a person stepping forward, there was no need to worry that the others wouldn't give her face. At least, compared to Shuren, Rosie was more suitable to step forward. After all, no matter what, Shan was a man, and a man who had taken Xianxia away in public. Xianxia's admirers would definitely be hostile to him. If Shan wanted to subdue them, he might not be able to make these beauties, who had fallen for Xianxia for a long time, admit defeat unless he made a move. It could only be said that these people had lost their minds for the sake of so-called love. Otherwise, why would they be so unwise as to gather a crowd and offend Shuren? Moreover, everyone present knew that Shuren had a fiery temper and would never allow himself to suffer any grievances. If someone really didn't know how to appreciate his kindness, he would definitely teach them a lesson and turn the conflict into a diplomatic issue. And that was precisely what Anqi and the others didn't want. Shan himself didn't care, but as members of the imperial clan, Anqi and the others couldn't ignore these questions. In order to prevent the kingdom from becoming the target of their wrath, it was inevitable that they would send a person of authority to stop them. Hurry, Rosie. Be careful, Anqi urged. Be careful. Lia instructed. Aridia and Shauna also stared at Rosie. Rosie, on the other hand, had already turned around. As she walked outside, her golden eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Shuren was still fooling around with Chafine. Naturally, Chafine wasn't willing to let go of Shuren's threat. As such, she used her most powerful weapon, displaying her charm to her heart's content and teasing Shuren, intending to make Shuren show his ugly side. Shuren really couldn't take it anymore. This woman was a temptress who could bring disaster to a country. Even though he was already somewhat used to it, he still couldn't resist her incessant teasing. His body, which still needed to rest and recuperate for a period of time, heated up under the continuous barrage of attacks. Woman, you're the one who wants to play with fire. Finally, Shuren couldn't take it anymore and pounced at Chafine. Seeing this, Chafine also realized that she'd gone too far and prepared to run away. Unfortunately, the rippling heart devil was a double-edged sword. When Shuren grabbed her hand, Chafine lost all her strength. It's over. I'm screwed again. Seeing her close fly away, Chafine's heart sank. She wanted to cry, but no tears came out. This bastard was really her nemesis. Just as Chafine was about to give in, there was a commotion outside. The noise was so loud and passionate that even Shuren was seriously disturbed. He instantly lost all interest. What's going on? Shirtless, Shuren got up from Chafine's body with a dark expression. The evil fire in his heart turned into fury. Chafine hurriedly got up and picked up her clothes that had been thrown away. As she put them on, a trace of frost appeared on her slightly flushed face. Although she didn't want to admit it, she was also completely excited just now. Now that she'd been disturbed like this, even Chafine was furious. No, it should be said that she couldn't bear it because it was Chafine. Humans are still the same as before. Because of their short lifespans and complicated temperaments, they seriously lack respect for the strong. Chafine's seemingly calm words revealed a chilling coldness. With the power of the rippling heart demon, Chafni only needed to sense for a bit to roughly guess what had happened. Without a doubt, it was those trash that couldn't even bring the slightest bit of joy causing trouble again. In the demon world, where the strong were respected, even if they'd been infatuated with Chafine for a long time, they wouldn't have done something like this. Back when Shuren was in Charm Demon City, hadn't he also been picked on for a period of time? After fully displaying his strength, no one dared to provoke him again. It was the same in Supreme Castle. Countless demons had seen Shuren going in and out with the demon sisters all day. They were extremely unhappy, but no one dared to take the initiative to look for Shuren. That was because they knew that Shan was a brave man, a strong man. Since he was brave and strong, he couldn't be offended. Rashly provoking him was just asking to be humiliated. In the end, the person who had come to talk to Shuren wasn't Hart, who'd been hostile to Shuren in the first place, but Gray, a human. It had to be said that this was quite ironic. Just like what Chafine had said, only humans would be in a situation where they didn't respect the strong. Only humans would have such a narrow memory. They wouldn't learn from their mistakes, and they wouldn't be able to see the essence of things. Instead, they would blindly trust themselves and the things they relied on, believing that they had the right to do whatever they wanted. Those without power would be proud of their high status, believing that power was greater than strength. Those with power could also be dominated by those with status. This was nothing at all. Those without status would be proud of their intelligence, believing that brute force wasn't desirable, and that intelligence was the key to victory. Little did they know, there was a limit to everything. Those with high status might be able to dominate legendary powerhouses, but they couldn't dominate ultimate or even transcendent powerhouses. Intelligence could indeed defeat brute force, but when brute force could conquer the heavens and destroy the earth, even the smartest mind would be in vain. Why were the Demon King and Supreme God always so high and mighty, and no one could reach them? It wasn't because they had high status, nor was it because they were smart. It was because they were strong and invincible. The demons had always adhered to this philosophy, which was why they respected the strong. It wasn't so that the strong could obtain a higher status, but to tell their tribe that only the strong could obtain everything. Thus, everyone should work hard to become stronger. Because of this, the demons' respect and awe for the strong had long been engraved in their bones. Even an ultimate powerhouse like Hedi Yadai would bow respectfully when faced with Shuren, who had a holy sword and could threaten her. In Chafine's eyes, everything that the so-called admirers of the human race did was really childish. Openly gathering people to provoke heroes? This method might be effective against the righteous and righteous heroes in the past, but it's useless against heroes like us, you know? Chafine could already see how things would develop. As expected, wait for me here. Don't leave. After putting on his clothes, Shuren said expressionlessly to Chafine. Then, he turned around and disappeared on the spot. His overbearing and forceful words didn't make Chafine unhappy at all. Instead, she chuckled. You are the only one who can make me wait like this, even if I search the whole world. Chafine wasn't in a hurry to put on her clothes. She covered her front with a shirt and walked to the window with her bare shoulders, gazing outside. A good show was about to begin. In the square in front of Borstadt's house. At this moment, the number of people gathered in the square had increased to an unimaginable number. However, the crowd was no longer as crowded as before. This was because a fleet of majestic carriages suddenly barged in, squeezing through the crowd and occupying the square in front of Borstadt's house in an overbearing manner. Countless powerful knights raised their shields and pulled out their weapons, surrounding the square and forcefully suppressing the groups of visitors, expelling them from the square. Stop. What right do you have to drive us out? Do you know who I am? Bastard. The people who were forcefully driven out were cursing and cursing, but soon, they were speechless. There was no other reason. The people who came down from the luxurious carriages, protected by the powerful knights, were all important figures that they couldn't afford to offend. Isn't that King Miski of Ralabai? A man wearing a king's cloak, crown, and scepter came down from one of the carriages. He was protected by an extremely powerful mage. That's Joseph, the Wind Sword Saint. A knight with a sword on his back also appeared with a group of people. Even Popule is here. The kind-looking Pope was supported by a priest as he came down from the carriage. Apart from that, there were also many big shots who appeared one after another. The crowd suddenly fell silent. On the square in front of Borstadt's house that was crowded with people, their guards, knights, and attendants spread out as the important figures appeared one after another. They occupied a corner of the square as if they had isolated an area from the rest of the crowd. With more people like this, those who did not have a high enough status and strength were naturally excluded. They could only gather in the outer perimeter of the square and look at the big shots in the square. They dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. However, to the real big shots, they did not need to care about these people at all. They only looked at those who were at the same level as them or had the ability to stand with them, and a trace of vigilance appeared on their faces. They knew very well why the other party was there. Therefore, there was no doubt that they were competitors. Of course, while they were wary, they still had to maintain their composure on the surface. The first to break the silence was Misji. I didn't expect everyone to be here. It's quite lively. The king of the magic nation of Rarabe did not put on any airs at all. Instead, he laughed heartily and greeted everyone in the square like an uncle that could be found anywhere. However, none of the people present dared to look down on the forthright king. That was because the king was not only very resourceful, but he was also a mage who had reached level 88 and used a rather rare and special spell. Even a legendary level powerhouse would not dare to look down on him. Not to mention, there was a taciturn, knowledgeable, calm, and strong mage beside the king. He was the strongest person in the magic nation of Rarabe, the leader of the mage squad that Rarabe was proud of. He was a legendary level mage who had reached level 97, Mordobiscus. The people looked at the two pillars of Rarabe in silence. Only a few people dared to speak in front of them. His Majesty Misji has come at the right time. The one who spoke was an orc who was even stronger than Mordo. He was 2 meters tall, and his arms were thicker than the thighs of ordinary people. His muscles were bulging, and he seemed to be full of power. He had a pair of white tiger ears and a tiger's whiskers on his face. His tiger tail was swinging up and down, but it was also full of power. It felt like a whip lashing the air, and it was terrifying. He was the minister of the orc tribe, which was ranked second among the orcs. He led hundreds of thousands of orc warriors and was also a famous legendary level powerhouse. He was a level 97 workout warrior Norb, who was the same as Mordo. There was also a group of orc subordinates around Norb, who were obviously very powerful. Quite a few of them were above level 80, while the rest were above level 70. Their ferocious expressions told everyone that they weren't to be trifled with. Only a powerful person with so many powerful subordinates would dare to speak so rudely in front of His Majesty the King of Rara Abai, right? The world's third most powerful country in terms of military and magic wasn't just for show. Since their king was here in person, there were very few people who were qualified to talk to him on equal terms. However, there was no lack of such people here. Norb was one of them. I haven't seen His Majesty for a long time. The one who spoke was the knight who carried a sword on his back and was surrounded by a few powerful subordinates. He was the most ordinary person among the few bigwigs present. He had an ordinary appearance and build. Even if he wore armor and carried a sword on his back, he was still very ordinary. He was the type that no one would be able to recognize if he was thrown into a crowd. However, if there were people with sharp senses present, they would discover that the knight would give off an extremely sharp sword chi from time to time, which would make people feel slightly nervous. He was Joseph, a legendary level powerhouse who had become famous 25 years ago. He was known as the Wind Sword Sage, but he suddenly announced his retirement at the most dazzling time. He no longer cared about worldly affairs and only appeared here today. It was also not surprising that Joseph would greet Miscavige. This was because he used to belong to Rarabay and was the most powerful knight in Rarabay. Joseph. Misty was surprised to see him. I didn't expect to see you here. We haven't seen each other for a long time, right? Yes. Joseph nodded and said with a simple and honest smile, we haven't seen each other since I announced my retirement. Really, it's been too long, Misty said with a sigh. Misty sighed and said, I often think that if Joseph hadn't left back then, Larabi would not only be famous for magic, right? Before Joseph could say anything, Mordo spoke. I've also often heard about you from His Majesty, Sir Joseph. Mordo's words sounded a little stiff. He had only started to show his talents after Joseph left Rarabay and was gradually put in an important position by Misty. He had grown step by step to where he was today. Currently, Mordo could be said to be above everyone else in Rarabay. However, Misty would often mention Joseph and felt that it was a pity. He felt that if Rarabay had Joseph, it would definitely become more powerful. In fact, Rarabay would not only be a magic powerhouse, but also a knight powerhouse. Naturally, Mordo would feel dissatisfied after hearing such words. He felt that even without Joseph, Rara Abai would still be able to become stronger with Mordo's help. Because of this, Mordo had a hint of hostility towards Joseph that could be faintly sensed by others. On the other hand, Joseph, the famous Wind Sword Sage, seemed to have noticed nothing. He shook his head calmly. You don't have to think too highly of me. I know that my ability is limited. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost to the previous master of the Elbasan family. Moreover, I haven't broken through to the ultimate level even after more than 20 years. This was one of the main reasons Joseph announced his retirement. 25 years ago, Joseph was already a famous legendary level powerhouse, and his level was not low, at 95. Coupled with his godlike sword skills, he even dared to challenge people of a higher level than him, and even defeated them. He was full of metal. At that time, although Gray had also made a great name for himself in the human world, he was just a junior in the eyes of people at Joseph's level. At that time, Gray was not a legendary powerhouse, but Joseph was already a famous legendary powerhouse. Not only was he not weak among the legendary powerhouses, but he was also very strong. One could imagine how high-spirited he was. It was only when he blindly challenged the previous master of the Elbasan family of the Mitra kingdom, Elidia's father, Ter's grandfather, and the previous leader of the Imperial Knights, who was a top legendary level knight with a level of 98, that he was defeated and taught a harsh lesson. From then on, Joseph realized his limits and realized where his abilities lay. Disheartened, he announced his retirement and settled down in a remote mountain. Even so, Joseph was still a famous legendary powerhouse in the human world. His title of Wind Sword Sage attracted countless people of the younger generation. Many of them traveled thousands of miles to seek him as a teacher and became his disciples. At this moment, the people who were with Joseph were the disciples he had taught over the years. Some of these disciples were strong, some were weak, some were young, and some were old. Many of them were experts above level 80, and they had been attracting the attention of the people around them since the beginning. It was evident that Joseph was rather famous in the human world. Not only was he extremely strong, but he also taught many disciples. There were a few people who were dressed very luxuriously, and they were probably the children of nobles. This time, Joseph was invited out of the mountain by his own disciple. His goal was also very simple. He hoped to be able to see the figure that had once captivated him at the three clans' talk. Therefore, after hearing the news of Xianxia's arrival, Joseph could not sit still anymore, and brought a group of disciples here personally. Unfortunately, his competitors were everywhere. The limit is the limit of life, and the limit of countless living beings. Protoss and demons aside, we humans all cultivate and grow from the beginning. It is easier said than done to reach the limit of life. Norb looked at Joseph, and there was a hint of fighting spirit in his eyes. Excluding the limit powerhouses that do not exist in the human race, among the current legendary powerhouses, the Windsword Sage can be ranked in the top 5. I would really like to spar with you, Your Excellency. Let's see if your sword or my claws are sharper. Norb's body surged with an extremely powerful aura, and it made it hard for people to breathe. Joseph remained nonchalant about it. You don't have to rush, Minister Norb. We can spar at any time, but it is not suitable here. Joseph politely rejected Norb's challenge and turned to another important figure who had been silent all this while. The others also restrained themselves and looked at each other. There was no other reason. Lord Yule. Lord Yule. Lord Yule. Misji, Mordo, Joseph, and Norb bowed respectfully to the old man. This was because the old man was the Pope of the Temple of Light and the spokesperson of the Protoss in the human world. Not only did he have the support of the Protoss, but he was also a legendary powerhouse who had become famous earlier than Joseph. Joseph's active period was 25 years ago, but this Pope's active period was 50 years ago. At that time, people called him as the most powerful user of holy and healing magic in the Omnipotensen. Yes. The most powerful in the Omnipotensen. In other words, the most powerful in the 3 realms. This was the Pope, Yule. Greetings, everyone. Seeing that Misiji and the others bowed to him, Yule smiled at everyone like a kind old man. That kind and amiable smile made people feel a sense of closeness. However, at this moment, nobody knew that Yule was sighing as he looked at the door of Porstut's house. Back then, he had a deep impression of Shuren. He thought that this young man would make a name for himself sooner or later and become a popular figure. Shuren did not let him down. Ever since he became famous, he rose to power like a shooting star. Not only did he become a great noble of the kingdom in the shortest time possible, but he also defeated countless competitors and became Rosie's fiancé. On the other hand, the 3 goddesses of the divine race seemed to be very optimistic about this rising star of the human race. Their attitude towards him was extremely kind, and they even faintly regarded him as an equal. Yule was surprised by this, but he thought that the goddesses were impressed by Shuren because he was the one who entrusted the true seal of the evil god Lilith and was related to the demonic dragon Aie. Furthermore, Rosie was also there. However, not long after, the news that Shuren was a hero spread, and the 3 races were shocked. The goddesses that the humans believed in also paid close attention to Shuren. If Shuren had not gone to the demon realm, the temple would have received the oracle and asked Yule to personally lead the temple's clergyman to welcome Shuren. Every time Yule thought about this, he would sigh with emotion. Shuren had exceeded his expectations in all aspects. In the end, before he could fully sigh, Shuren was involved with Her Highness again. Yule's heart skipped a beat when he thought about this. Although he had been famous for a long time, just like Joseph, he had only met Xianxia about 20 years ago. It should be said that among the people who came because of Xianxia, they were all captivated by this succubus because they met her more than 20 years ago. Apart from Xianxia's visit to the human world more than 20 years ago, the last time she came to the human world was about a few hundred years ago. Among the human race, only elves had such a long lifespan. Dwarves could only live for a few hundred years. Humans and orcs did not have such a long lifespan, so they naturally could not have met Xianxia several hundred years ago. Therefore, when Xianxia appeared in the human world more than 20 years ago, she captured the hearts of more than half of the rulers in the human world. This included Yule. Even now, he still couldn't forget how shaken his heart had been when he first saw Chaffney. That was a beauty that didn't belong to the mortal world, a charm that even the goddess of faith had to concede defeat. It was simply the materialization of the concept of beauty, and it was extremely shocking. From that moment on, Yule knew he was done for. His incomparably firm faith was shaken after seeing Chaffney. This was because he no longer only admired the high and mighty goddess. He admired that demon even more. Even though she had never looked at him, even though he could only see her in his dreams for more than 20 years, this admiration did not fade. Because of this, after learning that Chaffney had been taken away by Xianxia, Yule had come here on impulse. His arrival naturally caused many people to be puzzled. His Holiness actually came here. This is truly out of all of our expectations. Misty pointed out. Could it be that Her Holiness and Her Highness? Joseph asked vaguely. It can't be? Norb's face was full of doubt. Mordo remained silent. His eyes were also filled with surprise. As a pope, Yule had been alone for a long time. Although there were no rules in the world that prohibited clergymen from getting married, and many clergymen had their own families, wives, and daughters, none of the past popes of the temple had taken the path of marriage. As human representatives chosen by the protoss from the vast sea of people, they acted as a bridge between the protoss and the human race, conveying the will of the protoss for the human race, and also conveying the will of the human race to the protoss. It could be said that they had the greatest sense of mission and honor to become a pope. This way, they had the most devout faith and were people who claimed to dedicate their lives to God. Therefore, they would not get married. Instead, they would dedicate their lives to the position of pope. The popes of the past would basically only choose those who were unmarried to be their successors. It wasn't because there was such a rule, but because they wanted the person who sat on this position to be able to wholeheartedly do everything that a pope should do, and not be entangled by worldly affairs and lose their impartiality. Only this way could a pope be trusted by everyone. Under such circumstances, Yule actually came here. Not only was it surprising, but it was also shocking. Naturally, Yule knew what kind of criticism his arrival would provoke. Fortunately, he had already thought of what to say. I'm indeed here for Her Highness Chaffney, but unlike everyone else, I'm not here for Her Highness herself. Yule smiled without changing his expression and secretly said, after all, Her Highness Demon came to the venue before the Tri-Race Conference. The Protoss goddesses are very concerned about the reason. Misty and the others came to a realization after he said that. One of the top reasons for the demons was to come to the Tri-Race Conference in advance. As enemies since ancient times, the Protoss naturally had to be more concerned about this. It was understandable that they would care about Chaffney's goal and actions. If Yule came here to investigate Chaffney's purpose in coming to the royal city, it was also understandable. Thinking of this, Misagi and the others let go of their surprise and some of their hostility. On the other hand, Orc Norb spoke casually. If that's the case, which one of us should go and visit Borstadt's family first? The most sensitive issue was poked out by this tiger man. Everyone fell silent, causing the atmosphere to change slightly. The people who had been watching quietly finally broke their silence. I've admired Borstadt's name for a long time. Can you let me in first? The hero has always been the hero of us humans. I really want to meet him as soon as possible. I'm very curious about a person who managed to reach such a position in just half a year. I heard that Borstadt's family used to be Hero Mitra's private residence. I'm very interested in this. Voices began to appear one after another, striving to be first. Some of them were like Norb and Misagi, who were leaders of other factions. Some were like Mordo and Joseph, who were respected legendary powerhouses who had been famous for a long time. However, all of them had gathered here today. Their goal was simple. They wanted to meet Her Highness as soon as possible. After all, who knew if Her Highness would treat everyone equally and disdainfully after meeting too many people, or, who knew if Her Highness would be remembered by Her Highness the first one to meet her? What if Her Highness was in a good mood, but because there were too many people, she didn't want to meet too many people and chased those she didn't meet away? What would happen then? All in all, everyone wanted to be the first one to meet Chaffney, whether it was because of various considerations or because of the urgency in their hearts. Of course, those who were weaker in terms of status, position, and strength were also shouting loudly. We want to meet Her Highness Chaffner too. Just let us have a look. Please. I've been waiting for this moment for more than 20 years. A group of nobles, knights, warriors, and even commoners who were pushed out of the crowd were shouting hysterically. Shut up. No shouting. Don't disturb the lords. The knights and attendants who surrounded the square and blocked those who were weaker in terms of status, position, and strength scolded the nobles. Misji and the others didn't care about the nobles. They were too weak, and their status did not match up to the people present. Considering the competition, be it Misiji, Joseph, or even Yule, they chose to ignore them. Those who could meet Chaffner were people of their level. Even if they weren't the king of a powerful country, they had to be on par with the king of a powerful country. For example, a legendary powerhouse. Another example was the leader of a powerful faction of another race. The square had turned into a giant devil's den. Only those who stood at the top of the human race could stand here. As for the others, they could only be excluded. Misji couldn't hold back his voice anymore. Everyone, why don't you give me some face and let me meet Borstut first? The king of Lullaby couldn't sit still anymore. Unfortunately, King Misji's face isn't that useful in front of Her Highness Chaffner. Norb said bluntly. I'm sorry, Your Majesty. Joseph lowered his head apologetically, but he didn't want to step back. Why don't you let me finish my work first? Everyone? Yule had lost his composure. In order to see Chaffine, he had, for the first time, broken his own principles of not fighting. For his own selfish reasons, he had told a lie that was neither too big nor too small. The last one to speak was Mordo, who had never met Chaffner before. He was only here as Misji's guard. Since everyone wants to go in, why don't we think of a way to decide who wins and who loses first? Mordo's suggestion finally caused the atmosphere to become tense. Everyone was silent for a while before their eyes burned with fighting spirit and fighting spirit. Joseph and Norb, in particular, had the strongest aura. The rising sword aura and ferocious wildness struck fear in people's hearts. Until, none of you can go in. A cold voice rang out, suppressing everyone. When the cold voice resonated in the area, a horrifying pressure instantly engulfed the entire area, and everyone's expression changed drastically. Who? The legendary archmage, Mordo, was the first to react. Without any hesitation, he released a magic spell toward the source of the pressure. It was a high-leveled fire spell, a single-target destructive spell, explosive flame spear. Magic power was released by Mordo's outstretched hand, and it turned into a burst of flames. With a fiery and blinding radiance, it blasted toward the source of the pressure at a shocking speed like a spear. It had to be said that this legendary tier great mage was not just for show. He could actually cast a high-level spell in the blink of an eye. He did not even chant much. His chant skill must have reached the maximum level, which allowed him to cast spells without chanting to a certain extent. Even if it was a high-leveled spell, with the assistance of the maximum level chant, it was not impossible for him to cast the spell without chanting. Of course, the power of the high-leveled spell would be reduced, but the advantage was that it could be cast and released quickly. It was no wonder that Mordo could continuously cast hundreds of high-leveled spells on the battlefield and incinerate tens of thousands of enemies. However, bam, when the powerful burst of flames was about to land on the target, it was shattered by a slender hand, and it turned into a burst of sparks that dissipated between heaven and earth. What? Mordo was shocked. He shattered the magic spell. Misji, Joseph, Nob, and Yule's expressions changed slightly. At this moment, everyone finally saw the appearance of the intruder. It was a young girl. She had a pair of wings on her back, and she was hovering above the gate of Borstut's residence. She looked down at everyone with an extremely cold expression, and her eyes were filled with impatience. The suppressive aura that resembled a dragon's aura rose from this young girl's body, and everyone's expression changed again and again. However, the young girl didn't care at all and even mocked. You humans really don't know how to learn from your mistakes. You did it yesterday and today. You know that my master is a warrior who is much more powerful than any of you, and yet, you still dare to gather here and cause trouble. Do you really think that we don't dare to kill you? As she spoke, the murderous aura emanated from her body, and it shocked everyone. The suppressive aura and the murderous aura told everyone that this young girl was terrifyingly powerful. "Hey, Wind Sword Saint." Nob forced an ugly smile and questioned Joseph, "Are you confident that you can defeat her?" Joseph fell silent. After a long time, Joseph finally said something. "No." Everyone was stunned by his words. This simple admission contained a huge amount of information. One had to know that Joseph was already considered a top legendary level powerhouse more than 20 years ago. Even if he hadn't reached the limit realm yet, he shouldn't be too far away from it. Just like what Norb had said, Joseph's strength was enough to rank in the top 5 of the entire human race. In this way, he might be the strongest person here. However, even he said that he wasn't confident that he could defeat the young girl with dragon wings. Nobody could guess what he meant by that. The ultimate level. Cold sweat was dripping down Mischi's forehead. She's from the dragon race? Mordo's expression was ugly too. Only Yul stood up with a bitter smile on his face. You must be Miss Yulin. Yul bowed to the young girl in the air. I heard that Miss Yulin has successfully transformed into a human and shed her demonic body. You've become more powerful than before. As expected, congratulations. At this moment, even Pope Yul, who enjoyed an extremely high status in the human world, was extremely respectful towards Yulin. He knew that the young girl had not only been reborn, but she might have reached the realm that legendary powerhouses like them dreamed of, the ultimate level. This was a powerhouse that had never been born in the Dragon Clan. Now, this powerhouse had appeared, and even regarded Xian as his master. Just thinking about the information that could be seen behind the scenes was enough to make one shudder. However, Yulin's expression did not ease just because of Yul's compliments. Don't give me that. Even if you compliment me, I won't be appeased. Yulin snorted coldly and said, Master asked me to guard the door here, but you two are gathered here one by one, discussing how to force your way in. Do you still want me to be nice to you? Yulin's words caused everyone to look at each other. Yul quickly spoke up. We don't intend to barge in. We just want to pay a visit to Mr. Porstut. Evidently, even someone of Yul's status didn't dare to not cover up this matter. Otherwise, if they were seen as barging in, it would be reasonable for the Porstut family to deal with them in self-defense. Although they did not think that the Porstut family alone could deal with so many forces and powerhouses, Shuren had the Protoss and demons behind him. He also had the evil goddess Lilith at home. Such a force was not something that they could resist. Therefore, although there was an element of impulsiveness in their visit this time, they did not want to openly offend Xian. That would not benefit them in the slightest. Most of them believed that with their status, even a hero would not reject their visit. Therefore, they were not here to go against Shuren. At the very least, they had to maintain their composure on the surface. No one was a fool. If they thought that these big shots came here without any consideration, then they would be gravely mistaken. However, you're telling me that you're just here to pay a visit? Yulin looked at Yulu and the others as if they were idiots and said so. Do you think I believe that? Her words rendered the crowd speechless. Indeed, if they were really here to visit, they were a little over the top. They occupied the square in front of the Porstut family's house and used knights or guards to isolate the area. Then, they gathered one after another to discuss the visit without any regard for the feelings of the owner of the house. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were planning to invade the house. Visit, that was just an excuse. You just want to see Sister Chaffney. You've never thought about my master's wishes, right? Yulin sneered. In fact, are you worried that my master will take this opportunity to do something to Sister Chaffney? The crowd was speechless. Although it was childish and embarrassing, some of them did think so. When they thought about how Her Highness, who disdained all men, was taken away by Shuren and she didn't seem to be resisting his advances, it was impossible for them not to have wild thoughts. In other words, some were envious, some were jealous, some were worried, and some were afraid, which led to the current situation. It couldn't be helped. After more than 20 years of love, once it exploded, even the calmest person would lose their composure. This was especially true for a seductress like Chafine, who possessed unparalleled charm. There was no need to say how attractive she was to men. All sorts of factors and reasons added together made the crowd unable to hold themselves back. On top of that, they more or less resorted to forceful means. While the crowd was speechless, Misji, the king of Rarabe, finally stood up. "You've misunderstood, Miss Yulin." Misji smiled and said to Yulin, "We just don't want to see so many people crowding around here and affecting the efficiency of our visit. That's why we overstepped our boundaries and did something presumptuous. Please forgive us." "That's right," Norb said loudly. "Random people don't have the right to gather here and harass Count Borstut, do they? Since His Majesty the King and His Holiness the Supreme Pontiff are here, we naturally have to dismiss those unrelated people." Mordo added at the right time, "We can't let all of you be like those people, squeezing here and there and shouting, right?" His excuse was considered reasonable. All in all, these people were still able to maintain their facade. No matter what, they were the leaders of the major forces. How could they act impulsively without any excuse? No matter what, in terms of status, Shuren was still a count. Logically speaking, he still had to give face to these important figures. If even the visit of the king of a world-class country was directly shut out by the other party, then even the divine race and the demon race would feel that they were in the wrong, and would not dare to openly support Shan, right? As such, these people had put in a lot of effort just to see Chafine. They had gone through a lot of trouble. The rest of the legendary powerhouses and famous and powerful figures also seized the opportunity to speak to their heart's content. "We're just here to visit. Could it be that Count Borstad is going to shut us out? The hero is the hero of us humans. Surely he won't refuse to meet the leaders of the major forces, right? Please let us in. Let us in." These people expressed their opinions one after another. Yulin was enraged, and the pressure on her body became even more terrifying. Just as Yulin was about to gather dragon breath in her mouth, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of Borstut's house. "I didn't know that everyone wanted to see me so much." The young hero appeared out of nowhere. He lifted his eyes and smiled. There wasn't even a hint of a smile in his eyes. Silence. Dead. Silence. When the tall and straight brave man appeared silently and entered everyone's line of sight, regardless of whether they knew him or not, they could not help but fall into an indescribable silence. This was especially so for Misiji, Norb, Mordo, Joseph, and the rest who had never seen Shuren before. "He's Shuren Borstut?" Misiji narrowed his eyes. Hero Shuren, Norb and Joseph held their breaths at the same time. "He's..." Mordo looked at the hero who was much younger than him with an indescribable emotion in his eyes. As for the other legendary powerhouses and figures of the major forces, they all looked at Shan, and their expressions changed. The onlookers also started to become noisy. The dead silence in the air was replaced by a hubbub. Shan's sudden appearance not only lifted everyone's spirits, but also caught everyone off guard. Minister Borstut, Yul also looked at Shan, who seemed to be the same as before. For some reason, he felt a sense of shame in his heart. After all, he had a good relationship with Shuren. This time, he came with the big picture and felt like he was in cahoots with others to oppress Shuren. It might be an exaggeration to say that he was betraying Shuren, but it was enough to make Yul feel ashamed. Shan, on the other hand, did not seem to notice Yul. He walked out with clear footsteps and swept his gaze across the audience. "Master." Yulin put away her cold expression. She flapped her dragon wings and landed next to Shuren. She said angrily, Before he could finish his sentence, Shan raised his hand and interrupted him. "It's okay." Shuren's expression remained the same as if nothing had happened. However, everyone felt an indescribable pressure when they saw Shuren's calm expression. Thus, for a moment, none of the powerful existences in the entire square dared to speak. Shan turned a blind eye to this and came in front of everyone. His gaze swept across everyone present as if he wanted to recognize them. After a long time, he suddenly smiled. "What's wrong?" "Everyone?" Shuren said with a faint smile. "Didn't you want to see me? I'm here now. Why don't you look happy at all?" His words, which had a hidden meaning, caused these upper echelons, who always feigned civility with others and had long since trained their skin to be extremely thick, to feel a little embarrassed. Misji, Norb, Mordo, Joseph, and the rest quickly composed themselves. They looked at Shan, who had suddenly appeared, and their minds were racing. It wasn't that everyone wasn't curious about this brave warrior who had recently been in the limelight, nor did they not want to make friends with him. It would be great if they could visit Shuren and have a good chat with Shuren. In the past, the big shots would definitely be full of smiles and have a good chat with Shuren. Unfortunately, compared to the beautiful figure that haunted his dreams, even if it was a hero's matter, he had to take a step back. That was what everyone thought, and they wanted to find out more about Chafine. However, putting aside the people who stood at the top of the human race, the other miscellaneous figures were not as patient. A legendary powerhouse with a stocky build could not hold it in any longer. He stood out and shouted when he saw Shuren. "Hero Shuren! You brought Her Highness Chafine too. Where did he go?" The man couldn't finish his sentence. Boom, a loud explosion suddenly resounded. Grr. The stocky legend rank powerhouse only felt his vision blur. Immediately after, his abdomen was punched, causing him to feel as though his internal organs had shifted positions. Under the assault of the intense pain, he couldn't help but howl in pain. He hugged his abdomen and fell to the ground. The sudden violence shocked everyone, and they could not help but tense up, allowing their magic power to seep out of their bodies. What? The onlookers were also taken aback by this sudden change. Honorable Borstot, you looked at Shuren in shock. He saw that Shuren was still standing in the same spot, and he did not move at all. But those with keen senses all noticed that just now, Sean's figure swayed slightly and became blurry. Then, he immediately returned to his original state. So fast. Joseph, who had the title of Wind Sword Saint, felt as if he had seen something unbelievable, and his pupils constricted. Under everyone's incredulous gaze, Shuren glanced at the legendary powerhouse who had fallen to the ground and said calmly, "Don't mind him. Don't mind him. He's just teaching these uneducated people how to respect others. Please don't learn from him." His casual words caused everyone to look at each other in dismay. Misiji, Norb, Mordo, and Joseph looked at Shuren solemnly, and fear appeared in their eyes. This hero did not seem easy to deal with, and he did not seem to have a good temper. This is going to be troublesome, everyone's heart began to feel heavy. One of the main reasons why they dared to gather in such a brazen manner was because they thought that the hero would choose to compromise. That was because the heroes of the past were famous for being righteous and abiding by their principles. They would not reject force easily. As the saying went, one would not slap a smiling person. For comrades of the same race in camp, the hero would do his best to protect them, and fight for justice and reason. How could he change his attitude just because of a disagreement? It could be said that the hero was a righteous existence. In the eyes of the world, he should be easy to talk to and kind. Even if others were unreasonable, he would tolerate and love them instead of attacking them directly. With that in mind, before they came, everyone thought the hero wouldn't reject everyone's meeting and shut them out. Instead, he would make things convenient for everyone if he had no other choice. Wasn't that what a hero was? But there seemed to be something wrong with this hero. Seeing how Shuren stood there calmly, and his gaze was filled with fear, the people who were about to yell and scold him shut their mouths and did not dare to breathe loudly. Yulin was the only one who stood beside Shuren. Looking at everything, she felt like she should teach them a lesson. In the end, it was Yule who stood up for them. "Borstot, we don't have any ill intentions. Please believe us." Yule let out a bitter laugh. To this, Shuren nodded calmly. "I know you don't have ill intentions. Not all of you are here for me." Shuren admitted this, but his tone was still harsh. "But you are still messing around in my territory. Since that's the case, as the host, wouldn't it seem like I'm neglecting my duty if I don't teach you how to behave?" Hearing this, Mordo could not hold it in anymore. "What do you mean by that? Hero Shuren?" Mordo stared at Shuren and said, "Everyone here has a higher status than you. Even His Majesty is here. It's fine if you don't entertain us warmly, but you're being so rude and unreasonable. Can I take this as a provocation from the Mitra Kingdom to the Magic Nation, Rarabe?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere began to turn sour. This was not something that could be joked about. Mordo used a single sentence to escalate this matter to a conflict between nations. If he did not give a good answer, it would definitely be a serious diplomatic problem. Especially for the Mitra Kingdom and the Magic Nation, Rarabe, which could be ranked in the top 3 among all the human countries, there might be a huge mess if they did not handle their diplomacy well. Moreover, Rarabe actually had a very special position among the human forces. If it was possible, no one would want to offend it. Why? Because the situation did not allow it. The 3 major human countries were the Ragnar Empire, the Mitra Kingdom, and the Magic Nation, Rarabe. Among them, although Rarabe was the weakest of the 3 major countries, it was not inferior to the Mitra Kingdom in terms of military combat power. It was also the country that could restrain the Ragnar Empire and the Mitra Kingdom the most. After all, the Ragnar Empire and the Mitra Kingdom could be regarded as enemies that had been in opposition for 1,000 years. Under such opposition, if Rarabe were to side with one country, that country would be able to unite with Rarabe and devour the other country, right? At the same time, this country had been isolating itself from disputes for a long time, sitting on top of the mountain and watching the tigers fight. It gave people a feeling that they might take advantage of the Ragnar Empire and the Mitra Kingdom's fight to the death at any time and then come out to reap the benefits. Therefore, with such a powerful country eyeing them covetously, the Ragnar Empire and the Mitra Kingdom did not want to offend this country at all and bring disaster to their own country. In other words, if Rarabe and the Mitra Kingdom became enemies, it might cause Rarabe to side with the Ragnar Empire, which would cause great trouble for them. Under such circumstances, if this issue were to be escalated to an international level, the Mitra Kingdom would be in a difficult position. Obviously, Mordo had grasped this point, which was why he deliberately said that. Sigh, don't say that, Mordo. Borstat didn't mean it. Next to him, Miski patted Mordo's shoulder as if to smooth things over. He seemed to be speaking up for Shuren, but in fact, he did not deny that this matter would be used by Rarabe as an excuse to deal with. It could only be said that Mordo was indeed worthy of being the king of a country. He was quite good at playing such tricks. However, I don't really mind. It was as if Sean was watching a monkey show. After watching it, he said such a sentence. The smile on Miski's face froze. What did you say? Mordo almost doubted his own ears. Borstat. You couldn't stay calm anymore. As for Norb and Joseph, they could not react to it either. I said, I don't mind. Shuren said calmly, let's not talk about what the Mitra Kingdom thinks. If you want to take my words as a provocation, that's fine. Speaking of this, Shuren shrugged. Although, in my opinion, I'm the one who's being provoked by all of you. Such words caused everyone present to be at a loss for what to do. Do you know what you're saying? Do you know how serious the situation will be because of what you said? While Mordo was at a loss, he shouted at Shuren. However, no matter how one looked at it, he seemed to be fierce in appearance but weak in heart. Shuren laughed. It made everyone's scalp go numb. That was because Shuren's smile was emotionless. It sent a chill down everyone's spine. Then, Shuren spoke. I should be the one saying that. Shuren looked up, and all the expressions on his face disappeared in an instant. Do you know how serious the situation will be if you make me unhappy like this? After saying that, the horrifying magical power finally broke out of Shuren's body without any concealment. The magical power stirred up the atmosphere. The atmosphere howled and wailed. The sky and earth shook slightly. In the capital city, cries of alarm rang out one after another, causing chaos and panic to abruptly appear. From Shuren's body, the horrifying pressure of a half-step transcendent level swept out and shrouded the entire place. Everyone's complexion changed drastically. One by one, they either fell to the ground as if they had been crushed by a mountain, bent over, or knelt on the ground as if they had been suppressed by the increased gravity. Their faces turned deathly pale in an instant. This pressure. Misiji knelt on the ground and could not get up. He looked at Shuren with fear in his eyes. Grunt. Norb and Joseph knelt on one knee. They wanted to get up, but they couldn't. They could only exert their strength until their veins bulged. This is the legendary level. Mordo yelled with a pale and lifeless face. No, this isn't the legendary level. It's not even the ultimate level. This is. Yul's eyes were wide open as he looked at Sean with a face full of shock. If even the famous masters were in such a state, One could imagine how the rest of the spectators and the ordinary legendary level masters were feeling. Some of them were already lying on the ground, some fainted, and some even vomited blood. They were injured by Shuren's aura alone. Xian was so strong, domineering, arrogant, and unreasonable that he suppressed the entire audience with his strength. In Boztut's house, the people who didn't come out were also shocked by the scene. Lily stuttered. So powerful. Vivian's eyes were filled with intense emotions. This is Mr. Shuren's current strength. Lumia was shocked. Ter remained silent and stared at Shuren's figure. Yu Lin was the only one who smiled proudly. No, it wasn't just Yu Lin. Lilith, who was woken up by the commotion, appeared as well. She rubbed her eyes and looked at this scene with her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. Chaffin was also looking at this scene. As expected of the most special warrior. He won't be bound by those boring rules. Chaffin smiled in satisfaction. This is a man worthy of my recognition. At this moment, Shuren was undoubtedly the most eye-catching existence on the scene. The leaders of the various human forces and the world-famous powerhouses could not help but bow down in front of him, as if they were welcoming a king, their eyes full of fear. They knew that Shuren was very strong. Not to mention anything else, the many movements that Shuren had caused in the capital were telling others how strong he was. The people present were not ordinary people, and they had their own intelligence channels. After Shuren's identity as a hero was exposed, they used various methods to collect information about Shuren's experience after he came to the Omnipotensen. However, the information they collected was very limited. This was because the fact that Shuren defeated Alidia was concealed by the kingdom, and the events that happened in the capital of the Ragnar Empire were also concealed under the secret operations of the Protoss and the demons. As a result, how many people in this world really knew how strong Shuren was? The elves had seen Shuren display transcendent-level combat power with their own eyes, but as a rare race that lived in seclusion in the Tagore forest, it was naturally impossible for what happened here to be leaked so easily. The orc priests knew that Shuren fought against the out-of-control Lilith, but under the instructions of the goddess of life Anima, they also protected Shuren in terms of information. In addition, when Shuren showed his strength later, it was in the demon realm, and the people in the human realm did not know these things at all. In summary, the human force's understanding of Shuren was limited to what happened before Shuren entered the inner sanctum, obtained the second unique skill, and made a great leap in strength for the first time in his life. Before that, what did Shuren have to focus on? 1. He had a unique skill that allowed him to adjust his own level and skills to a certain extent, so he could single-handedly crusade against the old demons faction, Slaughterer faction, at a low level. 2. He had a very high level, taming, skill, which allowed him to tame the black dragons of Adel as his own mount. 3. He had celestial magic that was suspected to have been lost and a very versatile magic that allowed him to summon a meteor shower that almost destroyed the Knights of the Kingdom. Then, there was a series of events that happened to him, such as the betrayal of the Galuoli family, the destruction of Cosmos, the coup of the Ragnar Empire, and so on. These major events all had Shuren's shadow. Then, several nobles who had offended Shuren were forced to step down, such as the Duke of Stringham and the Duke of Lyusica. They all died in the hands of Shuren. All these showed to others to a certain extent of Shuren's strength. In contrast, the fact that Xian had the support of the demonic dragon and the most powerful evil god that had not appeared for 10,000 years was just the power behind him. It had nothing to do with his own strength. Under such circumstances, although Xian was still a very dazzling existence, people naturally did not think that Xian was far more powerful than all the powerhouses of the human race. People had already tried to think highly of him, but in the end, they still thought that Shuren's level should not be high, and that he only had the strength to rival legendary-level powerhouses with the power of his unique skill. Even if he entered the inner sanctum and became stronger, and even had a killing weapon like the Holy Sword, people only thought that he was at most an existence that was not inferior to the limit grade, but did not think that Shuren himself had reached the limit grade. Even if he entered the inner sanctum, became stronger, and had a killing weapon like the Holy Sword, people only thought that he was at most an existence that was not inferior to the limit grade, but did not think that Shuren himself had reached the limit grade. Not to mention above the limit grade, even among the generations of heroes, only a few had reached it. Shuren had only been in the Omnipotensen for less than a year, so it was definitely impossible for him to reach that realm. Even Mitra, who was known as the strongest hero, only reached the limit grade at the age of 30, and then relied on the enlightenment he gained in the inner sanctum to transcend in one go and achieve fame. Before that, Mitra had been in the Omnipotensen for a whole 10 years. With such an example in front of him, who would think that Shuren could reach the realm above the limit grade in less than a year? No matter how highly they thought of him, it was impossible for them to think that way. Yule was no exception. Although he thought highly of Shuren, he never thought that Shuren would have such strength at this time. In other words, the fist that Shuren displayed in the human world was still not strong enough. Hence, the scene that happened today came into being. Let's not waste each other's time, Shuren declared calmly in front of everyone. I know you're not here to visit me. I also know who you're here to see. Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. As he spoke, Shuren waved his palm, and mana gushed out from it. As if it had turned into a solid airwave, it followed Shuren's movement and slashed the door of Borstut's house. Bang! Amidst the sound of an explosion, a ravine appeared in front of the door of Borstut's house. It was as if the ravine had been carved into the ground, and it was a ghastly sight to behold. This scene caused the hearts of the crowd to tremble once again. How could he cause such a slash with just the release of mana? Unaware of the shock in everyone's hearts, Shuren retracted his mana. This move was also inspired by Grey. Although he did not learn Grey's trick of materializing the demon sword into a weapon, it was not difficult for Shuren to condense mana into an airwave and release it with his inhuman control over mana. So, as long as you can cross this line within an hour, I'll let Xianxia see you. Shuren's voice echoed in the hall. It doesn't matter if you're alone or in groups, or even with the help of magical tools. It's fine if you want to use a strategy, but I hope you can control your limits. If you use unscrupulous means and do something that I don't like, I don't know what I'll do to take revenge. Come, let me see what you've got. After saying that, Shuren's voice finally became sarcastic. Of course. Since things have come to this, don't back out now, okay? The mocking voice lingered in the ears of the experts and the people in the upper echelons. The crowd fell silent, and a wave of anger began to build up in their hearts. At this point, there was indeed no way to back out. Moreover, diplomacy, influence, political means, and restraints were all useless here. Shuren used the most direct method to draw a path that no one could escape or avoid. If they did not want to take this path, there would only be one outcome: to become a laughingstock of the world. After all, so many of them had come together, and every one of them was a big shot that could affect the future of the human world. If they backed out now and did not dare to fight, wouldn't it be a joke? It was still the same saying. When something like reputation was raised to a certain level, it would be linked to practical benefits. Therefore, they could no longer escape this battle. If that was the case, I'll do it. Mordo gritted his teeth and forced himself to stand up with the anger and grievance in his heart. Shuren turned to look at him. He did not know who this mage in a robe and holding an extraordinary staff was, nor did he know where he came from. In fact, apart from Yule, Shuren basically did not know anyone else. However, this did not stop Shuren from doing his job. Even if he did not know who the other party was, Shuren could guess that the person who dared to come here at this time would not be simple. Moreover, with the ability of external destiny, Shuren could clearly see the other party's level 97. This was a top legendary level mage that was not inferior to Naya and Rhea from the elves. That was right. He was only at the legendary level. Therefore, Shuren did not say much, and hooked his finger at Mordo. The gesture was not very harmful, but it was extremely insulting, and it made Mordo's blood boil. He was a genius to begin with. He was already the strongest mage in Rarabay at the age of 30, and even the top legendary level mage in the entire human race. Naturally, he had a sense of pride that others did not have. It was also because of this that the leader of Rarabay's mage team was not convinced by Joseph, and thought that he was more outstanding than Joseph. In his opinion, Joseph was just a powerhouse who had not broken through to the ultimate level after more than 20 years. He had not reached the ultimate level after so long, and his potential must have been exhausted, and he could not go any further. What about himself? Mordo believed that he would definitely be able to reach the Ultimate level if he was given another 10 years. By then, he would be the most powerful mage in the entire human race, and even the cadres of the demons would have to admit defeat. Even the superior goddess of the Protoss would have to treat him with respect. After all, it was extremely difficult for the human race to produce an ultimate-level powerhouse. Even the demons only had 3 who reached this level, and the Protoss were the same, let alone the human race. Throughout the history of the human race, there were not many powerhouses of this level. Otherwise, it would not have been the heroes formed by 13 top legendary-level powerhouses who fought against the beasts 1,000 years ago. In other words, the human race did not even have an ultimate-level powerhouse back then, let alone now. To a certain extent, an ultimate-level powerhouse was even rarer than a transcendent-level powerhouse. If he could really reach that level, Mordo felt that it would not be a waste for him to come to this world. Such a Mordo had a strong sense of pride, and was even more arrogant. Other than being more reserved in front of Misji, who was loyal to him, he dared to say that he was better than the human race's number 1, Alidia Elbian. This was because when Alidia was Mordo's age, he did not have Mordo's current achievements. Now, he was being provoked. Explosive Flame Spear. Without any hesitation, Mordo released the magic that he was best at. Boom! When the blazing flame exploded in front of Borstut's house, the square that was initially filled with pressure was instantly filled with a chilling atmosphere. Mordo mercilessly released the explosive flame spear toward Shuren's direction, causing the flames to shoot out like a flaming spear. The flames exploded in front of Borstut's house and dyed the entire house red. The power of a high-level fire element magic was fully displayed. Even without a complete chant, it was still extremely powerful. The area in front of Borstut's house was burnt to a crisp. Although he was engulfed by such a terrifying flame, Shuren seemed to be standing in the wind. His body was still standing in the flame, and even the corner of his shirt was not ignited. Bam! Shuren's mana shook, and the shocking mana dispersed the surrounding flames, blowing them away. Mordo's expression changed slightly, but he knew that the explosive flame spear alone would not be able to do anything to Shuren. His opponent was a warrior. Moreover, it was highly possible that he had already broken through the legendary level and reached the ultimate level. He might even have reached the realm that ordinary beings could never reach. Even though Mordo was arrogant, he was not a fool. He would not let his anger get to his head and forget how Xian had subdued everyone in the arena with his mana alone. Therefore, Mordo was already mentally prepared that his first attack would be futile. Flame, therefore, Mordo began to chant a spell and raised the staff in his hand. The pearl at the top of the magic staff began to emit a dazzling light, and it even began to tremble. Mordo is getting serious. Misji had already retreated a distance away. His eyes began to flicker as he looked at Mordo. Joseph had also retreated to Misji's side. I remember that Mordo's unique skill is not an ability that works on spells. It's a rare ability that works on magical weapons and magical tools, right? Joseph turned to Misji. Yes. Misji nodded and said, Mordo's unique skill, magic device, can greatly increase the power of magical weapons and magical tools that he uses. It can even increase the effect of potions that he uses. It can increase the upper limit of any magical tools that Mordo uses to 3 times the normal standard. This was Mordo's unique skill that made him famous. A mage's magic staff has the ability to increase the power of magic and reduce the consumption of mana. After Mordo's magic staff was enhanced by the magic device, the effect was even more terrifying. It greatly increased the power of his magic. It's a few times more than a mage at the same level. Misji introduced proudly. Because of this unique skill of his, Lullaby used the power of the entire nation to prepare a magic staff for him, which is the one he is using now. That magic staff is of the highest level. Even the dwarf clan's magical weapon forging master said that it's rare to see one in 1,000 years. Other than the Protoss's staff of nature, there's no other magic staff with a higher level in the entire Omnipotensen. With such a magic staff and the enhancement of the magic device, I personally think that in terms of power, it's not inferior to an ordinary holy sword if we don't take into account its ability to restrain demons. It's called the magic device. It's a magical weapon that's custom-made for the most powerful mage in our country. As Mishji explained, the light on the magic staff in Mordo's hand rose to its peak. Dragon Flame of Annihilation. Mordo's chant came to an abrupt end. In the next second, scorching flames appeared out of nowhere and spiraled around Mordo's body like two fire dragons. First, they rose continuously like a pair of dragons playing with a pearl. Then, they turned around and blasted towards Xian like two flaming storms. The high temperature burned the atmosphere, causing the temperature to rise. It instantly became scorching hot. The fiery red dragon flame was also like a roaring fire dragon. It charged towards Xian, wanting to engulf him completely. Pfft! Yu Lin, who had flown back into the air, curled her lips in disdain when she saw the scene. This magic. Xian stood there and stared at the roaring fire dragon. He was deep in thought. The magic that Mordo cast was far beyond the scope of high-level magic. Although its power was not as powerful as his celestial body magic, it was definitely the most powerful fire magic that Xian had ever seen. Although they were both users of fire element magic, Marika's magic was worlds apart from Mordo's. If one did not take any protective measures and was hit by such magic, even an ultimate powerhouse would not be able to take it. Unfortunately, you've met me. Xian did not unsheath his sword and chanted. Surrender. Dispel. A vast amount of magic immediately seeped out of his body and turned into invisible waves that went towards the two fire dragons. Whoosh! Like a breeze, the two roaring fire dragons were instantly dispersed by the invisible magic waves. They turned into sparks and dissipated between heaven and earth. It's not over yet. Mordo's pupils constricted. Then, he shouted and raised his magic staff high. He chanted incantations continuously and cast all sorts of powerful magic. Among these spells, some were of the fire element, some of them were of the lightning element, and some of them were of the storm element. It could be said that they had everything. Mordo had immersed himself in practicing these three types of magic for decades, and they had all reached the maximum level. Therefore, Mordo did not hesitate to cast one magic after another. Furthermore, all of them were superior level magic, and their power was far greater than ordinary superior level magic. It was an eye-opener for everyone. However, in the face of all kinds of magic that was enough to raise the surrounding area to the ground and burn the entire noble district, Xian stood there calmly from beginning to end, and chanted a short incantation. Surrender. Dispel. Just like that, the ripples of mana dispersed the powerful spells one after another, making those spells appear and disappear like a mirage. It was too much for the eyes to take in. If not for the extremely rich magic residue in the air, everyone present might have thought that everything that happened just now was an illusion. How is this possible? Mordo widened his eyes, and his tone was filled with disbelief. Not to mention Mordo, even Misiji, who was initially full of pride, lost his smile. On the other hand, not only did Xian not move, but he even frowned. That's it? Xian said bluntly. I said that as long as you cross this line, it'll be fine. Don't just stand there and release magic at me. Hurry up and run. Maybe you can cross the line that way. Xian said with a serious expression. You. Mordo's face was distorted. He really wanted to burn the entire Porstut family into ashes. However, Xian, who stood there, was like a huge mountain. As the magic on his body fluctuated, Mordo could not breathe at all. I don't believe it. Mordo shouted indignantly. He raised his magic staff and was ready to cast another magic spell. However, it seems like you're only capable of this. Let's get someone else. Xian seemed to have lost his patience. He teleported and appeared in front of Mordo. Bam, with a dull thud, Mordo's abdomen suffered a heavy knee strike. Cough. Mordo wailed and collapsed on the spot. Minister Mordo. Seeing this scene, Misiji finally could not stay calm anymore. Beside him, Joseph had already pulled out his sword. Due to Xian's elusive movements, the famous sword saint's defensive instinct was triggered. A gust of wind appeared around this holy sword saint, as though it was wrapping around him, causing his clothes to flutter in the wind. Xian immediately shifted his gaze and looked at Joseph. Is it your turn next? Xian smiled playfully. Seeing this, Joseph remained silent. His entire body suddenly flew out like a gust of wind. His speed was astonishingly fast. As he charged forward, the wind and waves constantly surged around him, causing his aura to continuously rise. The onlookers immediately recognized the ability that Joseph was using at this moment. It's here. Sword Saint Joseph's unique skill, Wind Spirit Encirclement. As a legendary powerhouse who had been famous on the continent 25 years ago, Joseph had relied on this ability to be so glorious. It was an ability that could attract the wind magic power in the atmosphere and let it surround him, greatly increasing his agility and mobility. This was a unique skill that Joseph had awakened when he was born. Because of its existence, the goddess of wind, Sylph, had personally blessed him, allowing him to receive the blessing of the god of wind. With the blessing of the god of wind and the power of Wind Spirit Encirclement, Joseph's speed could be said to be the fastest among the humans. Even when he was young, he could lead the legendary powerhouses of the older generation in the dust. Because of this, Joseph deliberately created a set of sword skills that were compatible with himself. He was known to the world as the top swordsman of the human race and received the title of Sword Saint of Wind. After 25 years, this sword saint who had been living in seclusion for a long time finally showed his brilliance again. In the blink of an eye, the speeding figure arrived in front of Xian. Swoosh! 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 In the next second, countless sharp gusts of wind blew toward Xian. No, that was not the wind. That was the sword light. One after another, the continuous and indistinct sword lights formed a storm of sword lights. Countless sword lights exploded at an astonishing speed and fell on Xian's body. Dang, dang, dang. Not long after, the scene of the sword lights bursting out as if they had hit steel appeared. What? Joseph stood up in shock. What he saw was Xian's faint smile. Let's cut more. Maybe the skin will be broken. As soon as his voice fell, a fist approached Joseph's eyes. Pissed, with a faint air-piercing sound, Xian's fist approached Joseph at high speed like a bullet as if it was going to shatter his head. The strength of the punch made Joseph's expression change. If one observed closely, one would notice that Xian's fist was wrapped in a faint magical power, making the ordinary punch seem extremely terrifying. It was one of the effects of Fate of the External Buddha. When unarmed, one's physical body will receive a 3 to 10 times increase in strength depending on one's current physical condition, and one will have perfect techniques. Currently, Xian's physical condition couldn't be better, so his physical body received a 10 times increase in strength. Under such circumstances, in addition to the increase in strength brought by Xian's advancement to the limit, the strength of this punch was naturally extremely terrifying. At least, Joseph didn't dare to take it head-on. Swoosh! Then, Joseph rode the wind and retreated rapidly, turning into a streak of dazzling light. But, swoosh, Xian's figure suddenly flashed, and instantly appeared in front of Joseph, who was retreating violently. Bam! Finally, Xian's fist landed fiercely on Joseph's chest. Puff! Joseph spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body flew backward like a cannonball. He tore through the air with an ear-piercing screech and crashed into a building in the distance. In the thick smoke and dust, his figure was buried by the rubble and debris. Joseph! Misty cried out involuntarily. The surrounding audience also clamored. The famous Wind Sword Saint was defeated in a single move. How is this possible? Ah! At the side, Norb, who had been waiting for an opportunity, no longer kept silent and roared like a wild beast. His body seemed to have doubled in size in an instant. His muscles bulged, and he grew taller. Even his back undulated, and he transformed from a 2-meter-tall tiger man into a 3-meter-tall giant. Brave! This tiger man, who had the same level as Mordo at 97, led many orc warriors and was one of the top powerhouses in the entire orc tribe. As he roared, he crushed the ground under his feet and charged at Xian. He was like a giant beast, closing in on Xian in the blink of an eye. Then, he raised his huge fist and blasted it at Xian. What welcomed him was a fist that was wrapped in faint magic power. It was much smaller than his, but it was powerful. Bam! The big fist and the small fist collided with a loud bang, but the result was a loud collision sound. On one side, it set off a wave of air, while on the other side, they were in a deadlock. Xian used his fist to stop the Tiger Man warrior's attack. He looked at the ferocious Norb and raised his eyebrows. I didn't expect you orcs to join in. It was unknown whether Shuren was mocking or surprised. Norb could feel the power coming from Sean's fist. He was shocked, but he glared at him angrily. Others might be afraid of you, but I'm not, brave one. Norb said loudly, there are no cowardly warriors in my Tigerman tribe. Even if you are an ultimate powerhouse, I, the Tigerman Norb, will defeat you. His voice was deafening and loud, and it made people's hearts beat wildly and tremble with fear. Only Shuren wasn't afraid. Instead, he revealed a strange smile. What if I'm not just an ultimate powerhouse? Sean chuckled as if he was implying something. Huh. Norb's loud voice stopped abruptly. Sean, on the other hand, suddenly jumped up. He raised his other fist and punched Norb's abdomen fiercely. Oh oh oh. Norb reacted and immediately raised his fist to meet the attack. Bam, the fists collided with each other again, causing a shockwave to appear. Sean and Norb were like two barbarians, one big and one small. They had completely abandoned their fighting skills and started to fight with pure brute force. Bang! 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 Immediately, along with the continuous collision of fists, thunderous rumbles continuously appeared, causing gales to dance chaotically and airwaves to erupt. It was a ghastly sight and filled everyone's hearts with terror. Of course, Misiji, Yule, and the others were among them. He can compete with Minister Norb in strength? Yule didn't know how many times he was shocked. Is that brave one still human? Misiji was even more afraid. Norb's unique skill was simple and violent. It was an ability that could greatly increase his strength, immense strength. With this unique ability, Nob was regarded as the strongest living being among the human race. As long as he was given enough time to prepare, he could even move a mountain. Facing such immense strength, even the Protoss and demons didn't dare to punch him head-on, let alone humans. However, Shuren did it. It wasn't just because external destiny could increase his body's strength by 10 times. It was also because of the protection from the shockwaves. That was why Shuren dared to fight Norb head-on like this. The others also realized it. When dealing with Mo Erdwa, he will use magic. When dealing with Joseph, he'll display a speed that's like teleportation. When fighting Minister Norb, he will use his physical strength. Is he going to defeat everyone using their strengths? Misiji was so shocked that he almost bit his tongue off. Yule's expression was extremely heavy. If that was the case, it proved that Shuren was much stronger than what they saw. He still had some strength left, and it was the kind where he could handle things with ease. Misiji and Yule weren't the only ones who realized this. The people present were basically the leaders and powerhouses of the major forces. Naturally, there were many smart people among them. It was impossible for them not to notice this. However, it was precisely because of this that they couldn't help but feel terrified. The hero is so strong. How are we going to fight him? We can't defeat him at all. Even the strongest mage in Rara Abe and the Wind Sword Sage lost. We can't win. The legendary powerhouses and leaders who stood with Misiji and the others couldn't help but feel hopeless. The hero's condition is to cross that line. Not to defeat him. A legendary tier powerhouse suddenly shouted, causing everyone to tremble. They subconsciously turned their heads and looked at the entrance of Porstut's house. The gate was no longer guarded by Shuren. Shuren, who was exchanging blows with Norb, had already moved away from the gate. Only that line was still there clearly. Looking at this scene, the crowd fell silent. After a while, an impulse arose in their hearts. Charge! A legendary powerhouse was the first to lose his patience. He finally moved and dashed toward the gate of Porstut's house as fast as he could. This action ignited the impulses in everyone else's hearts. Charge! In the next second, many people shouted. Their bodies surged with magic power, and they were like hunting dogs that smelled meat. They fought to be the first to dash toward the gate of Porstut's house. Oh no! Misiji and Yule's expressions changed at the same time. They naturally didn't want others to beat them to the gate and give them a chance to attack. However, those people were legendary powerhouses. Even if they weren't strong enough, they were at least above level 80 like Misiji and were not far from the legendary realm. Naturally, the two of them couldn't stop them in a hurry. Just when the two of them were about to watch those people charge past the line drawn by Shuren, a figure descended from the sky. "Didn't I tell you earlier?" A doll's voice resounded in the entire place. "Don't even think about entering." As soon as she finished speaking, a scorching dragon's breath was spat out by the young girl who suddenly landed in front of the gate of Porstut's house. The young girl puffed up her cheeks like a little girl who was about to blow air. However, the scorching dragon's breath was released instead. Boom dash, the dragon's breath landed accurately on the ground. With a loud boom, it set off a huge explosion. Aha! The legendary powerhouses and the leaders of the forces that were rushing towards the door were all blasted away. They rolled in the raging flames and fell to the ground like garbage. Humph! Yulin's dragon's breath rose and fell as she placed her hands on her hips. She looked like she was saying, "You've made me so awesome. You, sneak attack. Interfere, despicable." The powerhouses and leaders who were on their last breaths cursed in agony as they fell to the ground. "Unfortunately, didn't you hear what my master said?" Yulin sneered. "He said that if you can cross the line within an hour, you'll win. He didn't say that he's the only one who will stop you." After saying that, Yulin curled her lips. "Even if my master is the only one, you can forget about crossing the line." As soon as Yulin's voice fell, a loud muffled sound rang out not far away. Bam! Sean's punch landed on Nob, who had no time to defend himself. Nob was sent flying like a rubber ball, causing a gust of wind and waves in the air. Ah! Norb could only howl in pain as he crashed into the ground like a huge boulder. The dust that was stirred up covered his figure completely, making it impossible to see his appearance. Thus, Norb was defeated. This big fool's strength is really ridiculous. Shuren swung his fist and gritted his teeth. Norb's strength was indeed terrifying. Even Shuren's body, which had been strengthened by 10 times, was no match for him. If it weren't for the fact that his level was much higher than Norb's and the fact that he had maxed out the strength of each level, as well as the perfect technique and life's mandate, he wouldn't have been able to face Norb head-on. Shuren looked around. Nob and Joseph had been buried under the rubble. Mordo was still clutching his stomach like a prawn. He fell there, struggling to get up. The rest of the legendary powerhouses and leaders were also defeated by Yulin's dragon breath. All that was left was, "Are you two done?" Shuren looked up at Yul and Misji. Gulp, Misji couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Yul was silent. "Do you want to fight?" Shuren reminded them kindly. Misiji looked bitter while Yul sighed. Then, they raised their hands at the same time, surrendering. Now, they were completely defeated. At this moment, only a few minutes had passed since Shuren's declaration of 1 hour. In just a few minutes, not only the top legendary powerhouses like Mordo, Joseph, and Norb, but even the other legendary existences and leaders of the forces had fallen to the ground, moaning in pain. Shuren stood in the middle of the human powerhouses, like a king standing on a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His figure was not majestic, but it was full of power. When the onlookers saw this scene, their shock turned into numbness. They stood there and stared blankly at Shuren, unable to return to their senses for a long time. This included those who were attracted by the commotion here and were watching the development of this place from the shadows. Is this the hero? Is this the true strength of Shuren Borstut? He didn't even pull out the holy sword. He has only been here for slightly more than half a year. How did he grow so quickly? Everyone had the same thought, but they could not understand it no matter how much they thought about it. They were extremely distressed and could not come to any conclusion. However, there was one thing that everyone understood. That was, although Shuren was young and had not been in this world for long, he was definitely not a pushover. Not only was he not a pushover, but he was also fundamentally different from the heroes of the past. He could not be measured by common sense at all. At the very least, none of the heroes of the past had been as domineering as Shuren, and none of them had attacked without restraint like Shuren, disregarding their identities as fellow heroes. This hero cannot be offended. This was what everyone present thought at the same time, be it in the open or in the dark. Shuren told everyone the truth that he was not a rigid hero who abided by the rules. On the contrary, he had a bad temper, and his mood swings were more intense than anyone else's. Even if it was not that he could not tolerate sand in his eyes, he was also someone who was unwilling to suffer any losses. In his own words, it was, "You transmigrated and still want to be a grandson? That's so embarrassing." Therefore, even though he was facing Yule, whom he had some friendship with previously, Shuren's attitude was unusually tough. It was the same now. "Since no one can cross this line, I'll have to trouble all of you to leave here." Shuren said that in an unquestionable tone. This caused many people's hearts to sink. "We just want to see Her Highness Chaffney. Can't you make an exception?" Misgiva said with an ugly and bitter expression. He was really unwilling to leave just like that. It had been more than 20 years, and Chaffeen's figure had appeared in his dreams countless times. Every time he woke up, he would feel extremely lonely. He was the king of one of the most powerful nations in the human race. He had everything he wanted, and there was nothing he couldn't get. However, Misagi couldn't get anything from Chaffney no matter how much he begged. He had not fantasized about having a good relationship with Chaffney. He knew that although he was one of the most powerful people in the human race, there was still a world of difference between him and Chaffney. Therefore, he only wanted to see Chaffney one more time. He would be satisfied if Chaffney could look at him and talk to him. Not only Miss Jiddu, but everyone present also felt the same way. They did not dare to dream about having anything with that succubus. They just wanted to relieve the pain of yearning in their hearts. It had to be said that Chaffney was really a person who could bring disaster to a country and bring disaster to its people. She did not do it on purpose, but she had become the woman that countless people dreamed about. It was really exaggerated. What was even more exaggerated was that this charm came from Chaffney herself. It was not caused by some mysterious power. She purely used her beauty, manners, every movement, every frown and smile, and extremely natural expression of her feelings to capture the hearts of countless people. Even if she did not care about them at all and was not interested in anyone, not even having a proper conversation with them or even looking at them seriously, people who saw her would still fall head over heels for her. That was why she had obtained the title of succubus. The rest of the demons obtained their titles based on their abilities. Only Chaffeen's title had nothing to do with her abilities. She relied purely on her attraction to others to obtain the title succubus. From this, one could see how special she was. It was not that Shuren could not understand what these people were thinking. After all, even he could not resist the temptation of Chaffney. He did not know how many times he had resisted Chaffney's temptation. "However, I say, why do you have to do this?" Shuren said bluntly in front of everyone. "I don't believe that you don't know that Chaffney actually doesn't want to see you at all. She has never even paid attention to you. Why do you have to be so single-minded?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent. Even Miss Jiddu and Yule were the same. They sank into silence with extremely bitter and solemn expressions. Joseph, who was limping back from afar, stopped and did not say a word. Norb also pushed away the rubble covering his body. He held his abdomen and remained silent with his body covered in wounds. Everyone else at the scene either fell silent or shed tears of pain. A faint sorrow lingered in the air. Shuren's bluntness tore open the truth that they did not want to face the most. They knew that Shuren was right. Chaffney had indeed never seen them face to face. She did not want to see them either. More than 20 years ago, these people who came because of Chaffney were just a part of the countless people who had been dazed by the succubus's figure from afar. Insignificant. Lowly. Far away. Unreachable. They were like commoners watching a celebrity. No matter how crazily they screamed, no matter how much they screamed, they could not get a glance from the person who was the center of attention. In the end, they could only watch her walk away with melancholy and despondency. Now, even if they came here, what could they do? To Her Highness Succubus, they were nothing more than an insignificant member of her admirers, right? Their identity, strength, status, and influence might be dazzling in the eyes of others, but they were nothing in the eyes of that succubus. Since that was the case, what right did they have to get her attention? "You really don't have to do this." Shuren did not mince his words. With your status and identity, you can say that you can get whatever you want in the mortal world. Why do you have to suffer for a succubus that you can't even get? Why do you have to live so lowly? This was the only difference between Shuren and the people present. He also could not resist Chaffney's temptation, but he could not accept suffering for it. Being treated coldly, persistently pursuing her, even if he was treated coldly, he would still try to coax her. Unfortunately, Shuren did not want to suffer such a loss. What's more, although Chaffney was the best woman in every sense of the word, was the woman by his side not a good woman? Was it not nice to bully the number one beauty of the human race? Was it not nice to have a wife who was proactive and straightforward, gave him benefits every day, took a bath with him, and kept talking about playing with me? Was it not nice to have an obedient, and submissive girl who would rather love and adore you in secret than see you unhappy, blushing, and worried about you because of your every word and action? Now, there was a dragon demon that was about to enter his bowl, and there was even a goddess that was trying to occupy him and please him all day long. Sean could be said to have become a winner in life in every sense of the word. He even had a daughter, Lilith, and a pet, Yulin. Were these women not the best? Not beautiful. Not only did he have to give up the entire forest for a tree, but this tree was so proud and aloof that it did not even care about him. How stupid must he be to take things so hard? Because of this, although Shuren was annoyed by Chaffney more than once and was tempted, he did not dare to let himself fall. He controlled the situation and even kept a respectful distance from her. It was not that he wanted to be a gentleman, but that he was a male chauvinist and did not want to be wronged. If you don't care about me, then I won't care about you either. Who wouldn't be a precious treasure? Of course, that was what Shuren thought, but it did not mean that others would understand. As the only person who had not seen Chaffney and did not fall for her, Mordo struggled to get up and sneered. You make it sound so nice, but who knows if you just want to occupy the succubus and not let others get close to her? Mordo said sarcastically. Shuren's expression turned cold. However, before Shuren could do anything, a phenomenon happened. Boom! A shocking wave of magic power turned into a shockwave and blasted out from Borstadt's house like a cannonball. In an instant, it reached Mordo and exploded on his body. Puff! Mordo spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. He fell to the ground and rolled a few times on the ground before coming to a stop. He was no longer moving. A pool of blood gradually formed under his body. Minister Mordo. Mischi's expression changed drastically. Before he could fly into a rage, a voice that sounded like the sounds of nature rang out and entered everyone's ears. You really overestimate yourself. That voice was so pleasing to the ear, causing everyone present to feel as if they had been struck by lightning, and joy appeared on their faces. At this moment, everyone's gaze was focused on the gate of Borstadt's house. Over there, a figure that caused heaven and earth to lose their splendor slowly walked over. The sound of footsteps could be heard clearly. In this crowded square, where many people were lying on the ground, unable to get up, the footsteps seemed to be knocking on everyone's heart, turning into echoes that reverberated in the air. The devastatingly beautiful enchantress walked out of Borstadt's house in a natural manner, as if she was taking a stroll outside. That figure, that beauty, it seemed to make everything else pale in comparison. Ah, Mischi, Joseph, Norb, and the others widened their eyes and trembled. The people around them fell into a daze, their eyes filled with shock. Her Highness. Succubus, Yul could not help but tremble. He looked at the beautiful figure that he had not seen for many years and clenched his fists. Mordo, who was lying in a pool of blood, struggled to lift his head. When he saw the figure, his eyes widened and he was completely dumbfounded. Even the members of Borstadt's family witnessed the scene, let alone the people present at the scene. Lily stuttered, her face filled with astonishment and confusion. Succubus Chaffn, Vivian was also slightly dazed. So beautiful, Lumia murmured to herself as if she had seen something unbelievable. Is that the succubus? Even Ter couldn't help but hold her breath as she stared at that beautiful figure. Her voice was filled with amazement. Just like that, Chaffine stepped onto the stage as if she had been born naturally. Even though it was so sudden, she instantly became the focus of the crowd and stole everyone's attention. Sai, why did you come out? Yulin looked like she had a headache. Why did you come out? Shuren also looked at Chaffn, his tone filled with displeasure. Did this woman think that this place was not chaotic enough? I told her to wait for me in her room, but she still came out. She really needs to be taught a lesson. Shuren's heart was filled with indignation. The valiant Chaffn did not even look at the people around her. Under the disappointed gazes of the crowd, she turned to look at Shuren. Don't look at me like that, little man. Chaffn smiled lightly, causing the hearts of countless people to palpitate. She smiled at Shuren and said, I'm here to stand up for you. Aren't you happy? Stand up for me? Shuren curled his lips and said ungratefully, do you think I can't teach a so-called great magus a lesson? Who was she looking down on? Unexpectedly, Chaffn shook her head. It's not a matter of whether you can teach her a lesson or not. It's just that I can't help it. Chaffine glanced at Mordo, who was staring blankly at her, and said with a faint smile, don't you think you're being too lenient when you've lost so badly, slandering the strong and maliciously slandering the victor just because you're unwilling to accept it? From Sean's standpoint, it would not be a problem to beat these guys up in a conflict. However, if he were to deal a heavy blow, the problem would not just be a simple conflict and dispute. Thus, Shuren would mercilessly teach everyone here a lesson. He did not mind letting them experience despair, but he could not kill them directly. Otherwise, Shuren might be fine, but the people around him might be affected. Because of this, I'll help you teach them a lesson. Isn't that good? Chaffn smiled sweetly, but her words chilled Mordo's heart. The others also looked at Chaffn, who did not look at them at all. For some reason, they felt an infinite sense of loss and sadness. That was all she could say, right? Since this trouble started because of me, it's not a bad idea for me to solve it. She smoothed her long hair and said in an indifferent tone, even though I've never kept them in my heart, it's only right that I don't remember them. Her heartless words made everyone's heart ache. This was especially so for Misty, Joseph, Nob, and the others. They smiled bitterly in their hearts. As expected, Her Highness doesn't care about us at all. At this moment, no matter how high their status or how powerful they were, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. They only felt disheartened. Shuren's forceful attack had not been able to dishearten these people, but Chaffn had done so with just a few words. But this was the truth. Chaffn did not care about their intentions. In fact, she did not even care about them at all. People would go crazy because of her, become intoxicated because of her, become infatuated because of her, and lose their souls because of her. Chaffn had seen such things too many times. To her, this was just one of the many dull and unchanging scenes in her long life. If it had been any other time, she would have completely ignored these people and stayed in the mansion. She would eat and sleep as she pleased. She would not spare any effort to deal with them just because of their arrival. Just as Shuren had said, Chaffn did not want to see them at all. Even if they successfully entered Porstadt's house, they would not be able to see Chaffn. However, it was different today. Today, it wasn't just Sean who was angry at being interrupted. Wasn't Chaffney in a bad mood as well? However, because Shuren wanted to vent his anger, she chose to ignore it and watch from the sidelines. Only when Shuren got rid of everyone did Chaffn feel that his matter was over. Since that was the case, she should be next, right? In other words, helping Shuren to suppress them was all fake. Chaffn only wanted to teach these arrogant people a lesson. Mordo ran right into the muzzle of the gun. Thus, Chaffn took a step forward and came in front of Mordo. You. Mordo looked at the beautiful demon that overshadowed the world. His lips trembled a few times, but he could not even say a word. His heart was beating the fastest it had ever been. It could not be helped. The woman in front of him was too beautiful. It was a beauty that did not belong to this world. It was a beauty that surpassed dreams. It was not that Mordo had not seen beauties before, but he had never seen someone this beautiful. That kind of extreme beauty made Mordo feel that all the women in the world had become ordinary. The most beautiful people he had seen in the past had become commonplace. They could not be compared to the woman in front of him at all. At this moment, Morduo finally understood why this woman could captivate the dreams of so many influential figures in the world. It wasn't that those people were too vulgar, but that this woman was simply too beautiful. She was so beautiful that it made people feel that nothing in the world could compare to her skin or hair. It made people feel that if they could have her, it would be equivalent to having something better than this world. Mordo stared at Chafine, gradually losing his focus. But, look at me again, and I will dig your eyes out. Chafine's casual words were like the coldest winter, instantly cooling down the fire in Mordo's heart. But Chafine did not let him go just like that. Although I am used to other people's gazes, I still feel that even the gaze of someone who makes me unhappy will make me unhappy. Chafine's words were like a sharp sword, tearing open Mordo's heart. Mordo's heart hurt very, very much. Why did you say that, so cruel? Mordo screamed in his heart. Perhaps she had heard Mordo's thoughts, but Chafine lowered her eyes and looked down at him, who was lying in a pool of blood. To be honest, the feelings of people like you who are unimportant in my life are of no value to me at all. I don't care whether you live or die, and I don't care what you want to do. Even if you keep saying that you love me and want to see me, and that's why you did all this, I will still think that it's your business, and it has nothing to do with me. In comparison, the feelings of my sworn brother-in-law are what I care about. Chafine smiled. It was a beautiful smile, but also a merciless one. In the end, people like you who are unimportant to me say that the people I care about have taken me. What do you mean by taking? Taking someone else's things is what you call forcibly occupying. Snatching someone else's woman, that's called forcible possession. If someone belongs to everyone and is taken by one person, it can indeed be called taking. But who are you? Are you trying to say that I'm something that belongs to you, that I'm your possession? Do I need your permission to be with whoever I want to be with? Is that right and normal? Come, tell me, is it like this? Mordo was speechless as he listened to Chafine's questions. He even broke out in a cold sweat. I'm not. Mordo wanted to say something with great difficulty, but he couldn't do it. Chafine didn't want to waste time on this person whose name she didn't even know, let alone know. As punishment for speaking nonsense, I will give you a curse. You will never be able to have any partner in your life. You can only watch as the person you love falls into someone else's embrace. I'll let you know what it means to take. As she spoke, Chafine stretched out a finger, and cold magic gathered on her fingertip. No. No. Only then did Mordo react, and he begged for mercy. But it was too late for him to beg for mercy now. Boom, the magic from Chafine's fingertip struck Mordo's body and drilled into it. Aha! Mordo let out a desperate cry as if he was on the verge of death. Under the cold curse of magic, it was as if his life force was being cut off. Not long after, Mordo fainted and completely lost consciousness. Silence appeared on the square. Everyone at the scene was speechless when they saw the scene. All right, I'll head back first. Under the incomparably heavy and oppressive atmosphere, Chafine seemed to have completed an extremely common task. After dealing with Mordo, she threw down this sentence. Her footsteps were still clearly audible as she walked back to Sean's side. She leaned forward and whispered in his ear with a chuckle. Come back quickly. Don't waste too much time, okay? After that, Chafine's mood seemed to have improved. She slowly walked back to Borstadt's house. Only Shuren was left. He rubbed his ears and muttered. What a witch. This sentence could be said to be quite clear at the scene where a pin drop could be heard. But no one expressed an opinion on this point. They just looked at Chafine, who walked back to Borstadt's house without looking back. Countless times, they wanted to shout at her in their hearts. They wanted her to stop and stay in their line of sight. However, they couldn't do it. This was because Chafine's words were still lingering in their ears. The feelings of people like you, who are insignificant in my life, have no value to me at all. I don't care whether you live or die, and I don't care what you want to do. Even if you say that you love me and want to see me, and that's why you did all this, I will still think that it's your business, and it has nothing to do with me. In comparison, what I care about is the mood of my sworn brother-in-law. Chafine's words told them that what Shuren said was right. Chafine doesn't want to see you at all. She didn't even pay attention to you. That was the reality. The cruelest reality. It was a reality that everyone knew in their hearts but did not want to admit. The proof was that Chafine didn't even look at them from the moment she appeared. It was as if they didn't exist at all. Sob, sob, not long after, a restrained sobbing sound rang out. This seemed to have caused a chain reaction, causing the faces of all the important figures, be they noble or powerful, to turn ashen, or they could not help but shed tears. After a while, many of them left quietly. Miss Jid also looked in the direction that Chaff left in with great reluctance. Then, he came to Mordo's side and whispered to the knight beside him, telling him to bring Mordo and leave in silence. Joseph also seemed to have cut off the emotions in his heart as he limped away, causing the disciples under him to follow in panic. Norb, on the other hand, seemed to be unwilling to accept his fate. He clenched his fists tightly, but in the end, he could only dejectedly lead his subordinates away with a heart full of sadness. Rumble, rumble, on the square in front of Borstadt's house, the sound of wheels could be heard. The cars and carriages gathered there left one after another. The people who didn't show up but hid in the dark and watched everything unfold spoke with melancholy. Let's go. Today's dispute can be considered a daunting experience without any mishaps. I didn't expect Succubus Chaffine to show up. But a lot of people would rather she not show up, right? Yeah. After all, people's dreams will be shattered. It's a dream. Even if it doesn't shatter, it will wake up sooner or later. The number one beauty of the three realms. Nobody deserves her. Of course. Succubus has lived for tens of thousands of years and experienced countless eras. She hasn't fallen for any man. Why would she fall for anyone in our era? Let's go. That's a woman we can't have. Let's go back and get drunk. Just like that, everyone left quietly. Yule was the last one to stay. The Pope of the Temple of Light just stared blankly in the direction of Borstadt's house. His aged eyes were filled with emotions that others couldn't understand. Sean thought for a moment, and for the time being, he lifted his foot and walked in front of him. But before Shuren could speak, Yule spoke first. Actually, I knew it was just wishful thinking. Yule's voice was filled with loneliness. Compared to Her Highness tens of thousands of years of life, I'm just an old man who's lived for 100 years. Even when I met Her Highness by chance more than 20 years ago, I was already old. How could anything happen between us? Shuren fell silent for a moment, then said faintly, but you still want to see her, right? Yes. Yule showed a kind smile, as if he was talking to someone who wasn't there. He murmured, I've dedicated my whole life to God. I thought I would never be able to love anyone like a normal person, until that person appeared. She gave Yule the same experience as a normal person. Even if it wasn't a good experience, at least Yule got something he thought he couldn't get. So, I'm actually very grateful to Her Highness. After leaving those words behind, Yule turned around and left. However, his back seemed to have aged a lot more than before. Shuren watched Yule leave, his heart filled with emotion. It wasn't just him. Yulin felt the same. I really don't understand. Sister Chaffney has already treated them like this. Why don't they hold a grudge? Instead, they look like they've lost their souls, as if they've lost their dreams. Yulin came to Shuren's side and mumbled. Shuren shook his head. Maybe it's because, in their eyes, Chaffney is too beautiful? But in fact, perhaps Chaffine had a lot to do with beauty, but it had nothing to do with good. That woman had seen too much desire from others and too much cheap love, so she looked down on the world a little. But at the same time, she lived a very clear life. If she wasn't interested, then she wasn't interested. She would never feign civility with someone she wasn't interested in just because of her own goals. While the world was infatuated with her, loved her, and was infatuated with her, she never used that to gain anything from them. She drew the line very clearly in her heart. She would never abuse the hearts of others, nor would she open her heart to give others hope. Perhaps it was because of the rippling heart demon that Chaffney didn't dare to open her heart to others easily, but it was mostly because of her own principles. Today, Chaffney's words and actions could be said to be very heartless. So heartless that she'd shattered the dreams that everyone had been holding on to. But wasn't this also a kind of kindness? She'd used the most direct method to tell everyone that she wasn't interested in them, so they shouldn't waste any more time on her. That way, those people might be able to walk out of their obsession with Chaffine and truly live the life they should be living, obtaining the life they deserved. For example, if Gray had come to his senses earlier, he wouldn't have had to give up so much. He'd abandoned his family, his country, and wasted more than 20 years in succubus. He could have long traveled the world with heart. That was his truest and most original wish, wasn't it? Today, these people were the same. For Chaffney, they must have given up something and given up something. In the future, perhaps they would be like Gray and find the life they deserved. This was the release that Chaffney had given them. Is that so? Yulin nodded, not really understanding what he meant. Although she had become much smarter after transforming into a human, she was still a dragon after all. She still needed some time to comprehend many delicate human emotions. Of course, this wasn't important. What was important was, then in Master's heart, is Sister Chaffney very beautiful? Yulin asked curiously. Shuren's breath caught in his throat, and then he rolled his eyes. Beautiful? Shuren said with disdain, I don't think she's a demon. That's good enough. Saying this, Shuren turned and returned to the residence. Yulin looked at Shuren and suddenly laughed. That's why Sister Chaffney looks at Master in a different light. Although Long Long still had many things to learn, Long Long had already understood. But Long Long wouldn't say it. Because, Yulin's foolish master, flirting with so many sisters. Let's see how you deal with this in the future. Yulin made a face at Shuren. Then, Yulin turned into a black dragon and appeared in the square. She laid down and began to take a nap. What happened today told Yulin that this family still couldn't do without her guarding it. So, Yulin decided to stand guard in the square so that everyone who came could see the black dragon blocking the entrance of Bostut's house. That way, the insignificant cowards wouldn't come, right? With this thought in mind, Yulin fell into a deep sleep. He didn't notice a graceful figure standing at the top of a building in the distance. Looks like I don't have to show up anymore. Rosie smiled, but then she remembered Chaffney whispering intimately into Shuren's ear. Her smile disappeared. You even dare to flirt with a succubus. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you're brave? Rosie gritted her teeth and began to plan in her mind. What was she planning? Of course, it was to teach Shuren a lesson. At the same time, Shuren returned to his room after dealing with his family's questions. I'm talking about you, I'm definitely going to lecture you today. Shuren pushed open the door angrily. He wanted to say something, but for some reason, his voice became weaker. You're back? Chaffine lay on the bed. At some point, she had returned to the way she had been when Sean had first left. She only used a piece of clothing to cover her voluptuous body. Her shoulders, thighs, arms, and entire back were bare. She smiled and hooked her finger at Sean. Shall we continue? Chaffney, who had wanted to escape when Shuren turned into a beast, took the initiative to seduce him. Shuren fell silent. Then, he closed the door resolutely. If I don't go to hell, who will? Shuren walked to the bed with determination. What happened that day quickly spread across the entire royal capital and even the entire human world. After learning that countless big shots had come to pay a visit in groups, only to be snubbed and returned dejectedly one after another, many people who were paying attention to this matter or didn't know about it at first and only found out about it later all looked at each other in dismay. It could not be helped. Although the influential figures were unwilling to mention this matter again, there were too many people at the scene. There were many onlookers, and there were even more people secretly watching. It was normal for the news to spread like wildfire. Therefore, many people learned about the shocking facts from the report of this incident. For example, Chaffin the succubus, who was indifferent to countless heroes, only looked at the hero Shuren indifferently and behaved intimately. For example, the black dragon of the Porstut family had transformed into a human, and was suspected to have reached the ultimate level. Another example would be the hero who came to this world less than half a year ago. It was highly possible that he had taken that step and reached the transcendent realm. The news that could be said to be shocking directly smashed many people to the point of dizziness. Of course, when many people heard the news, their first reaction was disbelief. However, the truth proved everything. The legendary level experts and the leaders of the major forces who were wiped out by Yulin's dragon breath had not recovered from their injuries. Joseph and Norb's battered appearance was witnessed by many of them. Morda was carried away, and it was said that he had not woken up yet. As for Yule, after he returned to the Temple of Light, he did not see anyone and only left a sentence. The hero Shuren is invincible among the humans. His Holiness the Holy Father of the Temple of Light had thrown out a bombshell. In the end, people confirmed through various channels that the above-mentioned news was true. The succubus Chafn had indeed moved into the Porstut family, and it seemed like she only wanted to interact with Shuren. She did not even have the intention to meet the host, the higher-ups of the kingdom, and the king. Yu Lin was lying on the square in front of the Porstut family's gate in her dragon form. Many people witnessed this, including some with high-level, identify, skills and magical appraisal tools. They all confirmed that Yu Lin was already at the ultimate level. On the other hand, no one saw Shan. However, the sentence, "The hero Shuren is invincible among the humans," was deeply engraved in everyone's heart. In the end, even the commoners knew about it. Therefore, while the entire royal capital became lively, the humans confirmed Shuren's current strength. At the ultimate level, he might even possess transcendent-level combat power. At the very least, he might even possess transcendent-level combat power. After all, Shan could easily defeat top legendary powerhouses such as Mordo, Joseph, and Norb without using the Holy Sword. A conservative estimate would be that he was at the limit level under normal circumstances. Once he used the Holy Sword, it wouldn't be strange for him to have combat power that far exceeded the limit level and approach the transcendent level. In other words, from now on, the strongest warrior of the humans will be someone else. Even Aridia Albion wouldn't be able to defeat those top legendary powerhouses so easily, right? But Shan the Brave did it. The hero didn't even use the Holy Sword. Shuren the humans accepted this fact. If Shuren wasn't the hero, the humans wouldn't be able to accept it so easily, right? However, Shuren was the hero. From the humans' point of view, it was only a matter of time before he became the strongest warrior of the human race. Since ancient times, there had never been a hero who could be defeated by an ordinary person. Even if that person was the descendant of another hero, or the blessing of a superior god, it was the same. In history, even the weakest hero was invincible among those below the transcendent level. No matter what, he had the Holy Sword, a godly artifact. Even if his level was lower than others, with the support of the Holy Sword, he would still be able to defeat everyone, right? Therefore, every hero was destined to be the strongest warrior of the human race. Even if they weren't as strong as the transcendent level, they wouldn't lose to the ultimate level. With this understanding, the humans didn't find it hard to accept the fact that Shuren had become the strongest warrior of the human race. Moreover, after the news spread, Ali Dia, who was still in the royal palace, said something. "I am indeed not as good as him." That was what happened. Originally, after the leader of the royal guards lost to Shuren, he no longer acknowledged his title as the strongest human. However, he didn't deliberately publicize it. Only today, when the time was right, did Ali Dia admit to this matter and officially remove his title as the strongest human. This matter had a huge impact on many people. There was no other reason other than the fact that Alidia's strength was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people in the kingdom. Now that he suddenly announced that he was not as good as Shuren, it would be strange if the people could adapt to it so quickly. Fortunately, the person who made Ali Dia admit his inferiority was the hero. Since he lost to the hero, it wasn't shameful. If Ali Dia had lost to an unknown young noble who had only risen to fame in the past half a year, it would have caused a huge uproar. And at this moment, the royal palace released a piece of news. From today onwards, Count Potter Tut's family will officially be promoted to an honorary Marquis family. Count Potter Tut will be conferred the title of Marquis Potter Tut. He will be a trusted aide and important minister of the Mitra kingdom. Another heavy piece of news smashed onto the heads of everyone in the royal capital. The people were dumbfounded. In the end, some were speechless, while others were envious and jealous. It could be said that life was full of emotions. Count Potter Tut has become Marquis Potter Tut. That's right. As a dignified hero, it's really inexcusable if he doesn't get a noble title of the highest level. He definitely can't be conferred the title of Duke, but no matter what, he has to be conferred the title of Marquis. But if this continues, he will be conferred the title of Duke sooner or later, right? That's right. Marquis Potter Tut is the fiancé of Her Royal Highness Rosie. In the future, there's a possibility of merging the titles, right? The people sighed with mixed feelings. The nobles were even more so. They felt very complicated. Is he already a marquis? His title is higher than ours, right? He's only in his early 20s, which normal marquis family didn't advance step by step through hundreds of years of inheritance and development and great contributions to the kingdom. But he did it in less than a year, although I knew that this day would come sooner or later. After all, he is the fiancé of Her Royal Highness Rosie. In the future, his title will definitely not be low, but it's still too fast. The nobles recalled the struggle of their families and knew how difficult it was for their families to climb to their current position. One could imagine their emotions. If it wasn't for the fact that Xianxia was no longer the same as before, with not only the shocking power behind him, but also his terrifying strength, no one dared to provoke him anymore. Otherwise, these nobles might have gone to the palace to protest. No matter what, it was inevitable that Xianxia once again became a hot topic in the royal capital. The various forces that came to the royal capital to participate in the Three Races conference also received the news and sent it back home, causing the news to spread throughout the human world at an astonishing speed. Thanks to this, the acquaintances that Xianxia had met in the past also learned of this news. Royal Capital, North City Gate. Amidst the endless stream of people, a luxurious convoy was cutting the road and separating the crowd, coming from afar. The caravan was surrounded by heavily armored knights riding on warhorses. The murderous aura they exuded caused the hearts of the people in the surroundings to palpitate, causing them to cry out in surprise. The Imperial Knights. That's the coat of arms of the Ragnar Empire. The flag of the Empire. The new Emperor of the Empire is here. Yes. The Ragnar Empire had a long-standing dispute with the kingdom, and was an enemy rather than a friend. However, there was a coup not long ago, and the Ragnar Empire, which had undergone a revolution, had finally arrived. Your Majesty, we're here. Dressed in brand new armor, Locket rode a warhorse that was clearly stronger than any other horse, and spoke next to a luxurious carriage engraved with the royal coat of arms. Beside him, Tilly was also accompanying him, and she was leading many knights, looking like she held a high position in the Imperial Knights. And in the luxurious carriage, a bright and cheerful voice came out. Have we arrived? The curtain of the carriage was lifted, and the Emperor, who was wearing a royal robe and a crown, poked his head out. Who else could it be other than Jarvis? Of course, Harvey was not the only one in the carriage. We've finally arrived before the meeting of the three clans, elder brother. Capeline held a sheathed replica holy sword in her hand and stood by Harvey's side valiantly. She was no longer dressed like a female knight like before. Instead, she was dressed like a noble, wearing luxurious court clothes. Although it was a formal dress, it gave off the feeling of a military uniform. Your Highness. Tilly subconsciously called out to Capeline. Capeline, however, gave Tilly a reproachful look. Tilly, Locket reminded expressionlessly, she's no longer Her Highness. Hearing that, Tilly finally reacted. I was wrong. Tilly lowered her head to Capeline, and said, Duchess Capeline Lancefall. That's right, Capeline was no longer the princess of the empire, but a duchess who was given the title of nobility because her elder brother had ascended the throne and succeeded the emperor. Lancefall was also a royal surname that had been passed down in the Ragnar Empire for a long time. It could even be traced back to the time when Ragnar the hero had just established the empire. At that time, Ragnar the hero had two princes. The eldest prince became the second emperor of the Ragnar Empire, taking over the throne from Ragnar the hero. He helped the Ragnar Empire, which had fallen into chaos and threats due to the death of the founding emperor, gain a foothold, allowing the empire to survive a crisis that was almost destroyed. The younger prince was the right-hand man of the former after he ascended the throne. At that time, he was the unique war god of the Ragnar Empire. He was conferred the title of Duke and given the surname of Lancefall. Today, the Lancefall family had long since declined, and even their inheritance had been severed for a long time. Due to her uniqueness, Harvey gave this surname to Capeline, completely solidifying Capeline's title as the war goddess. But now, this Valkyrie was staring at the royal city with a burning gaze. Rosie, is Rusty Matra in here? Capeline's eyes glowed with fighting spirit. Don't mess around, okay? Harvey smiled bitterly. She's Mr. Xianxia's fiancée. I know. Capeline responded, but I still want to determine a winner with you. You. Harvey couldn't do anything about his sister, so he could only say, well, I don't care about anything else, but remember to pay attention to the occasion. Don't make Mr. Shuren unhappy because of this, understand? Of course. Capeline nodded. Then let's go. Harvey suddenly smiled, and said, let's pay a visit to His Majesty Xianxia first, and then go to Mr. Shuren's house to pay our respects. Hearing Harvey's words, everyone first thought of all the information they had learned recently, and then a figure naturally appeared in their minds. The figure who, under the bombardment of the aura of death that blotted out the sky, was like an indomitable hero holding a sword and finally slashing out a dazzling sword. Under such circumstances, the carriage was allowed to enter the capital. At the same time, in a small town some distance away from the capital, many people were still discussing the latest news that had just come from the capital. I didn't expect the hero to become the strongest human in less than a year after coming to the Omnipotensen. The ultimate level. It's really a level that's so far away from us. He hasn't even used his holy sword yet. He's really strong. I really want to take him as my master. Forget it. You're just a first-class adventurer who's not even level 20. Do you still expect the hero to take a liking to you? I'm just saying casually. Similar conversations were heard on the street, causing a group of black-robed orcs who looked like vagabonds to stop in their tracks. The two orcs in the lead looked at each other. It seems that the hero has done a lot of things recently. This was said by a youthful and beautiful workcat thoughtfully. If I knew he was a hero, I would really want to spar with you. This was the untamed words of a muscular werewolf. The group of beastmen looked at each other and finally began to discuss. How many times has it been? We've been hearing rumors about that hero along the way. Shuren Porstadt? I still feel like I'm dreaming. Yes. Back then, the nobleman who saved us, saved Cosmos, and subdued the evil god Lilith is actually a hero after 1,000 years. When I first heard the news, I was stunned. The group of orcs began to chatter noisily. Not long after, a figure who was protected in the middle of the group spoke up. Alright, let's continue on our way and reach the capital as soon as possible. A coquettish female voice traveled into everyone's ears. Yes, Saintess. The orcs, including the werewolf and workcat, responded respectfully. The fox ears under the girls had twitched slightly, and she spoke in a slightly displeased tone. Bad person. Why would I come to the capital? Sean's former acquaintances were naturally not limited to the clergy of the Ragnar Empire and the orcs, who were aiming for the capital. Far to the east of the kingdom, in the Tagore forest, in the elven homeland, elf Queen Sophie had already come out of her queen's palace. She held her scepter and stood in front of a group of elves. Queen Rhea and Naya, the two legendary elven mages, immediately bowed. Queen. The elven mages in the Elven Legion, which the elves were proud of, also bowed their heads one by one. Sophie nodded as she watched. These people in front of her were the pride of the elves, the pillars of the elves. Sophie looked at the familiar faces, and the pride in her heart could not be expressed to outsiders. Sophie did not show the pride in her heart. She looked around at everyone present and spoke softly. This time, we elves must also participate in the Tri-Race Conference as one of the representatives of the human race to discuss important matters with the Protoss, demons, and other human races. As the elites of the elven race, you will accompany me to the Mitra Kingdom's capital. That is a country established by a hero who once saved the world. The hero we know is also from that country. He has long since returned and has encountered many things in the capital. The hero Shuren is a friend recognized by us elves. This Tri-Race Conference was initiated because of his identity, so he will definitely become the focus of this Tri-Race Conference. He will also be placed on the negotiation table by the three races to determine their attitude toward him in the future. This matter is of great importance. Not only is it closely related to the peace between the three races, but it is also deeply involved with the safety of our friends. Therefore, we have two goals for this trip. First, we will do our best to maintain peace. We cannot let the war that was once filled with pain happen again. Second, we will do our best to protect our friends and become the strength of the hero Shuren. As she spoke, Sophie's voice began to become serious. Tell me, can you do it? Hearing this, the group of elven mages did not hesitate at all. Yes. Their neat and tidy voices resounded throughout the elven homeland, causing the other elves in the elven homeland to turn their heads and look at them with yearning and longing in their eyes. Very good. Sophie nodded in satisfaction. Then, let us go. Sophie raised her scepter high. In the next second, a green halo flickered and enveloped all the elven mages present. Among them were two figures that Shuren would definitely recognize if he were here. Hero, the elven girl with shoulder-length hair and a small cane in her hand mumbled, her eyes appearing to be in a trance. Beside her, another elf woman saw that she was distracted and patted her on the shoulder. Genome? Genome asked. Hearing her voice, Genome snapped out of his daze and looked at the elf lady beside him. Genome called out softly. Genome called out softly. Caroline's sharp eyes saw through Genome's thoughts. Genome instinctively shook his head, but after a moment of thought, he nodded. Even now, I still can't believe that he's a hero. I know what you're feeling. Caroline's hand paused. Then, she said with mixed feelings, I didn't expect that alien male who was almost rejected by us to be a hero. But maybe I understand now. Genome tightened his grip on his scepter and said softly, I understand why Marika likes that man so much. Since he was a hero, it was no wonder that even a pure elf would be attracted to him. Wasn't it only natural that Marika would fall in love with him? That was what Genome thought. However, Caroline shook her head. You've misunderstood, Genome. Caroline denied Genome's words. Huh? Genome was startled and glanced at Caroline in astonishment. Meeting Genome's gaze, Caroline spoke. Marika doesn't like him because he's a hero, but because the person she likes is a hero. Her words made Genome speechless. Although they had only switched the order, Caroline's explanation made Marika's reason for falling in love with Shuren completely different. Although we've never come into contact with love, we understand ourselves very well. We understand the existence known as the elves, Caroline said meaningfully. Do you think we'll only love heroes? Of course not. The love of elves was very pure. It would not be mixed with factors such as identity, status, or power. Even if one was a hero, if he couldn't obtain the elf's recognition, then he wouldn't be able to obtain her love. Mitra the Brave was a living example. Everyone knew that he had pursued the elf queen Sophie, but he was rejected by Sophie. Otherwise, this piece of history would have become a story that would have been spread far and wide. But wasn't Mitra a hero? Wasn't he great? On the contrary, he was a very great person, so great that even the god race had to respect him. He had saved the world and defeated the demon king. These achievements were destined to be passed down forever. But such a great person still did not win the love of the elf queen. So, it must be the same for Marika. She didn't fall in love with him because he was a hero, but because Shuren Batut has something that truly attracts her, something that makes her love him. Caroline's voice reached Genome's ears. It's indeed something that attracted Marika. Genome pursed his lips and sank into silence. Alright, don't think too much. Caroline interrupted Genome's thoughts. Melika and the heroes' matters will naturally be left to their own devices. Let's focus on the meeting between the three races. Yes. Genome adjusted his state of mind and then asked, Marika will also be present at the Trilateral Conference this time, right? Yes. Caroline nodded and said with a rare smile, she is already a well-wisher of the goddess of nature. She will definitely accompany goddess Nadura to the meeting and appear in the capital of the Mitra kingdom. Hearing this, Genome's eyes lit up with a hint of anticipation. He was looking forward to seeing his childhood friend, his inseparable playmate. Even if she had already abandoned him and become stronger, it would still be the same. Just like that, the emerald halo carried the elites of the elven race and flew towards the horizon under the gaze of all the elves in the elven homeland. Their destination was the Mitra kingdom. Royal capital, Batut's residence. Today, no one came to visit. The black dragon lying on the plaza was like a huge fortress, emitting a frightening pressure that made countless people not want to go near this area. Even the people from Batut's residence would sometimes go in and out of fear, as if they were afraid of waking up the sleeping dragon. Every time they passed the square, they would subconsciously lower their voices. Thanks to this, even though Shuren had already been promoted to a marquis and became a great noble in the Mitra kingdom, and his status was not lower than that of a duke. In fact, it was much higher than that of a duke. However, not a single person dared to visit Batut's residence to congratulate Shuren on his promotion. Of course, even though they did not come, the gifts were well prepared. Over the past few days, gifts from various factions and nobles were continuously sent to Batut's residence. Along with the gifts, letters were also sent to Batut's residence. The nobles and faction leaders could not visit, but they did not dare to neglect this matter. They prepared congratulatory and complimentary letters and sent them to Batut's residence. Of course, Shuren would not deal with these letters. Hence, I hate you. Shuren Batut. Lily, who was in a luxurious office on the top floor of the main residence, yelled crazily as she opened a mountain of letters. Don't mess it up, Lily. Vivian, who was at the side, quickly reminded her when she saw Lily messing up the letters. Not only did she have to read these letters, but she also had to reply to them one by one. If she messed them up too much, problems would inevitably arise. Lily naturally understood. But she was really on the verge of breaking down. There are so many of them, and I have to reply to them one by one. How long do I have to go back? Lily resisted the urge to burn the letters and shouted, since we have already shed all pretense of cordiality and no one is allowed to visit, why don't we just throw these letters away? I understand how you feel, Vivian said helplessly. But he can do this, but we can't. You don't understand, do you? Indeed, Sean could let go of himself and not pretend to be courteous to everyone, but Lily, Vivian, and the rest couldn't. There was no other reason other than that the king had sent someone to persuade them. The relationship between the nobles must be maintained. Not only for the sake of each other's reputation, but also for the balance of power in the kingdom, Vivian said. Vivian said, if we let the nobles treat the Porstut family with hatred and hostility, they wouldn't dare to do anything now that Sean, Princess Rosie, and the others are around. But what if they're gone in the future? The Batut family had risen rapidly, and because the family head was Shuren, they were bound to be an existence that stood above everyone else in the kingdom. If such a large family offended too many people now, the successor of the family would definitely face all sorts of difficulties and even disasters in the future. From the perspective of the king, Xianxia naturally did not want to see the Batut family, which had a special status in the kingdom, become the public enemy. They would be targeted by the nobles and even kill each other. If that happened, it would be a disaster for the kingdom. Thus, Xianxia deliberately sent an official over to give him instructions. Naturally, this instruction was not directed at Shuren. Xianxia knew that Shuren did not like such complicated matters, so it was unknown whether he would listen to him. Thus, he entrusted these matters to Lily and let her handle them. It could be said that Lily was currently cleaning up the mess for Shuren, who was a hands-off boss. This was also the reason why she broke down. This is too much. Lily wailed. It can't be helped. It's not just the nobles of the kingdom. The kings, emperors, nobles, heads, and leaders of the other human factions have also sent greetings and congratulatory letters. Vivian smiled bitterly, but also consoled her. Actually, this is not entirely a bad thing. At least through this channel, you will be able to contact the upper echelons of the various human factions. Even if you are now the representative of the Batut family, when you inherit the Lazahad family in the future, you can still use this opportunity to build connections with these big shots. This was definitely a great thing for a noble. With the support of so many human factions, the Lazahad family might be able to reach the same heights as the Batut family in the future, Vivian encouraged. Do your best, Lily. You must believe in yourself. You are the best. Hearing this, Lily's expression softened a little. All right. Lily reluctantly accepted her fate. At this moment, the door to the office opened. President Lily. There's an additional part here. Lumia walked in. In his arms, he was hugging Xianxia and Sean, which was piled up like a pillar, almost reaching the ceiling. Bam! Lily's head hit the table heavily. After twitching a few times, she stopped moving. Lily! Vivian's exclamation echoed throughout the office. At this moment, Shuren still did not know that his family's representative was about to be killed by him. He was in the garden behind the main residence, exchanging blows with Ter. Hiya! Ter's entire body was surging with magical power. The horn on her forehead trembled continuously, absorbing the magical power in the atmosphere like a black hole. The magical power swirled into Ter's body like a whirlpool, turning into Ter's power. Ter roared loudly. Just like that, Ter charged at Shuren like a demon. Her hands were like claws, bringing with them rays of light as she attacked Shuren with immense power. She increased her power again? Standing opposite Ter, Shuren did not draw his sword. As he watched Ter charge at him like a demon, a solemn expression appeared in his eyes. He could feel that after half an hour of continuous improvement, Ter's attacks could now penetrate his, Rito's mandate, and cause some damage to him. In that case, clenching his fists, Shuren met Ter's attack head-on. Bam! Claws and fists collided, causing the atmosphere to tremble and sending out shockwaves. Hiya! Ter roared relentlessly as she charged at Shuren. Her claws brought with them streaks of cold, sharp light as she attacked Shuren. Naturally, Shuren met her attack with his own fists and continued to counter it. Bam! 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 Instantly, Shuren and Ter's figures intertwined and collided continuously. Muffled sounds of collisions rose and fell, creating shockwaves that formed two storms in the garden. As the two fought fiercely, the eyes of the enchantress, who was leisurely sipping tea in the pavilion, flickered. This little girl actually has the same type of power as Milu. Chaffin looked at Ter, who had turned into a ghost. She stared at her horn, her heart pounding. Bam! In the garden, the sounds of intense collisions lingered for a long time, telling the others how intense the battle between Shuren and Ter was. Despite saying that, Shuren still restrained himself and left some leeway. He did not use his full strength. It was not the first time that he and Ter had been fighting like this in the garden. It all started when Shuren reported the matter to Ter after he completed the task that Ter entrusted to him. In order to deal with the upcoming battle and the person that she had always wanted to defeat, Ter sought out Shuren, which was a rare occurrence. She hoped that Shuren could train with her. Because this was a battle that required her to give her all, and it was even possible for her to put her life on the line. Ter wanted to undergo a harsh tempering before the day of the final battle. In other words, Ter needed an opponent that she could handle with ease even if she used her full strength and correct the details of the battle for her to train herself. There were many such opponents in Bostut's house. Shuren was one. Yulin was one. Lilith was one. So was Chaffin. However, Yulin was very keen on guarding the gate. Even when she had free time, she would be sent to Lily's place by Shuren for all sorts of strange reasons to learn how to manage the family. She did not have the time to accompany Ter at all. Lilith was naive and did not know how to control her strength. It was unknown if she could understand the meaning of training. Chaffin was also a legendary figure that people had only heard of, but never seen. Ter naturally would not look for these people. Hence, Shuren naturally became Ter's sparring partner during this period of time. He sparred with her like this every day to train Ter's abilities. Chaffin had long known about this, but she did not pay much attention to it. It was only today that she suddenly felt the urge to come here and take a look. That was when she saw Ter and the ghost in her body. Under Chaffin's gaze, the battle between Shuren and Ter came to an end. Whoosh, Shuren used teleportation to dodge the incoming claw and reappeared behind Ter like a ghost. Ter reacted sharply. Unfortunately, she was not as fast as Shuren. Checkmate. Shuren placed his hand on Ter's back, and mana surged from it. Bam! Amidst the explosive sound, the mana explosion was stirred up, and Ter's petite figure was blown away. She distanced herself from Sean in a rather pathetic manner, and when she landed on the ground, she couldn't help but kneel on one knee. Ha! Ha! Perhaps she had exhausted all her stamina, she was panting heavily. Her face was covered in sweat. Even the horn on her forehead flickered a few times before gradually disappearing. Alright, let's stop here. Seeing Ter like this, Shuren immediately stopped her and said, "Your horn obviously increases your strength, but it also puts a significant burden on your body. If possible, it's best not to use it too many times in a short period of time." That was Shuren's evaluation. Tear did not refute. This was indeed one of the weaknesses of ghosting. It would place a certain degree of burden on the body. After all, it directly transforms the mana in the atmosphere and provides it to you. You haven't reached that realm yet, but you have strength far greater than normal. Naturally, your body will bear some of the burden, such as a rapid loss of stamina, a decrease in stamina, and even injuries. Therefore, even though Tear had regrown her horn and could control her unique skill, the side effects of this unique skill should not be underestimated. And, I wanted to ask you a few days ago. Is your horn a lot slower than before when it transforms energy? Xianxia asked suspiciously. Back then, when Tear activated ghosting in the Adro Canyon and transformed into a ghost, she absorbed an enormous amount of mana in an instant and rose to the legendary tier. She was even very close to the limit tier. But in the past few days, when Xian fought with Tier, he found that Tier's horn absorbed power much more slowly than before. For example, when Tear used ghosting to rise to the legendary tier in the past, it might only take a few seconds. But now, Tear's level was obviously higher than before, but it took her a lot longer to rise to the legendary tier. About a minute, I think? Xianxia made his own judgment. After activating ghosting, you need about a minute to absorb enough power to rise to the legendary tier, let alone the limit tier. I don't think you can do it without at least 5 minutes. In the eyes of many experts, this kind of speed was an obvious weakness that couldn't be more obvious. I know. Tear nodded and said, but I can't help it. My horn has just grown out and it's still a young horn. It's normal for it to absorb and transform mana much slower than when it was at its peak. Obviously, Tear was aware of her own condition. Are you sure it's okay? Xianxia expressed his concern. Even though it made sense, it wasn't enough to give her the confidence to face Audibook. The transformation speed is so slow. If the leader of the knights wants to, he can defeat you in an instant. Do you still want to challenge him? Xianxia asked. Tear nodded and didn't seem confused at all. I still want to challenge him. Tear didn't hesitate at all. You. Xianxia wanted to say something but gave up. He shook his head and said, since you said so, I can only support you. Then let's continue, Tear said immediately. Let's take a break. Xianxia naturally wouldn't go crazy with this lass. Don't you know how heavily you're panting? Where did you learn to be so competitive? It's fine if you don't stop in bed, but you don't stop outside either. Really, just as Xianxia was about to reprimand Tear, Xiaofine finally spoke. I see. Do you want to challenge Audibook Urbian? Xiaofine leisurely walked over and looked at Tear's panting figure. Her eyes showed a look of interest that wasn't there before. I've embarrassed myself in front of your highness. Tear was silent for a long time. She took a deep breath and then bowed to Xiaofine in a silent manner. What do you want? Xianxia raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiaofine warily. Don't look at me like that. Those who don't know might think I'm a troublemaker. Xiaofine couldn't help but pat Xianxia on the back. Xianxia pursed his lips and even wanted to say, aren't you? But when he saw the threat in Xiaofine's eyes, he chose to shut his mouth. Xiaofine snorted and turned to look at Tear again. Training like this may be helpful to the progress of your strength, but if your goal is to better control and make use of the ghost in your body, this method is not enough, okay? Hearing this, not only Tear, but even Xianxia couldn't help but be startled. What? Xianxia looked at Xiaofine in surprise and said, from what you said, it seems like you have a way to help Tear use the ghost in her body better. Xiaofine didn't nod or shake her head at Xianxia's question. The reason was simple. If I want to, I can do it. But compared to me, Milo is the expert. Xiaofine said. Milo? Xianxia was slightly stunned. Ghost demon Milo Pesh? Tear murmured. That's right. Xiaofine looked at Tear with interest and said, I've only just discovered that this lovely young lady's power seems to be the same as Milu's. Tear's unique skill was a kind of horn that allowed her to absorb mana from the atmosphere and convert it into power. In theory, it could infinitely increase the user's power. But this was only the operating mechanism of Tear's unique skill. In fact, it wasn't without reason that Tear's unique skill was called Ghost Transformation. To put it simply, her unique skill is actually a kind of transformation of her body. Xiaofine said. After that horn appeared, this cute lady's body changed. She was no longer a pure human. Instead, she was filled with mana from the outside world, and the negative energy in her heart was stimulated to achieve the goal of strengthening herself. In other words, when using this unique skill, Ter was no longer a human, but a ghost transformed by the stimulated negative energy. The nature of this power is actually quite similar to Milo's ghost seed. Xianxia said with a hidden meaning. Milo's ghost seed also transforms herself and the negative energy of the outside world into her own, thus transforming her body and transforming her body. She then becomes an existence known as a ghost, wielding the negative energy that is different from that of human beings, the power of ghosts. These abilities stood on the opposite side of the power that human beings could possess. Not only were they strange, but they were also evil, and even not allowed by the world. As a ghost existence that was opposed to human, it was understandable that people would not accept this kind of existence's power. But it was undeniable that these abilities were very powerful. Milo's ability was known as the most versatile unique skill. It could do many things. Not only could it pass through walls, become invisible, curse, possess, fly, and so on, but it could also open up a ghost realm, create a ghost city, and transform all human beings into an army of ghouls. It could be said that it was extremely evil and strange. Compared to Milo's, Ter's ghost transformation was not as versatile, but it was essentially the same type of ability as Milo's. In other words, with Milo's help, the ghost in her body will definitely be much more obedient, thus reducing the burden on her body. That horn will also be able to grow quickly. If everything goes well, she might even be able to learn the real fighting style of ghost from Milo. As for me, although I can use Rippling Heart Fiend to connect to Milo and learn her fighting style, I can teach her how to use the ghost in her body to fight. However, Rippling Heart Fiend can't connect to other unique skills, so Milo is more suitable to teach her. Ter lowered her head at Xianxia's words and fell into deep thought. Should I let Milo teach her? Xianxia, however, was conflicted. The reason was simple. Are you sure Milo can teach someone? Xianxia seriously doubted this. He did not forget how naive and romantic that girl was, and how careless she was. She was like another Lilith, with even less common sense and thinking ability than Lilith. Let the girl who dared to imitate him and explode a fiend with a finger teach Ter, forgive Xianxia for being blunt, but he could only see a future where Ter was accidentally played to death. On the other hand, Xianxia did not seem to be worried about this. With Lyde watching from the side, there shouldn't be any problems if nothing goes wrong. Xianxia said with a smile, which made Xianxia want to roll his eyes at her. If nothing went wrong, probably not. Why did it sound so unreliable? Xianxia once again seriously doubted the feasibility of this matter. Of course, that girl is too playful. It's still unknown whether she will be willing to teach someone. She shrugged and said, if you personally ask her, she might agree, but it's also very likely that she'll lose her patience very quickly. In other words, Xianxia was worried that Milo would not be able to complete this task, and Milo might not agree to it. Xianxia was speechless. At this moment, Ter suddenly spoke. If Devil Highness can really make me stronger, I'm willing to try. Ter made the decision without any prior signs. Ter. Xianxia couldn't help but call her. Ter's face was calm. I know very well that it's impossible to defeat that person with ordinary methods. Ter said calmly. And since ordinary methods don't work, I can only use unusual methods. This girl was as decisive as ever. Xianxia wanted to say that this was a very dangerous matter. But he also knew that if it was just dangerous, this girl wouldn't mind taking the risk. Ter Albahin was not averse to taking risks, and he was a person who would advance bravely in times of crisis. Even if Xianxia wanted to persuade her, it would be difficult. Don't worry. Ter naturally knew what Xianxia was worried about. She said concisely, I have Lady Lida's blessing and the protection of fate. I won't die so easily. Before Xianxia could respond, Xianxia was stunned. What did you say? Xianxia asked Ter in surprise. You said that you are Lida's well-wisher? Ter raised her eyes, looked at this breathtakingly beautiful demon, and slowly nodded. Seeing this, Xianxia's eyes finally lit up with excitement. At this moment, Ter fell into an indescribable silence. Being stared at by Shafine's excited gaze, even someone as taciturn as her couldn't take it. Shafine's charm was attractive to both men and women, so just like Shirin, Ter kept a respectful distance from Chafine while she was in Porstut's residence. Even Lily, Vivian, Lumia, and the others avoided Chafine on purpose, let alone Ter. On the other hand, the servants of Porstut's residence seemed to have seen the succubus when Chafine was torturing Mordo. Ever since then, they couldn't control themselves and often lingered around Shafine's residence. Shirin had even ordered that no one was allowed to approach the area. Hence, apart from Shirin, Yulin, and Lilith, no one else in Porstut's residence could see Chafine. In the past few days, when Shirin and Ter were sparring, Chafine wasn't around either. Only today, when the succubus appeared on a whim and expressed her desire to observe, she discovered Ter's uniqueness. Even though Ter had been deliberately keeping her guard up against Shafine's outrageous charm, she eventually let her guard down and allowed the succubus to discover the secret she had kept hidden for many years. Now, being stared at by Chafine in such high spirits, Ter couldn't take it anymore. She couldn't help but take a step back. But this step didn't dispel Shafine's interest in Ter. Instead, it made her even more interested. After all, Chafine liked people who dared to resist her charm the most. Ter was obviously on guard against Chafine, which made Chafine even more interested in her. You have the same unique skill as Milu and Lidas's blessing. I didn't expect Mitra Kingdom to have a little genius like you. You're not far off from Rosie and Lusty Mitra, right? Chafin approached Tirlan with a smile. Her voice was full of temptation, but she didn't seem to realize it herself. I say, do you want to follow me to the demon realm? She's already trying to poach me. From this, one could see that Ter also had a high evaluation in Shavni's heart. No, it's fine. However, Ter refused without hesitation. Her attitude was decisive and straightforward. However, she didn't know that the more she rejected Chafine, the more interested Chafine was in her. I can help you convince my sister to let Milu train you so that you can become stronger. Shafine's words left Ter speechless. This was indeed what Ter wanted the most at the moment. Coupled with Shafine's unique charm, Ter thought. Naturally, Chafine noticed this and tried to persuade him further. However, the iron hand of justice had finally descended at this moment. You've just been well behaved for a few days, and you're starting to cause trouble again? Sean couldn't bear to watch any longer. He reached out, pinched Shafine's delicate face, and pulled her over. Ouch! Chafine cried out in pain, and the enchanting smile on her face crumbled. Shirin ignored her struggles. He pinched her breathtakingly beautiful face and looked at Ter. If you've really made up your mind, I'll help you with Milu. Shirin didn't know if he was helpless or compromising. The Three Races conference is around the corner. The demons will soon arrive in the human realm. I'll help you talk to her. But don't say I didn't warn you. That girl is really dangerous. It might be hard for you to follow her. Upon hearing that, Ter adjusted her state of mind and looked at Sean. I know, Ter said calmly. I've made up my mind. All right. Shirin didn't hesitate and said, but your duel with the leader of the Knights will probably happen soon after the Three Races conference. There's not much time for you to grow. That time, in the king's bedroom, Sean helped Ter to challenge Alidia to a duel. It was after the end of the meeting between the three clans. Before the Three Races conference, Aridia indeed didn't have any spare energy to carry out any unplanned duel. As the kingdom's strongest force, Aridia had to be in perfect condition at all times in case of emergencies. If the duel with Ter resulted in any problems with Aridia's body, it would indeed have a significant impact during the Tri-Tribe conference. That was why Shirin and Aridia agreed to carry out the duel after the Three Races conference. As for the exact time, it would depend on the situation after the conference. If everything went smoothly, it wouldn't take long. Since that was the case, there wasn't much time left for Ter. I know. Ter was still as calm as ever. She didn't seem to have much of an emotional fluctuation. As long as you know. Shirin didn't say anything else. After that, Ter turned around and left. Only Shirin and Chafine were left there. She's gone. Why aren't you letting go? Chafine slapped Shirin's hand away and glared at him. Who told you to steal from me? Shuren didn't feel guilty. Instead, he retorted. Chafine didn't back down either. Who told you to have so many interesting women? Chafine said in a strange tone, I really don't know why you're so lucky. The women around you are all so interesting. You're the kingdom's treasure. You're already loved by the Protoss and feared by the demons. Now, you have a little girl who's almost as good as the princess. It's rare to see two such special talents in the history of the human race, right? Wasn't that right? Not to mention anything else, just the unique skills of the two human girls were already extremely special. One could turn into a god and control the world's most powerful power. She was recognized by Mitra's sacred sword. Apart from the hero, she was the first life form in history to achieve self-transcendence. The other could turn into a ghost and had the same power as the devil, one of the 6 demons. If given time, she could grow infinitely. She was the descendant of the hero. Such a possibility, such a talent, not to mention the human race, even the god race and the demon race couldn't find such a person. The most feared members of the human race were the Bravehearts. Apart from the Bravehearts, everyone else was nothing in the eyes of high-level experts. The only ones who could be considered outstanding were the 13 heroes from 1,000 years ago. But now, there were 2 human girls in front of Chafine who had the potential to far surpass the 13 heroes. Any one of these geniuses could shake the entire Omnipotensen, but now there were 2 of them. Moreover, they were Shuren's first wife and second wife. Both were born in Mitra and were the descendants of the hero. They were also blessed by the goddess of destiny. As such, even Chafni could not help but sigh in amazement. On the other hand, Shuren pouted. In this era, they're not the only ones who have become special existences. That was Shuren's opinion. Perhaps, in the eyes of people like Chafine who had lived for a long time and watched the world develop until now, the appearance of Rosie and Ter were 2 miracles. But in Shuren's eyes, there were still special beings who weren't inferior to Rosie and Ter in this world. For example, the Alei lost tribe who manipulated Mara from behind the scenes and took away the lustrous branch, becoming half a transcendent being. Another example was Melika, who changed her ordinary life because of Kirin. She obtained great potential and abilities and was brought back to the divine realm by Nadura and received the blessings of the goddess of nature. Nothing like this had ever happened in the history of the human race. Even Shuren didn't know how powerful and special they would become in the future. As Shuren thought about this, he noticed that Chafine was also looking at him with a meaningful gaze. With the rippling heart devil's ability, this succubus could read Shuren's thoughts as usual. That was why she said this. There are indeed many special beings in this era that didn't exist in the past. They have broken some of the rules of the Omnipotensen. Chafine said faintly. Such a special era has never appeared even when the Demon King and the Supreme God still existed. While saying this, Chafine added another sentence in her mind. The most special beings have actually come to this world. Or rather, they have returned to this world. Thinking of this, Chafine glanced at Shuren. Perhaps he was the center of the whirlpool of this special era. Although everything about him didn't originally belong to him, when they were all gathered together and existed in his body, he was undoubtedly the most special person in the world. Furthermore, it was very likely that this special era had appeared in response to his arrival. After all, if one thought about it carefully, one would find that all the special beings mentioned above would eventually have more or less karma and connections with the special people in this world. With this situation, I'm sure it's not just us. The Protoss must have more or less discovered something, right? In that case, what would the goddesses do in response to this unique era? It wasn't hard to guess. The Protoss had always been the loyal supporters of the brave. The meaning of their existence was for the brave. Since that was the case, the Protoss would definitely continue to walk in this era with Shuren as the strongest support. However, this brave is not only yours, but also ours, the demons. Chafine's gaze on Shuren became fiery, and she smiled sweetly. You won't steal our people, Protoss. Shuren naturally did not know what Chafine was thinking. But he had a feeling that this girl seemed to be up to no good again. At least, Shuren noticed her burning eyes. So, Shuren could not help but think. This woman can't be thinking about it again, right? Shuren felt that he should be able to keep her company. Although he had been teased by this woman a few days ago, which caused him to play a little too hard. In addition to the torment caused by Rosie and Terre, Shuren felt a little exhausted these days. But after a few days, he was still able to practice with Terre like this, which meant that he had naturally recovered. Even if he had this little bit of vitality, if he really played with her, he was afraid that he would be squeezed dry. This succubus was really too seductive. Every time she played with him, he would not be able to stop. But since there was a chance to play with her for free. If there was a chance to be happy, Shuren naturally could not refuse. Anyway, this girl did not ask him to take responsibility, so why not? Just as Shuren was thinking about this, he found that the eyes of her Highness succubus had changed from burning to full of murderous intent. I'm going to the palace. Seeing that the situation was not good, Shuren teleported away on the spot and slipped away. Chafine was left alone there, gnashing her teeth in hatred. But soon, she smiled again. It was a beautiful smile, and it made people shudder. Do you really think that you don't have to pay anything after taking advantage of me? Chafine murmured. Just you wait. Obviously, Shuren was being targeted. Unaware of all this, Shuren directly moved to the palace and walked in the direction of Rosie's bedroom. He did not know what medicine this princess had taken recently, but she actually gave Shuren the cold shoulder for a few days in a row, so that Shuren did not even see her once these days. At first, Shuren thought that Rosie was really busy. In the end, after a few days, Shuren found that not only was this princess not busy, but she was also lazing around in her bedroom every day. The various affairs of the Tri-Race Conference were all handled by Auntie and Leah. Rosie, as a princess who was about to get married, did not need to do anything other than some special occasions. In other words, this woman was clearly very idle and had been lazing around, but she still gave Shuren the cold shoulder and stood Shuren up. Intuition told Shuren that this woman was also up to something. Seems like she needs to be taught. Shuren was angry at the thought. So today, to be to the gods, Shuren would be to his wife. Otherwise, all the women in the family would be so disobedient, they would go to heaven. With this idea in mind, Shuren did not want to enter Rosie's bedroom from the main entrance. Instead, he used teleportation and directly entered Rosie's room, not giving the Sword Saint Knights on guard outside a chance to stop him or alert them in advance. For this, Shuren deliberately activated the superb concealment effect of inner perception of destiny, concealing his presence and mana, and sneaked into Rosie's room. As soon as he entered, Shuren was shocked to find that he had moved to the wrong place. What's going on? Shuren looked puzzled. Shuren did not know that in Rosie's bedroom, in the room, the princess who specialized in lazing around and dreamed of lazing around was snorting coldly. It's been 3 days. That bastard must have found out that I did it on purpose, and is angrily looking for me to settle the score, right? It had to be said that Her Royal Highness had a very good understanding of her fiancé. But she did not panic at all. This was because Rosie had already used the power of fate and manipulated fate, fixing the fate that Shuren would not be able to see her no matter what. Thanks to this, fate would turn in all sorts of ways, causing Shuren to be unable to achieve the result of seeing Rosie. As for what would happen to stop Shuren, it was none of Rosie's business. Perhaps someone would coincidentally make an appointment with Shuren, and Shuren would not have time to see Rosie. Perhaps something would suddenly happen, and Shuren would have to deal with it. Of course, it was also possible that Shuren's teleportation suddenly went wrong, causing him to move to the wrong place and not be able to reach Rosie. In short, fate had already been fixed like this, and there would definitely be all sorts of factors that would cause Shuren to not be able to see Rosie. Of course, Rosie's revenge on Shuren was not limited to this. She had also manipulated fate. That was, if Shuren wanted to do something bad, he would definitely fail. Maybe someone suddenly ran out to stop him. Or maybe there were other accidents that happened. In fact, if Shuren wanted to do something bad, he would definitely be unlucky and encounter something bad. This is your punishment. Let's see if you still dare to fool around in the future. Rosie snorted lightly, her heart full of pride. It had to be said that this princess was indeed Shuren's nemesis. She was clearly a human, but she had the power to manipulate fate, rendering Shuren's blessing that could make him immune to the interference of the Protoss authority useless. However, at this time, Rosie did not know that Shuren's, Supreme God's blessing, not only made him immune to the interference of the Protoss authority, but also had the protection of the world. With the protection of the world, Shuren could avert danger in any situation, turn misfortune into fortune, and under various coincidences, he would have all sorts of fortuitous encounters. If Rosie's authority caused Shuren to be unlucky, then the world would immediately react when Shuren was unlucky, turning the bad thing into a good thing for Shuren. Just like now, Shuren had made a mistake in his transfer. He did not arrive at Rosie's room, but instead, he arrived at a room that was definitely a good thing for him. Splash. The sound of water could be heard in the air. Hot air filled the surroundings, bringing with it waves of white mist. However, even so, the white mist still could not block the spring scenery that appeared in the room. So comfortable. Leah was lying comfortably in a bathtub with her eyes closed. Her skin was white and rosy, moist and smooth. Beside her, Xianxia had also taken off her usual heavy armor and was adding hot water to Leah's bathtub naked. "Your Highness, you don't have much time to rest. If you continue to bathe now, will you be able to catch up to the next task later?" Xianxia was kneeling on one knee by the bathtub in an extremely undignified posture, adding hot water to the bathtub as she said so. "Don't worry, even if it's a little late, it won't cause any major problems." Leah did not even open her eyes. She leaned on the edge of the bathtub and stretched her limbs to her heart's content. That figure, anyway, could not be hidden by mere hot water and steam. Basically, all the places that should be seen had been seen once. "Is it really okay?" Xianxia was still a little worried. It's not a problem. Anyway, it's not the preparation work for the meeting between the three clans. Those have already been taken by Father to deal with. What I'm dealing with now is the aftermath of the commotion caused by Her Highness Succubus' arrival in the capital. For example, those who have not yet woken up and are clamoring to see the goddess all day long, as well as the contact and confirmation of the current situation with the big shots of the major forces. Leah said so, her tone full of indignation. "That despicable hero only knows how to find things for me to do. All this is clearly caused by him, but I have to clean up the aftermath while he hides at home and flirts with Her Highness Succubus. Since that's the case, I shall enjoy myself." Leah's words were filled with great resentment. "This isn't caused by Minister Borstot, right?" Xianxia revealed an awkward expression and said, "The cause is ultimately Her Highness Succubus, and Minister Borstot is also the one who was implicated. It's already good enough that this matter can be resolved satisfactorily." Xianxia put in a few good words for Shuren. Unfortunately, Leah did not compromise because of this. "Even if he wasn't the cause, he still participated in it," Leah said indignantly. "He really hid the succubus in his house. Who knows if he has already taken a fancy to her?" "I don't think so." Xianxia's voice began to weaken. To Xianxia, who had never seen Chaffner before, she still did not believe that Shuren would be captured by Chaffner. Or rather, she did not believe that a great hero would be tempted by mere beauty. "Why not?" Liao snorted coldly and said, "Why don't you take a look at the past few days? That fellow has basically been staying at home. Rosie isn't even willing to see him, but he's still so carefree. I think he's most likely the same as those superficial men. He's completely bewitched by that succubus." The more Leah spoke, the more indignant she felt. Thus, the future Queen of Mitra stood up from the bath. "No, I have to find some time to visit Borsted's house and see what that guy has been doing all day long." As she spoke, Leah directly came out of the bath without putting on any clothes. "Your Highness." "Clothes?" Xianxia hurriedly took Leah's clothes and chased after her. However, she was not wearing anything herself. Just like that, the two of them swaggered past Sean, who was in hiding. Sean, who had a blank look on his face, had yet to react to what was going on. "However, this water is so big. This bath is so white. What has blinded my eyes? Is it money? No." These lines of dialogue flashed through Shuren's mind, causing his body to stiffen slightly as he wanted to show his respect. Fortunately, I have the inner perception of destiny," Shuren touched his nose, and after confirming that there was nothing extra flowing out, he let out a sigh. This subconscious sigh did not appear in his heart at all, but was spoken out by Shuren. "Who?" Xianxia, who was chasing after Leah, seemed to have sensed something. She turned around abruptly, her sharp gaze piercing straight at Sharon's direction. However, there was nothing there. What's wrong? Leah was startled by Shauna's shout. She could not help but hug her body and stop in her tracks, a trace of panic appearing on her face. No, it's nothing. I probably misheard, right? Shauna did not notice anything out of the ordinary. She could only frown and come to such a conclusion. Little did she know that Sharon had already escaped with teleportation. I've gotten my benefits. Time to slip away. About half an hour later. Sharon appeared in a corner of the palace, his entire being in a state of self-doubt. This doesn't make sense, Sharon muttered as he recalled his experiences in the past half an hour. There was no helping it. Why is it that every time I try to teleport to Rosie's room, it always fails? Sharon was speechless. That's right. In the past half an hour, Sharon's teleportation had been making mistakes. Not only did he not appear in Rosie's room, but he had also repeatedly barged into places he shouldn't have. Sharon had barged into the baths reserved for Her Royal Highness, Leah. Sharon had barged into the large baths shared by the female knights in the palace. Sharon had barged into the changing rooms of the noble ladies. Sharon had even accidentally teleported into the rooms of the beautiful concubines of Xianxia, and all he saw were scenes that could be stored in the USB drive in his head forever. If my father-in-law finds out about this, even if I'm the opponent, he'll probably fight me to the death, right? As Sharon thought of this, he decided to seal up today's experience forever, and never let anyone know. However, there was another question that Sharon could not help but think about. Why did my teleportation fail again and again, and to that kind of place every time? Sharon could not tell if this was a disaster or a stroke of luck. It's not like I've learned a skill like, lucky pervert. If such a skill really existed, Sharon would actually want to seriously learn it. Therefore, the current situation was too much of a mystery to Sharon, so much so that he could not make heads or tails of it. Logically speaking, with the level of my skill, it shouldn't be possible for my teleportation to fail. As far as Sharon knew, although teleportation skills and magic were extremely rare, and each had very precise learning requirements and usage methods, it was not impossible for problems to occur in its use. For example, for those whose skill level was too low, or those who had just learned the skill or magic, it was not impossible for a teleportation error to occur when using this ability. But what about Sharon? His outward sight of destiny had long been maxed out, and before he fused it into the destiny skill, all the fused skills had also been maxed out. Logically speaking, it was absolutely impossible to fail when using the instant movement ability when the skill was already maxed out. Even if there were special barriers, magic, or even magical tools that could hinder teleportation, it would be extremely difficult for them to work against Sharon's maxed out, outward sight of destiny. At least, until now, Sharon had never failed to teleport or made a mistake in his teleportation. This showed how powerful the outward sight of destiny was. Even if it was the highest level barrier that protected the royal capital and the royal palace, Sharon could come and go as he pleased. This showed how powerful the outward sight of destiny was. To put it bluntly, the current Sharon's teleportation ability was so strong that it was not inferior to Xianxia, who could invade all kinds of places as she pleased. Xianxia's teleportation ability could be said to be the best in the world, and Sharon's outward sight of destiny had a similar teleportation and teleportation effect. If he could still make mistakes time and time again, there must be a problem. Could it be that someone used a unique skill to hinder my teleportation? Sharon could not help but suspect this. If it was a unique skill that was hailed as beyond the norm, then it was not impossible to hinder Sean's teleportation at his level. Moreover, transcendent level existences might also be able to achieve this. Did a transcendent existence attack me? Sharon could not help but suspect this. However, he couldn't figure out which transcendent level existence would be so gentle when attacking him. Again and again, they sent Sharon to places full of benefits. Were they trying to harm him or help him? Or could it be someone like Nyan and Rosie who attacked me? It was not that Sharon did not suspect this. Nyan was the summoning of the brave and the goddess who controlled the concept of summoning. Her relationship with Sharon was very deep. If it was her, she would definitely be able to interfere with Sharon's teleportation ability and summon him to another place. Rosie was the same. Now that she was the holder of the power of fate, she would not be immune to his blessing. It would not be difficult for her to manipulate fate to achieve this. Moreover, Chaffner was also a possibility. Through the power of the rippling heart fiend, Chaffner definitely had the ability to teleport. She could also use their spiritual connection to make Shuren's blessing, skill protection, and holy sword's protection ineffective. It was not impossible for her to send him to another place without anyone noticing. There was also Xianxia. As someone who was proficient in teleportation, she wanted to trick Shuren in her area of expertise. Shuren did not believe that she could not do it. These people also had a reason to trick Shuren. Nian is so jealous. She must be very unhappy with me after seeing me get married and get engaged. Rosie has been so displeased with me recently. It's not impossible for her to stop me from going to her room. Chaffner. Alright, I just pissed her off and ran out. Needless to say, Xianxia almost fainted from anger the day I came back. Thinking of this, Shuren suddenly realized very awkwardly that he had offended quite a lot of people. Moreover, each one was more beautiful and willful than the last. All of them were suspicious, and it was very likely that they would attack him. I have sinned too much. Shuren sighed, and his body gave off a scummy smell. But then, there was another problem. If it was them, why didn't they throw me into a volcano or the depths of the sea? Instead, they threw me into a place where I could feast my eyes? This was the only thing that Shuren could not understand. Logically speaking, these women all had the ability to do this, and they all had a reason to target Shuren. However, they would definitely not trick him and give him such benefits. Especially Rosie. How could she let him see her sister, subordinates, friends, and so on? Alright, my head hurts. Shuren massaged his temples. He felt that no matter how he thought about it, he would be tricked. Forget it, I'll just walk over. Shuren decided not to use his teleportation ability. Instead, he walked to Rosie's bedroom. If I can meet a beautiful woman stripping naked for me to see while walking on the road, then I will kowtow to God a few times and thank him for today's high or low. Thinking of this, Shuren strode towards Rosie's bedroom. Along the way, many people saw Shuren. Greetings, Marquis Porstut. Greetings, Marquis Porstut. The officials, nobles, and knights in the palace bowed respectfully when they saw Shuren. There were even some children of the Duke's family, or even the Duke himself. Even though they were the nobles of the highest rank, the true relatives of the Emperor, these people from the Duke's family bowed respectfully to Shuren as if they had seen the greatest existence in the world. After all, things were different now. Shuren was no longer an adventurer, nor was he the fiancé of Her Highness the Princess, nor was he a promising young man who had just become a noble. Not only was he the fiancé of Her Highness the Princess, but he was also a marquis of the kingdom. Not only was his status not lower than the Duke's, but the power behind him and his own strength had far exceeded the limits of the kingdom and even the human race. Moreover, he was also a hero. Recently, he had established his might and told everyone how powerful and terrifying he was. Not to mention the dukes, even the king of the kingdom, the Protoss, and the higher-ups of the demons would not dare to go against him. Of course, there were also many people who looked at Shuren with inexplicable gazes. Apart from fear and trepidation, there were also some strange emotions. Among those emotions, some were admiration, some were fear, and some were jealousy. And hatred. It could be said that there were all kinds of emotions in life. After all, Shuren's status had risen so quickly. Moreover, there were many people who admired and looked up to him. It was impossible for him not to attract jealousy and hatred. However, Shuren was too lazy to care about these things. He nodded at those who were friendly and modest, responding to them one by one. He completely ignored those who seemed to be eccentric, not even bothering to pay attention to them for a second. He walked straight past them, causing them to grind their teeth in anger. What's so great about that? A noble who was dressed extravagantly couldn't help but curse in his heart. In the end, bam, an invisible impact exploded on his body, causing him to howl in agony. He was blasted away and smashed to the ground in agony. The people around him were greatly frightened, and they all distanced themselves from the noble who was half dead. Sean, on the other hand, acted as if nothing had happened and left without looking back. The people present looked at each other, and after a while, they looked at the noble who was writhing and struggling on the ground. Their eyes were filled with pity. At this time, there is actually such a stupid person? He even dared to provoke that brave man. He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. Does he think he is stronger than those big shots who were beaten to a pulp by Marquis Porstad a few days ago? I can only say that he deserves it. Such pitiful and sarcastic words entered the noble's ears, making him feel extremely humiliated. He could only crawl up with his tail between his legs and stumble away. As for those who looked at Shuren with jealousy and hatred, they were naturally scared out of their wits. One by one, they all ran away as if they had met a demon. Shuren would not care about such an insignificant interlude. He walked in the direction of Rosie's bedroom and even went around a bush to take a shortcut. As a result, Sean froze when he circled around. Eh? In the bush, two girls stared blankly at Shuren, who suddenly barged in. They were completely naked. Shuren was silent. It seemed that he really had to kowtow to the heavens today. In the bushes in a corner of the palace, the young noble and two disheveled girls looked at each other, speechless. Shuren was once again doubting his life. The two girls were stunned by the sudden turn of events. They froze there, unable to react for a long time. Naturally, they recognized each other's identity. That's right. They just happened to know each other, and they even had a rather deep relationship. Why you? Tilly pointed at Shuren with a trembling finger, wearing a look of shock and disbelief. Beside her, Capeline, who was holding a piece of clothing in her hand, was silent for a moment. Then, she abruptly pulled out the imitation holy sword, using her clothes to protect her body with one hand as she dashed towards Shuren. Swoosh, the tip of the imitation holy sword pierced through the air at an astonishing speed, piercing towards Shuren's direction. Clang, almost reflexively, Shuren stretched out his hand and easily caught the tip of the imitation holy sword with two fingers, stopping it in its tracks and preventing it from advancing any further. Isn't this a little too harsh? Your Highness? Shuren's mouth twitched as he spoke. Capeline glared at Shuren and shouted in a low voice, "Then why aren't you turning around?" Yes. Shuren curled his lips. As he turned around, he muttered, "It's not like I haven't seen it before." Indeed, back in the High Priest's underground prison, Shuren had already seen Her Highness naked. In addition to the beautiful scenery he had seen in the previous half an hour, and seeing Capeline's naked body, Shuren was able to keep his heart as calm as still water. Of course, Capeline, who was unaware of this, only had the urge to stab Shuren to death on the spot when she heard his muttering. After suppressing her impulse with great difficulty, Capeline shouted at Tilly, who was at a loss of what to do. "Why aren't you getting dressed?" As she spoke, Capeline quickened her pace and put on her clothes. Tilly finally came to her senses. She immediately put on her clothes in a fluster with her face and ears flushed red. The shame in her heart was simply about to burst. Sean could only hear a series of rustling sounds coming from behind him. The sounds were rather chaotic, which told him how flustered the two girls were. In the end, after a few minutes, the two girls finally put on their clothes. "All right, turn around," Capeline said coldly. Shuren shrugged, turned around, and saw the two girls who were neatly dressed. At this moment, both Capeline and Tilly were dressed in court attire. They looked like the daughters of a noble family in the kingdom, and not at all like a princess of the empire or a descendant of a knight family. Beside the two women, there were pieces of armor and other equipment scattered around them. Those were their original outfits. This allowed Shuren to see something at a glance. "Are you hiding here in disguise?" Shuren raised a brow. Tilly was still blushing. She was dominated by her shame and couldn't utter a word. Only Capeline was still glaring at Shuren. "Is there a problem?" Capeline's tone was very harsh. After all, Shuren had seen her naked, it was impossible for her not to be harsh. Even though she had the experience of being seen naked by Shuren before, that was a different matter. Both matters couldn't be mixed up. No matter what, it was unavoidable last time. It could even be said that Capeline owed Shuren a favor. It was already good enough that she was rescued by Shuren. Naturally, there was no reason for her to pick a fight with Shuren over such a trivial matter. But this time it was different. This time, Capeline didn't owe Shuren anything. So, Capeline was quite upset when Sharon took advantage of her again. Unfortunately, whether there's a problem or not, isn't the current situation enough to prove it? Sharon crossed his arms and stood there looking at Capeline with a faint smile, causing Capeline to hold her breath. Sharon's meaning was very simple. He was hinting at why Capeline didn't find a suitable place to change her clothes but hid in the bushes. It's broad daylight. You guys hid in a place to change your clothes. Can you blame others if you're seen by others? Sharon wouldn't spoil the little girl at all. They were the ones who disregarded the situation and did something inappropriate. In the end, they had to blame others for being taken advantage of. Sharon wouldn't feel that he was in the wrong just because he took advantage of her and deserved to be blamed. In his previous life, he hated this kind of plot the most in the novels. Just because he took advantage of someone, he felt that he was in the wrong and allowed the girl to beat and scold him. It was really frustrating. Even if the other party was changing in the room and you pushed the door open and saw it, even though you were at fault for not knocking the door, the other party was also at fault for not locking the door. Therefore, Sharon wouldn't spoil the little girl. Right was right, wrong was wrong. It had nothing to do with whether he took advantage of her or not. If it were the women who had been taken advantage of by him in the past half an hour, Sharon would feel that he was in the wrong. However, this time, it was the other party who wanted to change in a place like this. Since he had taken a shortcut and bumped into them, he couldn't be blamed. With this thought in mind, Sharon could be so bold and confident. Capeline was furious, but she also made a rebuttal. As for Tilly, her eyes were brimming with tears. She had no choice. She was the one who suffered the most. Sharon had never seen her naked body before. Because of this was the first time that this Bygusler family's young miss had been seen naked by a man in the truest sense. Just thinking about it made her feel like she had suffered a great loss. Seeing that one of the two girls was accumulating anger, while the other had a face full of grievance, Sharon didn't provoke them any further. Honestly, what are you two doing? Sharon asked doubtfully, why are you hiding here to change? And to change into the kingdom's palace attire? Sharon didn't ask why Capeline and Tilly would appear in the Mitra kingdom's palace. The tri-race conference was at hand. As the person in charge of the empire, the #1 military force among the human race, it was only normal for Capeline and the others to appear in the imperial capital and represent the empire in the tri-race conference. Presumably, the empire had only just arrived in the imperial capital, which was why the news hadn't spread in time. Sharon probably didn't know of their arrival either. However, it was worth pondering over the reason why Capeline and Tilly would hide here and secretly change into the kingdom's attire. Tilly forgot her shame in an instant and her expression turned somewhat awkward. Not to mention Tilly, even Capeline shifted her gaze. What's wrong? Sharon said with a subtle expression, don't tell me you two are planning to do something shady? As the kingdom's rival country, the higher-ups of the empire, if the two of them were to disguise themselves as their own people in the palace, once this matter was known, people would definitely think that they were doing some shady espionage work. Or even assassination missions. When the thought crossed his mind, the way Sharon looked at Capeline and Tilly changed. It was as if he was carefully sizing them up, thinking about how to tie them up and bring them back for interrogation. Capeline and Tilly shuddered when they saw that. It was because they knew Sharon, and they had seen some of Sharon's suffocating and terrifying operations. Both of them were scared out of their wits. Tilly was the first one who couldn't help but speak up. We're not planning to do anything suspicious. Tilly quickly explained. That's right. Capeline didn't hide it anymore, and said straightforwardly, we're just going to meet Rosie and Rusty. Meet Rosie? Sharon was stunned. Yes, Tilly nodded heavily and emphasized, I don't want to do anything shameful. In order not to fall into Sharon's hands, the young lady knight had given her all. The problem was, since you two want to meet Rosie, just go and meet her. Why are you in disguise? Sean still had a suspicious look on his face. On the other hand, Capeline and Tilly exchanged glances. One of them snorted coldly, while the other looked helpless. It's not that we don't want to meet her, but we didn't get permission. Tilly reminded and said, whether it's His Majesty Xianxia or His Majesty Harvey, they don't want Lady Capeline to go against Her Highness Rusty at this time. After Tilly put it that way, Sharon understood. All this while, Capeline had treated Rosie as her rival for life, and she had an extremely strong attachment to her. Back in Cosmos, Shuren was targeted by Capeline because of his close relationship with Rosie. Now that Capeline had come to the Mitra kingdom, to the royal capital, and even to the royal palace, how could she not look for Rosie? Naturally, she didn't look for Rosie because she wanted to make friends with her, but because she wanted to fight with her. However, the higher-ups of the two countries definitely didn't want to see the two princesses fight each other during the meeting between the three clans. Since that was the case, Capeline naturally encountered obstacles when she wanted to meet Rosie. However, Capeline was obviously unwilling to compromise. So, you're going to disguise yourself as a citizen of the kingdom and find a chance to get close to Rosie? Shuren looked at Capeline speechlessly. Humph. Capeline snorted coldly again and turned her head away. This was undoubtedly a tacit agreement. Shuren immediately rolled his eyes. I think you have nothing better to do. Shuren sneered mercilessly. You're the one who has nothing better to do. Not to be outdone, Capeline said, Rosie, Rusty is your fiancé. Of course, you'll help her. It seemed that Capeline thought that Shuren would only scold her like this after he knew that she was going to cause trouble for his fiancé. However, I also know that of course, I have to help her, right? Shuren curled his lips and said, she's my wife, but you're not. His words almost made Capeline explode in anger. This dog of a man, he actually directly admitted that he was on Rosie's side. Is he being biased and taking sides? Isn't he trying to hide it at all? Although I'm not your wife, you've seen me naked, twice, for this sake, you should at least be tactful in front of me, right, bastard? In short, I'm here to see Rosie and Rusty Mitra. I'm not here for any shameful purpose. In the bushes, Capeline said to Shuren angrily. She even glared at Shuren. Are you trying to stop me? Capeline's tone was full of provocation, as if she was saying, are you afraid that your future wife will lose to me? In fact, Capeline really felt that Shuren would stop her. If Shuren chose to stop her, then she could only give up on this challenge. After all, Capeline knew very well how strong Shuren was. Moreover, Shuren seemed to have become even stronger than before. The news of Shuren defeating so many leaders and top powerhouses in front of the Porstut family was still spreading like wildfire. Naturally, Capeline did not think that she could still resist Shuren. Of course, even if she could, she would not. Although Capeline looked very aggressive now, she really did not have any hostile thoughts towards Shuren. Putting aside the fact that Shuren's strength was not something that she could contend against, Shuren had once saved her and allowed her to return to the imperial capital. He had also saved the entire empire from the hands of Mara, allowing her brother to ascend to the throne. That was already a great favor. In addition, Harvey had once made a deal with Shuren and had already secretly pledged his loyalty to Shuren. He swore that he would gather all the power of the empire to support Shuren and obey Shuren while he was still alive. It could be said that the person with the highest authority in the empire was not Emperor Harvey, but this brave man in front of her. In other words, Capeline also had to obey Shuren. Not to mention that Shuren wanted to stop her from dealing with his wife. Even if he really asked Capeline to be his wife, Capeline would probably agree. Originally, when she was imprisoned in the underground prison and tortured by Mara, Capeline had the intention to repay Shuren with her body and ask for his help. Now, if Shuren really asked for it, she would not reject it too much. Moreover, although Shuren was a bit coquettish and often did things that could infuriate everyone to death, his background and ability were indeed enough to meet Capeline's requirements for her other half. As a brave man, not only was he powerful, but he also had the support of the Protoss and demons. If she could marry Shuren, the benefits to the empire were obvious. Not to mention, the hero's bloodline was something that everyone in the human race coveted. If they could really mate with Sean, their descendants would definitely inherit two types of hero's blood, and all of them would have extraordinary potential. Therefore, from Capeline's point of view, Shuren could actually be said to be the other half that all women in the world dreamed of. It's just that his taste was not good. He could have fallen for anyone, but he just had to fall for Rosie and Lusty Mitra. If this man was willing to give up Rosie and Lusty Mitra, Capeline would not mind marrying him on the spot. She would also conveniently give Tilly, who was next to her, to him as a concubine. Tilly? In summary, although Capeline did not show it, in her heart, Shuren's position was actually very high, even higher than her brother and the goddess she believed in. If such a Shuren insisted on stopping her, no matter how stubborn Capeline was, she could only obey. However, just when Capeline thought that Shuren would stop her, she suddenly realized that she was looking at her with eyes full of sympathy. Princess. Shuren stretched out his hand, pressed on Capeline's shoulder, and said earnestly, "I'm not trying to stop you. I just don't want you to despair." What a joke. Was the current Rosie in a state where she could be challenged so easily? Rosie, who had completed the shaping of the blessed wish, and had become half a goddess, had strength comparable to the legendary stage in her normal state. If she used the holy sword, she could even surpass the ultimate stage. If she used the fate authority, her combat power would be comparable to the transcendent stage. At her peak, she could even be comparable to the goddess of fate, who was known as the strongest in the world. Even if she used the fate authority, Rosie's state would become very unstable. Depending on the degree of the fate authority she used, her goddess-like state would gradually deepen. At her peak state, she would only have the power for one attack. After that attack, she would rapidly weaken and fall into a state of collapse, unable to fight anymore. That was not something that ordinary people could go up against. How many people in the entire Omnipotensen had the means to take a full blow from the goddess of fate? Perhaps only existences at the demon level could do it, right? If they only had the combat power of the goddess of life or the goddess of nature, it was very likely that they could not even take a blow from the goddess of fate. What was Capeline's level? She was very hardworking. Perhaps it was because she had experienced the changes in the imperial capital and experienced several life and death battles, but her level had risen rapidly. Now, she had reached level 79 and was only one step away from level 80. In addition to the power of the imitation holy sword and her rather impressive unique skill, it was not impossible for her to fight against a legendary stage powerhouse. But legendary stage? She would probably be taught a terrible lesson, right? Thinking of this, Shuren put his arm around Capeline's shoulder, as if he was persuading his brother. His words became more and more earnest. "Trust me, you don't want to fight against the current Rosie." As he spoke, Shuren kept patting Capeline's shoulder. Hearing this, Capeline glanced at Shuren's hand that was holding her shoulder. She did not struggle, and said in a calm tone, "Since you've said so, I won't look for her. Since you've said so, I won't go looking for her." Huh? Tilly, who was at the side, was stunned when she saw this scene. Tilly was completely stunned when she saw the scene from the side. Lady Capelin, was she so easy to talk to? Previously, His Majesty Harvey and His Majesty Anchi had also advised her against it, but she didn't listen. Instead, she risked being suspected of having ulterior motives by disguising herself and secretly approaching Royal Highness Rosie. Previously, His Majesty Harvey and His Majesty Anchi had also tried to dissuade her, but she didn't listen to them. Instead, she risked being suspected of having ulterior motives by disguising herself and secretly approaching Her Royal Highness Rosie. This showed how strong her desire to challenge was. It was precisely because of this that Tilly had no choice but to follow after learning of Capeline's plans out of worry. She hoped that she could intervene in time to stop the situation if it got out of hand. She gave in so easily. Why was she so stubborn before? Tilly was dumbfounded. She couldn't understand why Her Royal Highness Princess suddenly became so obedient. Tilly didn't know that not only would Her Royal Highness Princess not disobey Shuren, but she also had ulterior motives. Tilly didn't know that not only would Her Royal Highness Princess not disobey Shuren, but she also had ulterior motives. "I can challenge Rosie and Rusty at any time, but I might not have the chance to poach Hero Shuren." Capeline pondered. Yes. This woman was ready to poach him. If she could poach Shuren from the kingdom to the empire, or make Shuren fall in love with someone else, abandon Rosie and Rusty Mitra, and marry her instead, wouldn't that be wonderful? By then, she would get what she wanted and the empire would be able to climb up the social ladder. She could even defeat Rosie and Rusty Mitra once and steal her man. That would be killing many birds with one stone. Just thinking about it made Capelin feel excited. In other words, Capeline wasn't going to compete with Rosie in terms of combat power, but in terms of charm. Even if her opponent was the most precious treasure of the kingdom, the #1 beauty of the human race, Capeline didn't feel discouraged. Instead, she was full of fighting spirit. Who isn't a princess, who isn't a beauty? I'm also the #1 beauty of the empire, a woman that countless nobles are fighting over. Okay, if I really can't, don't I have a concubine that I can give away for free? Tilly? I don't believe that I can't seduce this bastard. With that in mind, Capeline decisively agreed to give up the challenge. Shuren, who didn't know all this, was still gratified. Not bad, Your Royal Highness. You're much more reasonable than before. Shuren praised her. He didn't expect this princess, who directly attacked him because of Rosie the first time they met, to compromise so easily. Shuren was just thinking that if she didn't listen to his advice, he would let her go and see what despair was. Now that she listened to his advice, Shuren's favorability towards her naturally increased by 1 point. At this time, Shuren still didn't know that he had been targeted by the woman beside him. This woman who made him feel gratified was lusting after his body, therefore, since Rosie can't go to Rusty Mitra's place, shouldn't you be responsible for taking me around? Thus, Capeline made this request without batting an eye. Shuren thought for a moment and didn't refuse. He nodded directly. Alright, I'm considered as half a host. I'll take you around. Since today's matter was a little strange and he couldn't really go to Rosie's place, he might as well not go. Since Capeline was here, Harvey should be here too. It wouldn't be a bad idea to meet the former prince and the current emperor. Then Tilly looked at this scene. Although her mind was filled with questions, she still heaved a sigh of relief for Capeline's decision to not challenge Royal Highness Rosie Rusty. So, Tilly was ready to leave. Unfortunately, come with us, Tilly. Capeline stopped her, and commanded her in a tone that left no room for argument. Do I have to come too? Tilly pointed at herself and asked in surprise. That's right. Capeline nodded heavily. Unlike Shuren, she said with a heavy heart, we might need you later. Come with us. This way, it'll be convenient for us to sacrifice you anytime and anywhere. Then. All right. Tilly, who didn't know she had entered a tiger's den and might lose her chastity, nodded. Then let's go. Shuren didn't hesitate at all. He put his arm around Capeline's shoulder and walked out. Tilly saw this and quickly followed. She looked like a little white rabbit who saw a big bad wolf and couldn't wait to run towards it. At the same time, in Rosie's bedroom. Achoo! Rosie sneezed with a confused look on her face. Why do I feel like I've suffered a great loss? Rosie was suspicious. She looked like a little wife who didn't know her husband had an affair and was still at home wondering when he would come back. On the way to the palace, besides strolling around, Shuren and Capeline also chatted about many things. Specifically, the changes in the empire. After the Moro coup d'état, there had been many changes in the empire. For example, the destruction of the Leffelet family had been investigated by the upper echelons of the empire, but it was later suppressed by Harvey unilaterally. The glorious history of the Leffelet family had become a thing of the past, and even their base had been flattened and transformed into a garden. It could be said that the ancestors of the Leffelet family had died with everlasting regret. The Renita family had a similar fate as the Leffelet family. Salairo's defection had solidified the Renita family's status as traitors of the empire, resulting in the Renita family's title being stripped and their home being raided. All the relatives and subordinates directly related to Salairo were arrested. Now, they were all in prison and would probably spend the rest of their lives there. Of course, the supporters of the Moro faction who had spread rumors about Harvey and Lockett were also punished. Except for a small number of them who had immediately surrendered to Harvey when they saw that the situation was not good, the rest of the nobles were either stripped of their titles or marginalized. Some were even sent to the borders, never to return to the capital or the political center of the empire for the rest of their lives. It could be said that Harvey was a newly appointed official who made 3 changes. Moreover, he acted swiftly and decisively, and was very ruthless and decisive. He sent all his enemies to hell so that they would never be able to rise again for the rest of their lives. The ones who replaced them were trusted aides promoted by Harvey, Capeline, and the others. In other words, the political power of the empire had now completely fallen into the hands of Harvey and Capeline, and it had been forged into an iron plate. Although Soliro's defection had directly taken away a part of the combat power of the Imperial Knights, causing the overall military strength of the Empire to decline a little, and the Empire had also lost a top legendary powerhouse, compared to the previous situation of constant internal strife, the Empire was now more difficult to infiltrate and deal with even though its strength had declined. In addition, Harvey and Capellan were still making bold and decisive reforms, working hard to cultivate new nobles, new forces, and new combat power. The Empire could be said to be thriving now, and even the previously half-destroyed capital was being rebuilt to be more magnificent and magnificent. Under such circumstances, the incapable ruler had been ousted, and Harvey and Capellan's mother had also woken up from a long coma. Not only did the people of the Empire not feel disappointed or uneasy about the current empire, but they were also full of expectations. This meant that the people of the Empire could see a brighter future from the current empire. Many people could even imagine that in a few years, the Empire would return to its heyday, and even go further. Harvey and Capellan also had great expectations for such an empire, and were determined to make it bigger and stronger. Of course, we are ready to reconcile with the kingdom, and will no longer engage in meaningless conflicts. Capellan even said so to Xian. The battle with the kingdom will have a considerable impact on the development of the empire, so Big Brother is ready to end this confrontation that has lasted for 1,000 years, and let the two countries reconcile and even cooperate. If such a thing could be done, one could imagine how rapid the development of the Mitra Kingdom and the Ragnar Empire, the two most powerful human countries, would be. This time, the purpose of our coming to the capital is to participate in the meeting between the three clans, and to reconcile and negotiate with the kingdom. That was what Capellan said. Now, Harvey and Proctor were on Ansie's side, talking to her. His Majesty Anchi seems to be a little tempted, but he doesn't seem to be ready to facilitate this matter. I don't know what he's thinking. Capellan seemed to be worried that the negotiations would fail. In response, Xian smiled. Don't worry. Xian said to Capellan, if I'm not wrong, His Majesty is in favor of this matter, but he doesn't intend to do it himself. He doesn't intend to do it himself? Capellan was startled at first, then seemed to understand something. She said, could it be that His Majesty Anchi is going to let Her Highness Leah facilitate this matter? Capellan's political sense was quite sharp, and she guessed the reason at once. That's right. Xian nodded and said with a smile, he was going to pass the throne to Leah, and now he's thinking of all kinds of ways to let Leah accept some of the Queen's work and achieve some actual achievements to pave the way for her to ascend to the throne. Simply put, it was to build momentum. Passing the throne in a hurry and letting Leah create some actual achievements in politics before letting her ascend to the throne, the results of the two were completely different. The former would make the people subconsciously feel uneasy, not knowing if the new queen had the ability to inherit the throne and make the kingdom better. The latter would create the impression that someone capable would ascend to the throne, so that the people wouldn't feel uneasy when Leah ascended to the throne, but would instead feel relieved and expectant. Just like how Harvey's ascension had created an atmosphere of prosperity in the empire, the people would naturally feel happy and expectant when someone capable ascended to the throne. Thus, Anchi needed to build momentum for Leah, allowing her to achieve some actual achievements. On the other hand, if Leah could facilitate the reconciliation and cooperation with the empire, it would definitely make her name spread far and wide. This way, once the kingdom and the empire cooperated, the two countries would become more prosperous and powerful, and the people would always remember the wisdom of Queen Leah. In addition, after all, the kingdom and the empire have been at war for many years, and there will definitely be many opposing factions within the kingdom that are hostile to the empire. If Anchi ignores their opinions and directly reconciles with the empire or even cooperates, they will definitely stir up trouble. Xian pointed out. On the contrary, if Leah does all this, they won't be able to directly oppose her even if they have any ideas. Because they wouldn't be able to understand if this was really the case, or if Anchi was deliberately throwing unfinished work to Leah so that she would have a taste of failure and learn to restrain and reflect. At the very least, if they objected to this matter, Anchi would definitely use this as an excuse to suppress the voices of those opposing factions. Once Lee's negotiations were completed, Anchi would definitely immediately pass on the throne. When that time comes, it would be too late for those opposing factions to do anything. If they were still unwilling to give up and wanted to stir up trouble in the dark, They would be obstructing internal affairs, a crime punishable by death. With that in mind, you shouldn't look for Anchi to discuss this matter, but Leah. Sharon pointed out the direction for Kaplan. I understand. Kaplan naturally had no reason to refuse, and immediately nodded, saying, I'll let my elder brother know. Just like that, the conversation between the two continued without a moment's pause. After discussing the matters of the empire, Kaplan began to talk about her own matters. For example, she had already received the surname Ransfall, and became a newly promoted Duke of the Empire. Moreover, the Ransfall territory where her fief was located was at the border of the kingdom's Dukestringham territory, and could be said to be the closest imperial territory to the kingdom. Bestowing such a territory to Kaplan, who was the younger sister of the king, was already a clear indication of the empire's future attitude. They would definitely take the route of getting close to the kingdom. After all, Sharon was a noble of the kingdom. This was the fundamental reason why the empire was no longer at odds with the kingdom. If you have time, come to my territory to take a look. Kaplan even said to Sharon, I heard that the Stringham family had targeted you before, and I've already prepared several countermeasures to let them have a taste of their own medicine. You can come and watch the show when the time comes. These words made Sharon's expression turn strange on the spot. What made Sharon feel even more strange was that this younger sister of the king's was getting more and more tricky the more they talked. For example, do you like to see me wear the kingdom's clothes? Or the empire's clothes? Have you ever thought of marrying a few more women in the future? Do you mind that your future woman is from the empire? Not for the time being? You already have quite a few women by your side? It's okay, you can marry in the future, but I think you should consider Sir's children. Just like that, the topics of this younger sister of the empire made Sharon feel more and more strange. Especially when this girl actually didn't avoid it. When Sharon let go of her shoulder and stopped hugging her, she hugged Sharon's arm instead. Her whole body was pressed against his upper arm, allowing him to clearly feel this woman's capital. This was nothing. What really made Sharon feel suffocated was that this woman not only hugged him, but also let others hug her. Tilly, you come too. Kaplan pulled Tilly, who was following behind her, over and made her hug Sharon's other arm tightly. She even specially ordered her not to let go, leaving Tilly dumbfounded. Wait. Why did I? Tilly looked at her body that was pressed against Sharon's body, then at her hand that was tightly hugging Sharon's arm with a dumbfounded expression. Finally, she looked at the sky with a dumbfounded expression, as if she was the only one who was dumbfounded under a dumbfounded tree. However, Kaplan still felt that this wasn't enough. Next time, don't wear the clothes inside. Hug him harder and squeeze a little more. Her Royal Highness ordered in a low voice. Tilly was at a loss. Sharon was silent. The three of them strolled around the palace for more than an hour. However, during the last hour, Sharon and Tilly basically didn't speak at all. They only looked at Kaplan, who was talking incessantly about tricky topics with a dumbfounded expression. Their worldview was almost destroyed. However, in the eyes of the bystanders, this scene was not the same as what had happened. Many of them saw Sharon, Kaplan, and Tilly squeezing together like biscuits, strolling around endlessly. They looked at each other and started to whisper. It was not hard to imagine that today's incident would spread throughout the palace. Until, scoundrel. A surprised voice sounded. Scoundrel. When such a pleasantly surprised voice reached the ears of Sean, Kaplan, and Tilly, the three of them were stunned in different ways. They turned around at the same time and looked at the source of the voice. He saw that in front of the corridor of the palace garden, three figures had appeared out of nowhere. It was a group of three dressed in black robes, but they had already taken off their hoods. There were 2 women and 1 man in the group, and all of them were orcs. On the left was a tall werewolf with strong limbs. On the right was a werewolf girl who looked like she had some intelligence. The 2 of them stood together like guards, protecting a Vulpera standing. In the middle. The Vulpera girl was beautiful, with fair and delicate skin and a fox tail. All 3 of them carried a sense of divinity that ordinary beastmen did not have. Orc divine officials? Tilly recognized them. Oz? Muffy? Sharon also recognized the werewolf and the werewolf girl. Elise? Capeline also called out the name of the Sanctus of Vulpera in surprise and delight. They were the orc clerics who had been comrades with Sean and Cosmos for a period of time, and had experienced the Cosmos incident together. Moreover, they were the three with the highest status among the orc clerics. Your Highness Capeline. Elise also noticed Capeline, and gave a cry of joy. When she called out to him, Sean remembered that the two of them were friends. At least, back in Cosmos, Elise had personally said that the Empire's Empress, Capeline, was her close friend, and the two of them had a very deep friendship. After the Cosmos incident ended and Capeline went missing, Elise had even led the Beastman Divine officials to search for Capeline in an attempt to find her. Unfortunately, Capeline had fallen into Mara's hands and was enveloped by Mara's death aura, which could use necromancy magic. Her life force and aura were all concealed, causing Elise, an orc saintess who believed in the goddess of life and could sense life force with the goddess of life's power, to be unable to find her. Until today, the two of them finally met again. You're here too? Elise? Capeline finally let go of Shuren's hand and walked up subconsciously. Of course. We're the orc divine officials, and we represent the faith of the entire orc race. We're just like the humans' temple. Of course we have to attend the meeting between the three races. Elise also ran up and hugged Capeline. The scene of two beautiful girls hugging each other intimately was indeed pleasing to the eye. Boo-hoo, I've been so worried about you, Your Highness Capeline. Elise rubbed against Capeline's chest, looking as if she was still in a moment of fear. I'm fine now, aren't I? Capeline stroked Elise's head with a kind expression on her face. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them were from different races, that scene would have looked like a pair of sisters talking to each other intimately. Oz and Muffy also came forward together. Oz and Muffy walked up. Sean looked at the two acquaintances, and it was unknown whether he sighed or lamented. Oz hugged his arms and snorted. We've heard that you've done a lot of things as soon as you came back. You even defeated our orc race's Norb. Yeah, Muffy hugged his arms and snorted. We've all heard that you've done a lot of things as soon as you came back. You've even defeated our orc race's Norb. Yeah. Muffy also sighed. Back then, I never thought that you, who desperately released the evil god from the seal, would actually become the focus of the three races and three realms. They even held a meeting between the three races after 1,000 years with you as the center of the problem. During this period of time, Oz, Maffei, and the others had heard the most about Sean and the rumors about the Braves. Therefore, they also lamented countless times. They lamented that the hero, who was now at the cusp of the storm and was treated with caution by the three races, was actually the unscrupulous Shuren Boztut. It had only been a few months since they parted, but the man who had shown great kindness to the orc clergy had become the most talked about existence in the entire Omnipotensin. Although they already knew about Shuren and knew that Shuren was extraordinary and would sooner or later soar into the sky and become a famous figure, they did not expect that day to come so soon. Especially, I heard that you've reached the limit level and even touched the legendary realm. Oz looked at Sean with a burning gaze, as if he was ready to make a move. What? Shuren rolled his eyes at him and said unhappily, Do you want to fight with me too? Forget it, Oz. Muffy patted Oz's thick arm and advised, even Minister Norb is not his match. If you really fight, you'll only be humiliating yourself. What do you mean by humiliating myself? Oz immediately said with dissatisfaction, I am the werewolf high priest Oz, the strongest beast man. I will defeat a guy like Norb sooner or later. But you haven't defeated him yet, right? Muffy said mercilessly. The difference between you and Minister Norb is quite obvious. Let alone compared to a hero who has already touched that realm. Hurry up and give up. You. Oz was speechless. Because Muffy was speaking the truth. Oz was the only legendary level powerhouse in the orc priests. He was also the strongest among the orc priests. He had reached level 91 and was not to be underestimated. However, Norb had reached level 97 and was a genuine legendary level powerhouse. He led the second largest orc tribe and could be ranked in the top 3 in the entire orc tribe. Compared to him, Oz was indeed too inexperienced. If he couldn't even defeat Norb, it was even more impossible for him to defeat Shuren. After all, when we were in Cosmos, we couldn't do anything to Mr. Shuren even if we worked together. At that time, Mr. Shuren didn't even use the holy sword. Not to mention now, he has already touched that realm. With the power of the holy sword, no one below the transcendent level can be his opponent, right? Muffy analyzed calmly. That's why I told you not to humiliate yourself. This was a realistic and annoying analysis. Tisk. Oz scratched his head in annoyance and turned his head away. He had nothing to say, but he was unwilling to accept it. Muffy could only shake her head helplessly. She looked at Oz with a meaningful gaze. To be honest, Shuren only had one feeling when he saw that scene. That feeling was overwhelming. Are you guys here to greet me? Or are you guys deliberately showing off your love in front of me? What rose in Shuren's heart was the long-lost murderous intent of being a single dog. Although he couldn't be considered a single dog, he was still sick of being caught off guard and fed a handful of dog food like this. Show off your love," Muffy exclaimed. Her pretty face was flushed. She was obviously caught off guard by Shuren's statement and was extremely shy. As for Oz, he was furious. "Don't talk nonsense." Oz yelled and looked in one direction nervously. Over there, Elise and Capeline seemed to have finished reminiscing about the past. The two of them held hands and approached each other. They seemed to be on good terms. "What are you guys talking about?" Elise seemed to be in a good mood. "No, nothing. Madam Elise." Oz immediately denied nervously, as if he was worried that Elise would misunderstand something. Sigh, the shyness on Muffy's face suddenly turned into sadness, causing her to sigh faintly. Among the three of them, one was happy and confused, one was extremely nervous, and one looked lost. Their eyes fell on each other. Oz was only looking at Elise. Muffy was only looking at Oz. Elise was blinking her eyes, looking as if she didn't understand the situation. The subtle relationship between the three of them made Shuren, Capeline, and Tilly look at each other. "It seems that the three of you are still the same," Capeline expressed as if she was amused. "Have they been like this since the beginning?" Shuren turned to Capeline and asked in a daze. "Yes, they haven't changed all this time," Capeline bluntly revealed, saying, "Oz has always admired Elise, Muffy has good intentions towards Oz, and Elise doesn't know anything. She has an innocent look." The complicated relationship between the three of them is a hot topic among the orcs. Is it that exciting? Tilly only felt that she was full of energy after hearing this. She was no longer sleepy. On the other hand, the three from the orc priest group all stood up in anger. "Your Highness Capeline," Muffy cried out in panic. I don't have such impure thoughts." Oz also panicked. What? Elise, on the other hand, widened her eyes in astonishment. She looked as if she had been shocked for a few years. The most thought-provoking thing was that after coming to her senses, Elise also panicked. "Don't talk nonsense. Your Highness." Elise covered Capeline's mouth in panic while looking at Shuren for some reason. Just like Oz just now, he was extremely worried that he would be misunderstood by the person he liked. This caused the atmosphere to change again. The corner of Oz's mouth twitched. He turned his head stiffly and looked at Shuren. His eyes became unfriendly and even bloodshot. Lady Elise, Muffy's expression was even more complicated. Eh? Tilly looked at this scene and only felt that she had discovered another shocking secret. She pretended to be shocked. Even the corner of Shuren's eye twitched. He even subconsciously raised his head and looked at the sky, as if to confirm if it was snowing and if the surroundings were very white. Elise, Capeline also seemed to have discovered something. She looked at Elise with an incredulous expression. "Boo-hoo, don't look at me like that," Elise blushed and lowered her head. Only her gaze frequently peeked in Shuren's direction, like a young girl in love. Oz only felt his fists harden. Muffy only felt that her whole body was numb. Tilly's eyes were shining, as if she was in a large-scale melon-watching scene. As for Capeline, after a moment of silence, she quietly let go of Elise's hand. "I treat you as my best friend, but you want to steal my man? Draw your sword." JPG. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became very quiet, as if something terrible was brewing, causing people to tremble with fear. that, Shuren felt that he had to stand up and say something to prove his innocence. However, Capeline didn't give him this opportunity. Looks like we have to have a good talk, Elise. Capeline looked at Elise with a meaningful look. Can you not look at me like that? Your Highness? This is very scary. Elise looked at Capeline with a trembling face. Unfortunately, I'm no longer your Highness. Just call me Capeline from now on. Capeline still said meaningfully, come, we haven't talked all night for a long time. Let's have a good gathering. Eh? Elise suddenly said weakly, but I still want to go to this bad guy's house to play, Capeline stared at her. Elise was defeated on the spot. Let's go, Lady Saintess. Capeline smiled as she pulled Elise and gradually walked away. Poor little Elise, who didn't know what had happened, was dragged away with tears in her eyes like a calf about to be sold. Caw. Lady Capeline. Tilly hurriedly chased after her. Oz took the opportunity to pester Shuren. I suddenly want to spar with you. Come on, let's fight. Oz's eyes were bloodshot as he approached Sean. But as the saying goes, everything has its vanquisher. Oz's throat was also strangled by his own fate. Alright, don't make trouble, Oz. Maffy grabbed the back of Oz's neck, her mood turning from gloomy to sunny. She said, looking at the current situation, Lady Saintess is very likely to have a good time with the hero. As Lady Elise's guards, we have to watch from the sidelines. Watch my *SS. Oz went crazy and roared, no. I won't allow it. This Oz was quickly suppressed by Maffy. Even if you don't allow it, you have to allow it. Maffy said very strongly, although Lady Elise is our saintess and has a noble status, the hero is undoubtedly a good match. I believe Goddess Anima will also bless this karma. I don't admit it. I don't admit it. Oz began to struggle. For some reason, Maffy exerted enough power to suppress Oz. While grabbing the back of his neck, she showed a friendly smile to Shuren. Then, I'll take this ungrateful werewolf away to re-educate him. Mr. Shuren, you can do it. I'll support you. After saying that, Maffy dragged Oz away, ignoring his struggle. Sean was the only one left at the scene, and he was in a mess in the wind. Shuren pondered for a long time, but he still couldn't figure out why things suddenly became such a mystery. Maybe, this is love. Sean could only sigh with an incongruous sigh and immediately turned to leave. Although he didn't know what happened, he felt that his chastity seemed to have been saved. From Capeline's hands. Rosie, sure enough, fate is on my side. Chaffner, hee. As the Empire's side and the Beastman clergy arrived at the Imperial capital, more and more human forces also entered the Imperial capital, making the Imperial capital more and more lively. It could be said that all the forces that could influence the situation of the human world had gathered in the royal capital. The Protoss and demons would only arrive on the day of the Tri-Race Conference. Therefore, the royal capital could now gather all the forces of the human race and was ready to welcome the Tri-Race Conference. Under such circumstances, not only did the leaders of the human countries arrive in the royal capital, but the forces of the other races also arrived. On the Orc side, apart from the clergy and the Tigermen led by Norb, the other tribes that were at the forefront had also arrived in the royal capital. It was said that the king of the dwarves had also led a group of cavalry into the royal capital yesterday. On the other hand, the elves had arrived in the royal capital today. Accompanied by an emerald green natural radiance, they descended from the east gate. The elf queen led the entire elf division into the royal capital, and Liao personally went to welcome them. On this day, the royal capital became unprecedentedly lively. After all, compared to the dwarves and orcs, the elves were undoubtedly much more popular. Their population was the smallest among the human race, and all of them were natural mages. They were also famous for their beauty, each more beautiful than the last. The elf queen was even known as the most beautiful human race woman in thousands of years. Her beauty was comparable to that of a goddess, and she could be compared to the most beautiful human race's most precious treasure, Rosie Lusty Mitra. As such, not to mention the citizens of the royal capital, even the people of the other forces couldn't help but come out to watch. It was said that on this day, the main street leading from the east gate to the island in the middle of the lake was always crowded, forcing the royal knights to be dispatched to maintain order and allow the elves to pass. When the city queen appeared on the streets with the entire city division and made their way to the palace, the citizens of the kingdom cheered excitedly as they looked at the group of incomparably beautiful elves. Although the scene wasn't as shocking as Chaffner's, it was still considered rare in the world. It couldn't be helped. Nearly 100 breathtakingly beautiful elven girls parading through the streets was no different from nearly 100 superstars with perfect attractiveness. When the elf queen arrived at the palace, Xianxia even personally came out to welcome her. It wasn't that Xianxia was treating them differently. After all, the elf queen had lived for thousands of years. She and her two trusted aides, Rhea and Naya, had personally participated in the final battle 1,000 years ago. They were the only 3 long-lived elven great magic casters in the world, the companions of Hero Mitra, and 3 of the 13 legendary heroes. What's more, Hero Mitra had once pursued the elven queen. This was a well-known fact in history. To Xianxia and the others, the arrival of the elven queen was equivalent to the arrival of a friend of their ancestor, a companion of the founding king of the Mitra kingdom, and a hero who would leave his name in the annals of human history. Sometimes, experience was the best capital. Thus, even Xianxia had no choice but to personally welcome them. That even Xianxia had to personally welcome the elves. However, he didn't go to the palace to meet Elf Queen Sophie. That kind of formal occasion wasn't suitable for him, so he naturally didn't want to join in the fun. However, from that day onwards, the Porstut family began to receive guests. Yes. The Porstut family, which had previously rejected the leaders and powerhouses of almost all the major forces of the human race, finally received guests from that day onwards. There were 3 parties that received guests. One party was the royal family of the Ragnar Empire. The other party was the orc clergy. The last party was the entire elven race. When the 3 forces sent invitations to the Potter Tut family and expressed their desire to visit, the Potter Tut family immediately opened their doors under Sean's instructions. Thus, after many days, a few forces finally approached the Porstut family. They weren't stopped by Yulin, who was sprawled on the square, and were able to enter the Porstut family's mansion. This situation made people look at each other, and they couldn't help but sigh. No one expected that in the end, these 3 forces would be accepted by the Porstut family. However, after thinking about it carefully, this didn't seem surprising. The orc clergy had interacted with Shuren during the Cosmos incident. This wasn't a secret, and many people knew about it. Now that they seemed to have a good relationship, it wasn't strange that they were able to become guests of the Porstut family. There was no need to mention the Empire. The coup had just happened a while ago, and Shuren's shadow could be seen in that coup. Shuren had also exposed his identity as the hero there. As such, it wasn't strange that the newly ascended emperor would be friends with Shuren, or rather, become friends with Shuren. As for the elves, many humans were also invited to the elven homeland during the peace sacrifice. Although these people didn't know what Shuren had participated in or what had happened in the elven homeland, as the only male of a different race to be accepted after Hero Mitra, Shuren's appearance at the peace sacrifice was no longer a secret. Since that was the case, it was understandable that he had a close relationship with the elves. Just like that, the 3 forces successfully visited the Porstut family. Harvey brought Capellan, Tilly, and Proctor to the Porstut family personally. Elise also brought Oz and Maffei to the Porstut family. As for the elves, Elf Queen Sophie brought Naya, Rhea, and even Caroline and Genome to the Porstut family. Thanks to this, the 3 factions gathered in the living room of the Potter Tut family's mansion. In the end, even Lily and Vivian were alerted, and both of them came over. Of course, as the head of the family, Shuren had no choice but to be here. Not to mention the fact that these people were here for him in the first place. Therefore, Shuren sat on the main seat and looked at everyone present. "It's been a long time, everyone," Shuren said with a smile. "Has it been a long time?" Harvey shrugged and said with a smile, "To me, it's only been a month or so since you left the imperial capital." Proctor stood behind Harvey with his sword in his arms. Beside him were Tilly and Capellan, who sat upright. "Your Excellency left the elven homeland about 2 months ago, right?" Sophie sat there with her scepter in her hand, smiling at Shuren in a reserved manner. Both her posture and manner of speaking were very elegant. Behind her, Rhea and Naya were in the seats closest to her as usual. Caroline also stood there silently. Only Genome stared at Shuren and occasionally muttered a few words. No one knew what he was mumbling about. Finally, it was Elise. "We really haven't seen each other for a long time, right?" Elise said unhappily. "It's been at least half a year, right?" Behind Elise stood Oz and Maffei. However, one of them was looking at Shuren with an unfriendly gaze, while the other was looking at Shuren with a friendly gaze. Their attitudes were completely opposite. "Half a year?" Shuren blinked and said, "It should be less than half a year, right?" Indeed, it had been less than half a year since the Cosmos incident. However, in less than half a year, Shuren was completely different from that time. Everyone looked at Shuren, who was sitting rather casually and lazily in front of them as if he was not a guest, but a friend. Their hearts trembled slightly. At first glance, Shuren seemed to be the same as before. There was no change at all, but if they sensed deeper, they would find that Shuren's presence had become more reserved, and there was a faint sense of oppression emanating from him. Mana was lurking in his body like a giant beast. At first, they could not feel anything, but as time went on, it made them tremble with fear. They felt a great pressure in their hearts, as if they were not facing a human, but a god. At least, that was how Sophie and Elise felt. One of them was a royal elf, the beloved of the goddess of nature, and the other was a holy lady of the orcs, the beloved of the goddess of life. Both of them had met the goddess of nature and the goddess of life. In the end, in the eyes of the two of them, the feeling that Sean gave them was already vaguely similar to the feeling that the two goddesses gave people. Perhaps Shuren was not as sacred as Anima and Nadura, but he was just as aloof as them. What did it mean? It meant that his life level might have really reached the limit and touched the realm of transcendent. Regarding that, both of them were somewhat amazed, but they were not surprised. It was because Shuren had already shown his divinity in front of them. Elise had seen how Shuren fought the evil god Lilith head-on with his full strength in Cosmos. Sophie had seen Shuren activate the ability of Samsara, enter the realm of transcendent, and kill Maggie the demonic spirit. Even Jarvis and the others had seen Shuren resist the attack of Mara, who had reached the realm of transcendent, and defeat him. It meant that, in their eyes, it was not strange at all that Shuren had reached his current level. "Mr. Shuren has been in this world for less than a year, hasn't he?" Sophie remarked with mixed feelings, reaching the realm of transcendent in less than a year. "Even Hero Mitra can't compare to you with your aptitude and potential. Yes, even our empire's ancestor, Hero Ragnar, can't catch up to you." Harvey deeply agreed. "No wonder even the Devil Cultivator Your Highness acknowledged you, and let you and Dragon Devil Your Highness be engaged." Hearing that, a few people's faces darkened on the spot. Dragon Demon, Capellan frowned, feeling that this was a bit tricky. "Playboy." Elise snorted coldly, looking at Shuren with eyes full of indignation. "I must tell Marika." Genom, too, was indignant at his own misfortune. As for the others, although their expressions were a bit strange, their eyes were full of amazement. No matter what, to be able to marry a demon of the demons was quite an honor worthy of a thumbs up. Even Lily and Vivian looked at Sean with a faint smile on their faces, which made Sean feel like he was being stabbed in the back. "Well, that's all." Shuren hurriedly coughed and changed the topic. "You didn't come here just to praise me, did you?" Hearing that, everyone looked at each other. "Well, I do have something to discuss with you," Jarvis said with a chuckle. I'm here to get even with you." "Who told you to bully me all the time?" Elise seemed to be a little guilty, not daring to say that she was curious about Shuren's home, which was why she couldn't help but come over to take a look. "I'm just here to visit a friend who has been recognized by us elves," Sophie nodded and said, "and also to remind His Excellency Shuren." Sophie's words attracted the attention of everyone present. "Remind?" Shuren said curiously, "Your Majesty, please say it." "This?" Sophie looked at everyone present, thought for a moment, and finally chose to say it. She said to Shuren, "I want to remind you to be careful of the old demons." As soon as these words came out, everyone present frowned. "Old demons?" Jarvis, Capellan, Lily, Vivian, and the others all frowned. "Old demons." Elise, Oz, and Maffey's expressions changed, and their eyes became slightly cold. Old demons, there was no doubt about the degree of disgust these 4 words gave people. Needless to say, Shuren's eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on his face remained the same, but it didn't give people much of a smile. Seeing this, Sophie chose her words carefully before speaking in a solemn tone. Although there is no conclusive evidence, I personally think that during the 3-clan talk, the old demons may not sit still. This was the reason why Sophie chose to remind Shuren. Why? Elise immediately asked, could it be that the old demon clan is planning to attack the venue of the 3 clans talk? Elise's statement did not get a negative response, but a positive response. It's not impossible. Jarvis knocked on the armrest of the chair and said thoughtfully, the top, high level, and powerhouses of the 3 clans are all gathered together. Such an opportunity is indeed rare. That's right. Maffei also echoed, the people of the old demons don't like the current peace. Now that the 3 clans have chosen to sit down and talk about the heroes in order to maintain peace, it is absolutely impossible for the madmen of the old demons not to take advantage of this opportunity to attack the venue, disrupt the smooth progress of the talk, and worsen the relationship between the 3 clans. That's what I think too. Sophie nodded and said, for the past 1,000 years, I have been watching this world. I have a basic understanding of the style of the old demons, so I think that the old demons will most likely appear at this time's 3-clan talk. Although there was no basis for this, the persuasiveness was there. But, are those people really that stupid? Kaplan frowned, is the 3-clan talk something they can afford to attack? That was it. There was no doubt that the current royal capital could be said to be the safest and most dangerous place in the entire Omnipotensen. That was because not only were all the leaders and well-known powerhouses of the human race gathered here, even the Protoss and demons were about to descend here to participate in the Triclan talk. Here, legendary powerhouses that were rarely seen in the past had already gathered in a pile. The backbone combat power of various forces had also gathered here, causing a terrifying army to gather here. For example, this time, not only did Harvey bring Locket, who was a top legendary powerhouse, but he also brought Capeline, who had a holy sword imitation and whose combat power was not much weaker than a legendary powerhouse. Finally, he also brought some of the elites of the Empire's knights. It could be said that he had brought the top combat power of the Empire to the royal capital. Needless to say, Elise was naturally there. The orc priests were at her beck and call. Among them, there was Oz, who was a legendary powerhouse, and Maffei, who was not far from the legendary level. In addition to the rest of the orc priests, their combat power was not inferior to the elites brought by the king of a first-class country. There was no need to mention Sophie. Not only was she a top legendary level great mage, Rhea and Naya were also legendary level great mages. She had also brought along the entire elf division of the elven race. Just this force alone was enough to destroy a large country. Such a group of forces, a group of leaders, and a group of powerhouses were gathered in the current royal capital. In addition to the upcoming Protoss and demons, as well as the 3 goddesses and 6 demons, who were said to be the top combat power of the entire Omnipotensen, and even Lilith were here. During the Triclan talk, there would be more than 10 transcendent existences gathered in the royal capital. Not to mention Shuren. As a hero, he was the protagonist of the Triclan talk. It was impossible for him not to be in the royal capital. In this way, during the Triclan talk, the royal capital would be the place where the most terrifying group of powerhouses would gather in the entire Omnipotensen. Attacking such a place, isn't that stupid? That was what Capeline wanted to express. But, if those guys were willing to seriously consider the problem of the gap in combat power, they wouldn't have chosen the path of destroying the peace. Sophie sighed and said, most of the old demons are paranoid and crazy, and will do anything to achieve their goals. Just like the former, Slaughterer faction, they are also not very powerful. They don't even have a legendary figure, but they still succeeded in disrupting the royal capital 10 years ago and assassinating many high-ranking officials. The implication was that it was impossible for the old demons to attack the royal capital head-on, but they would use any means. Their goal is to destroy the peace between the 3 races and return Omnipotensen to chaos and chaos. Therefore, they will not watch the talks between the 3 races proceed smoothly. Sophie's voice gradually became more and more serious. I'm not saying this out of groundless fears, but there have been a lot of strange things happening in Tagore Forest recently. God, when this word came out, everyone's expression froze, and they all looked at Sophie in unison. What's wrong? Sharon asked directly, what happened? In the face of Sean's question and the gazes of everyone present, Sophie answered seriously. Someone is capturing monsters, and they're capturing them in large numbers. Hearing Sophie's words, everyone frowned again. Is it that ritual again? Sharon's expression began to turn cold. He was naturally referring to the demon refinement ritual, the evil ritual to refine young demon dwellers. But Sophie shook her head and denied it. No, it's not that ritual. We didn't find any traces of the ritual, and we didn't find any monsters going crazy, Sophie said. We just found that some unknown people have been going in and out of Tagore Forest recently, and they've been fighting with a large number of monsters. Saying that, Sophie glanced in Caroline's direction. Seeing that, Caroline took over Sophie's words and explained the situation in the form of a report to everyone present. Under Her Majesty the Queen's command, we've investigated the places where there were obvious battles and huge movements, and we found very obvious traces of fighting between humans and monsters at the scene. There were also some severely damaged corpses at the scene, as well as body tissues that were obviously monsters, such as blood, scales, and so on. At first, we thought that it was just a group of human adventurers that entered Tagore Forest to hunt monsters, so we didn't pay too much attention to it. But similar situations happened more and more, and after identification, the corpses left at the scene were all demons. The blood, scales, and other monster tissues also had very high magical activity, so it was very likely that they weren't defeated but captured alive. Combining this situation, we finally determined that some unknown demons have been going in and out of Tagore Forest recently, and they've captured a large number of monsters in Tagore Forest, but we don't know where they've been transported to. Caroline's report caused everyone's hearts to sink. It couldn't be helped. After listening to this, everyone understood why Sophie was worried that the old demons would attack the capital on the day of the three-race meeting. This was because all these situations showed that the demons who were wantonly capturing monsters in Tagore Forest were not regular demons, but the infamous old demons. Why would the old demons be capturing ferocious monsters on a large scale? The reason behind this was indeed frightening when one thought about it. At this moment, Harvey suddenly spoke up. Speaking of which, I've also discovered something strange. Harvey's words caused everyone present to be taken aback. Elder brother, you mean? Capeline seemed to know what Harvey was about to say, and her pretty face instantly tensed up. It wasn't just Capeline, but Locket and Tilly also had solemn expressions. Something strange? Lily could not remain silent on this topic in the end, and could not help but ask, what is it? His Majesty Harvey? Sharon also looked at Harvey. Sensing Sharon's gaze, Harvey was silent for a moment before he spoke. You should remember, Sharon, right? On the day of the capital's upheaval, the former imperial concubine Mara had summoned a legendary monster called the Young Demon Dwellers, and a total of 11 of them. Of course, Sharon remembered this. He still remembered what Mara had said at the time, saying that she had borrowed 12 young demon dwellers from the original demons, and had even given one of them to the Leferet family. The young demon dweller given to the Leferet family was eventually killed by Sharon. However, the other 11 young demon dwellers had dived underground and escaped after Mara was killed by Sharon. During this time, the Empire has been looking for traces of these young demon dwellers, trying to find them. Harvey's eyes flickered, because I have ordered the court mages in the palace to cooperate and use detection and tracking magic to search. Not long ago, the Empire did find some traces of them. However, when we were about to find those young demon dwellers, for some reason, those young demon dwellers all disappeared, and we don't know where they went. Capeline took over from Javis's words. You mean, Sharon had a guess as to what Harvey and Capeline were going to say. Sure enough, just like the elves, we found traces of a battle between the young demon dwellers and something else. Harvey no longer hid it. Previously, we thought that Soliro's group, who had defected, was unwilling to lose so easily, so they secretly took away these young demon dwellers, preparing to use them against the Empire. Now, it seems that the person who did it is probably the old demons. If that was the case, there was basically no doubt anymore. capturing a large number of demons, and then taking away such a dangerous group of monsters. If all this was done by the old demons, no one would be willing to believe that they had no purpose, Vivian murmured in a low voice. Which just so happened to be what everyone was thinking. Everyone knew very well that the only thing that could make the unscrupulous old demons go through so much trouble to prepare against was the upcoming Triclan talks. If the old demons send people to release the captured demons and monsters into the royal capital during the Triclan talks, then, as Elise spoke, she began to tremble. Many people also felt a chill in their hearts. In terms of combat power, the royal capital during the Triclan talks would definitely not be weaker than these so-called demons and monsters. However, if such a group of demons and monsters were to wreak havoc in the royal capital unscrupulously, one could imagine what kind of tragedy would befall the royal capital at that time. The royal capital not only had great beings from all over the world, but also a group of ordinary people, a group of conscientious knights and soldiers. Once such a royal capital was attacked by a large number of demons and legendary demon dwellers, there was an 80% chance that there would be heavy losses and great chaos. At that time, if the old demons sneaked in to cause trouble, then the royal capital and the Triclan talks would basically be over. And this was the purpose of the old demons. They just want to destroy the Triclan talks and not let the peace between the three races be maintained. Maffei said in a deep voice, once the Triclan talks are destroyed, the conflict between the three races that was intended to be eased will also be destroyed. At that time, there would definitely be many voices among the Protoss, demons, and humans who were unwilling to calm down. Especially the Protoss and humans. After all, the old demons were ultimately from the demons. Once there were heavy losses and great sacrifices, the demons would inevitably be slandered by a group of indiscriminate existences who had always disliked the demons and had no choice but to take responsibility. In this regard, there would definitely be some voices of imbalance among the demons. If the old demons manipulated things a little more, guiding public opinion and creating some chaos, then the conflict between the three races would sooner or later become more and more intense until it could no longer be resolved. If that happened, the so-called peace would only exist in name. Everyone understood this. Those trash. They really can be seen coming out of nowhere to stir up trouble. Oz banged his fist, filled with righteous indignation. Everyone is doing their best to maintain the peace, so why can they destroy it whenever they want? Tilly was also somewhat resentful. This is the human heart. Lockett said calmly. In this world, there are actually people who treat misfortune as entertainment. Genome couldn't help but shudder. As for Lily and Vivian, they had already fallen into silence as they looked at each other. Rhea and Naya were the same. The two of them only stayed by Sophie's side, but their disgust for the old demons could be vaguely seen. Shuren didn't say anything more. His disgust for the old demons had reached an unprecedented level. The most annoying thing in this world isn't the enemies and villains who go against you all the time, but the nobodies who don't know their own limits and keep causing trouble. Shuren sneered. I really want to send them all to hell. This was probably what many people wanted to do the most. It could be said that everyone present had encountered the old demons. Harvey, Capeline, Lockett, Tilly, and the others had encountered Mara, who had a close relationship with the original demon. Elise, Oz, Maffei, and the others had encountered the old demons, Mirage, which led to the destruction of Cosmo's main camp. The temple of the evil god that the orcs had guarded for 1,000 years was also exposed because of their schemes. Sophie, Rhea, Naya, Caroline, and the others had lived in the world for many years and lived in Tagore Forest. They had long since crossed swords with the original demon, who had performed the demon refinement ritual there many times. Genome might not have seen the old demons, but he had definitely heard of them. Even Lily and Vivian had been involved with the Slaughterers clique before, whether it was the large-scale assassination in the capital 10 years ago, or the incident at Lemijan half a year ago. From this, it could be seen that the old demons were indeed the only remaining cancer cells in the Omnipotensen, the darkest side of this world. They were a danger to the world. They were a danger to peace. Everyone could be killed. Such a bunch of trash, perhaps they will target you on the day of the meeting of the three tribes, Lord Hero. Sophie reminded him solemnly. That's right. In the eyes of the old demons, Shuren was definitely a thorn in their side. There was no other reason than that Shuren was a hero. What was a hero? A symbol of peace. A symbol of power. An existence that had killed the demon king. The natural enemy of the demons. How could the old demons not be hostile to Shuren? Not at all. But, if they dare to come, then they will never be able to go back. A sweet and moving voice that sounded like the sounds of nature resounded in the living room just like that. Everyone was shocked. They all turned their heads and looked at the door. There, the enchanting demoness walked in holding the little girl's hand, imprinted in everyone's eyes. At this moment, the entire living room became silent. Everyone stared blankly at the enchanting demoness who walked in while holding Lilith's hand. They fell into a daze. Including Harvey and Capelin. Including Elise, Oz, and Muffy. Naturally, this also included Locket, Tilly, Carol, Genome, Lily, Vivian, and the others. The newcomer was Chafine. Why are you here? The corners of Shuren's mouth twitched when he saw this. Chafine, on the other hand, smiled sweetly as if she hadn't seen anything. You guys seem to be talking about something interesting, so I came to take a look. Chafine ignored the impact of her smile and let go of Lilith's hand as she sat down beside Shuren. Lilith immediately threw herself into Shuren's arms excitedly and was hugged by Shuren. Goddess Lilith. Elise finally reacted. She looked at Lilith, who was in Sean's arms, and subconsciously stood up. Oz and Muffy's faces were also stiff. To them, Lilith was not a stranger. As the evil god who had destroyed Cosmos and been guarded by the orcs for 1,000 years, the three of them naturally became nervous when they saw Lilith again. Thanks to this, the others also came back to their senses. I didn't expect to see you here, Your Highness Chafine. Sophie was one of the few who didn't lose her composure because of Chafine's appearance. After a moment of silence, she finally stood up and bowed to Chafine. After all, this wasn't the first time she had seen Chafine. Greetings. Your Highness Succubus. Reyna and Naya hurriedly bowed as well. The three of them were heroes who had participated in the final battle 1,000 years ago. Having lived for thousands of years, it was impossible for them not to have seen Chafine, who was once their enemy. Thus, when the three of them saw Chafine, although they couldn't help but feel a little emotional, they were the first to react and break free from Chafine's charm. Phew, Carol hurriedly took a deep breath and lowered her head, not daring to look at Chafine again. Genome was still in a daze. As for Harvey, Locket, and the others, they were all in a daze. Big brother. Father. Capeline and Tilly were the first to break free. Immediately after, they hastily tugged at Harvey and Lockhart to bring them back to their senses. She's the succubus Chafine? Locket looked at Chafine with some shock in his eyes. So beautiful, Harvey murmured to himself as he stared at Chafine. Lily and Vivian subconsciously took a step back. Lily and Vivian subtly took a step back. At this moment, Chafine sat next to Sean. Although they were standing closest to her, they could only see her back. Even though Chafine's back was so alluring and seductive, the impact of not seeing her from the front was naturally much smaller. Lily and Vivian regained their senses after a brief moment of absent-mindedness. As they retreated, they stared at Chafine's back with lingering fear in their eyes. Under such circumstances, Chafine ignored the reactions of the others and looked at Sophie and the others. Long time no see, Naduna's daughters. Chafine smiled and said, I heard that a child from your clan is qualified to receive Nadwa's blessing. Congratulations. Hearing this, Lily and Naya didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Only Sophie smiled wryly. Marika is indeed different from before. To be able to become Goddess Naduna's well-wisher is indeed a joyous occasion for us elves. Sophie pursed her lips. But she's just a well-wisher. Compared to Her Highness, who even Goddess Naduna admits she's inferior, she's nothing. It seemed that Sophie had some understanding of Chafine's personality. She knew how playful Chafney was and what kind of existence she would be interested in. So, in order to prevent Marika from being targeted by Chafine in the future, Sophie helped her cover up. Unfortunately, this method didn't work on Chafine. Don't worry, I won't do anything to her. Chafine smiled faintly. No matter what, that child seems to have a close relationship with my hero. Saying this, Chafine glanced at Shirin. Shirin pursed his lips and didn't respond to this woman's words. On the other hand, when the others heard Shafine's words, their expressions changed subtly. My hero. Everyone looked at Shirin, who was sitting next to Chafine. Upon closer inspection, the distance between Shan and Chaffner was almost non-existent. It could be said that they were so close that their arms and shoulders were touching each other. From this sense of distance, many things could be seen. Sophie and Capelin couldn't help but worry. Could it be that even the hero has feelings for this heinous succubus? The two couldn't help but glance at Shirin. In the end, the two saw that Shirin's expression was the same as usual. He was not moved by the beauty beside him at all, and he was still playing with Lilith. That told everyone that Shan had not fallen under the skirt of the legendary succubus, whose beauty was enough to cause the downfall of nations and cities. This made Sophie and Capelin involuntarily breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, their starting points were different. Sophie was simply worried that Shan would be like the men who had met Chavignon in the past, addicted to her uncontrollably. In that case, he would be useless for the rest of his life. In addition, Nadura had always been very optimistic about Shirin, and Marika had a close relationship with Shirin. Sophie didn't want to see the hero be completely won over by the demons, so this queen couldn't help but worry. Capelin, on the other hand, suddenly lost confidence after seeing Chafine. This was something that couldn't be helped. The gap was too big. Even someone as confident as Capelin didn't think that she could beat Chafine in terms of charm. Now that she saw Shirin's expression was normal, Capelin was naturally relieved. Elise was the same as Capelin. This saintess of the orcs had been staring at the almost no distance between Shirin and Chafine since the beginning. The bitterness in her eyes couldn't be concealed no matter how hard she tried. As expected of a womanizer, Elise couldn't help but murmur. But everyone heard this murmur. Oh? Chafine also looked at Elise. With this look, she immediately raised her eyebrows. What are you doing? Seeing Shafine's expression, Shirin said rather unhappily, Are you eyeing the little girl again? Hearing this, Chafine rolled her eyes at Shirin. Whether I'm eyeing the little girl or not, that's not certain. Chafine said meaningfully, but the little girl definitely has her eyes on you. That's for sure. What? Shirin was stunned. I'm not. Elisa's face immediately turned red and she jumped up. His excited expression caused everyone present to have a strange expression on their faces. Especially Oz, who couldn't be bothered to continue looking at Chafine. Seeing Elisa's red face, the veins on her forehead bulged. Alright, I won't tease you guys anymore. Chafine smiled and said casually, Don't worry, I just didn't expect Anima's well-wisher to appear. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Anima's well-wisher? Sophie and the others looked at Elise in astonishment. The others were the same. Even Shirin looked at Elise in shock. You've become Anima's well-wisher? Shirin asked in surprise. Elise's pretty face was still a little red, as if she was embarrassed into anger. She glared at Shirin, but answered hesitantly. Yes, after meeting Anima in Cosmos, the goddess started to pay attention to me and decided to accept me as a well-wisher. She gave me the blessing of the goddess of life. Speaking of which, this was all thanks to Shirin. After pondering for a while, Maffei chose to speak of this matter. Originally, the saintess didn't have the right to receive Anima's blessing and become her well-wisher. Although Elise was the saintess, there were saintesses every year, but the well-wisher of the three goddesses were rare. Apart from the heroes, there were very few people among the natives of the Omnipotensin who were qualified to receive the blessings of the three goddesses. Najula's blessing only appeared a few times among the elves, and the interval between each time was at least a few thousand years. It was the same for Anima's blessing. Even though the population of the orcs was comparable to that of the humans, who had the highest reproductive ability, the number of geniuses who could attract Anima's attention was less than 2 digits. Of course, it was the same for humans. Therefore, in this era, Lidas was able to have 2 well-wishers at the same time. This was also the reason why Anima and Najula were envious of her. However, after Marika appeared, Najula was overjoyed to receive a well-wisher. Anima was also very lucky to discover Elise's ability. Originally, Elise didn't have the right to receive Anima's blessing. Otherwise, Elise would have been Anima's well-wisher since birth, and she wouldn't have waited until now. However, after the battle in Cosmos, Elise's physique changed a little. Previously, when Lady Elise borrowed the power of the goddess of life, she would always put a certain burden on her body, causing her body to be injured. Mafia said so. Thanks to Lord Shuren, the injuries in Lady Elise's body have been healed. Back in Cosmos, Shuren had used star-blowing breath to heal Elise once. It was also that treatment that healed the injuries in Elise's body, and she regained her health. In fact, every time Elise borrowed the power of the goddess of life, other than accumulating injuries and burdens, she also gradually developed some adaptability to the life force. At the same time that Elise's body was healed, this adaptability exploded in one breath. It was then that Anima discovered this and decided to groom Elise. Originally, after the Cosmos incident, we accompanied Lady Elise to search for the missing Her Highness Capeline. However, halfway through, Goddess Anima summoned Lady Elise to the realm of gods and deliberately cultivated the adaptability of the life force in Lady Elise's body. In the end, Lady Elise had a physique that was most compatible with life force. Thus, she was blessed by Goddess Anima and became her well-wisher. Just like that, Elise transformed from a saintess to a trusted follower of the goddess of life, and her status among the orcs skyrocketed. Now, Elise was the same as Marika, Rosie, and Ter, the well-wisher of the three great goddesses, and held the goddess of life's blessing. No wonder, Shuren suddenly understood. In fact, after reuniting with Elise, Shuren realized that her life force seemed to have become completely different from before. Originally, Shuren thought that this was a natural change as a saintess and did not pay much attention to it. Now, it seemed that this change was not something that would happen naturally, but a true metamorphosis of Elise. With a physique that was most compatible with life force, and with the guidance of the goddess of life's blessing, Elise could probably borrow more and stronger power from the goddess of life as she pleased. In this way, she might already have the power no less than a legendary powerhouse, or even close to an ultimate powerhouse. How interesting. Xianxia smiled with great interest. The goddess of destiny, the goddess of life, and the goddess of nature, the three goddesses of the Protoss actually have their own well-wisher. This has never happened before, right? It was too rare for the well-wisher of the three great goddesses to appear, and it was naturally impossible for them to appear at the same time in the same generation. Even a hero who was bound to receive the blessings of the three great goddesses could only receive the blessing of one of them. However, in this era, the well-wisher of the three great goddesses had all appeared, and among them, Lidas, the goddess of destiny, had a total of 2 well-wisher. It was truly incredible. Of course, even more incredible blessings have appeared. Just the well-wisher of the three great goddesses would not make a difference. Xianxia secretly glanced at Shuren. That was what she thought. But, as expected, this era is special. Xianxia further confirmed this fact. Because of this, Xianxia returned to the original topic. You don't have to worry too much about the safety of this hero, Xianxia said with a smile. With me here, nothing will happen to him. The meaning behind these words was too deep. Your Highness Xianxia, you mean? Sophie frowned. Obviously, she was a little surprised that Xianxia would say this. Xianxia shrugged. All you need to know is that we demons value this hero greatly and will not let anything happen to him. That was what Xianxia said. But Sophie, Elise, Capeline, Lily, and the others could not help but feel worried. Was this an indication of the attitude of the demons? Were the demons really planning to rope in the hero? If they succeeded, would the hero still belong to the Protoss, to the human race? Thinking of this, the people with high status among the human race were somewhat worried. Not long after, Chafine left after leaving behind some worrisome declarations. She was light as a feather, without a trace of cloud in her wake. Her casual demeanor made it seem as if she was purposely here to declare her sovereignty. She did not even bring Lilith with her, and directly left Lilith to Shuren. She had come and gone with ease. Everyone's eyes involuntarily followed Xianxia's back. Only Shuren stared at her enchanting buttocks, wondering if he should leave 2 palm prints on them to let her know how indignant he was at that moment. After Chafine left, the others also got up with heavy hearts. I still have some friends that I need to visit. I'll mention the old demons to you, so I won't disturb you any further. Sophie said as she looked at Shuren, and solemnly said, also, the elves will stand on your side. You don't need to worry about your stance during the meeting between the three races, Your Excellency. With that, Sophie left with Rhea and Naya. Caroline glanced at Shuren, but did not deliberately catch up with Shuren. She quietly left with Sophie. Genome seemed to have something to say to Shuren, as if he wanted to ask about Marika, but in the end, he only snorted coldly and left with Caroline. I still have to go to the shrine to discuss with Popule about welcoming the goddesses. That's all for today. I'll come back to you later. Elif looked reluctant to leave, especially after Chafine appeared. She looked weak and helpless, as if she was a pitiful wife afraid that her husband would fall in love with someone else. But with Oz and Muffy's reminder, she finally left reluctantly. She only bowed respectfully to Lilith and said goodbye on the spot. It seemed that Lilith's existence was quite a deterrent to the Orc clergy. After all, they were priests, and Lilith was a goddess, and the strongest evil god in the divine realm. She had been watched over by the Orcs for 1,000 years, so she more or less had some special feelings for her. Of course, from Lilith's blank expression, Shuren could see one thing. That was, this little girl might not even remember Elise and the others. How pitiful. In the end, it was Harvey who kept staring in the direction Chafine had left, and did not return to his senses for a long time. His appearance made Capeline very worried. Could it be that his elder brother had fallen in love with that legendary succubus? This seemed troublesome, even Tilly was a little worried. Because, it was not only Harvey, even Lockhart looked a little uneasy. It was really worrying. From this, it could be seen that even though it could kill both men and women, Chaffner was still more lethal to men, and she had to deal quite a bit of damage. No matter what, Chafine's charm stemmed from her own beauty, not her ability or authority, nor was it something that could force others to fall in love with her. Under such circumstances, it was naturally easier for men to go crazy for this devastatingly beautiful woman. Sean didn't know how Harvey and Proctor were feeling right now. He only knew that Chafine must have left an extremely deep impression in Harvey and Lockhart's hearts, right? In the end, Harvey, who came back to his senses, smiled bitterly and said, "She is indeed the most beautiful woman in the Omnipertanzen." As expected of the most beautiful woman in all of Omnipertanzen. I finally understand why so many famous heroes in history would risk everything for her. This was Harvey's most direct observation. Even Lockett, who was usually only loyal and battle-oriented, couldn't help but comment after a moment of silence. A woman who is too beautiful and too terrifying. Not only was there a trace of absent-mindedness in Lockett's eyes, but there was also a trace of reverence. It was likely that the leader of the Night Riders was deeply moved by Chafine's ability to capture him so easily. This made Shuren ponder, and he even teased as if nothing had happened. "Have you really fallen for that succubus?" Harvey and Lockett didn't give a direct answer to this question. "At least, I know she is not someone I can fall for," Harvey replied with a bitter smile. "I just hope to stay away from her as much as possible from now on." Lockett was even more blunt in expressing his thoughts. Obviously, both of them had a deep understanding of the rumors about Chafine and also had a deep understanding of the reality. Both Catherine and Tilly heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. They were worried that their elder brother or father would be like the other leaders and powerhouses of other factions, doing something irrational for Chafine. Fortunately, Harvey and Lockett might not be able to escape the fate of being captured by Chafine's charm, but they knew their limits. They didn't think Chafine was a woman they could afford to offend. They also didn't think Shuren, who was sitting opposite them, would turn a blind eye to it. The outcome of those succubus admirers who returned in disappointment was still vivid in their minds. Harvey and Lockett didn't want to be like them, falling to the point of being taught a harsh lesson by Shuren and becoming disheartened. In other words, they didn't want to be enemies with Shuren yet, nor did they dare to overestimate themselves and think they could pursue Chafine. As a matter of fact, those leaders and powerhouses didn't have extravagant hopes of pursuing Chafine either. All they wanted was to look at Chafine one more time, or for Chafine to look at them one more time. The request was undoubtedly a lowly one. Perhaps Harvey and Lockett would also think of Chafine in their dreams countless times in the future and eventually become like them. But, at least for now, they wouldn't be like that. After that, Harvey and Sharon chatted for a while. Generally speaking, it was the same topic as what Carrie had talked about last time, about the current situation of the Empire. Unlike the elves who chose to stand on Sharon's side, they were originally Sharon's forces. Therefore, there was no need for a declaration like Sophie's. They only needed to report the current situation of the Empire to Sharon, and that would be enough. As for the Tri-Race Conference, Harvey would naturally stand on Sharon's side with all his might. Many people can actually see that both the Protoss and the demons have chosen to stand on your side and protect you. The purpose of the Tri-Race Conference is not for the various races to pursue the matter of your summoning, nor is it a game between the various races, but an explanation to the people. Harvey expressed this. The three goddesses have always been the hero's companions. This has not changed in the past, nor will it change in the present, nor will it change in the future. It seems that the 6 demons have also chosen to stand on your side at the moment. They definitely won't push you out and make you a target for everyone. On the other hand, many human forces have doubts about your matter. Some don't know if you're in existence that will destroy the peace and worry, some don't know which side you're upon, some want to use you to achieve an unspeakable goal, and some are even secretly preparing to deal with you to make things difficult for you. As the saying went, the human heart was unpredictable, and human nature was an extremely complicated thing. The appearance of the brave was not a good thing for a portion of the people. Even if it was a good thing, it was human nature to be selfish. Many people only wanted to make this good thing their own so that they could obtain the greatest benefits from it. This was how people were. Everyone had their own thoughts and positions. Even Scylla couldn't control everyone's thoughts and positions. No matter how great the wisdom was, it was impossible to control everyone's actions. No matter how precise the calculations were, there would always be some accidents in the end. Therefore, although the hero was a hero of the human race, not everyone would treat him as a hero. Some selfish people who thought that they could control everything would always be unable to control their desires and ambitions, reaching out for things that they shouldn't touch. This was human nature. Compared to the human race, the thoughts of the god race and the demon race were purer. The Protoss was only worried about whether Sharon would be abducted by the demons or whether the demons planned the summoning of the hero to do something to the world and break the current peace. The demons were even more worried that the Protoss would secretly restart the summoning of the hero and secretly summon the natural enemy of the demons, preparing to attack the demons. Coupled with the fact that some people with ulterior motives were fanning the flames and the enmity between the two races since ancient times, the result was naturally that everyone had their reasons. Both sides believed that the other side was the one with ulterior motives, and it was impossible for the matter to be left unsettled. It was precisely because of this that Scylla, as the supreme of the demons, initiated a meeting with the world, making the Tri-Race meeting omnipotent again. It could only be said that as expected of her. In summary, the current situation was actually relatively clear. The 6 demons led by the moon demon Scylla want to protect you. Otherwise, they wouldn't have married the dragon demon to you, although that's also because of your ability. The 3 goddesses have always been firm supporters of the hero since ancient times and advocates of peace, so naturally, they won't pursue your existence. The top of both the Protoss and the demons are on your side, so under their control, the situation is bound to tilt towards you. The human race is relatively more complicated, but the kingdom will definitely choose your side, not to mention our empire. The position of the elves is already clear, and the orc priests have a close relationship with you, which is enough to influence the orc race's position. The relationship between the dwarves and the elves isn't very good. Although both sides believe in the goddess of nature, the elves despise the dwarves for being too crude and vulgar, while the dwarves are very jealous of the fact that the elves are the favored children of the goddess of nature. I heard that many dwarves look down on women, and even other races, thinking that the other races are too delicate and too pretentious. Only the orcs can get their approval for the time being. Therefore, the dwarves are very likely to stand on the opposite side of the elves because of this, and the other human races also have their own ideas. When the time comes, their positions will definitely be quite complicated. Of course, with the 3 goddesses and 6 demons supporting you, I believe they won't dare to do anything too rash. In the end, it all depends on your attitude. Javas analyzed everything for Sharon. This was the first time that Shuren stood in the world spotlight and made an appearance. He believed that many people were concerned about how he would act, and how he would choose his side. Although it was obvious that Shuren was currently under the protection of the Protoss and the demons, many people didn't think that the Protoss and the demons would allow the hero to be entangled with the other race. If Shuren finally chose to stand on the Protoss side, then the demons' hostility and worry would definitely erupt. If Shuren finally chose to stand on the demons' side, then the Protoss and the human race would both think that the hero had betrayed everyone. No matter how one thought about it, the final situation would definitely not be without gunpowder. The hero, an existence that was no longer needed by the era, had such influence. His appearance could really destroy the peace. For this reason, both the demons and the three goddesses were trying to find ways to alleviate the conflict. Sela let Aie and Shuren get engaged in order to give all the demons a hint, telling them that the hero was not an enemy, but could be one of them. The Protoss also needed to do something to prove that the Protoss didn't restart the great arcana of the summoning of the hero, and also to prove that the hero was one of them, not a weapon used by the demons. In short, there was no doubt that Shuren was the protagonist in the three-race meeting. Have you thought about what you will do when the time comes? For the time being, Harvey asked Sean this question very seriously. Shuren responded with a faint smile. Of course, it was impossible for him not to know that his existence was the most important factor in determining the future situation of the Omnipotensen. According to his behavior and approach that day, the Omnipotensen was likely to continue to welcome peace, but it was more likely that it would usher in a storm that would destroy the peace. Even if the three goddesses never talked to him about this matter, and none of the 6 demons asked him to choose a side, it didn't mean that Shuren thought that this matter didn't concern him. As for what he would do on the day of the three-race meeting, he already had an idea. However, he might have to expose some of his secrets on that day. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Shuren promised Javis. Then I'll wait and see from the audience. Javis smiled. Just like that, Javis left with Capelin, Proctor, and Tilly. In the entire living room, only Shuren, Lily, and Vivian were left, as well as Lilith, who stayed in Shuren's arms and didn't care about anything. Lily and Vivian looked at each other, and then looked at Shuren. There are 2 days left before the three-race meeting. Lily asked, "What are you going to do?" Shuren answered this question. "I'm going to meet the old demons who attacked our mansion." That's right. First, he had to solve this problem. If he didn't solve this problem, Shuren's thoughts wouldn't be smooth. The old demons had become the existence that Shuren wanted to eliminate the most. Be it public or private, he didn't want to let this trash go. "Do you need help?" Vivian asked gently. "No need." Shuren shook his head. There were still 2 days before the three-race meeting. He had to make some preparations. Next, he would really be busy. So, Shuren went to the palace, ready to let Rosie take him to meet the captives of the old demons faction. Then, Shuren came out of the palace, swearing. Damn it, is this a joke? Shuren could not help but curse. There was no other way. In the past 5 minutes, the teleportation he set on Rosie's chamber exploded again, causing him to go to several places that he should not have gone to. He did not know if it was because the legitimate princess and His Majesty's concubines could not satisfy the appetite of teleportation, but this time, the places that Shuren teleported to were the chambers or bathrooms of the princesses of the collateral royal family. Thinking of the snow-white, beautiful curves, although Shuren did feel that he had gained something, he was still depressed. Once or twice is fine, but if it happens again and again, there must be something wrong. It was not just teleportation. When he planned to go to Rosie's chamber, he would also encounter some scenes that he should not have seen due to various reasons, thus disrupting Shuren's destination. If there was no problem, no one would believe it, let alone Shuren himself. In addition, Rosie had not come to see him for the past few days, which was obviously illogical. I haven't seen her for so many days, she will definitely come to me to settle the score, but now she is so calm, not even making a move. Shuren narrowed his eyes. He felt that he had found the truth. This is a trap, other forces can't intervene even if they want to, but the power to control fate. Well, Shuren understood. And at the same time a raging fire rose in Shuren's heart. 3 days without a fight, and you're going to tear the tiles off the roof, huh? Sharon's face became expressionless. Since that's the case, don't blame me. Leaving such words, Sharon turned around and entered the palace again. But this time, Sharon did not go to Rosie's chamber, but to Xianxia's chamber. At the same time, in Rosie's room. At this time, Rosie was drinking black tea with a satisfied look on her face, looking relaxed and elegant. After so many days, with that guy's brain, he should have figured out that I did something, so I don't want to see him, right? Rosie was thinking about Sharon. These days, although Rosie did not see Sharon, she knew all of Sharon's movements through the reports of the knights under her command. So, Rosie knew that Sharon had looked for her several times, but had not succeeded. Under such circumstances, Sharon must have figured out that it was her problem. He should be panicking by now, right? Rosie muttered to herself. In her imagination, Sharon must be panicking now. After all, in the past, she had always gone along with his wishes and was obedient to him. Now that she had actually used her power to reject him, he would definitely realize that she was really angry this time. He might even be anxious to see her, but when he could not see her, he would fall into great anxiety. I want you to panic. I want you to panic. I want you to understand that I, the precious treasure of the kingdom, the princess of the Mitra kingdom, also have a temper. I, Rosie, will stand up today. Thinking of this, Rosie could not help but have some delusions. That was, through this lesson, that guy would cherish her even more, love her even more, carefully protect her, rely on her for everything, and let her dominate him like a high and mighty queen. This way, that guy would not be so presumptuous in the future, flirting with some wild women outside without her permission. That's right. I am the main wife. Whatever dragon demons and succubi will have to step aside. Thinking of this, Rosie could not help but want to stand up, put her hands on her hips and laugh. But she held back. Now was not the time to be complacent. When that guy collapsed outside because he could not see her, that would be the time for her to shine. At that time, that guy would understand the pain of loss and cherish her even more. That would be great. Asterisk caret caret asterisk, I'll leave him hanging for another day. There are still 2 more days before the 3-race meeting, I can't leave him hanging until then. Let him panic for another day, tomorrow I will remove my authority and give him a big surprise. After making up her mind, Rosie picked up her teacup and enjoyed her tea leisurely. However, just when Rosie was immersed in her beautiful fantasy of the future, the female knights outside the door panicked. Your Highness! Your Highness! The flustered voice made Rosie snap out of her reverie and frown. What are you doing, disturbing my daydream? Rosie muttered unhappily. She then coughed slightly to make her voice cool. She scolded, What's the matter? Why are you so flustered? Rosie's displeasure was all contained in her voice. Unfortunately, the female knight outside the door did not seem to feel it. She just continued to shout and panic. Something bad happened. Your Highness. The female knight's voice sounded like a sorrowful wail. Sir Hero went to His Highness the King to break off the engagement with Her Highness the Princess. He wants to break off the engagement. His words were clearly transmitted into Rosie's ears. Bang, the teacup in Rosie's hand slipped down and smashed on the ground in a free fall, shattering into pieces. Rosie, however, sat there blankly as if she did not feel anything. There were only 2 words left in her mind. Break off the engagement. This was a different script. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the king's bedroom. At this moment, Sharon was endlessly explaining his thoughts to Xianxia and Ali Dia, who were sitting in front of him with a confused expression. People are always impulsive when they are young. When they grow up and get beaten up by society, they will realize that not everything in this world is perfect. Take marriage for example. Many people look forward to it before marriage and have fantasies about it, but once they get married, they will only say that entering marriage is equivalent to entering the grave. No matter how much they love each other, they will quarrel, dispute, complain, and even despise each other when faced with the practical problems of daily necessities. Even if there are no such problems, there is still the so-called 7-year itch. What does it mean? It means that you can't get married casually. Shuren spoke of such a concept with a serious expression. So, I think that most of the impulsiveness of youth must be restrained. Like marriage, it is better to think about it in the long run, lest impulsiveness leads to regret in the future. What? You said I can't restrain my impulsiveness? A few days ago, you were so impulsive that you chased away all the people who came to visit. No, no, no. That wasn't my idea. It was Cha-Fine herself who didn't want to see those bootlickers. I actually thought that her actions were quite heartless and cruel. I tried to persuade her many times, but she still wouldn't listen to me. I had no choice but to take action. I don't care if you believe it or not, I believe it. Sean was just like this. He spoke until his mouth was dry, and only then did he smile widely at Anchi, who was in a state of chaos. In conclusion, Your Majesty, I think it is better not to get married. What do you think? Hearing this, Ansi was completely unable to answer Sean's question at once. He was in a daze, and his face was filled with bewilderment. Even his forehead had 3 lines of words printed clearly on it. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? It was just that chaotic. Not only Ansi, but even Alidia was frozen on the spot. He almost couldn't control his expression, breaking his usual cold and unfeeling image. They couldn't understand what Shuren was trying to say at all. Why could they understand every single word, but couldn't understand when they were strung together? Why did these words sound so absurd, yet strangely reasonable at the same time? The 2 leaders of the kingdom, who had been brainwashed by Shuren's endless nonsense, were completely at a loss. They looked at each other, and in the end, neither of them could react to the current situation. This was exactly what Shuren wanted. You don't understand? It's fine. All you need to know is that what I'm saying is true wisdom that doesn't exist in this world. These are the words of wisdom summed up by countless predecessors in my world. You don't understand now, but you will understand in the future. After saying that, Shuren took out a piece of parchment and spread it in front of Ansi, his face full of smiles. He looked like a criminal who was involved in a pyramid scheme. Come, Your Majesty. Just sign your name here. Sign this, and everything will be solved. Everyone will be happy, and everyone will be able to obtain happiness. Don't hesitate. If you hesitate, it will be for nothing. Pfft. It will be a defeat. Here you go. I've already prepared everything. Shuren stuffed a quill into Ansi's hand, sat beside him, put his arm around his shoulder, and tried to bewitch him like a good brother. Listen to me, I am a hero, so listen to me. Sean patted Ansi's shoulder, making Ansi, who was confused, speak out subconsciously. Just sign your name? Ansi didn't realize the severity of the situation. Shuren wouldn't give him time to react. Yes. Just sign your name. It would be even better if there was some kind of seal or something. Come on. Accompanied by Shuren's demonic voice, Ansi seemed to have really lost his soul, and instinctively wanted to sign his name on the parchment in front of him. Your Majesty. In the end, it was Alidia who managed to break free from his confused state. When he saw the title on the parchment, he came to his senses. Taking a closer look, at the top of the parchment, there was a line of large words, annulment agreement. Seeing this, Alidia could no longer remain calm and was about to stop him. Unfortunately, give and bind. With a small chant of an incantation, an extraordinary binding force suddenly acted on Alidia's body, firmly binding him there. Alidia's pupils shrank, and he subconsciously struggled, but he found that he couldn't break free at all. This time, the look in Alidia's eyes changed completely. A mere binding spell was actually able to render him, who was at level 99 and was only 1 step away from the ultimate level, powerless to resist. What kind of power was this? Alidia looked at Shuren in shock. Shuren just glanced at him and gave him a look. That was obviously saying, don't get in the way. Upon seeing this, Alidia's expression changed again and again. But he couldn't change anything. Sign it. Ansi signed his name in a daze, as if he had been brainwashed by a multi-level marketing campaign. Very good. Shuren curled up the corner of his mouth in satisfaction and picked up the parchment in front of him. At this moment, the door to Ansi's room was forcefully pushed open. Here. Wait. 1. Down. Rosie, whose eyes had turned golden, finally made her appearance. However, at this moment, Rosie was no longer as cold and indifferent as she used to be in her goddess mode, nor the perfect image of a princess. Instead, she looked like a terrorist, her face full of malevolence, which scared Xianxia and Audiebook silly. On the other hand, the smile on Xianxia's face had disappeared. Like an assassin who had completed his mission, he calmly stuffed the parchment into his pocket and stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Your Majesty. Xian bowed respectfully to Xianxia, then turned around and looked at Rosie. Only a cold smile was left on his face. Congratulations on regaining your single status, Your Highness. Leaving such a declaration, Xian brushed past Rosie and swaggered out of Xianxia's room. Only Rosie was left, trembling all over as she looked at her father. You agreed to break off the engagement? Rosie looked at her father in disbelief. Xianxia finally came back to his senses. Recalling what he had just done, his face was dull and twitching. It seems like, you agreed. As soon as he said this, the whole room fell silent. Audiebook had broken free from the binding magic, but he stood there, not knowing what to say. Xianxia looked like she was about to collapse. As for Rosie, she was on the verge of collapse. My engagement was broken off, broken off. In a trance, Rosie seemed to see herself with a big belly, being expelled from the royal family, sitting on the street, being pointed at by people, and washing her face with tears. Of course, her ideal life of slacking had left her just like that. Stand up, that was like lying down on the floor. Wait. Aha! Rosie rushed out of the room and chased after Xian. What have I done? Xianxia banged his head on the table, looking like he wanted to die on the spot. Audiebook didn't say anything. He didn't dare to say anything. He just raised a hand and covered his face. He couldn't bear to watch anymore. What the hell am I swearing allegiance to? Please have some tea. In the princess' bedroom, Rosie was holding a cup of steaming hot black tea with both hands. Her posture was proper and her attitude was humble. She was like a little maid who did her best for her master. Xian, on the other hand, sat on Rosie's usual seat and crossed his legs like a lord. He reached out to take the tea that Rosie offered and took a sip. It's a little bitter. Xian expressed his thoughts in a light and airy manner. I'll add sugar for you. Rosie immediately added sugar to the black tea. Is there only black tea? Xian continued to speak lightly. There are snacks here. Rosie quickly ran to the pantry and brought some snacks for Xian. I prefer biscuits and the like. I don't like sweet pastries. Xian nonchalantly told her about his hobbies. I'll be right there. Rosie immediately ran away. Just like that, the brave confidently enjoyed the extremely considerate service while the princess served him at her beck and call. That scene was definitely the ideal dream of all men. The most precious treasure of the kingdom, the #1 beauty of the human race, was serving a man with all her heart. She was probably more beautiful than even in her dreams. However, Xian did it. Furthermore, she dragged him here and served him with all her might. Xian glanced at his fiancée who was standing obediently at the side and smiled faintly. Why? Are you not going to continue playing Vanish? Xian seemed to be implying something. No. Rosie answered straightforwardly. At the same time, she admitted that it was all her doing. She did not even dare to defend herself. Because she knew that Xian would definitely be able to see through it. Therefore, between a strict resistance and a lenient confession, the fish-catching princess very sincerely chose the latter. Then let's talk about the Tao. Xian stretched out his hand and pinched Rosie's delicate face. He sneered, tell me, why did you play Vanish? Woo-woo. Rosie whimpered but did not dare to resist. She could only sob, it's all because of you. You were head over heels for that succubus. That's why I wanted to teach you a lesson. Me? Chaff? Xian raised an eyebrow and said, which eye of yours saw me head over heels for her? It was that day. Rosie still felt wronged. The day she came to the royal capital, didn't you take her away and leave me there alone? Was I head over heels in love with him? It was obviously because I was afraid that you would be infatuated with her, so I hurriedly took her away. Before Sean could retort, Rosie spoke up again in an aggrieved tone. Also, it's fine that you brought her home, but you even helped her fight. That succubus even pretended to care about you in front of so many people. She behaved intimately with you and was just short of sticking to you. That was done by that woman. What does it have to do with me? Sharon wanted to say that, but he knew that it was not an explanation. Could it be that when a woman hugs her husband, and her husband is very unwilling, she can't be jealous? The fact of the hugging was still there, right? So, are you going to play vanish with me because you're jealous of Chaff? Sharon pointed out the main point. Yes. Rosie nodded heavily. Sean stared at Her Royal Highness until she was a little perturbed. Then, he said. What is the truth? Sharon seemed to have seen through Rosie's thoughts. This is my. Before the word truth came out, Rosie saw Sharon take out a piece of parchment and put it on the table. So, Rosie surrendered instantly. This is my truth, yes. But other than being jealous, I also want to take this opportunity to knock you down a peg. I want you to know that I have a temper and don't attract bees and butterflies in the future. Rosie exposed her true thoughts. What else? Sharon continued to interrogate. I want to make you feel guilty, make you regret it, so that I can turn around and not be controlled by you. Rosie lowered her head. What else? Sharon stared at Rosie. Anne. Rosie's voice sounded like she was about to cry. She said in a mosquito-like voice, let's see if we can squeeze out the dragon demon and become the empress. The corner of Sharon's mouth twitched. He knew that this woman would not simply be jealous. She was a member of the royal family and was not very resistant to polygamy. Even if she was jealous, she would not disappear and use her power to make her power go out of control. At most, she would take the opportunity to blame him and make some requests so that he could dote on her. But this princess fish-catching was as arrogant as ever, which was why she did so many things. It could be said that all of this was within Sean's imagination and did not exceed his expectations. Looks like I didn't wrong you at all when I wrote the annulment agreement. Sharon picked up the agreement on the table and said calmly. I think we should talk. Seeing that Sharon was about to put the agreement into practice, Rosie hurriedly made such a request. Sure. Sharon did not object. Instead, he said straightforwardly, what do you want to talk about? Hearing this, Rosie began to rack her brains desperately. How should she talk about it, admit her mistake, but if an apology was useful, this animal would not have used something as serious as annulment to force her out. Kneel? That would not work. After all, kneeling to her husband was not a loss. Moreover, it was not like she had never knelt before, and she had knelt until her knees turned red. But if possible, Rosie still wanted to struggle and regain some of her dignity. In the end, Rosie felt that she should reason with him. I don't think you should be so impulsive. Think about it carefully. This is not something that can be decided so easily, right? Rosie tried to move him with emotion and reason. The meaning behind her words was very simple. She was saying that their engagement was no longer just related to themselves, but also related to many other factors. For example, the will of the kingdom. For example, the reaction of the people. For example, the situation of the world. For example, the complicated relationships behind it. What was certain was that if they really annulled the engagement, it would definitely be a huge explosion of the century, the kind that would cause the whole country and even the entire human world to riot. Even if she had signed the agreement as the king, without a suitable reason, the agreement was just a piece of paper. This was not like the celebrities in his previous life, who could casually come up with excuses like not suitable, no longer in love, it's tiring to be together, not together much more, and so on. Personal feelings were worthless in the face of national interests. There had never been a political marriage that required consideration of whether they were suitable or whether they liked each other. Of course, Sharon and Rosie were not a political marriage, but the problems involved in their status were not something that could be covered by mere national interests. Because of this, even if they were not willing to get married, at this point, this marriage could not be annulled. If they really wanted to argue, and she could just say that he had lost his mind and made an inappropriate decision. He could then abdicate as a punishment for himself, making the agreement with his signature invalid. Anyway, and she was also planning to abdicate, so this was a completely harmless thing. This was also the reason why Rosie was panicking, but not desperate. Because she knew that Shuren must have thought of this, which was why he dared to do such a seemingly serious but actually useless thing. Unfortunately, Rosie was wrong. Indeed, with just an agreement, this marriage cannot be annulled so easily. Shuren said slowly, but I can give it to Aie. Give it to the dragon demon? Rosie was slightly stunned. Do you think, as my fiancé, if she received such an agreement, would she be very happy? Shuren revealed a meaningful smile and said, in that case, she can use this as an excuse to not only make you unable to be the first wife, but also make you a concubine, right? What? Rosie was stunned as if she had been struck by lightning. After coming back to her senses, Rosie cried and grabbed onto Shuren's clothes, shouting, you can't do this. I came first, whether it was the engagement or the uncooked rice, I came first. In the end, not only can I not be the first wife, but I can also only be someone's concubine. This is simply unreasonable. She is a princess, the most precious treasure of the kingdom, the #1 beauty of the human race. The Protoss's favorite, become someone's concubine? Then how can I slack off in the future? However, with Aie's ability, it was not impossible for her to do all of this. As long as she had this agreement in hand, as one of the top demons, the dragon demon could use it to do something, no matter how many loopholes there were in it. With a handle in hand, even if the marriage could not be annulled, it was still possible to suppress Rosie's status. This was Shuren's goal. He did not really want to annul the marriage. No matter what, she was still his first wife. Even if she was arrogant, it was not to the extent of not getting married. But it was still possible to treat it. Therefore, I can't do this, then what should you do? Shuren looked at Rosie meaningfully. I won't go missing anymore. Rosie tried her best to promise. What else? Shuren looked calm. I will never use my power to plot against you again. Rosie continued to promise. And then? Shuren looked at Rosie with a meaningful gaze again. Seeing this, Rosie seemed to have realized something. She felt wronged and said in a weak and helpless voice. I think I can do the position and requirements you mentioned last time. After hearing this, Shuren was satisfied and handed the annulment agreement to Rosie. That's a good girl. Shuren happily won this battle. Only Rosie was left, tears streaming down her face. Today's outcome was a complete victory for Shuren. Rosie and Rusty Mitra were defeated. Underground of the palace. In this place where the spellbook library and other important facilities were located, there was a prison. This was a place specially used by the kingdom to imprison important criminals. Only the most vicious criminals could be imprisoned here, and it was impossible to let them go free or survive. This made this place one of the most important facilities in the entire underground of the palace. There were also trusted aides of the royal family managing this place all year round. Although there were no guards, there were dozens of high-level magic barriers and magic spells, making this place a solid cage that no one could invade or break out of. Of course, there were very few people who would come here on normal days, and it was even possible that no one would come here even once in a few years. Today, under Rosie's lead, Shuren came here. Those old demons are imprisoned here. Rosie pointed at the prison that was shrouded in layers of barriers in front of her, and her tone seemed to have returned to normal. Obviously, under Shuren's dimensionality reduction attack, Rosie had already accepted her fate. She also faced reality again, and no longer wanted to go against Shuren. Naturally, Shuren would not make things difficult for the poor fish-catching princess anymore. He had already gained a lot from her, and since that was the case, he still had to forgive her when it was time to do so. Is this the place? Shuren looked at the barrier in front of him, but did not let Rosie open it. Instead, he directly teleported, passed through the layers of barriers, and entered the inside. A second later, Rosie also barged in from the outside. You're crazy. Rosie looked as if she was almost scared to death, and grumbled at Shuren, there are not only barriers here, there are also magic traps specially used to prevent criminals from escaping. What if you accidentally trigger one? Don't worry. Shuren waved his hand, and said nonchalantly, I have a special skill that can sense the existence of those magic traps. I won't trigger them. Shuren's external destiny had indeed been activated, allowing him to sense the existence of the magic traps. In terms of structure, these magic traps were indeed ingenious, forming a perfect and complete system. There was no doubt that they were constructed after careful consideration of all kinds of situations. There were similar things in Borstadt's house, but in terms of level, they were much worse. After all, those were things that Shuren had set up when he was still a low-level person. They could only be used to guard against small fries, and could not be used against truly troublesome existences. Otherwise, those old devils wouldn't have dared to openly invade their own residences and plan to cause trouble. Where are those guys? Xian asked Rosie, who was beside him. Inside. Rosie pointed to the depths of the prison cell. Then, let's go. Xian did not hesitate and walked straight inside. Be careful. Rosie reminded Shuren. Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks. At the same time, a loud bang suddenly sounded in the cell closest to Xian. Let me out. Let me out. A ferocious-looking criminal slammed himself against the iron bars, reaching his filthy hands out of the bars and shouting at Shuren. An astonishing amount of mana was working on his body, telling Shuren that he was no ordinary criminal. However, inside the prison cell, magical runes were shining brightly, suppressing the mana on the criminal's body, preventing the mana from flowing out of his body. Thanks to the magical runes, the powerful criminal could not move his mana at all. All he could do was struggle and scream hysterically like a commoner. At the same time, the rest of the prison cells also seemed to be moved, and a series of loud bangs came from them. Let me out. Let me out of here right now. Despicable dogs of the kingdom. Just you wait. Just you wait. I will kill every single one of you. One by one, the criminals appeared in front of the prison cells, slamming themselves against the iron bars and shouting at the top of their lungs. The continuous roars mixed together, in addition to their sinister and terrifying behavior, in this dark underground prison, it indeed created a rather frightening atmosphere. If Lumia and Marika were to appear here, they would definitely be scared out of their wits. Even if it was someone with more courage, they would probably feel their hair stand on end. Shuren was not frightened, but he frowned at the scene in front of him. Rosie came to Shuren's side and said helplessly to Shuren. The people locked up here are all criminals who have harmed the kingdom in the past and are extremely cruel. Some of them have been locked up for years, some for decades, and some dwarves have even been locked up for hundreds of years. I don't know how long it has been since they last saw the sun outside. In such a situation, once they see a stranger, their reaction is usually the most intense. There were many knights who escorted prisoners here, but because they got too close, they were caught by these prisoners. In the end, they either had their ears bitten off, or their throats slit. Some even had their eyeballs gouged out and were scratched beyond recognition. So, it's better not to get too close to them. Rosie explained. However, before Shuren reacted, many of the criminals in the prison cells heard Rosie's voice and saw her face. They became even crazier. Woman! There's actually a woman here. And such a beautiful woman. Give me that woman. Give her to me. Hey! You bastard over there. Did you hear me? Obediently give that woman to us. Ha ha ha. One after another, the vicious criminals clamored and threatened Shuren. Then, they stared at Rosie with lustful gazes. His gaze was filled with unbridled greed, bestial desire, and possessiveness, causing Rosie to furrow her brows tightly. As the most precious treasure of the kingdom and the #1 princess in the world, since when had she been stared at with such dirty gazes? Even those foppish nobles dared not display their inner desires in front of her because they knew that Rosie wasn't someone they could offend. But who were these people? Lawless outlaws. Such a group of vicious beings naturally wouldn't be afraid of Rosie's identity, let alone know who she was. All they knew was to vent their desires. As a result, a bunch of disgusting noises entered Rosie's ears, causing her expression to turn ugly. In the cell closest to Rosie, the criminal stuck out his tongue and stretched out his hands as if he was trying to grab Rosie's breasts and pinch them with all his might. In the next second, with a flash of a sword, the criminal's tongue and hands were chopped off, causing blood to spurt out. Woo! The criminal instantly let out a silent scream and fell into the cell covered in blood. All the voices of the criminals stopped abruptly. Shuren was still standing there, but no one knew when he had drawn the holy sword in his hand. Looking at the glittering holy sword, all the criminals froze on the spot as if they had been intimidated. "Come on, try shouting a few more times." Shuren looked around and said mockingly. The whole place was silent. Obviously, these criminals were frightened. It was precisely because they were fugitives that they knew that this seemingly unremarkable young noble was definitely a ruthless person. "Are you trying to scare me?" Shuren turned around and looked at the criminal who charged at him first. Squeak. The criminal let out a sad cry and fled from the iron fence in a panic. The rest of the criminals did the same. Some quietly left the iron fence, some ran away in panic, and some stayed where they were. Their eyes flashed and their faces were fierce, as if they were not frightened by Shuren. However, all of them had the same emotion in their eyes. That was fear. Seeing this, Shuren glanced at those people. Scram. Magic quietly burned on his body, causing the fear in the eyes of those outlaws to become more and more intense. And the result proved that the so-called outlaws did not completely disregard their own lives. Not long after, those people were also shaken off, causing the entire prison to fall into a deathly silence. Only then did Shuren put away the holy sword and looked at Rosie beside him. "I'm fine." Rosie noticed Shuren's gaze, shook her head and muttered in her heart. "At least you still have a conscience. You still care about me." The grievance of losing to Shuren completely disappeared from Rosie's heart. "Then let's go in." Sean was not pretentious. He nodded and said nonchalantly, "Actually, you can tell your father that there's no need to keep the people here." His words caused the hearts of all the criminals present to shrink. "I know." Rosie seemed to understand Shuren's thoughts, and said expressionlessly, "But keeping them is indeed useful. We still need them for some shady magic experiments." So ruthless, all the criminals were shocked and angry at the same time. But Rosie was not completely lying. Some of the criminals here were not easy to deal with, but some were useful. And one of their uses was to be used as experimental subjects for magic experiments. Those who were locked up here were equivalent to the existence of death row criminals. Therefore, the kingdom would not pity them. Some things that could not be done in the open would basically be applied to these people. In other words, these people looked vicious and scary, but in fact, they had already lost their human rights and were not treated as human beings. It was even more impossible for Shuren to sympathize with these scum, so he nodded. "Next time, if there's any broken body parts, I'll also pick them up and bring them back as experimental subjects for magic experiments." Leaving such horrifying words, Shuren walked into the depths of the prison. Luoshi grinned and followed him. And this time, no one dared to make a sound. Only eyes full of fear appeared in every cell. According to Rosie, there were quite a few old demons that attacked Borstut's family. Although they were not as powerful as the original demons, they were still much more powerful than the Slaughterer faction. After all, the Slaughterer faction had lost a lot of manpower in the large-scale assassination in the royal city 10 years ago. Coupled with Lessia's betrayal, the Slaughterer faction had suffered heavy losses and became the weakest force among all the old demons. If it weren't for the Slaughterer faction having Beidou and Killian supporting them, this old demons faction would have been eliminated long ago. Even Beidou and Killian were only around level 80 and 70 respectively, and they were still far away from the legendary tier. It was understandable that such an old demons faction would be the weakest among all the old demons factions. Of course, although the Slaughterer faction did not have any legendary tier masters, they had thousands of assassins. They were a huge force, and they were not inferior to the other old demons factions. In other words, the old demon faction that invaded Borstut's family was at least on the same level as the Slaughterer faction, which had not fallen yet. Perhaps in terms of manpower, they were not as powerful as the Slaughterer faction. However, these old demons factions had many masters, and they had at least 1 or 2 legendary tier masters. They were comparable to some powerful tribes among the demons. Naturally, there were no legendary tier masters among the old demons that invaded Borstut's family. Legendary tier masters were not as common as cabbages. Even among the demons that had the most masters and could suppress the Protoss and the humans, legendary tier masters were still high up in the hierarchy. There were definitely many legendary level powerhouses in the forces of the old demon sect, but when distributed among all the forces, apart from the primordial demon, who had a half-demon as its leader, the rest of the forces of the old demon sect had very few powerhouses of this level. Of course, such a rare existence would definitely have a high position in the faction. Even if they weren't the leader, they would still be more powerful than the leader. They would definitely not act so casually and invade a noble family that was of unknown threat. Because of this, Vivian and the rest could successfully take down the invaders with the help of Borstadt's family's defense system and Rosie's reinforcement. However, these invaders were also powerful. The highest one was level 89, and he was only one step away from becoming a legendary tier master. According to Rosie, if it wasn't for the fact that this old demon had not awakened a unique skill and had limited potential, making it impossible for him to step into the legendary realm in this lifetime, he definitely wouldn't have been sent by the organization to carry out this mission. To a faction, a person who had the potential to become a legendary tier master was definitely worth nurturing and protecting. If this old demon's demons had awakened a unique skill and had sufficient potential, they would not have been sent. However, if they did not awaken a unique skill and did not have the potential to become a legendary tier master, they would only be high-level thugs to some factions. Therefore, due to Vivian's outrageous defense, the old demon's faction was delayed and could not take down Borstadt's family. In the end, he was killed by the ghostly Tier's demon sword, and fell. His name is Shodi, a master from the old demon's faction, the Lair of Beasts. He was once the leader of a clan called the Beast Claw clan in the demonic realm's demonic territory. Although he did not have much potential, he was cruel and merciless. In order to exterminate a clan that was his enemy, he did not hesitate to abandon his own clan as bait. In the end, the enemy clan was wiped out by him, and his clansmen were all either dead or injured. He was the only one who was recruited by the leader of the Lair of Beasts, and he became a deranged old demon. Rosie told Shuren as she walked in the underground prison. The things that he did were comparable to the Slaughterer clan, led by Betho. We don't know how many clergymen he killed, and we don't know how many human forces and countries he attacked. He is a sinful person. Thanks to this, the leader of the Lair of Beasts appreciated Shodi a lot. If Shodi had more potential, the leader wouldn't have sent him to invade Borstadt's family. To us, this person was very difficult to deal with. He was ruthless to others, but he was even more ruthless to himself. After the mission failed, he wanted to commit suicide on the spot, but Vivian and Tier stopped him. After he was imprisoned in this place, we interrogated him multiple times. We even asked the court sorcerers to perform suggestion, hypnosis, and other spells on him, but he broke free every time with sheer determination. He refused to give us any information about the old devils even at the cost of his mental damage and bleeding from his facial orifices. There were even a few times when he pretended to be dying. When the knights and the court mages went up to check on him, he suddenly attacked and injured a few of them. He even killed a few of them. Speaking of this, even Rosie felt a lingering fear in her heart. To her, Shodi was an insignificant character, but his ruthlessness and evilness made girls fear him subconsciously. Rosie had never met Shodi before. She only listened to the reports from her subordinates, and she couldn't help but smack her lips. Most of the members of the old demon's faction are crazy, and it's impossible to communicate with them. Many of the members of the old demon's faction that we captured successfully committed suicide, and only a few of them led by Shodi are still alive. However, among the old demon's faction, Shodi is the craziest one. That's why we haven't been able to get any useful information out of him for almost a month. Rosie turned to Shuren and asked, "How do you plan to get information about the old demon's faction from a person like him?" Shuren had never thought about this question. However, it wasn't difficult. A ruthless person? Shuren revealed a meaningful expression and said slowly, "It's actually very simple to deal with ruthless people." What? Rosie was slightly stunned. Nothing, Shuren suddenly smiled and said, "I just want to say that if he's ruthless, we can be even more ruthless than him." Hearing this, Rosie couldn't help but shiver. "You? What do you want to do to him?" Rosie asked, trembling with fear. There was no other way. She was one of the people who knew Sharon the best. She knew very well how terrifying this person could be when he was ruthless. A person who could be so ruthless to his own wife, how could he not be terrifying? Therefore, if Xiaodi was a ruthless person, then this dog man was definitely more ruthless than a ruthless person, or even a little more unreasonable. He was a complete wolf destroyer. Unfortunately, the ruthless person in Rosie's eyes did not directly answer her question. You don't have to come in later. Let me deal with this Xiaodi myself. Sean just dropped such a sentence, and immediately walked to the deeper part of the prison excitedly. Seeing this, Rosie began to mourn for Xiaodi in her heart. Don't blame me. You can only blame yourself for provoking someone you shouldn't have. In the deepest part of the underground prison of the palace, there were a few cells that had been specially treated. Not to mention that their location was extremely remote, the scale of the enchantment and magic set up here was also a few levels higher than the outside cells. The people imprisoned here were either madmen who were not allowed to exist in the world or experts who were extremely dangerous and threatening. Even a few fierce criminals of the legendary level were imprisoned here. It could be seen how much higher the level of this place was compared to the outside. Even Sharon felt a trace of oppression after coming here. The air was filled with an extremely dangerous atmosphere. In the cell, several figures were hidden in the darkness. They seemed to be sitting or lying down. When Sean appeared, they only raised their eyes for a moment, and then looked away indifferently. They weren't like the people outside who were constantly making noise. They were also not like the criminals outside, who were fierce in appearance but weak in heart. They just stood there coldly, but the scene turned into a battlefield, full of murderous intent and the smell of blood. In this regard, Sharon could not help but look at them a few times, then looked at Rosie beside him. That's it. Rosie immediately understood. She pointed at one of the cells and told Sharon so. Sharon immediately looked over. In the next second, Sharon saw it. In that cell, a man who looked dirty and messy, even his hair was messy, sat on the ground. He was not tall. He was not tall, and could even be said to be very short. With a height of less than 170 centimeters, he looked like a slightly bigger dwarf. However, dwarfs were usually very strong and muscular, while this demon male looked like an old man with wrinkled muscles. He was not like a crazy old demon like Rosie had described him to be at all. Instead, he looked like an old tramp who would die if no one took care of him. Sean just looked at him, but he kept his head down, as if he had lost all signs of life, and his body was as stiff as a corpse. Interesting. Sean narrowed his eyes and curled his lips into a smile. Without any delay, he teleported and appeared in the cell. At this moment, the atmosphere in the air changed. All the criminals present seemed to have seen this scene, and their eyes flickered. Rosie also opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but no words came out. She took a step back and left the place to Sharon. Only then did Sharon step forward and came in front of Xiaodi. Just when Sharon stepped within 1 meter of Xiaodi, roar. Xiaodi raised his head abruptly and roared like a wild beast. Like a monster that had smelled blood, he pounced on Sean ecstatically. Upon a closer look, Xiaodi's hands were like beast claws, sharp and cold. As he clawed at Sharon, the air seemed to explode. This was the Beast Claw clan. They were born with beast-like claws, and their main attack method was beast claws. Without weapons, they could cut iron and steel with their bare hands. Their most famous fighting method was to cover their claws with the demon sword. With the claw version of the demon sword, they could even destroy high-level magic with their bare hands. They were considered to be an existence that should never be caught, and once caught, they would definitely die. With this pair of sharp claws, Xiaodi was able to take advantage of the fact that his magic power was suppressed and his body was constantly suppressed by the magic spells, making it difficult for him to move. Then, when the enemies were unprepared, Xiaodi suddenly went on a rampage, squeezed out the power to attack, and killed several people while he was imprisoned. However, he messed with the wrong person today. Clang! The sharp claws cut through Sharon's throat, but they didn't cut through his skin or cut off his head. Instead, as if they had hit steel, the sound of metal clashing and dazzling sparks flashed in the air. What? Xiaodi's pupils shrank, and then he reacted immediately. Gritting his teeth, he ignored the pressure of the magic in the cell and continued to squeeze out a beast roar. He raised his claws and wanted to attack Xian. However, a foot was one step ahead of his claws and fiercely stamped on his face. Bang! With a muffled sound, Xiaodi was kicked away and hit the wall of the cell, sending stone chips flying. Puff! Xiaodi immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, Xian didn't show any mercy with this kick. Moreover, Xian also flashed in front of Xiaodi, grabbed his collar and lifted him up before he slid down the wall. Stray dog, do you really think you're a wild beast that's hard to tame just because you're a little fierce? With a sneer, Xiaodi was smashed hard on the ground, raising a cloud of dust and sand. Cough cough, Xiaodi coughed out a few more mouthfuls of blood and was on the verge of death. However, this former patriarch of the Beast Claw clan raised his head with difficulty and stared at Xian with a pair of red eyes. That gaze seemed to want to cut Xian into 1,000 pieces. It was unimaginably ferocious. It had to be said that it was very frightening. Not to mention those who were timid, even those who were bold would shudder when they were stared at by someone so ferociously. Not to mention that this pair of eyes was bloodshot to an incredible extent, making Xiaodi's eyes look like the stare of a devil, ferocious and bloody. It was certain that he must have firmly remembered Xian's appearance, thinking that one day, if there was a chance, he would definitely torture Xian to death in extreme pain. A madman who could sacrifice all his clansmen for revenge, just to kill his enemies, how could he expect him not to hold a grudge? He thought too much. There was only one problem. That was, the person he wanted to scare really didn't put him in his eyes. Since he didn't put him in his eyes, he naturally wouldn't be scared. Therefore, in the next moment, Xiaodi saw a foot enlarging in front of his eyes. Bang! The sole of the shoe heavily stamped on Xiaodi's face, causing his head to hit the ground, causing it to break and bleed. Xian didn't say much. With a calm expression, he stepped heavily on Xiaodi's head again and again. Bang! 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 The muffled sound echoed in the dark underground prison, creating a horrifying atmosphere. In the surrounding cells, the eyes of the prisoners trembled when they saw this scene. At this moment, there was only one thought in their minds. What kind of demon has come? That was what happened. In fact, the criminals here would not have been so frightened by Xian's behavior. As major criminals who were sentenced to death, the people here were basically vicious existences. They were either too threatening or too harmful. They had committed countless crimes in the human world and killed countless innocent lives. To them, no matter how evil or cruel things were, they could accept it without batting an eyelid. They had even done extremely cruel things themselves. Compared to what they had done in the past, what Xian was doing now was nothing more than mere violence. There was no reason for them to be alarmed. The problem was Xian himself. From the fact that he could teleport into the cell and ignore the strong enchantment and magic that enveloped the cell, it was obvious that this person was not a simple person. They did not know who this young noble was. After all, they had been in this dark place for a long time, much longer than Xian had been in the Omnipotensen. Of course, they did not know that the hero had once again appeared in the world and was right in front of them. Some of them had even been here for decades, yet they did not even recognize Rosie, the most famous treasure of the kingdom. But this did not stop them from guessing. In their opinion, someone who could appear here could not be anyone other than the relevant personnel of the kingdom. To them, Xian and Rosie were naturally enemies. But at this moment, the expressionless appearance of Xian stepping on Xiaodi and the atmosphere he created gave them a feeling of one of their own. They could sense a ruthless aura coming from Xian. This aura told them that the young noble in front of them was not only strong, but also not easy to deal with. It was not because he was strong and not easy to deal with, but because once he was provoked, he would definitely make you very sad. They were all people who had been rolling and crawling in the dark, so they could naturally sense who was really dangerous. The young noble in front of them gave them a dangerous feeling. Moreover, it was a very, very dangerous kind. That was the reason why the criminals were afraid. They instinctively sensed that the person who came today was different from those who looked ruthless on the surface and could torture, interrogate, and even hypnotize you, but were actually just pretending to be a spear. What happened later proved that they were right. Bang! With a crash that was heavier than any before, a figure broke through the iron bars of the cell and fell to the ground outside. Blood flowed from his body and dyed the ground red, telling others how badly he was injured. That was to be expected. Although the real thing that imprisoned these criminals was the magic spell and the magic barrier in the cell, the sturdiness of the cell was undeniable. Now that the sturdy cell had been smashed into pieces, one could imagine how heavy the attack must have been for such a sturdy cell to be smashed. If it weren't for the fact that Xiao Di was from the Beast Claw clan and not a fragile human, he would have died by now. Shuren's attack was that heavy. Xian slowly walked out of the smashed cell and came to Xiao Di, who was lying in a pool of blood. Speak. Xian bent down, looked at the dying Xiao Di, and asked very directly, "Does your lair of beasts have any plans for the meeting between the three clans?" Such a direct interrogation was asked by Xian. Xiao Di did not answer. It was not that he did not want to speak, but he was on the verge of death and could not make a sound. As if he did not see all this, Xian just stretched out a hand to Xiao Di. Celestial breath. Bright starlight immediately flashed and sprinkled on Xiao Di's body. Immediately, Xiao Di's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after, Xiao Di, who was on the verge of death, became completely unscathed. It was as if the devastation from before was all fake, and his injuries were completely healed. When the surrounding criminals saw this scene, their hearts clenched again. Obviously, the powerful effect of Xian's celestial body magic had once again caused some shock to them. But is he stupid? A criminal could not help but mutter in a low voice. There was no other way. After all, Xiao Di, who had been cured, was not in the cell now. Boom. Sure enough, the moment Xiao Di's injuries were fully healed, the imprisoned mana surged like a volcano erupting. He bounced from the ground, and the magic power all over his body was gathered on a pair of sharp beast claws, forming a dark red magic claw. It was the demon sword claw that the Beast Claw clan was good at. Go to hell. Xiao Di looked at Xian with hatred in his eyes, and while roaring, he pounced on Xian like a beast. Before he arrived, the smell of blood had already drilled into the tip of Xian's nose. The dark red magic claw cut through the air, and like a sharp weapon that could split mountains, it fiercely slashed at Xian's head. In this regard, Xian's expression was calm. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward, directly came in front of the magic claw, and stretched out a hand. Boom! Lin Li's ordinary palm came into contact with the crimson magic claw and immediately clashed with the condensed magic power, causing an explosive sound to ring out. Logically speaking, in the face of the attack of the famous and amazing demon sword, even the strong races of the beast men, dwarves, and demons would be instantly cut into pieces if they did not use any defensive means. But Xian's hand did not carry any magic power, nor did he use any equipment. He simply stretched out his hand and ignored the magic power of the demon sword, which had amazing offensive power, and grabbed Xiao Di's claw. No. To be more precise, Xian grabbed one of the fingers on the claw. Then, crack! With a crisp sound, that finger was abruptly broken. Ah! Xiao Di immediately cried out in pain. But at this time, Xian had already moved like lightning and grabbed the other finger. Crack! Aha! The sound of breaking and the howling of pain sounded almost at the same time, causing the hearts of the people present to tremble. And this was just the beginning. After a while, not only were the fingers on both of Xiao Di's hands abruptly broken, but even his wrists were also broken, causing the hands of the Beastmen Claw clan's demons to show a strange state. His whole body fell to the ground, and he was in so much pain that he could not cry out. The 10 fingers were connected to the heart, and the pain that Xian gave Xiao Di was absolutely terrifying. What was even more terrifying was celestial breath. Xian once again cast healing magic with a calm expression on his face, and healed Xiao Di's injuries. Speak. Xian asked, does your lair of beasts have any plans for the meeting between the three clans? That tone and that action were exactly the same as before, without the slightest change, once again giving everyone the feeling that everything that had just happened was fake. But it really happened. Because of this, looking at Xian who continued to ask questions as if nothing had happened, everyone only felt a chill. They did not hesitate. If Xiaodi attacked again, he would inevitably suffer the devastation just now. Then, Shuren would definitely cure him expressionlessly and continue to ask questions. This process could be repeated indefinitely. At that time, Xiaodi would also suffer infinite devastation. In such a situation, no matter how ruthless a person was, as long as he was not brainless, he would know that resistance was meaningless. Hence, Xiaodi decisively chose another course of action. Swoosh! The master of the lair of beasts turned over and directly rushed out at the fastest speed without even looking at Shuren. Yes. He was ready to escape. As he fled, Xiaodi's eyes were filled with endless resentment. Just wait. When I escape from here, I will definitely take revenge. Even if I can't kill you, I will kill everyone around you. Just wait. Xiaodi swore. At that time, the clan that was hostile to the Beast Claw clan suffered the cruelest revenge because they aroused Xiaodi's hatred. This time, Xiaodi was just preparing to do it again. However, soon, a huge sense of crisis rose in Xiaodi's heart. He suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. There, Shuren's figure had disappeared. Pa! A hand stretched out from Xiaodi's side and patted on his shoulder. Give and cut. When such a faint chant appeared, an extremely dangerous magic power enveloped Xiaodi. Pucci! 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 In the next second, Xiaodi's whole body seemed to be cut by countless sharp blades. His skin and flesh were instantly torn, and blood spurted out. Ah 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 ah. Xiaodi's blood-curdling screams once again resounded through the underground prison, reaching the ears of every prisoner. Celestial breath. Just when Xiaodi was about to fall, the starlight emerged for the third time and enveloped him, healing all his injuries. However, this scene did not make Xiaodi feel any joy. Instead, it made the criminals in the surrounding cells feel true fear. Speak. Shuren grabbed Xiaodi by the throat and threw him in front of him. His tone was calm like an ancient well. Does your lair of beasts have any plans for the meeting between the three clans? This was the third question. This was the same question for the third time. Hearing this question, Xiaodi finally felt fear. He finally understood that this excessively young noble youth in front of him was not someone he could resist at all. He gave up struggling. Kill me! Kill me! Xiaodi roared, disregarding life and death. If he was afraid of death, then he wouldn't have made it so difficult for Rosie to mention it. Unfortunately, Xiaodi met today was destined to be the bane of his life. It seems like this level of strength isn't enough to make you feel afraid. Shuren smiled. That smile made Xiaodi's heart tremble for the first time. From the moment Shuren appeared until now, he had left countless scars on Xiaodi, yet Xiaodi was not injured at all. However, all the pain he inflicted on Xiaodi was deeply engraved in his memory. Now that his injuries had recovered, the pain was clearly gone. However, it was as if Xiaodi could clearly feel all the pain from before, causing his heart to tremble endlessly. Under such circumstances, not only did Shuren not get angry because of his lack of cooperation, but he even smiled, which made Xiaodi feel that the pain from before was a little clearer. That pain and the fear he felt at this moment made him want to commit suicide on the spot. However, Xiaodi could not do it. The reason was simple: Shuren did not allow it. Physical pain doesn't seem to be able to make you succumb. That's normal. Everyone who is ruthless to others and ruthless to themselves will not be subdued by mere physical torture. And you seem to be able to endure mental pain. Even the hypnosis and brainwashing of the court magicians can be forcibly broken through with your willpower, completely disregarding the damage to your body. It seems that I really can't do anything to you. As Shuren said such words, the smile on his face became wider and wider. Unfortunately, if this is where your confidence comes from, then I have to say that the people you met before were all good people. They didn't let you know what is hellish pain. Shuren squatted down and said with a smile in front of Xiaodi and all the criminals present. Do you know what I will do to you after you are so uncooperative? I will not torture your body, let alone your spirit. I will only torture your heart. Then, how do you torture a person's heart? Shuren stretched out a finger and pointed it at Xiaodi's forehead, as if he was pointing a gun at Xiaodi. If it were a villain like you, you would definitely find a way to kill all the people around your opponent that you care about. This is one of the ways to torture the heart, and it is also the most satisfying way you can think of to take revenge. But in my opinion, this method is simply too low. If it were me, I would do this. Sharon's voice began to lower. If you are a man, I will cut off your penis. As soon as this was said, all the criminals, including Xiao Di, trembled in their hearts. If you are a woman, I will strip you and throw you to a group of dirty vagrants. This was the best way to make a woman feel pain, and it never failed. Of course. Even if you are not a woman, you can actually do this. Sharon suddenly smiled, but what he said terrified everyone. After all, no one says that men can't do that kind of thing, right? These words were filthy enough to make one's vision go dark. It just so happens that there are a lot of stinky men here who have been stifled for a long time. Sean raised his eyes and glanced at the cells around him as if nothing had happened, causing all the criminals inside to show expressions of horror. There was no other way. A magic that can make men lose their minds and leave only desire in their minds. I seem to know how to use it. I seem to know how to use it. Sharon smiled faintly at Xiao Di. Say, if I let everyone here out of their cells and cast this spell on them, will they do nothing just because you are a man? When such words came out of Sharon's mouth, all the criminals present broke down. Stop. Don't do this. Are you still human? You can't do this. The criminals who were hiding in the shadows could no longer remain calm. All of them rushed to the iron bars and shouted at Sharon. Needless to say, what Sharon mentioned was definitely a nightmare for them. You. Kill me if you have the guts. Otherwise, I will kill myself. Xiao Di could no longer show his ruthlessness. He roared at Sharon, and his face was full of fear. If it weren't for the fact that most of the old demons died by suicide, which alerted the kingdom and caused the master of the lair of beasts to engrave a spell that forbade suicide on him, Xiao Di would definitely have killed himself. However, as mentioned before, Sharon would not allow it. What? You still have something to be afraid of? Sharon said sarcastically, then I will give you another chance. Say it. You can't do it more than 3 times. I've already asked you 3 times. Don't make me ask you a 4th time. Hearing this, Xiao Di's face darkened, and his eyes showed that he was struggling. Seeing this, not only did Sharon not feel impatient, but his eyes lit up. Not only Sharon, but even Rosie, who was watching silently at the side, was shocked. This was because Xiao Di's behavior just happened to prove that he indeed knew something. Originally, Sharon and the others did not know if the old demons had any internal information against the Tri-Clan Conference. During the Tri-Clan Conference, there would definitely be old demons coming to cause trouble, but Sharon and the others did not know if the old demons like the Lair of Beasts and the other captured demons were involved. Even if there were, it was hard to say whether these old devils who had been caught knew about the internal plans. Therefore, Sharon came here with the mentality that he could only ask the old demons like the Lair of Beasts and the other old demons that had attacked the Porstut family. He was prepared to return a tooth for a tooth to these old demons. Now, it seemed that Xiao Di really did have internal information against the Tri-Clan Conference. So, I will count to 3. Sharon's voice began to turn cold. 1. Without any hesitation, Sharon began to count. Xiao Di's eyes became more conflicted. 2. Sharon continued to count without mercy. Xiao Di's expression suddenly became ferocious. 3. Sharon did not even pause for a moment, as if he did not want to give Xiao Di a chance, and directly carried out his countdown. Xiao Di did not have time to resist. For a ruthless person like him, it was indeed difficult to make him yield. And Sharon did not hesitate and directly stood up. Give in to spell. Sharon released his magic power and directly removed all the enchantments, magic traps, and spells. Bang! 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 Then, Sharon waved his hand, and magic power surged out like a torrent. Like a shock wave, it shattered the prison cells one by one. Inside the prison cells, criminals appeared one after another. Wait. Including Xiao Di, all the criminals at the scene had expressions of terror on their faces. They did not expect that Sharon would be so decisive. They did not expect that Sharon would do what he said. Sean pulled Rosie's hand, who had not reacted in time, and teleported away, leaving behind a chant that sounded like a demon's low chant. Give and lust. The ripple of magic power spread in the underground prison and touched all the criminals present. Xiaodi was the only one who was deliberately avoided. The whole place suddenly became silent. The horror on all the criminals' faces froze there, and then was gradually replaced by other emotions. Huff. Huff. Rough panting sounds began to appear one after another. The eyes of the criminals gradually changed from struggling to red. Ah. Ah 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 ah. Not long after, the criminals began to scream uncontrollably. Their gazes were focused on Xiaodi. You. What are you doing? Xiaodi reacted and called out. That voice was full of fear that was not there before. Hee hee. Hee hee. The criminals, on the other hand, felt as if they were looking at a beautiful woman waving at them, and all of them began to laugh obscenely. Boom. Xiaodi burst out all the magic power in his body, and he tried to escape again. Unfortunately, although he was strong, there was someone here who was stronger than him. Boom. 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 Several legendary-level powerful criminals instantly burst out with astonishing mana and displayed astonishing speed. They scuttled behind Xiaodi and heavily pressed him down. Let go. Let go. Xiaodi struggled desperately. In return, more criminals pounced on them with frenzied expressions. Ah 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 ah. Xiaodi, who was covered in sweat, could not bear what was going to happen next, and he burst out a powerful magic power as he screamed hysterically. I say ah. This master of the lair of beasts completely gave up struggling and chose to surrender. Swoosh. Shuren appeared here with Rosie in an instant. Give and dispel. Without even looking at Xiaodi, Shuren slowly released the magic to dispel the curse as if he had already expected this. The criminals immediately regained their senses. F***ck. My god. Seeing that they were on top of Xiaodi, who was covered in tears, the criminals' expressions changed drastically, and they ran away desperately. Some even lay on the side and vomited. Although they were unforgivable, they were still powerful masters. Since they were powerful, they had their dignity. In their entire lives, they had never encountered something like this before. Naturally, all of them had their mental states blown up. They couldn't take it anymore and started to vomit. You bastard. You actually did it. I'm going to kill you. Kill. Countless criminals turned to look at Shuren, and their eyes were full of murderous intent. Their magic power even rose, and the air trembled. But in the next moment, an unparalleled and terrifying magic power swept across the area, suppressing all of them. F***ck off. Shuren's body stirred up a storm of magic power, and his eyes swept across everyone like lightning. All the criminals trembled, and they felt a terrifying pressure enveloping them, causing them to panic again. Because of this, all the criminals lost the will to resist. They all knelt down with pale faces, and they did not dare to resist anymore. Xiaodi was among them. Shuren conquered all the criminals in the underground prison of the palace. He made them bow down to him. In the dim underground prison, the villains who had committed all kinds of appalling crimes in the kingdom and even in the human world knelt on the ground, looking at Shuren with fear in their eyes. It was impossible for a group of fearless outlaws to not feel afraid in the face of Shuren, who obviously knew how to play. At the thought of what had just happened, these criminals were filled with panic. They were quite strong, and many of them were legendary powerhouses. However, in the face of Shuren's magic, they didn't even have the slightest resistance and were easily hit. Coupled with the magic that easily suppressed all of them, even the stupidest person could understand that this young noble in front of them was not someone they could disobey. He was not only ruthless, but also strong. And very strong. Legendary? No, this was definitely a powerhouse who had reached the ultimate level. Since when did the kingdom have such a young ultimate grade expert? When did such a person appear in the human world? In the hearts of the vicious criminals, apart from fear, there was only such a question. However, this didn't stop them from bowing down. What had just happened was too much of a shock to them. Even if they weren't afraid of death, pain, or anything, they were still afraid that their sexual orientation would be changed and they would be caught to have sex with a man. This was definitely a devil, right? Thinking of this, it was impossible for the criminals not to bow down. Of course, Shuren didn't know what kind of psychological trauma he had left in the hearts of these outlaws. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. As the saying went, evil people needed to be tortured by evil people. To deal with these evil people, Shuren wouldn't have the demeanor of a protagonist. He would be as ruthless as he could be. If it weren't for the fact that Lilith wasn't here, he would definitely tell these so-called evil people that they knew nothing about real madness. Just like that, Shuren came in front of Xiaodi. Xiaodi couldn't help but take 2 steps back, looking at Shuren with fear in his eyes. It could be seen that this powerhouse from the lair of beasts was the most psychological trauma among all the people present. After all, others just wanted to have sex with him, but he was going to have sex with him. It was certain that Xiaodi wouldn't be able to sleep well for some time in the future. Because every time he fell asleep, he would be awakened by nightmares. This was the psychological trauma that Shuren brought to Xiaodi. So, say it. Shan folded his arms and looked at Xiaodi condescendingly. He said with a faint smile, I believe you're a smart person and won't lie to me, right? Xiaodi's hands were shaking. He didn't dare to lie. Who knew? If this noble who was proficient in pay magic and celestial magic had other ways to detect lies? If he found out that he was lying, recalling the experience of being covered in sweat, Xiaodi's state of mind immediately collapsed. I'll tell you everything I know. Xiaodi to him. Only then did Shan nod in satisfaction. Xiaodi told him everything, including the internal information of the lair of beasts, the personnel, the list of warriors, and the identity of the leader. How could he be loyal to the lair of beasts when he was willing to sacrifice his own people in order to kill his enemies? The reason why he didn't obey the lair of beasts was not because he was loyal. It was because of his personality that he would never give in to his enemies. The reason why he didn't obey the lair of beasts was not because he was loyal. It was because of his personality that he would never give in to his enemies. Xiaodi's real intention was to bite off a piece of meat from his enemies even if he had to die. Therefore, when Xiaodi was captured by the Potter Tut family and imprisoned by the kingdom, he naturally hated the people here. Therefore, it would be weird if he gave in to them. But there was always someone better than him. Some people couldn't do anything to him, but there was someone who could make him obedient. Shuren was that person. Xiaodi, who was afraid of Shuren, completely betrayed the lair of beasts. At the same time, he also told Shuren and Rosie about the old demon's faction's plan to target the meeting of the 3 clans. After knowing everything, Shuren and Rosie looked at each other and sighed. Originally, they only wanted to get some information from Xiaodi, but they didn't expect to get more detailed inside information. Who would have thought that the old demon's faction's plan to target the meeting of the 3 clans was based on the lair of beasts? Yes. The old demon's faction's main force against the meeting of the 3 clans was the lair of beasts. At the very least, it was an operation centered around the lair of beasts. How lucky. Rosie said happily, I didn't expect that we would catch a big fish. Indeed. Shuren nodded and agreed, now we can be prepared. I will immediately report this matter to my father. Rosie said, I believe father will contact the leaders of other forces and make arrangements for this. All right. Shuren didn't have any objections. The old demon's faction's operation against the meeting of the 3 clans was very large scale. For the higher-ups of the forces, it might not be much of a threat. However, for the civilians in the royal capital, it was a disaster. Shuren couldn't do anything about it. His individual strength had developed to a temporary peak. He wouldn't be afraid even if he faced a transcendent existence. However, he was only one person after all. There was no way he could guarantee the safety of all the civilians in the royal capital. Shuren might be able to stop the old demon's faction's operation by himself, but he couldn't guarantee no casualties with his own strength. Of course, he was now a noble of the kingdom, second only to the duke as a marquis. He was also the mastermind behind the scenes of the empire. He also had a good relationship with the elves and beastmen priests. In addition to the power brought by his hero identity and the token given to him by AIE, if he really wanted to do it, he could definitely mobilize a lot of forces to set up a trap in the royal capital and wait for the old demon's faction to jump in. However, since there was someone else who could do it for him, Shuren was naturally happy to be free. Rosie was also very happy. This way, the meeting between the three clans can proceed smoothly, right? That was what Rosie thought. However, no, I can't be sure yet. Shuren shook his head and denied Rosie's statement, and said, "Don't forget, the old demon's faction led by the Lair of Beasts are the ones who took action this time." These forces were indeed difficult to deal with, but that was all. There is still a real troublesome existence in the old demon's faction. Shuren squinted his eyes. "You mean?" Rosie's expression froze. "That's right," Shuren sneered and said, "I'm talking about the original demons, and the others." Since the final battle 1,000 years ago, the old demon's faction had developed the fastest, most powerful, most mysterious, and oldest faction. They were the ones that Shuren truly wanted to deal with. The rest of the old demon's faction only had a few legendary masters, and some of them didn't even have a single legendary master. For example, the Slaughterer faction. However, the original demons were different. Their leader was a half-demon. In a stable state, he was an existence that could compete with a real demon. They had 3 apostles, and each apostle had 4 apostles under their command. There were a total of 15 people, and even the weakest of them was a top-tier legendary master. There was also a group of apostles. They might not be strong, but they were mysterious and hidden. No one knew how many of them the original demons had. On top of that, there was a possibility that the original demons was closely related to the original demons, and the mysterious owner of the great spirit body who stole the lustrous branch. Also, the demon refinement ritual produced many demons and young demons. To put it bluntly, other than the Protoss and the demons, even if all of the humans were to move out, they would still be defeated by the original demons. Moreover, the demon refinement plan seemed to have entered its final stage. If the so-called 7th demon was really born, then even the Protoss and the demons would have to face a formidable enemy. Most importantly, the enemy was hidden in the dark while they were out in the open. The enemy was an unscrupulous invader and attacker, but they had a huge capital and many innocent civilians to protect. If they really clashed, it was hard to say who would win. In summary, the one that Shuren was most wary of was not the old demons in the Lair of Beasts, but the enemy that he had always wanted to get rid of, the original demons. "I don't believe that they can hold back and not make a move on such a big meeting between the 3 races." Shuren mumbled, and Rosie's expression became more and more serious. After pondering for a while, Rosie let out a sigh. "I will discuss this with Goddess Lidas," Rosie said. She was ready to borrow the power of the strongest goddess. Then Shuren thought for a while and suddenly glanced at Xiodi and the criminals around him. With this glance, all the criminals, including Xiodi, were frightened. "You. What do you want to do?" We are already like this, what else do you want to do to us? Don't force me. Or else I will really kill myself." A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. The group of criminals all shouted in a threatening manner. "I've said everything. You can't do anything to me anymore." Xiodi even yelled out. Shuren didn't care about this situation, but Rosie was speechless. She really did not expect that these villains imprisoned in the underground prison of the palace, whom the kingdom had always regarded as poisonous and ferocious tigers, would one day tremble with fear like this. But there was nothing she could do. Who asked them to be targeted by their own dogman? Would a person who could be so ruthless to his own wife show mercy to human trash like them? Obviously not. But Shuren did seem to want to do something to them. Rosie became curious. "What do you want?" Rosie asked. "Nothing," Shuren spread his hands and said, "I just want to ask you, can I take them away?" "Huh?" Rosie was stunned. The royal capital, noble district, Borstadt's residence. At this very moment, the square in front of Borstadt's house was filled with people for the first time in a long time. However, the people standing there were no longer people from other countries or factions. Instead, they were people from Poddat residents. Among these people, there were knights who were loyal to the Borstadt family, and there were also maids and servants who heard the news and came over. Of course, Lily and the others were there as well. Lily, Vivian, Ter, and even Lumia were there. They looked at the scene in front of them in a daze. In front of these people, the dirty and sloppy evil men appeared in an orderly manner. "Greetings, my lords. Greetings, my lords." After a series of deafening shouts, the vicious villains lowered their heads and saluted Lily and the others. Their voices were loud and clear. Their attitudes were humble. It was as though their vicious aura had faded away. They were like criminals who had been reformed through labor. These villains who had left behind all sorts of horrifying deeds in the human world had all become incomparably obedient. Looking at this scene, not to mention the knights and servants, even Lily and Vivian were speechless. Ter was completely silent. Lumia's face was also filled with fear. Only Xiran stood in front of all the villains like the leader of the villains. He smiled widely at Lily and the others. "How is it? It's good to have a bunch of lackeys, isn't it?" Xiran said bluntly as though he didn't notice anything amiss. However, not a single one of those fiendish-looking people flew into a rage. Instead, they seemed to have been praised as they put on a flattering smile on their faces. However, no matter how they looked at it, their smiles seemed forced. The expressions on their faces were forcefully pulled into a look of wanting to cry but having no tears. Lily and Vivian looked at each other in dismay. In the end, it was Lily who couldn't hold it in and asked, "I say, what the hell did you do?" Lily quickly walked to Xiran and wrapped her arms around Xiran's neck. She pulled his head to her mouth and growled in a low voice, "Didn't you go to interrogate the captured members of the old demons faction? Why did you bring such a bunch of terrifying people instead?" Lily didn't recognize most of the criminals who came with Xiran. However, how could Lily not recognize Xiao Di and the remaining members of the old demons faction who had invaded Podit's house and were captured by Vivian and the others? Now, the group of old demons faction led by Xiao Di was hiding in the middle of a group of criminals. One could imagine the shock in Lily's heart when she saw him. Other than Xiao Di and the remnants of the old demons faction, Lily also recognized a small portion of them. Lily had never seen these people before, but she had heard rumors about them and recognized them. Because she recognized them, the shock in Lily's heart turned into shock. Furthermore, the group of people that appeared here all carried a faint and terrifying aura. How could Lily maintain her composure? Not to mention Lily, even Vivian and Ter were trembling with fear. How did you bring these people here?" Vivian's voice was filled with a trace of panic and solemnity that wasn't there in the past. Ter still didn't say anything. She only stared at the criminals with vigilance. On the other hand, Xiran was unbelievably calm. "I told you, they're here to be my lackeys." Xiran's words didn't show the slightest bit of respect to the people he had subdued. If this was any other time, with so many criminals, they would probably go berserk on the spot and go on a frenzied killing spree. Only then would they be able to quell the rage in their hearts. But today, these vicious criminals were all shouting loudly. "That's right. We are all lackeys. Please allow us to contribute an insignificant amount of strength here. We will turn over a new leaf. We won't do stupid things like before. Please believe in us." Just like that, the group of evil people did their best to express their attitude. Not only did the situation not make them happy, but it also made them feel a little creeped out. Sob, Lumia had already hidden behind Ter. The surrounding knights were also horrified as they took a step back in unison. Lily and Vivian's expressions became extremely strange. They eventually looked at Xiran. Obviously, they needed an explanation. In fact, the matter was very simple. "I feel that our family's strength is still a little too low. With the upcoming Tri-Tribe conference and the possibility of the old demons finding trouble with us, it's necessary to think of a way to increase our family's strength and recruit a batch of high-level powerhouses." Xiran voiced his thoughts. Just as he said, the Porstut family's strength was still too low. It made people feel insecure. Although the family already had a few knights above level 70 and experts of other levels, as well as Vivian who had near-invincible defense and Ter who could enhance her body, the family's combat strength was already extraordinary. However, compared to the average nobles, the commanders of the knight regiments directly under the nobles' territories were at most level 70 and above. Even the Duke's family, which was a relative of the royal family, had the highest combat strength of the knight regiments directly under him at level 80 and above. Legendary powerhouses above level 90 could only be found in the kingdom's strongest imperial knights, and there was only one of them, Ali Dia. The other noble families who had an expert above level 70 would treat it like a treasure and promote it to the position of a knight regiment commander, becoming the highest combat strength in their territory or family. Compared to them, the Porstut family was a marquee family, but they already had a few experts above level 70 joining their ranks. They were not inferior to the Duke's family. However, for someone of Shuren's level, this was still too low. He did not want the Porstut family to be compared to the other noble families. This was because, with him around, the Porstut family was destined to face a higher level than the nobles in the future. To put it bluntly, at this point, anyone below the legendary level was not qualified to attract Shuren's attention. For such a Shan, he would have to face at least legendary level existences in the future, or even enemies above that level. For example, if the old demons faction led by the Lair of Beasts rose in revolt against the royal capital, they might be ruthless against the Porstut family because of Shuren. And in the face of these rats that even the god race and demon race hated but couldn't eradicate for a long time, with the power of an ordinary noble family, they would basically be tortured to death. Not to mention, there were even more terrifying enemies like the original demons. If they targeted the Porstut family because of Shuren, even with Vivian and Terra around, the Porstut family would only be annihilated. Because of this, Shuren wanted to increase the strength of the Porstut family. That was why Shuren requested Rosie to take these criminals away. Although these guys are scum who have done all kinds of bad things, it is undeniable that they are quite strong. Shuren said slowly. I've done a head count. There are a total of 7 legendary level experts here, and their levels range from 91 to 96. All of them have unique skills. Although they are slightly weaker than the cadres of the demons, they are still genuine legendary level experts. Even if they were to face the legendary level experts of the old demons faction, they would not be at a disadvantage. Other than the 7 legendary level experts, there are 28 experts who are above level 80 and 63 experts who are above level 70, for a total of 98 people. There should be quite a number of low-level combatants, but we can recruit people of their level ourselves. There is no need to use these weak trash who have done many evil things. If we leave them in the underground of the palace, they can be used as experimental subjects for magic experiments. This force should be enough to merge with the Porstut family, right? This is more than enough. Which country could compete with such a group of experts? Mitra Kingdom, Ragnar Empire, Magic Nation, Lullaby, none of them. This was because, on the surface, these forces that stood at the top of the human countries only had 1 or 2 legendary level experts, at most 3. For example, in the Mitra Kingdom, only Ali Dia was a legendary level expert who was directly under the kingdom. Yul was the spokesperson of the Temple of Light and did not take orders from the kingdom. The last one was the strongest existence in the Adventurers Guild. They could only entrust him to do things and could not directly give him orders. It was the same for the Ragnar Empire. In the past, there were only 2 legendary level experts, Locket and Soliro. The other legendary level experts either did not join the Empire or did not take orders from the Empire. They could not be considered as part of the Empire's combat power on the surface. Under such circumstances, one could imagine how terrifying the combat power of the Porstut family, which had 7 legendary level experts in one go, would be. If not for the fact that these legendary level experts had committed unforgivable crimes, the kingdom would definitely not want to capture them and imprison them in the underground prison. These legendary level experts came from all over the human world and were only captured due to various reasons. Some of them were even captured decades ago. Year after year, this group of people had accumulated in the underground prison of the palace. Now, this batch of legendary level powerhouses, whom the kingdom had paid a great price and sacrifice to successfully capture but were so troublesome that they could not be dealt with casually, were prepared to submit to the Porstut family. Lily and Vivian felt their heads spin when they thought about it. Especially the remaining members of the old demons faction led by Shodi. They actually wanted to submit to the Porstut family. This was ridiculous. Aren't you all ruthless people? Don't all of you make people tremble in fear? aren't you all planning to attack the Porstut family? Why? Why are you all planning to submit to the enemy now? Wait, let me calm down first. Lily hurriedly held her forehead and gestured for him to pause. After a while, the daughter of the Lazahad family was forced to see the reality clearly. She looked at Sean with a tone that she could not quite accept. Let me ask you. Did the kingdom really agree to this? Lily could not help but raise this question. No matter how she looked at it, a group of extremely vicious and dangerous criminals could not be released so easily, right? If there was any mishap, it would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains and harming the people. How could the kingdom agree to release such a group of dangerous people? But, don't worry. I asked Rosie to speak to them. Plus, it was my request. I promised to bear all the consequences. The kingdom finally agreed to this matter because of my and Rosie's influence. Sharon said nonchalantly. Moreover, and she had personally agreed to this. Of course, he had a condition. He had to pretend that the divorce agreement did not exist. However, the main thing was that Sharon had promised him that these fellows would obediently work in the Porstut family and would not dare to cause trouble. After struggling for a long time, Anchi had no choice but to agree. All right. Lily accepted this reason. She was very clear that with the combined influence of Sharon and Rosie, it would be easy for the kingdom to make some compromises. Both of them had reached the legendary realm. Behind them stood the demons and Protoss. As long as they did not cross the kingdom's bottom line, the kingdom would compromise with their requests. However, that was not the end of the problem. You have to think this through. These people are not easy to deal with. If you let them see the light of day again, aren't you afraid that they will cause trouble? Aren't you afraid that they will betray the Porstut family? Lily continued to whisper her concerns into Sharon's ear. It could not be helped. They were a group of fearless and useless people. They wouldn't trust anyone. Rather than believing that they would turn over a new leaf, Lily was more willing to believe that they only wanted to see the light of day again and escape from the underground of the palace. Although they appeared to be submitting to the kingdom, they were secretly planning to escape or even harm the Porstut family and betray them. Even if they did not betray the kingdom now, Lily did not believe that they would fight for the Porstut family with all their might and protect them in the future. If they did not come in handy in times of danger, they would take the opportunity to hit them while they were down. That would be a complete disaster for the Porstut family. However, facing Lily's concerns, Sharon revealed an extremely bright smile. He did not answer Lily's question. Instead, he turned around and looked at the criminals behind him. Will you betray us? Sharon's smile was really bright. However, when the group of fearless evil men saw Xiao Chen's brilliant smile, they revealed horrified expressions. With a schwa sound, their faces turned deathly pale, and they knelt down in unison with a boom sound, yelling loudly. We will never betray you. From today onwards, we will be the most loyal hounds of the Porstut family. We can swear to God. We swear to God. Please believe us. The group of vicious criminals acted as though they had seen the most terrifying thing in the world, trying their best to express their loyalty. Even Shodi's face was drained of blood. They looked at Sharon as though they were looking at an evil spirit. They were no longer trembling in fear. They were trembling in fear. Betrayal? No, they would never betray him in this lifetime. All the criminals recalled what Sharon had done to them before they left the prison. Come. Let me give you a buff. It's okay, don't worry. It's nothing serious. I'll just set up a spell in your body. When you betray us, it will make you lose your rationality. That's right, just like before. It won't hurt at all. So, you know what to do in the future, right? Recalling these words, the group of criminals shouted without hesitation. In the past, we didn't have a choice. Now, we want to be good people. Who else but me can claim the title of Omnipotence's 3 good students? Just like that, a total of 98 powerful combatants joined the Porstut family. The weakest among them was a level 70 expert, while the strongest among them was a legendary powerhouse. There were a total of 7 of them, which boosted the combat power of the Porstut family to an astonishing level. At the very least, in this era, there were no forces that could have so many legendary powerhouses apart from the major forces at the race level. Even the top demons only had 2 to 3 legendary powerhouses. Only the dragon race had slightly more legendary powerhouses. The other races definitely didn't have so many legendary powerhouses. Of course, it would be a different matter if it was a competition of quality. After all, the legendary level powerhouses of the powerful clans of the demon clan were generally top legendary level existences. Even at the same level, the legendary powerhouses of the demons were generally stronger than the legendary powerhouses of the human race. This was the advantage of their race. As a race known for their strength, the demons were able to suppress the joint forces of the Protoss and the human race. Naturally, the quality of the demons' powerhouses was higher. Unless they had awakened an extremely powerful unique skill or possessed abilities that were extremely suitable for combat, it would be difficult for the human race and the Protoss to compare with the demons of the same level. For example, Yu Lin. Her unique skill could increase her strength by 7 times. It would be difficult for an ordinary ultimate powerhouse to fight against her. There was also her Thematum. She had a unique skill that could freeze time and space. Even Shuren didn't dare to be careless. If he didn't use the Holy Sword or the Samsara Destiny, he would only rely on the strength of a half-step transcendent in the normal state. If he wasn't careful, he might be defeated. Among the legend rank experts who joined the Porstut family, the highest level was only 96. Although they were stronger than ordinary legend rank experts, it was still unknown if they could defeat a legend rank newcomer who had just reached level 90 when compared to the Nephilim family. It couldn't be helped. Although their unique skills weren't useless, they weren't particularly powerful. Otherwise, the kingdom wouldn't have been able to capture them alive and lock them up in the underground prison of the palace for so many years. As long as a legendary newcomer among the demons awakened a powerful unique skill, they would definitely be able to fight against a human race powerhouse of the same level. Therefore, even with the addition of 7 legendary powerhouses, the Porstut family's strength couldn't be said to be able to fight against the powerful demons. However, it was undeniable that the legendary stage was the legendary stage. With the addition of these powerhouses, Porstut's family's high-end combat power had far surpassed any of the human kingdoms. Frankly speaking, if it weren't for Shan, the kingdom wouldn't have watched the birth of such a noble force, and even added fuel to the fire behind the scenes. It could only be said that the influence of Shan, the hero, had played a decisive role in the Porstut family's success today. However, this news didn't of the news of legendary powerhouses. Other than the higher-ups of the kingdom, ordinary nobles did not have the right to know that such a terrifying force had entered the Porstut family. No matter what, the Porstut family was a group of villains who had committed heinous crimes. Apart from the higher-ups of the kingdom, ordinary nobles didn't have the right to know about this. There was no other reason for this. Anyhow, they were a group of villains who had committed heinous crimes. If others knew about this and knew that the kingdom had released this group of criminals without any reason, it would definitely cause a huge uproar and shake the hearts of the people. Therefore, when Anshi agreed to this matter, he also mentioned it to Shuren. I can hand them over to you, but you can't expose their existence. You have to conceal their identities and even change their appearances so that no one can discover their original identities. That was the plan. Because of this, after a discussion with Lily and Vivian, everyone decided to completely change the appearances of these people. To be more specific, it was to arrange new identities for them. They had to abandon their original names, and even their personal information had to be hidden. This way, outsiders would only know that a group of mysterious powerhouses had suddenly appeared in the Porstut family. They would never know that they were people who had committed heinous crimes. This wasn't difficult. With the support of the kingdom and the influence of the Porstut family and the Lazahat family, it was easy to conceal the origins of these criminals. It was absolutely impossible for ordinary forces to discover their origins. Only the god race and the demon race might be able to detect these things. But even if they did, they would probably turn a blind eye to it, right? With Shuren around, they were willing to give him face. Even the Protoss who wanted to guide the humans would do the same. This was because the heroes were the ones they truly needed to support. The humans were merely the subordinates of the heroes. If they had to choose between the heroes and the humans, the goddesses would definitely choose the former without hesitation. It wasn't that they didn't care about the humans, but rather, they cared more about the heroes. However, Capeline, who was a guest, mentioned this matter to Shuren in a serious manner after knowing about it. If Lady Artemis was here, she definitely wouldn't ignore these villains. You have to be careful, okay? The goddess of justice, Artemis. She was as famous as Lilith, and her strength was comparable to the demons. She could be ranked in the top 3 among the Protoss. According to Capeline, this goddess had a strong sense of justice. She was the guardian of order and the spokesperson of peace. It could be said that she couldn't tolerate any evil in her eyes. In the eyes of that goddess, all evil should be suppressed. The demon king is so, the demons are so, and even the evil gods are so. While saying this, Capeline glanced at Lilith, who was in Sean's arms, without anyone noticing. Because of this, many evil gods in the realm of gods see goddess Artemis as an enemy. In history, there have been many cases of goddess Artemis attacking the evil gods of the same race. Don't fall into the hands of that goddess. Capeline's sudden reminder made Shuren realize that there were indeed many people in his family who couldn't be considered decent. Lilith was an evil god, and she was the strongest one. Chaffin was a demon. In the eyes of the Protoss, apart from the demon king, she was the strongest enemy. Yulin was a dragon who had turned into a human. Her previous life was also a demon. Even Ter was a human who could turn into a ghost. In terms of the nature of her power, she was definitely not decent. In addition to this group of people who had committed heinous crimes, my goodness, I've directly created a villain force, haven't I? If one were to look at such a force only based on their origins, even the old demons faction would have to call it an expert. If the rumored goddess of justice were to descend, the Porstut family might really become a den of thieves in her eyes. Moreover, the Triclan conference was imminent. The goddess of justice, who was ranked in the top 3 among the Protoss, would definitely appear. At that time, with Shuren's identity, he would definitely attract the attention of the goddess of justice. Then, as long as the goddess of justice paid a little attention to Shuren and found out about the situation in the Porstut family, it was hard to guarantee that she wouldn't personally come to the Porstut family due to her hatred for evil. Will she attack me? Shuren didn't really want to believe it. I don't think so for you. Capeline looked deeply at Shuren and said, but for others, the goddess might not necessarily do so. Shuren was speechless. Is this a flag that I'm about to get involved with some troublesome person? Shuren also mentioned this matter to Chaffine, and in return, Chaffine actually agreed. If it's that goddess, she might indeed do so. Chaffine actually said so. She even reminded Shuren. Do you remember I told you that transcendent level isn't an existence that can be born under normal circumstances? Regarding this, Shuren nodded. He remembered that Chaffine did mention this matter. According to her, the limit of life was a world law engraved in the truth. Under normal circumstances, it was absolutely impossible to break through it. Only the hero, the demon, and the 3 goddesses were exceptions. The former was born in a different world. In terms of concept, they were also existences at the same level as the demon king and the supreme god, and were not limited by the laws of this world. The latter 2 were born transcendent because of the existence of the demon king and the supreme god. Apart from these 3, even if the other transcendent level existences appeared, they would more or less have some problems. For example, the half-demon, as an incomplete demon, his combat power was high and low, and his condition was not stable at all. Another example was the mysterious Great Spirit body, who could only enter transcendent by relying on external forces. The 3 goddesses of time and space were simply divided into 3 people. When they existed alone, they could only reach the limit level, and even each only grasped a part of their power. Only when the 3 of them combined into one could they enter transcendent. Lilith was even worse. When she was born, her rationality was separated, and she directly lost control for a whole 10,000 years. Only with the help of Shuren did she return to the original state. Even so, Lilith's intelligence was definitely not high. She couldn't even speak, and she would probably be like this for the rest of her life. Artemis, the goddess of justice, was an existence opposite to Lilith. They were born at the same time, and she also had her own problems. Her abhorrence of evil is the problem. That was what Chaffin said. As a substitute of justice, she must always advocate for justice and maintain order. She must turn herself into the guardian of order and justice, and give all of her meaning. Such a Artemis would never be able to tolerate the evil in front of her. Even if it was her own race, or even her relatives. If the three great goddesses did something outrageous, then she would definitely rise up and punish the three great goddesses, right? When Chavan mentioned this goddess, the expression on her face was obviously very troublesome. Because of this, that goddess is especially hostile to us demons, especially Kamina, Milu, and little Aie. She is especially hostile, and wants to destroy them all. This was something that could not be helped. Aie and Kamina were once considered the most brutal demons, so naturally, they would be hostile to Artemis. Milu was even more dangerous. She was naive and romantic, but in fact, she had no sense of propriety. The nature of her power was definitely the kind that Artemis hated the most. This is really troublesome. Xian expressed his feelings. Demon Realm, Moon Demon Territory, Central City. At the highest floor of the Supreme Castle, Scylla was strolling leisurely in the garden. She didn't deal with the endless documents in the office, nor did she make any arrangements for the upcoming meeting between the three races. She just walked forward with a clear destination and came to an extremely vast hall. The vast hall was solemn like a temple, but the atmosphere didn't have the unique sacred feeling of a temple. However, in the center of this vast hall, there was a huge door standing tall. It was like the surface of a water surface or a mirror. The door was extremely smooth, crystal clear, and looked like a door leading to the kingdom of dreams. There were facilities around the door, including guardrails, walls, magic devices, enchantments, and even platforms for sentry duty. At first glance, it was obvious that there would be a lot of people guarding here. There was also a counter for registration, an identification tool for scanning personal status, and other settings on all sides. It felt like a border inspection. However, this place, which was usually full of all kinds of demon officials and demon warriors, at this moment, there wasn't even a single person. Thud. Scylla's footsteps echoed clearly in the empty vast hall. She looked at the door in front of her. That was the World Crossing Gate. As the name suggested, it was a gate that could be used to connect to different worlds. Generally speaking, to reach the demon realm, one had to pass through the bottom of a large magic spring that had existed in the human world for more than 1,000 years, and with the help of a special token from the demons, only then could the passage between the two worlds be opened. But there were exceptions to everything. For the convenience of diplomacy, there was a gate used to cross worlds in the Supreme Castle, which was the administrative center of the demon realm. This gate usually stood in this hall and was guarded and managed by the demon guards of the central city. If someone came to the demon realm's Supreme Castle through this gate, they would definitely be monitored by the demon guards. Moreover, they had to complete their identity registration and other procedures here. Otherwise, they would not be able to leave this place. Because of the importance of the Supreme Castle, there would usually be a cadre secretly guarding here. That's right, it was one of the three ultimate existences under Scylla's command. In other words, not only were there guards of the devil race, but there was also an ultimate devil race powerhouse secretly supervising this place. However, today, Scylla sent all the staff and her subordinates away. The reason was simple. Next, a rather troublesome person would come to the demon realm. At a certain moment, the transdimensional gate suddenly trembled, causing circles of ripples to appear on the mirror-like gate. Is she here? Sala seemed to have expected this. She didn't panic and just watched quietly. Under Scylla's gaze, the world-crossing gate gradually shone with a dazzling light. Not long after, a figure seemed to pass through the other side of the door and arrived at the demon realm. It was a heroic goddess. It was a very dazzling goddess. She had a regular appearance, slender limbs, tall stature, and distinct curves. Her entire body exuded a very strong sense of presence, making it hard for people to look away from her. She had long silver hair, but she was wearing a feather armor, a silver headdress on her head, and a silver wrist guard on both her hands. Together with her knee-length skirt armor and silver boots that looked like high boots, she looked like a Valkyrie. The most eye-catching thing was the pair of silver swords on her waist. They were also silver in color, with a dazzling brilliance and a holy aura. At first glance, people could feel that they were not ordinary swords. The silver Valkyrie wore them on both sides of her waist. Together with the boots that clanged against the ground, they gave off a solemn feeling. Demon realm, the goddess walked out of the world-crossing gate and looked around. So this is what it looks like? The silver Valkyrie murmured. Her voice was very pleasant, but it did not give people a sense of beauty. Instead, it gave people the feeling that she was examining something and was unusually serious. Scylla looked at the silver Valkyrie and suddenly smiled. It's been a while, Artemis. Scylla did not step forward but spoke to the Valkyrie. Yes. The silver Valkyrie was the superior goddess of the Protoss. Her strength could be ranked in the top 3 of the Protoss. Her position was very high, just below the 3 great goddesses. The goddess of justice and order, Artemis. Scylla the moon demon. Artemis turned her eyelids and stared at Scylla. Upon a closer look, Artemis's eyes were azure blue and very beautiful. However, just like herself, this pair of beautiful azure blue eyes carried a sharp sense of presence. Compared to beauty, it was more daunting. The goddess of justice Artemis looked straight at Scylla and then walked in front of her. It's been a while, supreme demons, Artemis said in a cold tone, thank you for your hospitality this time. Artemis could not be blamed for saying that. Because it was Scylla who sent a petition to the Protoss, asking them to send a sufficiently powerful goddess over. That was why Scylla was able to make the necessary arrangements in advance and remove all the people from the place. It couldn't be helped. She knew very well how strong the sense of justice of the goddess in front of her was and how much she hated evil. If this goddess saw too many of the demons' children, it would not be a good thing. After all, the demons were basically trained in battle since young. It could be said that their hands were stained with blood. Of course, among the demons, it was common for them to kill each other because of some small conflicts, causing unnecessary killings. If there were too many demons here, perhaps each of them would be judged by the goddess in front of them and be forced to atone for their sins. In fact, even Scylla herself, in the eyes of the goddess, probably needed to atone for her sins. After all, she was the supreme demons. From ancient times to the present, she was the enemy of the Protoss, so it was inevitable that she would kill the goddess of the Protoss and the innocent human lives. If it weren't for the fact that Scylla was now the leader of the demons, and her own existence restrained many ambitious demons, making the demons willing to be peaceful and active in diplomacy, to a certain extent, it could be said that she had turned over a new leaf. Her existence itself brought more benefits than harm to the Omnipotensen. Once she was gone, the demons might go out of control and lead to the destruction of the human race. If that happened, the goddess of justice would definitely not mind taking action against her. That was why only Scylla came here to greet her this time. I didn't expect the person to come would be you. I thought Nadura would come here herself and bring those 3 girls back. Cyrus said honestly. I thought Nadura would come here herself and bring those 3 girls back. Hearing that, Artemis' expression did not change. The goddess Nadura has other things to do. Artemis still said indifferently, the meeting between the 3 races is imminent, and the 3 goddesses are all preparing for this meeting. They don't have too much time to deal with such trivial matters. That's why you deliberately came here in person, right? Scylla said helplessly, you're still as serious as ever. This is something that I should naturally do. Artemis replied calmly, as long as it's for the Protoss, for the humans, and for the Omnipotensen, I'm willing to do anything, no matter how small it is. Indeed. Scylla smiled and said, this is what I admire the most about you. At the same time, I also think that this is a headache. Then I'm really sorry. Artemis said, but there was no apology in her tone. She even said it as if it was a matter of course, I am the goddess of justice, the god of order. Everything I do is for justice and order. I know. Scylla looked directly at Artemis and said meaningfully, that's why I was a little surprised when I knew you were coming. Surprised? Artemis looked at Scylla. That's right. Scylla nodded and said frankly, for you, the realm of devils is no different from a lawless place. It's really beyond my expectations that you would be willing to come here. In the past 1,000 years, the 3 goddesses had come to the realm of devils for diplomacy. No, not only the 3 goddesses, but also some other goddesses would also come to the realm of devils for various reasons. The realm of devils had never prohibited the Protoss and humans from visiting, just like the human world would never prohibit the existence of Protoss and demons from coming here. Only the god realm could not be entered without permission, be it the devils or the humans. That was the place where the gods lived, a sacred place where faith was. Moreover, the omnipotent supreme god Omnis was in the realm of gods. Although Omnis had gone into seclusion, at the moment when the demon king passed away, the supreme god was the supreme existence of the omnipotensen. In addition, the supreme god was the origin of everything, the creator of the world, and had a transcendent status. For the peace of the mother goddess, the Protoss followed her wish to live in seclusion and forbade other races from entering the realm of gods. The realm of devils did not have that kind of rule. Therefore, many goddesses had come to the realm of devils. However, Artemis was not one of them. The goddess of justice had never entered the realm of devils even once in 1,000 years. Everyone knew that this was because the goddess could not stand the existence of the realm of devils. There were too many targets here that she needed to purge and judge. For Artemis, there were indeed many lawless people here. Therefore, just like how the gods would not go to hell, the goddess of justice had never approached the realm of devils. This time Artemis's arrival really surprised Scylla. In fact, it was not without reason that Artemis was willing to come here. Facing Scylla's meaningful gaze, Artemis began to ponder. After a while, Artemis spoke indifferently. I just want to see what a world that can be loved by the hero of this generation looks like. Artemis stated the reason why she came here. Scylla was not surprised to hear this reason. Instead, she thought to herself, as expected. Scylla had already guessed the reason. Artemis said faintly. The hero, who has always been our partner, is actually willing to come to this world and even marry that brutal demonic dragon. I really don't want to believe it. Artemis glanced at Scylla and said, but since even the hero has recognized this place and you, out of trust in the hero, I naturally have to come and see for myself. Artemis was a goddess with a strong sense of justice. But it was precisely because of that strong sense of justice that she had an extraordinary trust in the hero who had saved the world, saved Omnipotensen, was able to kill the demon king, and had always fought side by side with the Protoss and the human race, charging at the forefront of the battlefield. She believed that the hero was the existence of justice, and like her, they were the guardians of order. Therefore, in terms of trust and recognition alone, Artemis could be said to be the most trusted and most recognized goddess of the hero among all the Protoss. In the past, Artemis often accompanied by the hero and did not hesitate to lend a helping hand when the hero needed her strength. If it wasn't for the fact that the hero would receive the blessings of the three goddesses and become the blessers of the three goddesses, then Artemis would definitely give all the hero her own blessings. For this reason, Artemis had another title, Holy Sword. It meant that as the goddess of justice, she could be regarded as the second holy sword of the hero. When the hero charged on the battlefield, it was often Artemis who fought in the position closest to him. When the hero was deep in the enemy's encirclement, it was often Artemis who rescued him. The hero of the past had their own partners by his side. However, those partners, sometimes, did not stay with the hero as long as Artemis. If it weren't for the three goddesses stopping them and the hero running away, this goddess might even accompany them to eat, drink, and sleep. That was why she was given the title of Sword of the Goddess. For Artemis, the appearance of the hero was undoubtedly something to be happy about and celebrated. But this time, the hero seemed to be a little different. He was not like the hero of the past who hated evil. He was not like the hero of the past who upheld justice. From the very beginning, he had even been entangled with the brutal dragon demon who had killed 2 seniors. In the end, he even had an engagement with the dragon demon, and his relationship with the devil cultivator seemed to have developed quite a bit. To be honest, Artemis did not quite accept it. In view of this time, after receiving Scylla's request, Artemis took the initiative to accept this task and came to the realm of devils, which she had never been to before, when all 3 goddesses were busy. Scylla knew these things clearly. But, in terms of acknowledgement, Mitra also acknowledged the existence of the devils back then. He took the initiative to summon us and negotiate peace with us, right? Mitra recognized the existence of the demons and took the initiative to summon us and discuss peace with us demons, right? Scylla said. that's different. Artemis shook her head and said, Mitra just wanted to end the meaningless war and end the war between the gods and demons that has existed for a long time in the Omnipotensen and return peace to the world. He would not develop a relationship with the demons. That was true. As a hero who participated in the war between the gods and demons, Mitra's holy sword had been stained with the blood of countless demons, and he had watched many people around him die in the hands of demons. Under such circumstances, even if Mitra did not care about hatred, he would definitely not like demons and get close to demons. Otherwise, Mitra would not have fallen in love with the elf queen Sophie but the succubus Chaffn. It was because Mitra had never married demons or thought of marrying a demon woman that he could not fall under Chaffn's terrible charm. Shuren, on the other hand, was different. He was very close to Aie from the beginning, and since his debut, he had been protected by Aie countless times. His mount was also a dragon that had transformed into a human, and there were rumors of him communicating with the demons from time to time. His relationship with the demons was much closer than that of the Protoss. Even though the evil goddess Lilith appeared by his side and went in and out with the evil goddess all day and rarely separated, it was because the evil goddess entrusted the true seal to him, not because he became close to the Protoss. What's more, the three goddesses had already met Shuren, but in the end, their interaction with Shuren was still limited. Anima had repeatedly said that she would support Shuren, but Shuren never took it to heart. Nadura also talked to him and took away a woman from him, but it was also difficult to say that she was close to Shuren. Not to mention Lida's, it was said that the two of them had once fought each other in front of everyone. On the other hand, the demons, the moon demon Sayla had attended Shuren's nobility banquet and his engagement banquet. For him, she did not hesitate to confront Lida's, so it was clear at a glance whether she valued Shuren or not. The dragon demon Aie was almost like the evil goddess, going in and out with Shuren, and there was no distinction between them. It was said that the orc demon Lyd Dorma and the ghost demon Milyapash also ate and lived with Shuren in the elven homeland. Even the succubus, who had always been dismissive of others and did not look any man in the eye, invited him to live in her succubus castle, and now directly went to the human world and lived in his home. Even the poison demon Kamina, according to reliable sources, would walk around the supreme castle with Shuren from time to time. All in all, the relationship between the devil dwellers and the hero of this generation could not be any closer. When they learned of this news, among the Protoss, many goddesses were anxious, and the sense of crisis in their hearts soared. They were worried about whether the hero would be roped in by the demons. Among them, Artemis was the most worried one. If it weren't for the three goddesses stopping me, I would have rushed to his side at the first moment, never giving any evil path a chance to get close to him. Artemis said so. So. Sayla raised an eyebrow and said with a faint smile, "Are you here to declare your sovereignty and tell us to be sensible and leave the hero's side?" As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere in the air became a little different. It was a somewhat heavy and somewhat depressing atmosphere. Artemis glanced at Sayla and said, "I really want to do that, but I know I can't." That was what happened. If it was only Aie, then Artemis would definitely make a move immediately and drive her away from the hero's side at the cost of a battle. But now, the hero was entangled with the demons and had a close relationship with all the demons. With Artemis's power alone, it was no longer possible to take the hero back from the demons. If the three goddesses were willing to help, there was still hope. However, if that happened, the gods and demons would probably start a war again. The three goddesses and the 6 demons stood at the top of the Omnipotensen. If they really fought each other, it was only a matter of time before the war between the gods and demons resumed. Therefore, the 3 goddesses would never rashly make a move and break the current balance between the gods and demons. Before I set off here, Goddess Lidas also deliberately told me not to have a conflict with you for no reason. The meaning behind Artemis' words was simple. She would definitely not submit. But for the people of the 3 realms, she would not make a move here. However, even if she didn't make a move, it was still possible to knock down the mountain and shake the tiger. The purpose of her coming this time, on the surface, was to bring back the 3 goddesses of time and space who were left behind in the demon realm, but the secret purpose was to tell the demons not to be too complacent. The Braves are our companions. We won't help the demon race. Please remember this clearly, Supreme Demon Race. Artemis looked straight at Selah and made such a declaration. Selah smiled at this. You really haven't changed, got a sword. Selah commented. Indifferently. Same here. Artemis was not to be outdone, you still like to use some means that others don't understand. Not only do you want to win over the hero of this generation, but you also pay special attention to the divine realm recently. You seem to be looking for something, right? It seemed that the Protoss was still paying attention to Selah and the movements of the top demons. What are you looking for? What do you want? Artemis asked in a deep voice, including winning over the hero of this generation. These are not things you would do in the past, but now you are doing these things. Many of the more sensitive goddesses among the Protoss have been stimulated by you and think that you are planning something bad that may endanger the peace of the three races, Selah the moon demon. This was also one of the reasons why Artemis came to the demon realm this time. She wanted to know what the famous military advisor of the demons in front of her, the most trusted advisor of the demon king, was thinking. Or, do you know something that we don't know? Moon demon. Artemis stared at Selah as if she wanted to see through her. Unfortunately, this is the business of us demons, there is no need to explain everything to you. Selah shook her head and said, if you really want to know the truth of everything, then go ask your mother goddess. What? Artemis's expression changed. Without waiting for her to react, Selah unilaterally ended the conversation. In short, what I am going to do will not endanger the peace, you can rest assured. But, there is one thing that I must make clear to you first. Selah smiled slightly and announced in a very clear tone. The hero Xianxia belongs to us. No one can take him away. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, the day of the Triclan conference had arrived. On this day, all the people in the royal capital woke up early and looked towards the island in the center of the royal capital. Because they knew that today, the leaders of all the famous forces in the Omnipotensen would appear there. 1,000 years ago, as the founding king of the Mitra kingdom, Mitra gathered the Protoss, demons, and all the top beings of the human race there to discuss peace. 1,000 years later, because of a hero, the leaders of all races gathered once again. So, early in the morning, luxurious carriages and majestic caravans galloped on the streets in groups, heading towards the island in the center of the lake. On the bridge leading to the island, the knights of the royal guards personally stood guard here, verifying the identity of the approaching carriages and deciding whether they should be allowed to pass. Today, the bridge on the island only allowed the leaders of the various forces to pass, and ordinary civilians were not allowed to enter. And the direction of the leaders of the various forces was not the palace, nor was it the temple, but a palace built on the widest square of the island in the center of the lake. That was the palace that the kingdom used a large amount of manpower and resources, invested many court mages, and the help of expensive magic tools. It took them a month to build that palace. There was only one use for this palace. And it was to be used today. The kingdom named it the Hall of Glory. The venue for the Triclan conference was the Hall of Glory that the kingdom had spent a lot of effort to build. The carriages passed through the bridge of the island in the middle of the lake and stopped in front of the gate of the Hall of Glory. The leaders of the various forces only brought their most trusted powerhouses as guards, and entered the Hall of Glory with a serious expression. As for the internal structure of the Hall of Glory, it was also very different. It did not have too many floors, and there were no messy rooms. After entering through the gate, one could see an extremely vast venue that was as big as the palace itself. The venue was made up of a total of 2 parts. One was for the outer council seats, and the other for the inner council seats. The outer council meeting room was similar to the auditorium. It was circular in the shape of stairs, and spread out around the Hall of Glory. There were layers of seats on top, and it looked quite spectacular. It was used for the leaders and powerhouses of the forces that were not too high in status, and neither were they too strong. For example, the kings of some small and medium-sized human countries used these seats. Of course, due to their influence and strength, they didn't have much say in this meeting. In fact, they didn't even have the right to speak at all. Their biggest role was to listen from the side. They would only be useful when it was necessary for them to speak or vote to make some decisions. But the inner council seats were different. The inner council seats were located in the center of the Hall of Glory, surrounded by the outer council seats. They stood like thrones, but also like a high platform, with only a long flight of stairs leading to the top. It was a large hall of the hall, and it of the hall. Of the hall. The conference tables were all arc-shaped and placed in a triangular position. If they were connected, it would be a huge round table. They belonged to the god race, the demon race, and the human race respectively, and only the top figures of each race could sit there. For the humans, it was natural that the top forces of each race could sit. In the case of the human race, only the top forces of the various races could be seated. In addition, the Elven Queen and her cronies, the Dwarven King and his cronies, and the ministers of the Orc tribes and their priests could also sit. In addition, the Elf Queen and her trusted aides, the Dwarf King and his trusted aides, as well as the ministers of the Orc tribe and their high-ranking priests, were also allowed to sit. It could be said that the people in the inner council seats were the most noble existence in the entire Omnipotensen. Every word and action could affect the situation of a race and even a world. They were the ones who were qualified to speak and talk to each other in this Triclan conference. They were the leaders of this conference. Therefore, the inner council seats were located in the center, surrounded and supported by the seats of the Hall of Glory. It was intended that all the conversations and situations could be perfectly presented in front of the eyes of all the people who were listening. Now, most of the leaders and powerhouses who came to the Hall of Glory were the spectators of the Hall of Glory. They greeted each other and then sat down, waiting for the start of the Triclan conference. The people of the inner council seats had not arrived yet. They would not arrive so soon. When the conference was about to begin, they would appear together and take their seats together. At that time, the Triclan conference would officially begin. In this way, as time passed, the start of the conference was getting closer and closer. The realm of gods. In front of a huge dimensional gate, the goddesses gathered together and appeared. Is everyone here? Lita seemed to have been waiting for this moment for a long time. Her pretty face was tense, and her whole body showed a sense of solemnity that was not present in the past. Well, almost everyone is here. Anima walked beside her, looked around, and nodded. In addition to the three of us, there are a total of 20 superior gods who were chosen to come together. They are all here now. Najula also smiled slightly. Upon a closer look, all the goddesses gathered here were exuding an extraordinary air. At a glance, one could tell that they were superior gods of high status and strength. Artemis was among them, and she was quietly waiting in the seat closest to Lita's. As the goddess of justice and order, although Artemis's strength could be ranked in the top 3 among all the Protoss, she was still only a superior god. She was directly under Lita's, the goddess of destiny, and could be considered as Lita's subordinate. Similarly, there were a total of 3 little goddesses beside Nadia, waiting for her. They were Nold, Werther, and Shildi. At this time, these 3 stupid goddesses gathered together, looking extremely serious, and were no longer as noisy as they usually were. Obviously, even they knew that today was not a day for them to casually make a fuss. However, their gazes were erratic, and one could tell at a glance that they were not as honest as they thought. But with Najula by their side, they still restrained the desire in their hearts and did not dare to casually make a fuss. For these 3 goddesses, who had just been released back to the realm of gods by Sala 2 days ago and were brought back by Artemis, not only had they been humiliatingly tied up by the demons for several days, but they had also not completed the task of supervising the heroes. If they were to make a fuss today, they would definitely not be able to get away with it. Thus, today, they were unusually well behaved. However, accompanying Najula was not only a goddess, but also an elf. It was an elf girl who held a holy staff in her hand and wore the white robes of a clergyman, looking like a saintess. Are we going to return to the human realm? Marika looked at the realm gate in front of her, her expression faintly somewhat excited. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Najula looked at this scene and cast a loving gaze at Marika. During this period of time, Najula saw Marika's progress and growth, and she was very happy in her heart. At this point, Najula had already completely treated Marika as her own daughter. Thus, seeing Marika so excited, Najula was also very gratified. She knew who she, the well-wisher who had grown tremendously due to a freak combination of factors, was so excited for. She was only so excited for the person she had been thinking about, for the sake of being able to return to his side again. Of course, not many people knew what Marika was feeling at this moment. After Lita's confirmed that everyone had arrived, she coughed dryly and spoke in a serious tone. In that case, let's go. Hearing this, the goddesses present nodded in unison. Artemis' eyes flickered a few times. Recalling Sala's previous declaration, Artemis secretly snorted in her heart. I'd like to see how you are going to snatch our heroes away. The realm of demons. In the vast hall where the realm gate was located, this time, it was surprisingly full of people. Sala, Lita, Kamina, Milu, and Ai's group of 5 appeared here one after another. Have you arranged everything? Sala looked at her sisters and asked. Yes. Lita was the first to nod and replied, we have arranged the garrison of the territory. The rest of the demons also nodded in response. That's good. Sala's heart relaxed a little. Due to the importance of this meeting between the 3 races, none of the leaders of the forces would choose to be absent. The 3 goddesses of the Protoss and the 20 top superior gods were all dispatched, so naturally, the 6 demons also came out together. But unlike the Protoss, the top demons all left the realm of demons, and it was difficult to guarantee that there would not be any trouble. The realm of gods usually forbade other races from entering, and it was quite closed off. It was also quite difficult to go to the realm of gods, so the Protoss did not need to worry too much about the safety of the realm of gods. But the demons were different. They had a vast territory with many people, and the competition between the various races was extremely fierce. There were also the old demons secretly spying on them. If the demons were not here, it was not impossible for someone to take advantage of the situation to invade. In view of this, the demons had to arrange the garrison tasks in their respective territories before they set off. For example, Lita, Kamina, Milo, and Aie all left their subordinates in their territories, letting them be stationed in their territories to defend against any incoming threats. Chaffney had also ordered Leal to stay in her territory. Even though Leal was reluctant, she did not allow her to follow her to the human world. Sala naturally left her subordinates in the center of the city. Including Hedi Yadai, Sala, and the other 2 ultimate beings, Sala did not plan to take any of them with her. The rest of the demons did the same, and Sala and the others did not plan to take any of them with them. In other words, although the 6 great demons were all present for this meeting, none of them brought their guards or subordinates with them. Only the 6 of them were present. They did not need any guards either. With the 6 of them together, even if they were to face the entire Protoss and the human race, they would be able to escape unscathed. Each of them was equivalent to an entire race. No, it would be more accurate to say that without anyone to take care of, they could do whatever they wanted, which was even more convenient for the demons. Therefore, when the divine race's superior goddesses had all set off for the human world, the devil race would only send these 6 demons. Now that Chaffney had already left for the human world, the remaining 5 sisters would naturally arrive at the capital today. We might have a tough battle to fight today, Sala said emotionally. The demons somewhat understood what she meant. Are you worried about the old demons? Or that man? Kamina said non-committally. Aie glanced at Kamina and did not say anything. Probably both. Sala replied to herself, I just hope that today's meeting can smoothly lead to the result we all want. Needless to say, today was not going to be a peaceful day. The old demons would definitely attack. Shuren and the others could think of such a thing, and as the number 1 think tank of the 3 realms, Sala could not have not thought of it. She had already predicted the entire situation of the meeting and was prepared for everything that was about to happen. The women were the most familiar with this point. Since Sister Sala is already prepared, what are you still worried about? Aie said. Sala glared at Aie in annoyance. Of course I'm worried that your husband will do something shocking again and mess up my plan. Sala's words left Aie speechless. She could not refute it. After all, she was also very clear about her husband's character. Expecting him to be honest, forget it. Although, that's also very interesting. Scylla outlined the corners of her mouth and smiled happily. Interesting. Interesting. Milu immediately danced excitedly, as if she was very happy. You have to be obedient today, don't mess around, understand? laid on Milu's head and said. Okay, Milu raised her hand in agreement, but she did not know how trustworthy it was. Alright, let's go. Sala waved her hand. The group of demons turned into a stream of light, dashed into the portal, and disappeared. Royal capital, Borstut's house. Lily, Vivian, Ter, Lumia, and the others led the entire Borstut family to the main entrance, ready to send off their master. Then let's go. Shuren was dressed in a noble's court attire, with a holy sword hanging on his waist. He smiled at the crowd. There were two people beside him. One was Lilith, who was holding Shuren's hand. The other was Chafn, who was standing there in boredom. The three of them were the only ones from Borstut's family who were qualified to attend the Tri-Tribe conference. As for Yulin, she was lying in the courtyard in her dragon form. She opened one eye, glanced at Shuren, and then closed it again. She would stay in the Borstut family. The reason was to be safe. If the old demons were to attack during the meeting, the defense of the Borstut family would be the top priority. Even though Borstut's family already had 7 legendary-level powerhouses and many high-level experts, Sean still had to be extra careful when facing the old demon faction that was about to attack. Who knew if they would play some other tricks? It was absolutely necessary to keep Yulin here. Be careful, Lily reminded. Lily reminded him, you will undoubtedly be the main character in this tri-race conference. Don't fall for someone else's tricks. Don't be rash, Vivian reminded. Vivian also reminded, even the 3 goddesses and the 6 demons are present. Don't act rashly or start a fight on such an occasion, understand? We'll wait for your good news here, Ter said calmly. 1. Be careful. Lumia said timidly. Don't worry. Sean didn't make any more promises and just agreed. Let's go, Chafn yawned and urged them to move forward. Lilith looked at Shuren, waiting for his orders. Shuren smiled and did not say anything else. He held Lilith's hand with one hand and Chafn's with the other. In the next second, the 3 of them disappeared. Their destination was the Hall of Glory. Lake Heart Island, Hall of Glory. At some point, the outer conference area of the Hall of Glory was already full of people. One by one, the leaders and powerhouses of the major forces from all over the human world became serious. Apart from some negligible sounds of conversation, there was no other sound. The closer it was to the start of the meeting, the more serious these people became, and even faintly nervous and excited. For these people from the middle and lower human forces, today was also a special day. Because the figures of the major forces that were rarely seen in the past would appear together and be seen by them today. Just this point alone was enough to make many people excited and agitated. What's more, there were people who simply came to build relationships. As long as they could build a relationship with any of the big shots in the inner conference area, it was already a huge gain for these people from the middle and lower forces. Under such circumstances, the people in the inner conference area finally began to arrive late. The Emperor of the Ragnar Empire is here. With the shout of one of them, there began to be a little noise at the scene. Harvey appeared from the gate with Locket, Capellan, and Tilly. While enjoying the attention of everyone present, he walked to the inner conference area. Is that the new Emperor of the Ragnar Empire? He's so young. He has already inherited the throne at such a young age. It seems that his strength is quite good. He's indeed the descendant of Ragnar the Brave. Is that the former Princess Capellan, who has already established her own force? The Valkyrie of the Empire? Then the sword on her waist is the rumored imitation Holy Sword Chi? People began to discuss like this. Obviously, as the number 1 military power of the human race, the Ragnar Empire was quite a concern in various senses. Some of the leaders of the forces began to think about things that should not have appeared on this occasion. For example, did Harvey get married? For example, did Capellan get married? Should I find an opportunity to connect with the Ragnar Empire through marriage and send princesses and princes to make friends with the Ragnar Empire? Many people began to seriously think about such questions. However, this was just the beginning. The King of Lullaby is here too. Misty, accompanied by Joseph, walked into the venue. That's right, it was not Mordo who accompanied Misty, but Joseph. There was no doubt that the reason for this was definitely because the leader of Lullaby's magician squad had not recovered from his injuries, or simply could not recover from the blow of Chaffner's curse and could not appear. Therefore, Masiji could only ask Joseph to attend the meeting as his guard. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for a magic nation that ranked third among the human race to be unable to produce even a single legendary powerhouse. After Misji, the leaders and powerhouses of the major forces appeared one after another. It's Minister Nob of the Orcs. King Nuts of the Dwarves is here. Popule of the Temple is here. Popule of the Temple is here. And the Orc Saintess Elise. Elise of Magic. The appearance of the VIPs seemed to have ignited the atmosphere of the scene, causing the solemn venue to become a little noisy. Especially when Sophie and Elise appeared, the atmosphere of the audience reached its peak. It could not be helped. One of them was the Queen of the Elves, and the other was the Holy Lady of the Orcs. Both of them were extremely beautiful, and it was impossible for them not to ignite the atmosphere. Elise was fine, only accompanied by Oz and Muffy. On the other hand, Sophie brought Rhea and Naya. The three extremely beautiful elves and the three remaining 13 heroes in this world caused a short burst of cheers in the venue. Under everyone's gaze, the leaders and powerhouses of the major forces ascended the seats in the inner circle and walked up the stairs to the platform where the meeting was held. Of course, it was inevitable to bump into each other. At this time, the good and bad relationship between each other was completely revealed. For example, Harvey was chatting with Mijis, and they seemed to be on good terms. However, there was a hint of probing in his words. Elise received greetings from the ministers of the major tribes of the orcs, and it seemed like she had become the representative of the entire orc race. Sophie greeted Elise first, and then the people of the major forces rushed to greet her. Only King Nuts of the Dwarfs snorted in disdain, and his bearded face was full of displeasure. As for Yule, he seemed to have recovered from the previous incident. He was like before, with a benevolent expression on his face as he chatted with everyone. He seemed to have a good relationship with everyone. Especially with Elise. This Pope seemed to already know that Elise was the well-wisher of the goddess of life. Furthermore, Elise was the holy lady of the orc race, and the leader of the orc race's clergy team. Just like him, she was also the spokesperson of the Protoss, and was a clergyman. When talking to Elise, Yule's words were more respectful, to show her respect for the goddess of life. And Elise? The holy lady, who was usually as timid as a mouse, seemed to be well prepared for this day. She actually put on a dignified and holy look, and her words and actions were full of majesty. It was as if she had become a different person. On the high platform of the inner council, the major human forces that rarely met each other in the past took this opportunity to have a good chat and familiarize themselves with each other. That scene made the people on the outer council rather envious. They could not help but want to go up and greet them, and make their presence known, so that they could have some relations with these top human forces. Unfortunately, the inner council was not a place that people of their level could go up to. They could only watch enviously as the leaders of the major forces conversed on the high platform, and secretly planned to find a chance to go up and join in the fun after the meeting ended. Under such circumstances, the representative of the Mitra kingdom finally appeared. And she brought Lia and Ali Dia and arrived quietly. On the high platform, all the leaders of the human forces stood up subconsciously. Your Majesty Ansei. Your Majesty Ansei. And this must be Her Highness Lia de Ella? Greetings, Your Highness. Many people bowed at that very moment. There was no other reason. Simply because this was the Mitra kingdom, and she was the true host. Moreover, she was the descendant of the brave who had defeated the Demon King 1,000 years ago. She had the right to be respected by both sentiment and reason. Especially today's meeting, which had extraordinary significance. 1,000 years ago, Mitra was the one who hosted the first meeting between the three races. 1,000 years later, it was the descendant of Mitra who hosted the second meeting between the three races. And the venue for both meetings had been here, the Mitra kingdom. Since that was the case, not to mention the major human forces, even the Protoss and demons had to show some respect to the Mitra royal family on this occasion. Greetings, everyone. Ansai naturally would not put on any airs, and cheerfully returned the greeting. Lia de Ira Mitra greets you as well. Lia gave everyone a beautiful aristocratic bow. Today was also the day that Lia would appear on the world stage. As the next heir to the Mitra kingdom's throne, she had to show her style and tell everyone in the world that Mitra had a new heir. Because of that, Rosie did not appear with them. Someone noticed this. "Where's Her Royal Highness Rosie, the second queen?" Capelin had been paying attention to this, and when she saw that Rosie did not appear with Ansai and Lia, she immediately asked. "My daughter still has to welcome her fiancé, and even the goddesses of the Protoss. They're probably still busy now." Ansai replied with a smile without changing his expression. Naturally, he would not tell Capelin that the main reason why Rosie did not appear with them was because he could not overshadow Lia's glory. It could not be helped. Rosie had too many halos around her. Once she appeared with Lia, everyone present would only pay attention to her and not Lia. As far as the succession of the kingdom was concerned, it was not a good thing. If it gave others the feeling that Rosie is the most suitable person to inherit the throne, then the problem would become very troublesome. Because of this, without Ansai's instructions, Rosie had already decided in advance that she would not appear with the people of the Mitra royal family. She would first welcome the goddesses of the Protoss, then meet up with Shuren, and together with Shuren, step onto the world's most dazzling stage. Of course, Ansai's words could be accepted by others, but Capelin could not. There was no other reason. "Why can she appear with that man, while I have to wait for her here?" Capelin was not convinced. She was determined to overwhelm Rosie, and even steal her man. Now that Rosie had run away, she was naturally very upset. However, Capelin was still very clear about how important this stage was today. As one of the representatives of the Ragnar Empire, she must not lose her poise. Therefore, Capelin suppressed the displeasure in her heart and nodded at Ansai with a smile, indicating that she understood. With the appearance of the representatives of the Mitra kingdom, the leaders and powerhouses of the major forces of the human race were finally all present. The only ones left were the Protoss, the demons, and the heroes of this meeting. The existence of those three parties was the top priority of this meeting. Compared to them, the big shots of the human forces present were really nothing. After all, strictly speaking, the human race was still a vassal of the Protoss, a life created by the Protoss. The demons, on the other hand, were enemies that even the Protoss did not dare to underestimate. In the past, they were no match for them at all. With the strength of a single race, they could compete with both the Protoss and the human race. As for the heroes, there was no need to mention them. Now, the Protoss and the demons were still fighting to rope him in. It could be said that the dialogue between these three parties would determine the future pattern of the world to a certain extent. What could continue to maintain peace? Or break the status quo, after everything was seen? Just like that, at a certain moment, Ansai stood up. "It's about time." As the host of this meeting, Ansai was also the host, so he announced to the surroundings. "Silence." His voice spread in all directions with the help of magic power and entered everyone's ears. The scene immediately became so quiet that even the drop of a needle could be heard. "Sky curtain." And she nodded, and then loudly announced once more. At this moment, all the leaders and powerhouses present stood up in unison and released their magic power toward the ceiling of the hall. Waves of magic power gathered together like a cyclone and fell on the ceiling of the hall. Shing, the ceiling of the hall immediately emitted a dazzling light. In the next second, like a curtain, the ceiling slowly opened. Bright sunlight shone in and just happened to converge into a beam that hit the high platform of the inner council seats, making the high platform extremely bright. Not long after, boom, accompanied by a roar of mana, dozens of figures descended at the same time. The ones in the lead were the three goddesses Lidas, Anima, and Nadura. They appeared bathed in the sunlight. They descended shining with holy light. A huge amount of divine chi gathered together and spread throughout the entire hall. Seeing this, all the leaders and powerhouses of the human forces simultaneously knelt on one knee. "Greetings, Goddess Lidas. Greetings, Goddess Anima. Greetings, Goddess Nadura. Greetings, our esteemed goddess." Their united shouts, as if they were praying, echoed in the hall. The goddesses looked down at all of this from above, and all revealed smiles as if they were children who had grown up. "Rise." As the peak of the Protoss, Lidas indisputably stepped forward at this moment and made her voice known to the entire hall. "Today, we are the same as all of you. We are all members of the meeting, so there is no need for such formalities. Lida's made her declaration like this. Yes. Everyone responded in unison. After a while, boom, the air once again trembled. However, the magic power that appeared this time was even more magnificent and majestic than when the goddesses descended. But there were only 6 people who could cause such magic power. They were not goddesses, but they surpassed them. They were devastatingly beautiful and seemed to be competing with each other. Moon Demon Sela. Succubus Chafn. Orc Demon Lai Dorma. Poison Demon Kamina. Devil Demon Milyapesh. Dragon Demon Aie. 6 great demons had descended in this world at the same time. Heaven and earth suddenly trembled. Moon Demon, Succubus, Lidas looked at the 2 demon dwellers who were once her enemies. Dragon Demon, Anima and Nadura looked at Aie. It's the Poison Demon. She really came. Humph. Nold, Werther, and Shaldi all looked at Kamina with a bit of anger. Poison Demon, Artemis's face was gloomy as she looked at Milu with an unfriendly gaze. Lidas, who was lying on Milu's head, received the attention of the humans. Among them, Sophie, Rhea, and Naya were the most cautious. It couldn't be helped. 1,000 years ago, it was this seemingly harmless little beast that almost flattened the entire battlefield and trampled the entire continent. And at that time, its enemies were the 13 heroes of the human race. After 1,000 years, the former opponents, enemies, nightmares, and targets of despair had descended at the same time. The atmosphere in the hall took a turn for the worse. In the hall, the air seemed to have solidified. Unlike the devoutness of the Protoss's goddesses, the arrival of the demons only brought an overwhelming pressure to the people present. The demonic energy that seemed to have materialized was fluctuating on the bodies of the 6 demons. Just this alone gave the people a feeling that the entire world was about to collapse. Gulp, someone accidentally swallowed a mouthful of saliva, which happened to break the stillness of the scene. We're not late, are we? Scylla led her sisters and smiled at everyone present. Although the smile wasn't scary and was even pleasing to the eye, none of the human representatives present dared to step forward and speak. They didn't have the right. Only the 3 goddesses of the Protoss had the right to speak with the supreme demons on an equal footing. Of course not. Anima wore a gentle expression and shook her head. We just arrived. Nadura also smiled like a blooming flower, making everyone's eyes light up. Lidas was the only one with a taut face, as if she didn't want to reveal any flaws on this occasion. Only the 6 of you from the demon's side came? Lidas glanced at the group of demons and asked. The demons looked at each other. Why? Chafine had a faint smile on her face. Her flirtatious expression caused everyone present to fall into a daze. She said, Isn't the 6 of us enough? Lidas couldn't refute that for a moment. After all, it was enough for the 6 demons to appear at the same time. They were the pinnacle of the demon race. After the death of the demon king, they were the leaders of the entire demon race and the demon world. Their strength was enough to show disdain for all heroes. Other than the goddess of fate, Lidas, who was the strongest person in the world, no one could easily defeat them in a one-on-one battle. The arrival of the 6 of them could be seen as the arrival of the entire demons. At least, even if the Protoss and humans joined forces, they wouldn't be able to stop them. Of course, aren't you with the hero? Lidas looked at Chafn with an unfriendly expression. The Protoss naturally knew that Chafn appeared next to Shuren and moved into Shuren's house. Well, I have to avoid arousing suspicion. Chafn glanced in a direction, shrugged, and said flirtatiously, Since the main character is here, how can I, as the older sister, keep sticking to her fiancé? Hearing this, the goddesses of the Protoss looked at Aie in unison. Humph, Aie snorted, hugging her pillow and turning her head away as if she didn't care. Aie lied, who was lying on Milu's head, scolded Aie a little, as if she was blaming her for being disrespectful in this situation. Want to fight? Milu, on the other hand, tilted her head in confusion. With an innocent expression, she seemed to want to ignite a fire, causing Artemis, who had been watching her, to have a cold glint in her eyes. As expected, this devil was still as evil as ever. Even after 1,000 years, he hadn't changed. In Artemis's opinion, an existence like Milu who could do dangerous and cruel things without any self-awareness was undoubtedly born evil. If it wasn't for the fact that she shouldn't speak in this situation as a superior goddess, Artemis would have already found Milu. There were many evil existences among the demons, but the one that Artemis couldn't accept the most was Milu. Therefore, in the final battle 1,000 years ago, Artemis fought against Milu. She wanted to get rid of this devil that was born evil. Unfortunately, Milu was a demon, and even Artemis could only fight her to a draw. She couldn't defeat her easily. This matter still bothered Artemis to this day. On the other hand, Milu seemed to have forgotten about Artemis. She didn't even look at Artemis and just giggled, which made Artemis's mood worse and worse. On the other side, Kamina, Nord, Werther, and Steele had already made eye contact with each other. As if their gazes collided with each other, the friction produced electric currents. One side had a cold expression, the other side was gritting their teeth, and they secretly started a fierce confrontation. Just like this, the demon dwellers told others how fierce the battle between the god race and the demon race had been in the past, through their old grudges and enmity in the god race. Many people were already trembling with fear, afraid that these big shots would go crazy on the spot and directly fight. If these few people fought, it would be a small matter even if the sky fell and the earth split. Therefore, many people had already cast a pleading look at those who were qualified to intervene in that situation. Specifically, they were the people of the Mitra kingdom as the host. But how would Xianxia and Lia dare to stand up for him? In the end, it was Yule and Elise who spoke. Goddesses. Lady Anima. Yule and Elise softly called out to the goddesses. Anima and Nadia immediately came to mediate. All right, everyone, now is not the time to quarrel. This is in front of all the forces in the world, don't let them laugh at you. As goddesses with good tempers, the life goddess and the nature goddess tried to persuade them. The gods and demons who had formed an ill-fated relationship with each other were reluctant, and some had to stop fighting and stop fighting. As for the demons, there are only 6 of us here today, Scylla said in a timely manner. Can we start now? Hearing Scylla's words, Xianxia hurriedly stood out. And the hero Shuren himself is not here. As soon as she said this, everyone present looked at Chafine. Seeing this, Chaffner smiled sweetly, ignoring the damage her beautiful smile had caused to everyone present, and turned around to look at the sky. Aren't they here? A clear voice rang out and entered everyone's ears. Everyone's heart skipped a beat, and they could not help but raise their heads and look at the sky. There was only a single sun hanging high in the sky. However, many people gradually realized that something was amiss. Under the sun wheel, there seemed to be 3 figures silently appearing. There was no extraordinary aura. There was no shocking movement. They appeared here without a sound, and they were imprinted in everyone's eyes without a sound. And gradually, they were seen clearly. Rosie. Xianxia and Leah could not help but call out to the graceful figure floating on the left, causing Letas to hurriedly look up. Evil goddess, Lilith. Artemis, on the other hand, showed a sharp look at a petite figure floating on the right and called out the other party's name. However, most of the people focused their attention on the figure floating in the middle. Oh? We're the finale? Some frivolous words reverberated in the air, completely displaying the indifference and unrestrained nature of the person who had come. Who else could it be other than Shuren? Is that hero Shuren? Artemis's gaze was attracted to Shuren. Hero, everyone present subconsciously held their breaths. Among them, some had already seen Sean, while others had only seen Sean for the first time today. They had finally met the legendary brave. Bathed in everyone's gaze, Shuren looked down at the entire venue. After a while, he suddenly pulled out the holy sword from his waist. Shing dash, a dazzling holy light suddenly shone from the holy sword. Everyone present, be it the humans, the Protoss, or the demons, had a sudden change of expression. Shuren raised the holy sword high and let the light of the holy sword turn into a dazzling light, illuminating the entire glory hall and even the entire island. At this moment, all the people in the royal city saw this scene. That light. Holy sword. It's the holy light emitted by the holy sword. The crowd broke into an uproar as they looked at the holy light shining above the island in the center of the lake. All of them were excited and moved. This was because it was the light that brought hope to the Protoss and the humans, the light that defeated the Demon King, and the light that saved the world. After 1,000 years, this light once again appeared in this world, in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, it was time for the hero to announce his return to this world. Clang, the dazzling holy sword was thrown down by Shuren from mid-air, and it pierced straight into the high platform of the inner council seats. Like the sword of King Arthur in the Legend of Great Britain, the tip of the sword sank into the high platform, and it stood in the middle of the triangular council seats. It was also the center of the entire glory hall, a place where everyone could easily see. Shuren landed in front of the holy sword with Rosie and Lilith. "I won't introduce myself to you." Shuren's voice slowly sounded. "I believe that the existence of this sword is a perfect indication of my identity to everyone here." Shuren raised his eyes slightly and looked at all the people in the entire glory hall. "The reason why this meeting of the 3 clans appeared today is all because of me. I also know that my appearance has brought a lot of trouble to this world. Therefore, in today's meeting, I will officially initiate a dialogue with all of you who are representatives of this world from my standpoint. I have no other purpose. I just want to tell you that in this world that no longer needs heroes, although I am an outsider, I am not an invader. Everyone can feel free to boldly ask me the questions in your hearts. As long as I can answer them, I will answer them. Of course, it's better not to have problems that shouldn't appear." As Shuren said so, he looked at everyone present. Instantly, many people looked away uncomfortably or guiltily. Shuren curled his lips into a smile and continued to make his announcement. "I swear by the holy sword in my hand that I will never be the cause of chaos. In other words, I have no intention of destroying the peace of this world, nor am I happy to see the war that ended 1,000 years ago because of me. The premise is that others don't provoke me first. Otherwise, you might soon realize that I'm actually quite different from the hero you know." After saying this, Shuren put away his sharp attitude and spoke lazily. "Before the meeting begins, I want to make things clear to everyone like this. In case I lose my temper later, you will think that I am ungentlemanly. That's all I want to say." After that, Shuren turned to Anchi, who had not reacted at all. "Can you take your seat, Your Majesty?" Shuren said to Anchi slowly. "Yes. Yes." Only then did Anchi come to his senses. He smiled bitterly as he glanced at everyone present to see their reactions. Most of them fell silent and were speechless. Some of them were whispering, as if they did not expect Shuren to make such a declaration before the meeting began. Harvey, Capeline, Elise, Sophie, and other acquaintances of Shuren, like Anchi, smiled bitterly. Even Rosie and Lia were speechless as they looked at each other. The Protoss goddesses blinked and looked at Shuren with a different kind of splendor. The same was true for Artemis. She stared at Shan, and no one knew what she was thinking. Lydas, Anima, and Nadura did not express their opinions at all. Needless to say, the demonkin looked at Shuren with no surprise in their eyes. Instead, they were full of smiles and praise. "As expected of you." Ai could not help but show a faint smile on her face. "Hee hee." Chaff laughed happily, as if she was very satisfied with Shuren's performance. Even Kamina looked at Shuren with rare praise. One of them sighed, while the other smiled. In the end, Scylla also looked at Shuren deeply and smiled in agreement. "In that case, on behalf of the demons, I also declare in advance that we have no intention of breaking the peace, and it has nothing to do with the reappearance of the summoning of the brave. I hope the Protoss can see this clearly and return the innocence of us demons." The goddesses of the Protoss exchanged awkward glances with each other after hearing Roland's words. They knew that Scylla was referring to the malicious speculations that the busybodies of the god race had towards the demon race. "Are you sure?" Lydas was silent for a long time, and then asked such a question. Scylla smiled faintly. "Swear to our demon king." This was the most solemn declaration for the demon kin. "Okay." Lydas immediately said loudly. "Then I also swear to our high god that the Protoss will never activate the summoning of the brave to deal with the demons." Anima and Nadura also nodded solemnly. Artemis and the other goddesses also stood up solemnly. Swearing in the name of the high god was already the highest oath for the Protoss. No one could doubt it. In the end, under Shuren's lead, before the meeting even started, the gods and demons had clarified their speculation and doubts about each other in the most solemn way. Ahem. And she coughed and said, "Then, everyone, please take your seats." Everyone immediately nodded. The three clans' conference, which had been held for 1,000 years, had officially begun under such circumstances. The Protoss, demons, and humans. The big shots of the three major races of Omni, Podansan, and the top-notch existences of their respective races took their seats one after another. In terms of the number of people, the humans had the most seats, followed by the Protoss who had descended with 20 superior gods, and finally, the demons who had only 6 demons. Therefore, after everyone took their seats, Ai suddenly spoke. "Come and sit here." There was no need to ask who this remark was directed at. Shuren, who was about to sit down on the human seats, stopped in his tracks, then shrugged and walked to the demons' seats. Lilith followed without hesitation. After hesitating for a while, Rosie also sighed inwardly and followed them. Seeing this scene, the expressions of the goddesses of the god race changed slightly. Even the expressions of many people of the human race changed. There was no other way. As the trump card of the Protoss, the hero of the humans, the hero actually went to the demons' seats and sat down. This would only give the sensitive superiors the impression that the hero has chosen to side with the demons. This made the expressions of many goddesses of the Protoss not look too good. Even the humans frowned. Not again, Ansi and Liao were helpless. "You're still doing such a provocative thing at a time like this?" Harvey, Capeline, Elise, Sophie, and the others also did not know whether to laugh or cry. Artemis could not even stand it anymore. She wanted to stand up and say something, but she was held down by Anima. Anima shook her head at Artemis, signaling her not to act rashly. "Now, he does have a better relationship with the demons." Anima forced Artemis to admit this fact. Artemis gritted her teeth and wanted to explode, but in the end, she held it back. Lydas also held it back. Seeing Rosie following behind Shuren and sitting in the demon seats, Lydas almost flipped out. But Nadia stopped her as well. "After all, she is the fiancée of the hero Shuren," Nadia advised. In a situation where she had an official engagement with Shuren, if Rosie did not follow Shuren and chose another seat, it would instead increase some groundless speculation. But Lydas could not accept it. Not only the hero, but even their most satisfied well-wishers and heirs were on the side of the demons. This was something that the Protoss could not ignore. "Alright, this doesn't mean anything." Nadia could only try her best to appease Lydas. Sean didn't know what kind of hidden dispute he had caused, or perhaps he had expected it, but he didn't care. He just sat beside Aie. Rosie came with them and bowed to the demons. Rosie came with them and bowed to the demons. The demon dwellers all looked at Rosie with interest. "I didn't expect you to come with us, Your Highness Rosie." Syra laughed at Rosie. "Aren't you afraid that the Protoss and the kingdoms will be dissatisfied with you? She is the kingdom's treasure?" Kamina was still looking at Rosie. As for Lyde and Milu, they nodded to Rosie. They had already met once in the elf's homeland, so they were not strangers. In this situation, Rosie pursed her lips and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, "Today, my position only represents the hero himself. I am attending this meeting as the hero's fiancée. Today, I only represent the hero himself. I am attending this meeting as the hero's fiancée." Rosie's meaning was obvious. She meant that wherever Sean was, she would be there. "I also want to say hello to Your Highness Aie. I also wish to greet Her Highness Aie." Aie naturally would not casually ignore Rosie like before. Naturally, Aie would not ignore Rosie like she did before. "Indeed, I should also say hello to you." Both of them were the fiancés of the hero Shuren and would enter the same door in the future. Both of them were the fiancés of Sean the Brave, and they would enter the same door in the future. Both of them were the fiancés of the hero Shuren and would enter the same door in the future. Since that was the case, it was reasonable to say hello. Especially since the two of them knew each other before this, Aie and Shuren hadn't confirmed their relationship yet. On the other hand, Rosie and Shuren's relationship was developing by leaps and bounds. Neither of them expected that one day, they would become the wife of the same person. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be strange for them to fight each other at this time. But now, the time and place weren't right, so they naturally couldn't fight. Moreover, Shuren wouldn't just watch them fight each other. We are a family, so what's wrong with sitting together? Shuren smiled nonchalantly as if he didn't notice the slightest smell of gunpowder. Only Aie, Rosie, and Sylvia noticed the faint threat in Shuren's eyes. It was as if he was saying, if you dare to kill each other, don't blame me for enforcing the family rules. So, Aie and Rosie wisely chose to shut up. Scylla couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then sit down, there are a lot of empty seats here anyway. With that, Sylvia gave Shuren a look. Shuren immediately took Lilith and Rosie's hands and sat down on the demon's seats. Of course, he knew that doing so would give many people a chance to have wild thoughts. But just as Nadura said, compared to the Protoss, Shuren's relationship with the demons was undoubtedly better. Not to mention Aie and Sylvia, just the incident in the Demon King Hall where the 6 demons didn't hesitate to consume their own magic power to help him increase his power was enough for Shuren to stand on their side. Although the relationship between Shuren, the Protoss, and the human race couldn't be said to be bad, firstly, there were not only people in the human race who maintained good intentions towards him. Many people wanted to use and target him, so Shuren wouldn't completely stand on the human race's side. Secondly, he wasn't sure about the attitude of the Protoss, or rather, the attitude of the other goddesses other than the 3 major goddesses. In contrast, he already knew all about the demons, and with the relationship between Aie and Sylvia, standing on the demons' side at this time might agitate some people, but it would also show his stance. That was, he was indeed different from the past heroes, and he wouldn't be limited by the secular conventions. Therefore, if anyone wanted to use morality to blackmail him or use his identity as a hero to threaten him, it was best to think twice first. This was what Shuren wanted to express, so that many people present who had wild thoughts would wake up. Reality proved that Shuren's step was very risky, but it was also very clever. At least, many people no longer looked at Shuren with eyes full of suspicion and eagerness. Instead, they looked at Lilith, Rosie, and the other demons beside him, and they began to feel fear. Perhaps the heroes wouldn't fall for their tricks. This information really caught many people off guard. At this time, they became worried. They were worried that the heroes would really go to the demons' side. If that really happened, would the demons who obtained the heroes be willing to live in the demon realm and not have ambitions for the immortal realm and the human realm? This was the worry of the higher-ups. Seeing that the atmosphere became oppressive again, Anchi hurriedly stood up. Since everyone has taken their seats, the Tri-Race Conference will officially begin. Anchi waved his hand, and the gate of the Hall of Glory gradually closed with a solemn rumble. The entire conference room was immediately isolated from the outside world. As the host of the meeting, and she continued to speak in front of everyone. The main topic of this conference is the rebirth of the hero summoning. Anchi glanced in Shuren's direction and let his voice gradually spread with magic power. After 1,000 years, when the Demon King was subjugated and the Omnipotensen was divided into 3 parts, the heroes who were summoned to this world in order to save the world and defeat the Demon King have completed their mission for a long time. The ancestor of our Mitra kingdom, the strongest hero in history, Mitra, has become the last hero of the Omnipotensen. As for the Protoss Grand Arcanum that was used to summon the heroes, the large-scale magic ritual that was created by the Supreme God Omnis herself, hero summoning, has been sealed and is no longer used. Therefore, after 1,000 years, the Omnipotensen has not welcomed any heroes, and logically speaking, there should not be any more heroes in the future. However, after 1,000 years, the Omnipotensen has unexpectedly welcomed a hero again. Shuren Porstut, this hero who has more or less established relationships with all 3 races, has now appeared before everyone with the holy sword. Anchi's voice started to turn serious. Why would the hero summoning appear again? Why would the hero summoning be reactivated again? Now that the Demon King has been defeated, what is the purpose of summoning a hero who wields a holy sword and possesses great power to do such a thing? I believe this is what everyone here and all the lives in the Omnipotensen are thinking about and have to think about. Because we don't want the war to restart, and we don't want the peace that has been maintained for 1,000 years to be destroyed. Is there a conspiracy of some clan involved in this? This is the question that we need to figure out the most in this three-race meeting. At this point, the basic explanation came to an end. Next, the Protoss and the demons should focus on this matter and prove their innocence. In order not to become the cause of the war, the gods and demons had to prove that they didn't summon the hero summoning without permission, and that they were plotting something in the dark. Especially the Protoss, as the keeper of the hero summoning, they had to prove their innocence. Lady Lydas, Lady Anima, Lady Nadia, and all the goddesses. Anchi turned to the seat of the Protoss and asked on behalf of everyone present. Since the goddesses swore in the name of the High God Omnis that you had nothing to do with the hero summoning, can we assume that you have never reactivated the hero summoning, Grand Arcanum and summoned the hero Shuren into this world? This question was naturally met with the affirmation of the goddesses. We can guarantee in the name of the gods that the Protoss did not reactivate the hero summoning, Grand Arcanum. Lydas declared without any hesitation. Anima and Nadia also spoke. Ever since I discovered the existence of the hero Shuren, I have investigated this matter, and even personally went to the place where the hero summoning, Grand Arcanum is sealed to investigate. In the end, the enchantment there is still in operation, and other than us, the supreme and beloved Mother Goddess, no one can pass through the enchantment and come into contact with the hero summoning, Grand Arcanum. Anima said with certainty. I have also investigated the whereabouts of the Protoss goddesses, and finally determined that in the past 1,000 years, none of the Protoss goddesses have approached the sealed place. This is because our supreme and beloved Mother Goddess has already ordered to seal the hero summoning, Grand Arcanum. Since this is the case, we will never go against the will of Mother Goddess and come into contact with the hero summoning, Grand Arcanum. Nadia said with certainty. In other words, based on the current situation, it was impossible for the Protoss to use the hero summoning, Grand Arcanum to summon the hero into this world. I can also guarantee that everything the Protoss said is true. Artemis raised her hand to express her agreement. She was the goddess of justice, the guardian of order, and one of the effects of her power was to judge crimes and expose them. As the goddess of justice and order, Artemis's concept of existence itself did not allow her to condone her own kind to do things that jeopardize the peace of the world. Therefore, Artemis's guarantee was very convincing, and no one would think that she was trying to protect her own kind. Then, Ansi turned to the demons and asked, Your Highnesses, do you also want to prove that you have nothing to do with the summoning of the hero summoning from the beginning to the end? In response to Ansi's question, Sayla showed a confident attitude. At the very least, we can guarantee that the demons do not have the hero summoning, Grand Arcanum created by the Supreme God. Scylla didn't try to defend herself, she just said that. However, this sentence was surprisingly persuasive. That is a Grand Arcanum that involves other worlds. Apart from the Supreme God Omnis, who else can achieve such a miracle? Chaffin said calmly. We demons may be proud of our strength, but when it comes to the involvement of mysterious means, we are still not as good as the Protoss. This is known to the world. Lider also spoke. It has always been the Protoss who are good at creating miracles and reaching the pinnacle of various fields. If we demons had such means, how could we have been entangled with the Protoss for so many years? Kamina's tone was faintly tinged with sarcasm. It has nothing to do with us. Milu had already expressed her agreement with a straight face. Only Aie did not say anything. But even if she did not say anything, it was enough. It had to be said that what the demons said did make some sense. If even the hero summoning could be recreated, then the demons would not be demons, and how would the Protoss feel? This was a direction determined by the characteristics of the races, and it could not be easily reversed. If the demons could really recreate the hero summoning, then the Protoss who was good at creating miracles must have also mastered this method. I want to ask, without the Supreme God's power, can the Protoss achieve a large-scale summoning ritual across worlds? Scylla threw out such a question. Lydas, Anima, and Nadura looked at each other and finally shook their heads. Even I, who can manipulate fate, cannot interfere with the fate of other worlds. Lydas shook her head and sighed. That is something only the Mother Goddess can interfere with, even the Demon King can't do it, right? In summary, this matter really had little to do with the demons. In fact, no one was willing to admit that the demons could do such a thing. Therefore, this has nothing to do with the demons. Scylla concluded. The scene instantly became silent. End of chapter 860. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.